Chapter 1: Dual Crisis. In 2026, in the northern city of Bayer, the outdoor temperature is 55 degrees Celsius. It's clearly evening, but the distorted heat waves make the asphalt road feel as soft as melting toffee. With each step Lin Mo takes, his soles get stuck, making a pop sound. As sweat begins to bead on his forehead, it evaporates, leaving behind a layer of white salt residue. Next, inside the recruitment office of the underground construction team, the foreman, wearing a hard hat, doesn't even look up. Lin Mo squeezes forward, hands over his ID card, wearing a standard ingratiating smile. "Hello, my name is Lin Mo. I'm young and strong, and I could do any dirty or heavy work." The foreman glances at the screen. His brows furrow. Credit blacklist? Orphan? No guarantor? He tosses the card back to Lin Mo. "Get out. We don't need someone like you who has no roots or backing. If something happens, there's no one to find." Lin Mo's heart sank. This is the 5th place today, ever since the planet's rotation slowed and the atmosphere dissipated, leading to soaring temperatures and frequent natural disasters. It feels like the end of days. Countries around the world have had to evacuate from the equator, gathering at the northern and southern ends of the planet, fighting for survival. In just 2 years, half of the population has died. In this situation, a stable job is more precious than gold. Only by entering the official ARC underground construction plan can people like him at the bottom have a stable job to make a living. But as a blacklisted individual, he can't even touch the threshold and can only do odd jobs to survive. On the way back, his stomach let out an untimely growl. Lin Mo licked his cracked lips, glancing at the price list of a convenience store on the corner. Synthetic protein nutrition instant noodles. 100 yuan portion. He felt his empty pockets and forced a bitter smile. Turning around, he dragged his heavy legs back to that oven-like home. Upon entering, he turned on the air conditioner. The old unit emitted a dying roar, blowing out warm air. After a while, the thermometer on the wall stubbornly showed 35 degrees. But he had no choice if he didn't turn it on. He could suffer from heat stroke. Heat stroke has become a terrifying disease that claims the most lives. Penniless, with barely any electricity left. Lin Mo mocked himself, stripping off his soaked t-shirt and collapsing onto the bed. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach made noises. Sweat trickled slowly down his forehead, his gaze hollow and desperate. Just sleep. If you fall asleep, you won't have to think about anything. Perhaps it's actually good to be liberated like this. I don't want to come back to this damned life in the next one. In an inexplicably wooden house, Lin Mo, lying on the bed, smacked his lips, feeling that the pillow was fragrant and soft with a hint of coolness. The scent of the forest mixed with the sea breeze after the rain drifted into his nose, making him instinctively rub his cheek against it. Smooth, soft, and full of elasticity. A soft, ethereal sound echoed in his ear. Wait, how can a pillow talk? Lin Mo jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. A stunningly beautiful face came into view. Long, snow-white hair flowed like a waterfall, with a pair of pointed ears peeking through the strands. As his gaze shifted downward, he noticed her skin was as white as snow, and her figure was graceful. She was wearing nothing but a gossamer-thin silk nightgown that accentuated her alluring curves. Before Lin Mo's brain could fully process this vivid scene, he realized that those emerald green eyes were staring intently at him. 3 parts shock, 3 parts shyness, and 4 parts the murderous intent of wanting to chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Because his head was resting on the girl's thigh. "Lin Mo, you despicable thief. How dare you sneak into my chamber?" The voice of the elven girl trembled, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she raised her hand to strike him. Lin Mo sprang up like a carp. Failed. He could only scramble off the bed, using all fours to roll to the floor, raising his hands at lightning speed. "Wait, miss, let me explain. I'm just passing through. This is absolutely a huge misunderstanding. Is this elf even real?" He quickly scanned his surroundings. The room resembled the hollowed-out trunk of a towering tree, with walls made of natural wood grain and the ceiling adorned with glowing, peculiar flowers. "Elf, treehouse, magical lights. You're trying to wriggle out of it. The sleeping garden is protected by a barrier set by Her Majesty the Queen. Aside from me, no living being can enter silently." The elven girl grabbed a magnificent staff from beside the bed and pointed it menacingly at Lin Mo. An ancient and obscure incantation began to resonate. The green gem at the tip of the staff glowed brightly, and moisture in the air quickly condensed. Lin Mo? He was all too familiar with his pre-casting gesture and flashy effects. Clearly, she was about to unleash a powerful spell to clear out the intruder. Miss, calm down. Listen to my explanation. Give me a chance for a full confession. I just wanted to take a nap. I really don't know how I ended up here. Lin Mo pointed at his sweat-soaked, yellowing t-shirt, which had a faded IU design on it. Just look at me. With this aura and wrinkled clothes, do I look like some top-notch thief who could break through any impressive barrier? The elven girl's chanting stopped as she re-evaluated Lin Mo. With his messy hair and wrinkled clothes, he certainly didn't seem like a formidable character, but that didn't clear him of suspicion. Shut up. No matter what despicable means you used, you will pay the price for your sacrilegious actions. Water binding, the girl shouted, pointing her staff forward. Whoosh. Several ropes made of flowing water appeared out of thin air, coiling around Lin Mo like serpents. Lin Mo, run. Without thinking, he turned and bolted towards the huge terrace outside the room. The moment he burst out of the room, his eyes widened in shock, and his breath caught in his throat. Under the starry sky, several kilometers away, a colossal tree that defied description shot up from the ground, reaching the heavens. Its canopy blocked out the sun, and every leaf shimmered with radiant life. The rich, tangible energy of life coalesced into visible green light spots, scattering like millions of fireflies. Just by looking at it, Lin Mo felt all the heat and fatigue in his body vanish, as if his very soul was trembling with delight. Is this the world tree? The term flashed through Lin Mo's mind instinctively. He couldn't help but recall the harsh reality where he couldn't even afford a bowl of instant noodles. If he could bring this tree back, even just a seed, he could sell it for a fortune, or hand it over to the authorities, and then the ecological issues in the underground city could be resolved. Its importance should be equivalent to that of advanced manufacturing equipment. Would he finally secure a stable job? Just as Lin Mo was shaken by these thoughts, a water vine accurately wrapped around his ankle. Lin Mo instantly lost his balance and fell forward. His mouth collided with the gem-embedded wooden railing of the terrace. Crack! It felt like his teeth had bitten into something. Following that, his forehead hit the floor heavily. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. The scene before him spun wildly, and his consciousness began to fade like a retreating tide. A cold yet triumphant voice of the elf girl rang out. I got you, you damn thief. Chapter 2. Verification of crossing buzz. Amidst the familiar hum of the air conditioning, Lin Mo, who had awakened from a coma, suddenly sprang up from the bed. He gasped for air, wiping the sticky sweat from his forehead. That dream felt so real. Suddenly, his expression froze. There was something in his mouth. He hurriedly spat it into his palm. In the dim light filtering through the window, a gemstone the size of a green pigeon egg, radiating a faint glow, lay quietly in his hand. Lin Mo. Isn't this the thing that fell from the terrace of that female elf? At that moment, the roar of the air conditioning and the heat outside vanished. A warm and cool sensation flowed from his palm into his limbs, revitalizing his body, which had been tormented by the heat. Holy cow! Lin Mo's hands began to tremble. That elf with pointed ears, the magical continent of the world tree, is real. Could it be that I have awakened the ability to cross over? To verify whether this was a mere coincidence, he immediately took action. He rummaged through the drawer and found a roll of plastic wrap, carefully wrapping a windproof lighter tightly. After doing all this, he stuffed the lighter into his mouth. Bulging his cheeks, he tightly gripped his phone in one hand, and the gemstone was placed in his pants pocket. Everything was ready. Let's do it again. A cold, hard sensation came from behind, instantly waking Lin Mo up. He opened his eyes abruptly and found himself lying on the cool wooden floor, his hands and feet bound tightly by a resilient vine. The room was still that treehouse room, with glowing flowers on the ceiling emitting a soft light. Awake? You despicable thief. A cold yet annoyed voice sounded from the front. Lin Mo looked up to see the long-legged elf girl he had used as a pillow before. She had changed out of her pajamas and donned a set of exquisite silver leather armor that accentuated her alluring curves. Her long hair, reminiscent of moonlight, was tied up high, enhancing her heroic demeanor. At this moment, she held a magnificent staff, with several elf guards armed with longbows standing behind her, all with unfriendly expressions. Does this image meet everyone's expectations? Lin Mo felt empty-handed. turning his head to look around. His phone hadn't been brought over, and there was no coolness of the gemstone in his pocket. The lighter wrapped in plastic in his mouth was still there. It turned out that he had the ability to cross over with his soul or consciousness, but he couldn't carry anything with him. As for the little bug where items could be transported through his mouth, he had discovered that by coincidence. The language spoken wasn't ordinary, but his brain could automatically understand it, and he had no trouble communicating with the other party. As for why he woke up on someone else's bed, he had no idea. I'm asking you a question. Who exactly are you? How did you infiltrate the sleeping garden? The elf girl, seeing that he had been silent for a long time, made the tip of her staff glow faintly, the threat evident. Lin Mo saw the intimidating stance of the other party, who seemed ready to throw him out if he didn't cooperate, and quickly spoke up. I just fell asleep, and when I opened my eyes, I was here. Do you believe me? His words were somewhat unclear as he still had a lighter in his mouth. The elf girl remained cold and replied, Do you think I would believe the nonsense of a thief who slept on my lap? It was truly an accident. Lin Mo hurriedly exclaimed. Beautiful elf miss. There must be a huge misunderstanding between us. I swear, I mean you no harm. The elf girl scoffed, clearly not swayed by his words. She turned to a guard beside her and ordered him to use the truth detection technique on him. One of the guards stepped forward and began chanting an ancient incantation, enveloping Lin Mo in a soft green light. Now, answer my question, the elf girl said sternly. Under this truth detection technique, any lie will be exposed. So tell me, who exactly are you? Lin Mo's heart sank. Is this even a thing? He steadied himself and cautiously said, I am a traveler from another world. This statement wasn't wrong. It was true, just slightly embellished. The elf girl frowned and looked at the guard casting the spell, who nodded slightly, indicating that there was nothing amiss with Lin Mo's aura. She was taken aback. Her emerald eyes were filled with astonishment. Another world? That's truly unbelievable. Do you have any evidence? Also, what is that thing in your mouth? Seeing her surprise, Lin Mo felt more confident and continued, To show my sincerity, I am willing to present a gift from my world to prove my identity. A gift? The elf girl's face showed clear skepticism. Please release my bindings so I can show it to you. Don't worry, I mean no harm. Your truth detection technique should confirm this. The elf girl hesitated for a moment. The light from the truth detection technique indeed showed no fluctuations, proving that his statement was sincere. She exchanged glances with her guards. One of them stepped forward and untied the vines binding Lin Mo's hands. With all the curious yet cautious elves watching, Lin Mo sat up and, in front of them, opened his mouth and spat out the tightly wrapped lighter from his mouth into his palm. The elves, their faces reflected the same disdain and disgust one might have while seeing someone on the subway looking at their phone. You call this saliva-covered thing a gift? Lin Mo gave an awkward smile. Don't mind the details. He swiftly tore off the cling wrap, revealing the lighter inside, and wiped it on his clothes. The elves' expressions turned even more disdainful. Lin Mo paused. He smiled sheepishly, pressed the thumb lightly, and with a click, a bright purple flame flared up from the top of the windproof lighter. The elven guard standing at the forefront trembled and immediately stepped forward to shield the elven girl behind him, drawing his longbow halfway. The elven girl's pupils suddenly contracted. The flame, it didn't carry any magical fluctuations, without relying on any incantations or consuming any magical power. Just a gentle press could conjure flames out of thin air. What a wondrous creation. Lin Mo observed their astonished expressions, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he presented the lighter with both hands. Beautiful elven lady, it's a pleasure to meet you. Just a small gift as a token of respect. Now, can we have a proper conversation? Fendona, the elven girl, waved her hand for the guard to step back. Curiously, she took the silver gadget from Lin Mo and mimicked his actions to press a button. With a click, a burst of flame appeared out of nowhere. The human before her, dressed in peculiar attire, became mysterious in her eyes. For now, I'll believe you come from another world. Just as Fendona was about to make arrangements for Lin Mo, a distant, mournful horn sounded from the direction of the world tree, echoing through the land. The horn was filled with solemnity and a sense of impending doom. Fendona's expression changed drastically as she stood up abruptly, looking out the window. It was the war horn. The demonic forces were advancing. Chapter 3 Things that Elves and Demons Must Discuss. Damn it, the demons are back. Fendona exclaimed angrily, transforming into a gust of wind as she grabbed her staff and rushed toward the terrace. Your Highness Fendona, it's dangerous. A guard reached out to stop her, but his fingers only brushed against a wisp of her shadow. My kin are bleeding. I can't just stand by and watch. Findona's resolute voice faded away. The remaining elven guards exchanged glances, disregarding the unusual outsider, and swiftly transformed into green shadows to chase after her. In the blink of an eye, the magnificent treehouse was left with only Lin Mo. Hey, wait. Lin Mo shouted at the empty doorway. No one responded. What about untying me? Is this how it is? Suddenly, he felt a loosening at his ankle. The vines that had bound him twisted and retreated into the floor's crevice. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy, quickly rubbing his numb ankle. Without wasting a second, he dashed toward the terrace. He needed to take this opportunity to understand this magical world. As for escape, he was in unfamiliar territory. Where could he run? From the sound of the horn and the tense atmosphere, it was clear that war was happening. This place, filled with magic and the world tree, could very well be a lifeline for him. He needed to figure out who was fighting and how strong the enemy was. Assessing the danger was crucial, otherwise, being alone here could lead to an unclear fate. As Lin Mo stepped out of the treehouse and onto the suspended corridor connecting the massive branches, he was once again stunned by the sight before him. This was a city of elves built entirely upon towering giant trees. Countless living vines woven into bridges crisscrossed hundreds of meters above the ground, connecting exquisite treehouses. Exotic flowers and plants glimmered under the sunlight, creating a breathtaking view. Numerous elves swiftly traversed the bridges, their figures agile, each face bearing a look of impending storm. His gaze crossed the bridges and reached further out. The world tree. At this moment, he finally saw its true form. The crown of the tree seemed to stretch endlessly into the clouds. Countless buildings spiraled up the thick trunk, lights flickering like a divine realm. A thought flashed through Lin Mo's mind about the grand art project that was being frantically constructed back home. Steel bunkers, concrete cages, beneath an eternal rock layer, breathing filtered air. Compared to this, that was mere survival. What lay before him was life. This tree alone was an independent ecosystem. If he could bring it back home, who needed the art project or interstellar colonization? This tree itself was a new world capable of sustaining millions. Lin Mo's breath quickened, his gaze burning with a mix of greed and desire. He suppressed the shock within and searched for the direction Findona and the others had taken, then sprinted down the aerial bridge. Fortunately, he had just come out of a certain room, and although the elves along the way cast him puzzled glances, the urgency of the situation meant that no one had time to stop him for questioning. Everyone regarded him as a guest of the noble lady. The further he ran, the more intense the atmosphere of war became. Countless elven warriors clad in standard leather armor, wielding longbows or staffs, surged out from treehouses in all directions, converging onto the main road leading to the edge of the city. Their expressions were grim, and their movements were silent, with only the faint sounds of armor clashing, creating a green tide. No one spoke, but the air of fearless determination made Lin Mo, an outsider, feel his heart tighten. He followed the elven army forward, finally reaching the city's edge. There were no city walls here, or rather, the walls here were alive. Hundreds of giant tree folk, each over 100 meters tall, stood shoulder to shoulder, their gnarled roots deeply embedded in the earth. Their thick branches intertwined, forming an unbroken green barrier. Countless elven archers stood on the shoulders and arms of the tree folk, holding longbows and gazing into the distance. The noble lady stood atop, one of the tallest tree folk, her staff radiating a green light, poised for action. Lin Mo, panting, climbed the stair-like branches to her side and peeked out in the direction she was looking. With just one glance, his blood ran cold. On the distant horizon, a black line appeared. It was a black sea that was breaking its banks, expanding, surging towards them at a visible speed. An army, an endless tide of darkness. Various grotesque and terrifying creatures mixed together, forming this black wave. There were bull-headed demons several meters tall wielding massive axes, quick-moving hellhounds on all fours, and flying demons hovering in the low sky. The sheer number sent a chill down Lin Mo's spine. There must be tens of thousands of them. The ground groaned under their trampling, a foul miasma rising into the sky, staining it a dark red. Lin Mo had seen countless Hollywood blockbuster effects, from what is considered epic to superhero teams. But none of those scenes could compare to the apocalyptic sight before him. It was a true sense of oppression and grandeur rushing towards him. What were those things? Lin Mo turned to the noble lady. Her expression was filled with rage as she replied without looking back. The demon race born from the hell of another world. The enemies of all life on this continent. Lin Mo's mouth fell open in shock. An invasion from hell? This was the enemy the elves had to face? How could they possibly fight? He looked at the endless army of demons, many of which were as large as small buildings. Then he glanced back at the elves, all of them handsome and beautiful. Could they really hold their ground? Would this not turn into a scenario straight out of certain adult comics? Just as Lin Mo was about to ask more, the noble lady suddenly raised her staff high and shouted with all her might. Elemental spirits prepare, attack. In an instant, countless chants of spirits resonate. Various colored magical orbs, wind blades, and ice spikes converge into a colorful torrent, filling the sky and fiercely striking into the distant tide of darkness. The sound of explosions is incessant. Countless creatures are blown apart. However, that dark sea only pauses momentarily before being filled again by more of the entities from behind, continuing to push forward. Chapter 4 Reporting to the Empire. Compared to the terrifying numbers of the monster tide, the casualties were quickly filled by the creatures surging from the rear. The damage was nothing but a drop in the bucket. Lin Mo frowned. As the monster tide surged into a few hundred meters range, Findona's cold command echoed across the battlefield once more. Fire. Buzz. The sky was instantly obscured by a dense rain of arrows. Tens of thousands of long arrows, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds, carved out deadly arcs, accurately covering the front line of the monster tide like a torrential rain. The thousands of monsters at the forefront were instantly shot into a porcupine, howling as they fell. Yet their bodies had not even cooled down before they were trampled into flesh by their comrades behind. The subsequent monsters stepped over the corpses of their companions, charging forward fearlessly. Fortunately, the dense rain of arrows, combined with continuous magic, managed to slightly slow the advance of the monster tide. At this moment, the monster army began to counterattack. Countless corrosive acids, shadow arrows, and chaotic fireballs rained down upon the Treant defense line. The massive Treants swung their branch-like arms, accurately smashing and sweeping away most of the ranged attacks. The battlefield fell into a cruel and bloody meat grinder mode. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from behind the monster tide. Lin Mo's heart sank. He sensed trouble. This sound definitely indicated the appearance of a boss. Sure enough, a massive creature, comparable in size to a small mountain, squeezed out from the black tide of monsters. Its body was engulfed in blazing hellfire as it slowly stood upright. It opened its enormous mouth, and a dark red fireball, over 10 meters in diameter, rapidly took shape. The overwhelming aura of destruction made the air itself begin to twist. Oh no, the boss is about to unleash a big move. Lin Mo exclaimed, instinctively shrinking back. The fireball soared through the air, trailing a long tail of flames. Like a falling meteor, heading straight for the defense line where Findona stood. Protective barrier. Findona raised her staff high, and a massive concentration of water element gathered in front of her, instantly forming a gigantic blue water curtain. Boom! The giant fireball collided with the water curtain, erupting with a deafening roar. Scalding steam rushed in, and Lin Mo was pushed back repeatedly by the violent shockwave, nearly blown off the Treant. He clutched a nearby vine tightly, his face turning pale from the scorching heat. Findona glanced at the weak Lin Mo, her delicate brows furrowing. She instructed a nearby elven warrior to bring her a helmet, which she tossed to Lin Mo without hesitation. Then find a safe place to hide. We'll talk later if anything happens. Lin Mo instinctively reached out to catch it. The helmet felt cold and heavy in his hands, with some dark red bloodstains on it. Whatever, a second-hand helmet is better than getting my head smashed. Without a second thought, he strapped the helmet on tightly. His life was the priority. But before he could find a safe corner to hide, a sharp screech suddenly rang out from above him. Lin Mo looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. A flying demon with a wingspan of over 5 meters had somehow breached the elven aerial defense. With a sharp sound slicing through the air, it swooped down, wings folding in. Those crimson eyes locked onto him fiercely. The claws glinted with a chilling light. It was over. The feast was about to begin. Lin Mo's mind went blank, his body stiff as he couldn't even move a finger. He was just an ordinary person, and in the face of such a creature, he couldn't even muster the thought of escape. Just at that critical moment, a green arrow of light shot forth, piercing the flying demon's head with precision. With a thud, the demon's body continued to surge forward due to inertia, crashing heavily onto Lin Mo. He felt an immense force slam into him, sending him flying sideways. And his head struck a thick branch with a solid thump. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Lin Mo awoke suddenly in his room. the impact on the back of his head still fresh, his body aching as if it were falling apart. He gasped for air, reaching back to touch his head. Fortunately, he wasn't injured, but it hurt intensely. He sat up, quickly sorting through the chaotic information in his mind. Elves, the world tree, endless demon clans, apocalyptic wars. That world was far grander than he had imagined, with greater opportunities and equally greater dangers. He looked down and pulled out the emerald gem from his pocket. It still emitted a soft glow, nourishing his spirit. Perhaps he could exchange it for some money to alleviate his immediate survival crisis. But then what? Rely on himself, using his mouth as a container to trade a few exotic goods from another world? That was a narrow-minded approach and far too inefficient. By the time he made a name for himself in that world and obtained a seed from the world tree, the Lin Mo on this side would likely have been turned to ash long ago. This path was not viable. Personal strength was insignificant, like a speck of dust in the face of civilization-level disasters. But what if? Behind that strength stood an entire nation. A nation with the top scientists, the most powerful execution capabilities, and the most terrifying mobilization power. By then, survival issues would be easily resolved. Lin Mo slapped his thigh, a decision forming in his mind. He took out his phone, did some quick searches, and dialed a number he never thought he would contact, the National Security Affairs Processing Center. After a few rings, the call was answered, and a calm, formal female voice came through. "Hello, National Security Center." Lin Mo licked his dry lips, his heart racing uncontrollably. He knew that once this call was made, his life would change completely. "Hello, I have an urgent report regarding a matter of national survival." His voice trembled with anxiety. The operator on the other end was clearly experienced, her tone unwavering. "Sir, please remain calm. Please provide your name, ID number, and details of the event." "My name is Lin Mo. My ID number is..." After providing his personal information, Lin Mo paused for a moment and said, "I have discovered a new world where there are elves and demon clans." There was silence on the other end of the line. The operator said, "Mr. Lin, this is a special period, and public safety resources are extremely precious." Hearing that the call was about to be disconnected, Lin Mo panicked and exclaimed, "Wait, don't hang up. I've really discovered a new world. What do I need to do for you to believe me?" The operator asked, "Mr. Lin, are you an astronomer or a researcher related to the ARC project?" "No, I'm just an ordinary person." "An ordinary person?" The operator responded, seemingly at a loss for words. "Mr. Lin, I must remind you again that this is a special period and public safety resources are extremely precious. Maliciously occupying them or falsely reporting emergencies is a serious crime. If you're just trying to make a joke..." "I'm not joking," Lin Mo shouted. The other party clearly regarded him as either a victim of fraud or a madman driven to insanity by the pressures of a doomsday scenario. Chapter 5. Am I a cheat in the Great Xia? Or is the Great Xia treating me as a bug? I can prove it. Lin Mo took a deep breath to calm himself. "I have something from that world. A thing that absolutely doesn't exist in this realm. If I'm lying even a little, you can immediately locate me, send someone over, and execute me on the spot. I'm willing to bear all legal consequences." These words were like a series of blank shots, lacking real lethality, but making quite a commotion. There was silence on the other end of the line. Lin Mo could hear his heart racing in his chest. The operator's voice came back, now serious. "All right, Mr. Lin, please stay where you are and do not move. Keep the line open. We will send someone to verify your situation. There are many crazies, but those who dare to joke with their own lives are a rare breed and worthy of reporting." "All right, I'll wait for you." Lin Mo hung up the phone, his palms sweaty. He knew that the massive machine of the state had begun to move. What happens next, whether it's a dragon or a worm, all depended on this green local specialty in his palm. He held the gem tightly, the refreshing vitality coursing through his body, helping to steady his trembling nerves. The waiting time was incredibly torturous. Outside the window was darkness. Night had fallen. As the temperature dropped, there were finally some people on the streets, with vehicles equipped with powerful air conditioning forming the sparse veins of the city at night. In less than 20 minutes, there was a rapid knocking at the door. It wasn't a polite greeting of knock, 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 but rather a forceful bang, bang, bang. Each knock felt like it was pounding on Lin Mo's heart, filled with an undeniable sense of power. "They have arrived." Lin Mo walked over and turned the doorknob. Outside stood two men in black suits, their expressions as cold as if they had just been taken out of a freezer. Both were tall and exuded an iron-blooded aura that made Lin Mo a reclusive type feel breathless. This presence was definitely not something the neighborhood security could compare to. One of them took out a wallet, revealing a gold-embossed national emblem and identification. National Special Department, Action Team 7, Chen Feng. His voice was as devoid of warmth as his expression. Mr. Lin, we received your call. You mentioned you have something to prove. Where is it? The other team member's gaze was already scanning his shabby apartment like an X-ray, filled with scrutiny and vigilance. Lin Mo didn't waste words. He directly opened his palm to reveal the quail egg-sized emerald. Under the dim light of the rental apartment, the gem's inner brilliance appeared particularly mysterious. You can feel its magic. Lin Mo tried to make his voice sound calm. Chen Feng didn't reach out immediately. Instead, he took out a brick-sized black device from his bag and scanned the gem. After a few beeping sounds, the device's screen lit up with a green light. Confirming that there were no known harmful radiations, he then took the gem from Lin Mo's hand. At the moment he touched it, Chen Feng's eternally expressionless face showed a flicker of emotion, his pupils contracting slightly. He had encountered countless rare treasures, but the stone in his hand felt completely different. It was not the coldness of jade, but rather a kind of vitality that penetrated to the marrow. He even had the illusion that this stone contained life force. The word appeared abruptly in his mind, absurd yet strikingly appropriate. He raised his head and gazed deeply at the young man before him, who was dressed plainly and still carried the smell of sweat. At first, when he received the task of discovering a new world, he only had 2 words in his mind: nonsense. Under the pressure of the apocalypse, there were too many people who had lost their sanity. What new world? Had he read too many novels? But now, the stone in his hand was silently mocking his empiricism. Chen Feng's expression grew extremely serious as he handed the gem to his companion. Upon receiving it, the companion visibly trembled, his eyes reflecting undeniable shock. Is this it? Chen Feng turned to ask Lin Mo. Yes, it is, Lin Mo nodded. It comes from another world. Get in the car. Chen Feng did not ask further and stepped aside to clear the passage. Lin Mo was invited into a black SUV. The driver started the car, and Chen Feng sat in the back seat between the two of them, resembling a suspect. The vehicle smoothly set off, silently merging into the night. Chen Feng spoke softly into the microphone on his collar, reporting, "Target has been contacted, and the item has been confirmed to exhibit anomalies." Repeat, the item exhibits anomalies. Understood, came the reply. After ending the call, Chen Feng's gaze shifted to Lin Mo. Now, tell me about your new world. Don't leave out any details. Lin Mo organized his thoughts and began his narrative. He recounted his experiences in the other realm, from the awkward first encounter with the elven girl, Fendona, to the towering world tree that pierced the sky, and finally to the brutal war against the demon army. Chen Feng and the driver listened impassively throughout, neither affirming nor denying. Once Lin Mo finished, the car remained silent. After a long pause, Chen Feng finally spoke, his voice still cold. Your story is quite interesting. But in the end, a story is just a story. He pointed to the gem, which Lin Mo had reclaimed and was now holding tightly. This thing is peculiar, and we will analyze it. But it can only prove that it is indeed unusual. It cannot validate your story. Lin Mo felt a weight in his heart and frowned, saying, its material composition absolutely does not exist on Blue Star. That is the best proof. Chen Feng shook his head. It could also be that you stumbled upon a special meteorite from outer space, Mr. Lin. Do you understand what I mean? A stone and a complete world with intelligent life are 2 different concepts. Lin Mo was instantly rendered speechless. Damn, professionals are professionals. A single sentence left him in silence. No rush. Take your time to think. We will get there. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo did not argue. He knew that saying more now would be pointless, and the only hope lay in the gem itself being extraordinary enough. The vehicle did not head towards any place that looked like an official institution, but instead drove into an underground base disguised as a large logistics warehouse. The heavy alloy door closed behind them, isolating them from everything outside. Chapter 6, proving the crossing to the Great Xia. Lin Mo was brought into a pure white room, empty except for a table and chairs. The bright lights reflected off the white walls, intensifying the feeling of being treated like a lab rat. A research staff member in a white coat entered, wearing a professional smile. Mr. Lin, we need to test this gem. Sure. Lin Mo handed over the gem. It was carefully placed into a sealed metal box and taken away. Soon after, someone brought in food and water. There were 4 dishes and a soup, a mix of meat and vegetables, with plenty of rice. Lin Mo was starving and didn't care about his image, devouring the meal in a whirlwind. It was delicious. Absolutely the best meal he had in the past 6 months. In a time of crisis, being able to eat pure, natural rice and braised pork without any technological interference felt like a luxury. The immense satisfaction from the carbohydrates eased his frayed nerves a little. After filling his stomach, he relaxed. Next came several hours of what seemed like an endless series of expert consultations. Different specialists took turns questioning him: psychologists, physicists, sociologists, military strategists. Lin Mo felt like he was part of an ultra-high-stakes audition for a top-tier brain competition, only he was the subject being studied. The questions were increasingly tricky and absurd. You say the elves have magic. To what extent can it manifest? Have you understood the difference between its external manifestations and its essence? Asked a prominent physicist. Adjusting his glasses, Lin Mo replied, I'm not sure. I just arrived and don't understand many things. You describe the demon army as having tens of thousands. Please describe their appearance and form of existence. A military expert asked seriously. Lin Mo responded, well, it's like monsters. Some are biological, some seem to be energy forms. You claim to have crossed over while sleeping. What was your subjective experience during the crossing? Was the flow of time consistent? Lin Mo was taken aback. He knew this was standard procedure. They needed to extract every detail from him. He cooperated fully, repeating everything he knew countless times. For things he didn't understand, he simply answered, I don't know. Didn't pay attention. I was just focused on running and didn't think that much. He was well aware that pretending to understand in front of these national-level experts would only make things worse for him. His calmness and the logical consistency in his responses led to a decrease in the skepticism on the experts' faces and an increase in their seriousness. This guy was either the strongest genius con artist in history, or what he said was true. Several hours later, the door to the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open. A middle-aged man entered, followed by a group of experts who had previously questioned him. The man wasn't in military uniform, just simple civilian clothes, but the air in the room seemed to be sucked out the moment he walked in, causing a sudden drop in pressure. The scent of iron and blood was more intense than before, at least 10 times stronger. The man directly pulled out the chair opposite Lin Mo and sat down with decisive ease. Hello, Lin Mo, I am Zhao Gang. His voice was calm and steady, showing no signs of changing despite what the experts had said about the possibility of it being true. He remained skeptical. Zhao Gang leaned slightly forward, his deep, wise eyes seeming to scrutinize Lin Mo thoroughly. We have tested the items you brought. They are indeed very special. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, a special stone and a new world are still worlds apart. Now, I give you a chance to convince me. Convince me why I should utilize national resources to believe a story that sounds like the beginning of a web novel. Lin Mo's heart began to race as he met Zhao Gang's gaze without flinching. Hello, Director Zhao. After gathering his thoughts, he continued. If I could fabricate such a seamless story and remain unflustered while undergoing scrutiny from so many experts, I should be the king of spies, not stuck in a rented room waiting to die. He shrugged, his tone carrying a hint of self-deprecation. Moreover, what I mentioned, elves, world trees, magic, demon races. It does sound absurd, but please consider this. The slowing rotation of Blue Star 3 years ago, didn't that sound absurd too? Zhao Gang's expression shifted slightly. Lin Mo's words struck a chord. Indeed, compared to the outrageous reality of the entire planet heading towards demise, a magical world seemed less difficult to accept. You make a valid point, Zhao Gang nodded, but then shifted his tone. Yet, this remains your one-sided claim. I need verifiable, repeatable, observable evidence. His fingers lightly tapped on the table, again and again. You say you can travel back and forth with items. I want to see it for myself. Of course, Lin Mo had already prepared a strategy. However, my abilities are limited. I can only bring back small items from that world with my words. Zhao Gang nodded, understanding. When can we start? Lin Mo looked around at the glaring white walls. Prepare a room where I can sleep. I can go there when I fall asleep. Soon. Lin Mo was arranged in a new room. This room had a bed, soft and comfortable, unlike the previous stark white interrogation room. However, that was about it, as high-definition cameras were installed in the corners and on the ceiling, providing 360-degree coverage, akin to a film set. And the main character was Lin Mo. Next to the bed stood several instruments he couldn't comprehend, their screens flickering with green light. Get a good sleep. Zhao Gang personally escorted him there, leaving behind a final remark. We will wait for you to wake up. The heavy door slowly closed behind him with a dull sound. Zhao Gang went to the monitoring room next door, filled with excited scientists. On several screens, Lin Mo's heart rate, brain waves, and various other data are being displayed in real time. Are you all set? Ready to go? All monitoring equipment is functioning normally. A few individuals in white lab coats, looking through the one-way glass, are eager to give Lin Mo, who is still looking around in bed, a sedative to help him fall asleep quickly. Chapter 7. The situation in another world. Lin Mo lay on a soft bed, staring at the pale ceiling, his mind a chaotic mess. It was a lie that he felt no pressure. If the transition failed, he couldn't even bear to think about his fate. He closed his eyes, and as his thoughts wandered, his consciousness gradually sank. God bless. This was the last thought before he fell into a deep sleep. A strong smell of blood mixed with herbs invaded his nostrils. Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, realizing he was lying on a simple wooden bed. Surrounding him were continuous groans and suppressed cries. This was a temporary infirmary for the wounded behind the elven defense line, filled with injured elven warriors under the vast tree canopy. Severed limbs were a common sight, with some being corroded by dark magic, their skin rotting and writhing in pain. Such scenes were not something an ordinary person would witness. After all, normal short videos would be censored. Lin Mo felt a tightening in his heart, sighed, and thought, "This is war. It's not a game. There's no censorship." He forced himself to rise from the bed, suppressing the discomfort churning in his stomach. He breathed a sigh of relief and began to search for Findona's figure. Soon, he spotted her among a group of injured. She was crouched in front of an elven warrior whose chest had collapsed, a soft glow emanating from her palm. Healing magic? Lin Mo pondered as he quickly walked over. "Your Highness Findona." Findona looked up, and upon seeing Lin Mo, a weary smile appeared on her face. "You're awake? Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just got knocked out." Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively and asked, "Do you need help?" He expected a polite response like no. "You should rest." To his surprise, Findona's eyes lit up. "Oh, that would be great. We need someone to help transport the injured over there. I'll act as if nothing happened regarding your earlier intrusion into my chamber." Lin Mo. "Wait, this isn't just going to pass, is it? Why do I feel like a person caught in a compromising situation?" He imagined Findona thinking, "Human, you wouldn't want the incident of sneaking into my chamber and sleeping on my lap to get out, would you?" Lin Mo felt that perhaps it wouldn't be such a big deal if it did, but since Findona had said so, he could only brace himself and comply. He walked over to an elven warrior lying on a stretcher, took a deep breath, steadied his stance, and exerted his strength. Lift. The stretcher didn't budge. A passing long-eared elven fellow stopped, casually picked up the stretcher like it was a small chick, and threw a disdainful glance at Lin Mo. His face flushed. Taking advantage of the brief moments while helping out, Lin Mo leaned closer to Findona. Clumsily assisting with changing the wet cloth on the forehead of an injured warrior, he asked, "Your Highness, how is the battle today? Did we push back the demon forces?" Upon mentioning the battle situation, Findona's expression darkened. They had temporarily retreated, but the onslaught from the dark forces grew fiercer with each wave. "This city of Lostia was already our last line of defense as elves." She paused, her voice tinged with helplessness. "If we lose here, we will only have our main stronghold, the city of Avenor, to fall back to." Lin Mo frowned, recalling the few minotaurs and centaurs he had seen among the injured. "Have you sought assistance from other races? I see there are some half-orcs here." Findona smiled wryly. "Those half-orcs are mercenaries. The situation of the holy human race is similar to ours. Their holy city is also in jeopardy, and they are too preoccupied to help. As for the dwarves, they have all retreated into their underground steel fortress, completely sealing the mountain gates, engaging the dark forces underground." Lin Mo's mind immediately conjured up images of a whack-a-mole game. Regarding the half-orcs, Findona's tone turned complex. "I heard that their strongest tribes are debating whether to ally with the dark forces." Lin Mo was taken aback. "Isn't this the standard apocalyptic script?" As the server is about to shut down, some players are thinking of switching sides. As their conversation deepened, he gained a clearer understanding of the dire situation in this world. The dark forces came from a dimension known as Hell, pure plunderers, ravaging the continent of Terra until only less than 30% remained. The elves, skilled in archery, also had elemental affinity with elemental mages. The holy human race, a combination of paladins and mages, naturally countered the dark forces with their holy power. But they were heavily targeted and were left with only their main city. The dwarves, masters of forging with full magic resistance, ended up retreating and isolating themselves, living like recluses. The half-orcs, originally the main tank warriors, suffered heavy losses, morale was low, and the team was hard to manage. In summary, everyone is at a disadvantage, and defeat is imminent. All right, the injured are temporarily taken care of. Findona stood up wearily, her body swaying slightly, a side effect of magical exhaustion. Thank you very much for your help, distant guest. Linimo quickly supported her. You can call me Linimo. It's a small effort, nothing to mention. All right, Lord Lin Imo. Findona nodded. I'll have someone show you to rest. I still need to inspect the defenses of the walls. A nearby elven guard immediately urged. Your Highness Findona, you have been casting spells all day. You must rest. The dark forces may launch their next attack at any time. You need to maintain your strength. Lin Imo chimed in. Yes, Your Highness. Health is the foundation of revolution. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. You must believe in science. No. You must believe in magic and take a good rest. He spoke too quickly and was a bit caught off guard by his own words. After speaking, he hesitated for a moment, adopting a somewhat awkward yet sincere expression. Your Highness, I have an unusual request. I wonder if you could fulfill it. Funduona, who was still considering rejecting the suggestion to rest, tilted her head curiously upon hearing Linmo's words. What is it? Well, Linmo rubbed his hands together, forcing a standard honest smile he had learned through his experiences in society. I told my kin that I got lost and ended up here. They all think I'm bragging. Could you let me take a souvenir back with me to prove it? Funduona and the two elven guards beside her were taken aback. Linmo's heart sank, thinking that she might refuse, and quickly added, Don't worry, it doesn't have to be anything valuable. Just something that represents your people would be fine. Funduona's expression became quite strange. Did you just say you were bragging? After she spoke, her gaze instinctively drifted over Linmo's shoulder, looking toward a spot not far behind him. Linmo, confused, turned to follow her line of sight. He saw a nearly 4-meter-tall creature with the head of a bull snorting in the distance, then rolling over with a massive axe and continuing to snore. Linmo. Oh no, the language barrier is gone, but it seems like there's still some misunderstanding. Chapter 8. The mad expert's Lin Mo had a black line on his face. Your Highness, when I said boasting, I didn't mean it in that way. It's a dialect from my hometown, meaning to doubt that I'm lying. Findona suddenly understood and couldn't help but chuckle. The fatigue from casting spells consecutively seemed to lighten a bit. So that's how it is, I thought. She shook her head, a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. Sorry, you mentioned bringing something unique to us, right? Since you're helping, it's no problem. And that gift you called a lighter, I really like it. As she spoke, she looked up at the enormous canopy that blocked the sun and stretched out her slender palm. A leaf detached gracefully from high above, as if guided by invisible threads, softly glowing as it floated into her hand. The leaf was only the size of a palm, entirely emerald green. Its veins seemed to glow with a faint light, casting a subtle vitality on her pale cheeks. Here, the world tree is the home and partner of our elf tribe. Its leaves contain pure natural power. I believe this is enough to make your people trust everything you say. Linmo was overjoyed and hurriedly took it with both hands. Thank you, Your Highness. Your kindness is as astonishing as your beauty. Wow, I'm really good at giving compliments, he thought to himself. Findona smiled slightly, clearly pleased, and then arranged for him to have a relatively quiet room in a tree hollow to rest. As soon as he entered the room, Linmo couldn't wait to examine the leaf in his hand. The leaf felt warm to the touch, brimming with an indescribable vitality. He carefully rolled up the dripping emerald leaf and put it in his mouth. A faint fragrance mixed with a peculiar energy spread in his mouth, invigorating his spirit. With the leaf that carried his hopes and the newly acquired information, Linmo lay down contentedly. Phew. After all that hard work, I can finally go back and report. In the observation room of the underground base, the atmosphere was tense. In the monitoring room, the sound of a pin drop could be heard as Zhao Gang and top experts from various fields of the ARC project in Bell City all stared intently at the large screen in front of them. On the screen, Linmo's vital signs were stable, and the brainwave activity showed that he had entered deep sleep. Time passed second by second, each moment feeling like an eternity in hot oil. Anxiety, anticipation, doubt, and tension. Various emotions fermented in everyone's hearts, making the airtight room feel even more oppressive. It's almost dawn. How can this guy sleep so soundly? Is he born in the year of the pig? A microbiologist rubbed his sore eyes and couldn't help but grumble. Beside him, a biology professor adjusted his glasses, looking worried. Logically speaking, he should have come back immediately after getting the item. I hope nothing unexpected happened over there. In the corner, the old physics professor, who always held a skeptical attitude, snorted. Look, he's probably just run out of good excuses and is simply sleeping to buy time. At your age, believing in alternate dimensions is ridiculous. Shut up. Why did you come here if you don't believe it? Just to enjoy the air conditioning? Professor Zhang, who had previously identified gemstones, glared immediately. Am I not allowed to come here to watch the excitement? A bunch of top experts being toyed with by a young kid. I could brag about this for a year. Old fool. Just as the two were about to start a new round of academic, personal, exchanges, attacks. A young researcher monitoring vital signs suddenly stood up, pointing at the screen, his voice transformed by excitement. It's moving. His mouth is moving. Instantly, all arguments came to a halt. Dozens of gazes converged on the one-way glass, locking onto the young man lying inside. In the adjacent room, Lin Mo lay on the bed, his mouth slightly puffed up as if he were holding a piece of candy. Then, under the breathless gaze of everyone, Lin Mo's eyelids fluttered, slowly opening, his eyes still filled with the confusion of just waking up. As if remembering something, he raised his hand towards his mouth. Then, from his mouth, slowly, bit by bit, he took out an object. A leaf. A completely green leaf, with edges emitting a soft glow, as if life were flowing within it. The veins of the leaf were clearly visible, and the soft light seemed to breathe like a living thing. Buzz. In that instant, the brains of everyone in the monitoring room crashed. A miraculous creation. Just before sleeping, they were 100% certain that Lin Mo had nothing in his mouth. But now, this completely defied the physical laws they had built their lives upon. My God, Professor Zhang, with his white hair, grasped the control panel in front of him, and fervent light burst from his murky old eyes. Dimensions. This is true dimensional transfer. We are witnessing a miracle. Zhao Gang's breath became heavy as he clenched his fists, the joints making slight cracking sounds. He had faced countless battles throughout his life without changing his expression, his resolve as solid as a rock. But at this moment, his chest heaved violently. It's real. Everything is real. A brand new world full of infinite possibilities. The crisis of this planet, the future of the Empire. That looming shadow of doom pressing on everyone's hearts, suffocating the entire civilization. In this moment, it felt like this small leaf had torn open a crack of hope. Immediately seal off all information. Zhao Gang turned sharply, issuing orders to his officer behind him. From now on, this matter is classified as top secret, and no information is to be leaked. Understood. Everyone echoed in unison. I'm going to report this to the higher-ups. Zhao Gang could no longer contain himself, pushing the door open and rushing into the adjacent room. At this moment, Lin Mo in the room was completely unaware of the commotion he had caused. He was sitting on the bed, looking at the world tree leaf in his palm, which was covered in his own saliva, with a face full of disgust and embarrassment. How was he supposed to handle this? It was so unsanitary. He instinctively lifted his t-shirt, ready to wipe it on his clothes. Bang! The door was violently pushed open. Zhao Gang burst in with a group of experts and scholars, looking as flustered as a disturbed swarm of bees. Professor Zhang, at the forefront, saw Lin Mo's action and was horrified, shouting, "No! Stop!" He dashed forward with the agility of a 20-year-old monkey, completely unlike his usual shaky demeanor. If Lin Mo carelessly wiped the leaf and damaged its fiber structure, the research value would be greatly diminished. This was a treasure from another dimension. Lin Mo's hand froze in midair, startled by the shout, feeling a bit awkward. It's all saliva. It's fine, it's fine. Professor Zhang carefully took the leaf from his hand, treating it as gently as if it were his newly born grandchild, afraid that even a little pressure would crush it. He brought the leaf close to his eyes shining with excitement. Not to mention saliva. Even urine would be acceptable. Chapter 9 New Intelligence, and Trust a Small. Translucent leaf glimmered slightly in Professor Zhang's aged hands, its veins pulsing like a breath. Just holding it, Professor Zhang felt an indescribable refreshing aura wash over him. As if he were in a primeval forest after the rain, the fatigue of waiting through the night instantly dissipated. Amazing, truly amazing. Professor Zhang's hands trembled. His eyes filled with fervor. He swatted away an outstretched hand from an unknown person beside him, puffing up and glaring. Don't move. If anyone damages this, I'll be furious. Let us go. Back to the lab. Stop all other projects for now. We need to analyze this. Someone echoed, yes, yes. Stop the chatter and hurry up. I want to analyze its cellular structure. I need to measure its energy radiation. Everyone step aside. I'm from the physics department. I'll go first. A group of people came and went quickly. They hurried in, then eagerly followed Professor Zhang, crowding around the leaf as they rushed out. In the blink of an eye, the number of people in the room was halved, leaving behind a few psychologists and sociologists. Zhao Gang, leading the group, let out a heavy breath, trying to calm the tumultuous emotions inside him. The look he gave Lin Mo had completely changed. Where there was once scrutiny and doubt, there was now shock, seriousness, and hope that carried the weight of an entire civilization. He forced a somewhat stiff but utterly sincere smile. Don't mind them. Those researchers are just a bunch of madmen. Lin Mo came back to his senses and waved his hand. It's fine. It's fine. I understand. Zhao Gang didn't immediately inquire further, but raised his hand to signal. Seeing this, someone quickly brought over several chairs, transforming the room from an isolation observation area into a high-level temporary meeting venue. The few psychologists and sociologists who had remained in the room immediately sat up straight. They opened their notebooks, pens poised in the air, their intense gazes fixed on Lin Mo. Lin Mo understood. The previous interview was over. Now it was the first project report after onboarding. What a scene, more thrilling than a public service exam interview. Zhao Gang sat upright, staring into Lin Mo's eyes. Mr. Lin, could you elaborate on the information obtained during this traversal? Lin Mo smiled slightly. Of course, no problem. Now it was his turn to take control. He cleared his throat and recounted everything he had seen and heard in the injured soldiers' camp on Terra, including his conversations with Fendona, in meticulous detail. The situation of the elf race is not optimistic. The city of Lostia is their second-to-last line of defense. The sacred human race, akin to Western humans, shares similarities with those from a particular nation, and yes, I was also human there, looking like myself. However, the sacred human race believes in light, and their magic is effective against the demon race, which is why they have been severely beaten by them. Now, only 2 isolated cities remain. The dwarves have retreated into their underground city, engaging in guerrilla warfare against the demon race. The most troublesome are the half-orcs, such as the bull-headed and cat-eared beings. Their tribal social structure is too primitive, leading to heavy losses. It is said that the leaders of several major tribes are already discussing whether to surrender to the demons. Lin Mo's account is very objective and mostly accurate. He has proven himself now and no longer feels the initial trepidation. However, for Zhao Gang and the group of experts, his words were like thunderclaps. Every race, every front, every detail painted a picture of a real, brutal world on the brink of destruction. When Lin Mo mentioned the world tree, Zhao Gang's breath noticeably hitched. You mean the Elves city is built on a gigantic tree? Yes, it's extremely large. From the ground, it's about the same size as our Bell city, with a canopy that can shade an entire city and glows at night. Lin Mo recalled the stunning scene, saying that Fendona mentioned the world tree as their home and companion, and that leaf was taken from that tree. As his words fell, the room fell into a dead silence. Everyone's attention involuntarily shifted to the glowing leaf that had already been taken away by Professor Zhang and others. A brand new species, an unimaginable form of life. The biological and energy value contained within it is simply incalculable. The experts present began to breathe rapidly, feeling an itch to delve deeper into the research. In the following hour, they initiated a new round of detailed questioning. The focus shifted from whether Lin Mo's experiences were real to a frantic excavation of every detail he provided. What is the social structure of the elven race? How much power does the queen hold? What is the principle behind the dwarves' runic technology? What is the source of their energy? What is the class division among the demons? How does their command system operate? Do lower-level demons possess intelligence? The questions became increasingly tricky and profound. Lin Mo felt his brain cells burning. Fortunately, he had a good memory, and, after chatting long enough with Fendona, he could answer some questions, while others left him helpless. Finally, a senior sociology professor closed his notebook and nodded at Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang understood and walked outside with him, saying in a low voice, "So, are there any flaws in what he said?" The social structure of the described world, the racial conflicts, and the logic of the war were completely coherent, with no fundamental logical flaws. From a sociological perspective, the likelihood of fabricating such a vast and detailed worldview on the spot is virtually zero. Hearing this response, Zhao Gang's tense heart relaxed a bit, unable to hide his excitement. He waved his hand, signaling the experts to leave first. A new world, he sighed, invigorated as he returned to the room. Inside, there were only him and Lin Mo. Thank you for your hard work, Zhao Gang said, looking at Lin Mo with a determined gaze. The information you provided is invaluable. We believe everything you said and will report all of it. In the meantime, you can move here to live. The conditions are better. What do you think? Lin Mo quickly nodded in agreement, saying, no problem, no problem. His heart was filled with joy. Wow, free meals and housing without having to pay rent. Wasn't this the stable life he had always dreamed of? Meanwhile, in the S-level biological laboratory, Professor Zhang and a group of top scientists were gathered around a leaf from the world tree, their faces filled with excitement and disbelief. The energy has been analyzed. This is a type of highly active life energy we have never seen before. It is actively exchanging energy with the surrounding environment. A young researcher pointed at the image under the microscope, his voice trembling. On the screen, the tiny wound created by the sampling needle was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Oh my God! The biological activity of this leaf is simply incredible. Chapter 10. What the heck is going on? It's a miracle. Inside the S-level biological laboratory, an instrument is displaying the analysis data of a gem. The energy activity of this leaf is at least 2 orders of magnitude higher than that of the gem. A young researcher exclaimed excitedly. He pointed at the curve on the screen, where the green line representing energy fluctuations had pierced through the preset peak limit, drawing a thick straight line at the top. Compared to this, the energy of the gem seemed like it had been tarnished over the years. Boss, quick, look at the microscope. Another researcher's voice was filled with shock. On the screen, the tiny wound made by the sampling needle was visibly writhing and healing at an astonishing speed, returning to its original state within seconds, leaving no trace behind. Put my hand on it. Professor Zhang suddenly shouted. Huh, why are you saying this? My old arm and leg have rheumatism. Let me put it on. A few minutes later, Professor Zhang moved his wrist, which hadn't felt this nimble in decades. With tears in his eyes. Miracle, this is a medical miracle. They then brought in a pot of green plants that were on the verge of dying due to neglect, carefully placing the leaf beside them. 10 minutes later, the withered plant turned vibrant green at a speed that defied biological science, even blooming a bright flower. The entire laboratory was filled with heavy breathing sounds. The magical gem that had previously amazed them now looked dull, like a pebble by the roadside in comparison to this leaf. This is a treasure, a divine object. Report. Write the report immediately. Professor Zhang's voice trembled. All data, all images. Encrypt everything at the highest level and send it up right away. New capital city, Ice River City. At 5 in the morning, before dawn. The office was simply furnished, with the only prominent feature being a large world map on the wall, marked in red with increasingly expanding disaster zones. On the simple bed frame that accompanied the office, the secretary gently woke up the top leader who had just lain down for less than an hour. The leader's face showed unmistakable fatigue, the chain reaction from the recent slowdown weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Last night, the meeting about the new round of resource allocation for the ARC project was yet another tug-of-war that lasted from dusk till dawn. He rubbed his temples, sitting up with somewhat sluggish movements. Is there a problem? His voice was hoarse, his first reaction being bad news. Was there a major accident in the ARC project? Or had friction occurred between countries over territory? The secretary's face was mixed with guilt and a forcibly suppressed excitement. Report, sir, it's not that. It's Zhao Gang, the person in charge of the ARC in Bell City, who sent an urgent report of the highest level through the red line. Highest level? The leader paused, his expression suddenly serious. A report of this level means the significance of the event has exceeded the handler's capacity and is sufficient to impact national policy. He felt a sudden jolt in his heart, preparing for the worst. He took the thin report and quickly flipped through it. In just a few seconds, his expression underwent a dramatic transformation, from serious to confused, and finally to an unbelievable shock, when he saw the photo of the world tree leaf rejuvenating a withered tree. Along with the absurd experimental data below, he abruptly stood up from his chair. The heavy fatigue that weighed him down just a moment ago was instantly swept away by an overwhelming joy. His eyes, which had seen too many disaster reports, now sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. Quick, connect to the base immediately. His voice was no longer hoarse, but filled with strength. He ordered Zhao Gang to use the highest security level and personally escort the samples to the National Academy via a space fighter. They needed to verify this themselves. He paused for a moment, emphasizing his words. By the way, temporarily halt all projects in the hands of academicians Qian and Lu and the others. This matter takes the highest priority. Have them verify the authenticity as soon as possible. Yes. Secretary Zheng nodded and hurriedly left. 2 hours later. In the capital city of the Great Xi'an National Academy of Sciences, the brain center of the country's top intellects was now filled with a stifling sense of complaint. What on earth is going on? Academician Qian Jinhua, with his gray hair and old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses, irritably tapped the table. He was a towering figure in the field of physics and one of the chief scientists of the ARC project. Exactly, Academician Qian. Beside him, Academician Lu Qingyan, responsible for biosphere research, adjusted his glasses, his brows furrowed. The final adaptability test of the last strain of the ecological cycle system for space colonization is due today. Time waits for no one. Every second is a race against death. Who issued this order? Did someone hit their head on an asteroid? Qian Jinhua sighed and waved his hand. Don't ask, it's classified. A confidentiality agreement was just signed, and we'll know what it's about once it arrives. It's said to be from Zhao Gang in Bell City. Lu Qingyan snorted in frustration. What project we have isn't classified? Zhao Gang. He better bring me an alien, or I guarantee he won't get my help in the future. The others chimed in, clearly expressing their dissatisfaction. In the minds of these national treasure-level scientists, the future of humanity was in their hands. The underground city and space colonization were the only tangible paths forward. Now, an inexplicable order had halted their monumental work concerning the survival of civilization, just to wait for a package still on the way. It was utterly absurd. Just as the meeting room was filled with grievances and the atmosphere was about to explode, the door was pushed open. At the forefront, Zhao Gang entered with several soldiers in black special ops uniforms, their demeanor cold and resolute. Zhao Gang glanced around at the others, Elder Qian, Elder Lu. Thank you all for your patience. Lu Qingyan said with dissatisfaction, cut the nonsense. If what you brought isn't worth it, I won't let you off the hook. Zhao Gang fell silent, simply placing two specially designed, metallic glimmering security boxes gently in the center of the conference table. Drip, drip, drip. Under the curious gazes of everyone, the boxes completed iris and fingerprint verification simultaneously. The sound of gas valves was heard as the lids slowly opened. Complaints suddenly ceased. Everyone's attention was drawn to the two open boxes. Inside one box was a softly glowing green gemstone. The other box contained a leaf that seemed to be breathing, emitting a shimmering green light. Chapter 11. This is a miracle. Qian Jinhua, a distinguished physicist who has studied cosmic star maps and particle collisions, felt his heart almost stop. The biological authority Lu Qingyan pushed up his heavy glasses, his throat rolling with difficulty. Everyone stared blankly at the two glowing objects, their instincts telling them that this was unscientific. What are you still dawdling for? Qian Jinhua was the first to react, his aged voice trembling with suppressed excitement. Turn on all the equipment. Start analyzing it from the atomic level. Hurry. With that command, the entire team functioned like a finely tuned machine, instantly operating at high speed. Complaints? Dissatisfaction? Those thoughts were long gone. Now, all that remained in their eyes was a fervent thirst for knowledge, like believers who had seen the Holy Grail. Set the energy response analyzer to maximum power. High-precision microscopic scanning activated. I want to see its cellular structure. Biological activity monitoring probes in position. Give me real-time monitoring of its entropy changes. 2 hours later, Lu Qingyan in the laboratory took off his glasses and tossed them on the table. His shoulders trembled violently, not from sadness, but from an uncontrollable, almost maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. He pointed at the miraculous data on the screen and then at the ecological cycle model his team had spent years developing. We so-called biologists, in the face of true life, are like a bunch of fools playing in the mud. Qian Jinhua leaned against the control panel, gasping for breath, and directly pressed the communication button. Connect me to the chief's office. Immediately. Right now? The person beside him reminded him. Old Qian, the final report isn't ready yet. Qian Jinhua glared, spitting out words in frustration. What report? Just tell him the experimental results are in. This is a miracle. In the new capital, Ice River City, the mountain building, as the center of power, was currently shrouded in a layer of gloom. In the office, the chief had just concluded a video conference. A massive tectonic crack had appeared in South America due to an earthquake, causing global panic. Europe had erupted in several small-scale conflicts over freshwater resources. The resources for the ARC project were becoming increasingly strained, and the public was in despair. Every day, he had to make countless difficult decisions. He leaned back in his chair, looking exhausted, the light in his eyes dimmed. His fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the redwood desk, producing a dull sound. That was his subconscious action when he fell into thought. He picked up the report he had seen that morning. Looking at the photo of the softly glowing leaf and the conclusion at the end, and a faint spark of hope ignited in his dim gaze. A new world. He murmured. Just then, the red telephone on the desk emitted a sharp buzz. The high-ranking official's eyelids suddenly twitched, and his body tensed up. He picked up the receiver, and immediately, an excited and somewhat altered voice came through. "Chief, the experimental results are out. This thing is a miracle. Quickly tell me. Where did it come from? Was it dug up? I need to go to the site for excavation." The official was momentarily taken aback by the shouting. But then his eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "What are the experimental results? I had Zhao Gang bring them to you. Please, tell me where it came from." It was evident that the researcher was already struggling to contain his excitement. The official quickly reassured him, "This just happened, don't rush." After chatting for a while, and promising the other party the first research rights, he hung up the phone. Just as he was about to press the button to call his secretary in, the phone rang again. "Chief, Zhao Gang, the head of the ARC project, has arrived. Let him in." The office door opened, and Zhao Gang appeared, holding a military-grade briefcase. "Chief," he saluted. The official stopped pacing and, without any unnecessary pleasantries, said directly, "Give me the verification data." Zhao Gang quickly opened the briefcase and took out a report without any extra covers. "You can sit down, I'll take a look first." After saying this, the official swiftly took the report and opened it. Lines of text, sets of data, and high-resolution microscopic images felt like pebbles striking his heart. Unfathomable cell structures, possessing plant and unique life energy. Biological activity far surpassing any known species on Earth. With an energy model that overturns current physical understanding. Conclusion: miraculous species. The last page of the report bore the signatures of several esteemed scholars, including Qian Jinhua and Lu Qing'an. Miracle. The results from Bayer City confirm this, and the authenticity mentioned by Lin Mo has also been sent to you. So everything is real. Zhao Gang spoke up. Hearing this, the official's fingers trembled slightly as he pulled out 2 cigarettes from the box, tossing one to Zhao Gang. With a snap, Zhao Gang quickly stepped forward to light it for him. Taking a deep breath, the official slowly exhaled and gently placed the report down, closing his eyes in the chair. His chest heaved violently. After being suffocated by reality for years, he finally found a new hope. That gem, that leaf, represented the possibility of the continuity of the great Xia civilization. He reopened his eyes, and the weariness and dullness were replaced by a steely resolve. "Xiao Xiao, you did well. A great achievement. If this works out, it will be our new hope for Great Xia." Zhao Gang also exhaled smoke, his face showing a hint of disbelief. "Yeah, I also feel like I'm dreaming." "Tell me about that, Lin Mo," the official said. Pressing the phone to instruct his secretary, immediately notify the other 4 leaders to come over for an emergency meeting, starting in an hour. He hung up the phone and looked at Zhao Gang, saying, "You too." Zhao Gang nodded, and then began to discuss Lin Mo's situation with the other party. 1 hour later, in a windowless conference room, the atmosphere was as tense as the deep sea. In this conference room, any imaginable method of eavesdropping would be ineffective. Whether it was remote monitoring of sound vibrations, electrical currents, or bringing in active devices, none of it would work. At this moment, 6 middle-aged men were seated around the table, 4 of whom were intently looking at the thick report in their hands. Each person's expression was extremely serious. They were all individuals who had weathered many storms, their resolve as solid as rock. Yet at this moment, they saw the same emotion reflected in each other's eyes, shock. And beneath their rationality, a hint of buried fervor. Chapter 12. We have no choice. World Tree. A leader in charge of agriculture and technology hoarsely uttered this term, his face showing shock. A tree, which is essentially a self-sustaining city. If this could be transplanted. No, even just obtaining its seed would mean that half of the ecological problems in the ARC project are solved. Not just half. Another leader in charge of industry interjected quickly, mentioning in the report the dwarven runic technology. If we could decipher it, our energy systems and material science could see revolutionary breakthroughs. This would be much faster than simplifying nuclear power. Silence. The conference room was filled only with heavy breathing. What about the risk assessment? The senior leader spoke, looking at one person. The risks are extremely high. A leader who had done intelligence analysis replied solemnly. A brand new world, a world being invaded by the demonic race. We know nothing about it. That young man named Lin Mo is our only window, and also our only weakness. He tapped his fingers on the table. If he dies, the connection is severed. If he is captured, our existence may be exposed. If he is turned, the consequences are unimaginable. More importantly, we are dealing with a world on the brink of destruction. A slight misstep could lead to disaster. Those demons can destroy a civilization that possesses magic. Will they trace this line back to us? This question seemed to drop the temperature in the conference room by several degrees, and everyone fell silent. The humans on Blue Star are already in a fragile state. Like walking a tightrope at high altitude, racing against death. If we are invaded by another world under these circumstances, it would be all over. But we have no choice. At that moment, a steady and powerful voice sounded. Everyone looked up. The speaker, dressed in crisp military uniform and with a serious expression, was Zhao Gang, the head of the National Security Department and the overall leader of the ARC project. His face was resolute, his eyes sharp, and he seemed like a drawn sword. His gaze swept across the faces of the 5 leaders, and he firmly stated, "Comrades, the future of Blue Star has already eliminated the word choice. Our planet is dying, and the ARC project is merely a race against death, and we are falling behind. Every day, the atmosphere on Blue Star is depleting, temperatures are rising, the ground is shaking, and volcanoes are erupting. The food we can consume will soon be insufficient, and all resources are running dry. We either wait for the end in despair or seize that world. This is the only hope for our nation and all of humanity." Zhao Gang's words were like a bolt of lightning, shattering the veil over human civilization and exposing the stark reality. Indeed, humanity has no choice. The second leader lowered his gaze, sighing. The high-ranking official scanned the crowd and said in a deep voice, "What are your opinions?" A few leaders exchanged glances. And old Zhao said, "He's right, we have no choice." Agreed. At that moment, the meeting reached a consensus. All risks, compared to the continuation of civilization, were merely small issues. The high-ranking official made a decisive statement. Then, at all costs, support Lin Mo in establishing cooperation with the other world as soon as possible. Soon, a brand new S-level confidential project, surpassing the ARC plan, was born. After all discussions were completed, the high-ranking official stood up, gazing at Zhao Gang. "You will lead this project. Whatever you need, we will provide." "Understood. What is the code name?" The official paused for a moment, looking at the image of the blue planet hanging on the wall. This once blue planet was now scarred. "Let us call it New Hope." Zhao Gang stood at attention and saluted with a standard military gesture. "Yes." 2 hours later, Zhao Gang, who had selected the team members, along with others carrying their luggage, boarded a plain private jet without any markings, departing from a secret military airport in the new capital, heading towards Bell City. Inside the cabin, he looked out the window, overlooking the land shrouded in gray haze below. Mountains, rivers, cities. He knew this planet was dying. In his hands were all the details about Lin Mo, from his birth to yesterday, everything meticulously noted. A person who lost his parents early, burdened with debt, struggling at the bottom. He was lazy, a bit clever, but deep down, he was not lacking in passion and kindness. Zhao Gang furrowed his brow slightly. Placing the hope of a civilization on such a young person was itself a gamble. He wasn't worried about Lin Mo's loyalty, but about his spirit. The immense pressure of going from the dust to being the pillar of the nation could crush any normal person. He hoped this only key would not break under pressure. That night in Bell City, a rare glimpse of the human spirit emerged amidst the catastrophic era. Lin Mo stood under the familiar, dilapidated apartment building, feeling a sense of surreal detachment. 2 days ago, he was at the bottom of the food chain here, unable to sleep over his meager 3-digit bank balance. And now, flanking him were 2 expressionless, burly guards, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Neighbors passing by cast curious and awed glances, whispering to each other in hushed tones. "Isn't that little Lin from upstairs? Has he gotten rich, or is he in trouble? With this setup, goodness. He is not a serial killer, is he? Doesn't he look like it? He seems more like a spy from a movie." Lin Mo. "Let us go?" Lin Mo stepped into the dimly lit hallway. He had returned this time only to take a few personal belongings, and by the way, to put an end to the suffocating version of himself from the past. He entered the room, gathered a few meaningful old clothes, and pulled out his computer hard drive. After taking one last look at the bare walls of his home, he turned and left, returning to the underground base. Lin Mo had already moved into a brand new residence. A well-equipped suite that could even be described as comfortable. There was a soft bed, a private bathroom, and even a computer that could connect to the internal network. At that moment, he was dressed in clean casual clothes, sitting in front of the computer, setting up his hard drive, which contained several terabytes of exclusive collections. The computer had no complicated interface, just a simple desktop with a solitary document lying on it. The document contained basic information about the base and some living guidelines. He thought he would be eager to open the long-hidden study materials to celebrate his new beginning. But now, he didn't want to do anything at all. What replayed in his mind were the heroic battles between the sprites and the demon race, and the world tree that spanned the heavens and the earth. Just a few days ago, he was worried about a meal. Now, he had become a key figure deciding the fate of two worlds. A unique individual carefully protected by the entire national machinery. This feeling was absurd, unreal, and filled with an exhilarating thrill at the mere thought of it. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 13, Becoming the Chief Planner. Who is it? Lin Mo opened the door to find Zhao Gang standing there. Zhao Gang had a gentle smile on his face as he extended his hand. Comrade Lin Mo, how are you? Are you settling in well here? Being addressed as comrade made Lin Mo feel a bit flustered, but he quickly reached out to shake hands. Thank you for the arrangements. I really like it here. That's good to hear. If you need anything, just let us know, Zhao Gang said as he stepped inside and pointed to the sofa. Please, have a seat. There's no need to be nervous. Lin Mo politely responded. No, you go ahead, leader. Zhao Gang replied. It's fine, you sit first. Lin Mo insisted. No, you sit. Feeling awkward about the back and forth, Lin Mo finally mustered the courage to take a seat. Seeing this, Zhao Gang settled down as well. The atmosphere in the room became momentarily tense. I know your mind must be quite chaotic right now, Zhao Gang began. The change in your identity, the shift in your environment, and the uncertainty about the future. Lin Mo paused for a moment, instinctively relaxing his tense body as he nodded. It's true. I'm a bit overwhelmed. That's normal, Zhao Gang smiled lightly. Any ordinary person, suddenly told they bear the future of a civilization, would feel lost. He looked directly into Lin Mo's eyes and said earnestly, but the fact is, what you brought back has already been validated by the highest scientific institution of our nation. You, Lin Mo, are the only glimmer of hope our civilization has clung to in its darkest hour. Therefore, the motherland needs you. Humanity's civilization needs you. Lin Mo fell silent. The chaotic thoughts in his mind, promotions, raises, reaching the pinnacle of his life, were suddenly washed away by Zhao Gang's words. A heavy sense of responsibility surged within him, almost overwhelming. It was the feeling of being needed. He raised his head, his expression becoming serious. What should I do? A look of near satisfaction appeared on Zhao Gang's face. What he wanted was not a pawn who passively accepted orders. He wanted a warrior who could actively shoulder the burdens of an entire civilization. To support your actions, the higher-ups have passed a resolution to establish a brand new project that supersedes all other plans, codenamed New Hope. Zhao Gang stood up, his expression solemn, and even slightly bowed to Lin Mo, who was seated. Lin Mo was startled, nearly jumping off the sofa. This project has only one core, one overall commander. Zhao Gang's gaze was intense, his voice strong. And that is you, Comrade Lin Mo. I, Zhao Gang, will serve as the deputy commander of the New Hope project, responsible for mobilizing all resources of the nation to support you, cooperate with you, and carry out all actions concerning the Terra continent. From now on, your will shall be the highest directive of the New Hope project. Lin Mo's mind went blank. As your assistant, I have 3 suggestions regarding the upcoming actions in Terra. Would you like to hear them? Lin Mo instinctively nodded, saying, please go ahead. His mind was in a muddle, and he needed guidance. Zhao Gang raised a finger. First, survive. Your safety is paramount under any circumstances. It takes the highest priority. Second, find a way to obtain the world tree seeds. You could try to establish a formal and trustworthy partnership with the elf race, and take it slowly from there. Third, Zhao Gang's tone became extremely serious. Acquire as much intelligence as possible about Terra, especially regarding the demon race. We need to understand their capabilities and whether they could potentially invade our region. Lin Mo's heart sank at this. Indeed, Findona had mentioned that the demon race came from a hellish otherworld. If they could reach Terra, what if they could find their way to our region through the network? That would indeed be catastrophic. Zhao Gang continued. Of course, during this time, whatever you need in terms of technology, materials, knowledge, tactics, etc., we will provide. The entire region is your strongest backing. After saying this, he took a step back, stood at attention, and saluted Lin Mo, the highest leader of the New Hope Project. Comrade Lin Mo, please give your instructions. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly jumped up from the sofa and returned to salute. At that moment, he felt a weight called civilization gathering from all directions, ultimately crashing down on his shoulders with a thud. Lin Mo opened his mouth, 1,000 words stuck in his throat, and finally managed to utter one word. Zhao Gang seemed to notice his embarrassment, lowered his arms, and smiled as he changed the subject. I have submitted your compensation and bank account details. Money will be transferred to you automatically each month. You don't need to worry about your salary. It will ensure you are well taken care of in the future. Lin Mo's eyes instantly lit up. The warmth of concern paled in comparison to a hefty paycheck. The heavy sense of mission he felt earlier was instantly transformed into the glimmering symbol of currency. Thank you, leader. Zhao Gang smiled slightly. You can just call me by my name, or you can call me Lao Zhao, or Zhao Big Brother if you prefer. Zhao Big Brother. Lin Mo readily complied. Saying it smoothly, Zhao Gang responded with a nod, extending his hand outward. Come with me, and let me introduce you to your team. My team? Lin Mo was taken aback. The think tank of the New Hope Project, Zhao Gang explained. They are made up of top experts from various fields, and from now on, they will serve only you. Lin Mo was led into a vast circular room, which felt more like a command center from a movie than a meeting room. Dozens of large screens occupied the entire wall, refreshing various data streams, 3D models, and analytical charts at an astonishing speed, dazzling to the eyes. In the center of the room, a dozen individuals with diverse temperaments were already waiting. An elderly man with graying hair, but eyes sharper than an eagle's. A middle-aged scholar wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined, but with lenses as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle. There are also a few individuals with sharp gazes, exuding an aura that suggests they should not be approached, clearly high-ranking military advisors. The moment Lin Mo stepped into the room, a dozen pairs of eyes suddenly focused on him. In their gaze, there was a mix of curiosity, scrutiny, and an almost fervent exploration and anticipation. Comrade Lin Mo, an elderly man with white hair, was the first to stand up. He was none other than academician Qian Jinhua from the Academy of Sciences. He quickly approached Lin Mo, adjusting his thick glasses, his voice trembling with excitement. The world tree, this miraculous life form. We initially infer that it may involve a local reversal of entropy. This is an unbelievable miracle. Can you tell me more about it? Lin Mo? What is this? What is Shang? Intelligence quotient? Lin Mo looked completely bewildered. Chapter 14. Recording in another world. Academician Lu Qingyin from the Biological Research Institute also squeezed over. Yes, regarding the world tree. Can you describe in detail your feelings when you saw it? Any details will do. For example, changes in air humidity, the sensation on your skin, or even your heart rate at that moment. Another female expert responsible for materials science rushed forward. Comrade Lin Mo, regarding the runes used by the dwarves. What is the principle behind their engraving? Is it energy etching or material reorganization? Can they be replicated? We urgently need a sample with runes, even just a small fragment. And the demon race. A military advisor interjected solemnly. Their social structure, command system, and troop composition. We need to establish a complete threat assessment model. Questions poured in like a flood, overwhelming Lin Mo and causing his mind to crash. Stop. Zhao Gang's voice rang out just in time. He walked over to Lin Mo, scanning the crowd. Everyone, I know you are anxious, but I believe you all understand. He pointed to Lin Mo, whose mind was blank. He is our only bridge to link with another world. Every time he crosses over, it comes with unknown risks. The think tank experts finally calmed down, their faces showing a bit of apology. Indeed, if they pushed Lin Mo into danger for trivial matters, it could spell disaster. Zhao Gang turned to Lin Mo, his tone softening. They mean no harm. They are just too eager. Lin Mo nodded and smiled in understanding. How could he not understand? A group of top scholars had encountered a brand new discipline. It was only natural to be excited. We discussed this on the way here, Zhao Gang continued. The priority is to gather intelligence. We need the most direct and authentic visual data to observe that world in place of our own eyes. He gestured, and an assistant immediately handed over a metal box. Zhao Gang opened the box, revealing a black, unremarkable object lying quietly inside. It was only the size of a thumb, with a smooth surface and a clip intended for easy attachment to clothing. This is a mini camera, Zhao Gang explained. He picked it up and placed it in Lin Mo's palm. It uses solid-state crystal storage, powered by a special battery, and can operate continuously for 48 hours. It remains silent throughout and does not actively transmit information, ensuring absolute safety. Lin Mo held the small device, feeling its cool touch. He hadn't expected his first task to be covert recording. Wasn't that a bit inappropriate? How do you turn it on? Just press and hold. After Zhao Gang finished explaining, he continued, once you arrive at the Terra continent, find a safe opportunity to take it out. Don't keep it on your clothes. Let it record everything you see as much as possible. When you come back, bring it back in your mouth. No problem, Lin Mo nodded. It would be good to bring back the video too, so he won't have to explain so much. Zhao Gang then introduced the people around them. But Lin Mo didn't remember many of them. However, it was fine, as he would get familiar with them later. After leaving a preliminary impression on everyone, Lin Mo immediately decided to start planning. When he returned to his room and laid down on the bed, he had something extra in his mouth. To prevent saliva, he thoughtfully wrapped it in 2 layers of cling film. His bedroom had no cameras or monitoring devices, granting him a great deal of privacy. On the bedside table was a walkie-talkie connected to Zhao Gang, so he could contact him directly upon waking up. He closed his eyes. The speed at which young people fall asleep is always enviable, and his consciousness began to drift away after a few minutes. When he opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by the unique scent of the elven city, a blend of plant fragrance and a hint of magical energy. It worked. Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement and immediately sat up, surrounded by the familiar wooden cabin environment. He cautiously looked around, confirming he was alone in the room before quickly spitting out the miniature camera from his mouth. He carefully tore off the cling film that kept it safe from saliva. Long pressed the power button and then clipped it onto his coarse linen shirt, adjusting the angle to face forward. From this moment on, he was not just a voyeur, but the eye of a certain empire walking in another world. He stood up and noticed food on the table, various items that looked like fruits, probably left there by the elves since they saw he was still sleeping. The fruits he had eaten during the healing process for the elves yesterday were delicious. He picked up a few apple-sized fruits with both hands, intending to eat while walking. Pushing open the door, the camera recorded the scenery of the elven city clearly. Towering world, trees intertwined with softly glowing vines. On the streets, elves hurried by, their faces marked with an unshakable fatigue and vigilance. The air was thick with a unique tension reminiscent of wartime. The main task of this visit was to capture footage, so he wandered aimlessly. He had to admit that the elves had a remarkable sense of aesthetics. All the buildings blended seamlessly with the trees, appearing as if they had grown from the earth, filled with a fantastical artistic sense. However, the atmosphere felt too oppressive. Every elf had a serious expression, brows furrowed, moving hastily as if they were about to head to a gallows. Lin Mo munched on the fruit while observing. The light from the 2 suns in the sky filtered through the leaves, creating beams of light. The elves glanced at him, a human, with curiosity but didn't pay much attention, treating him as just another individual from the sacred human race. As long as he didn't venture into any forbidden areas, he would be fine. After wandering aimlessly for 2 hours and patiently letting the camera record everything, Lin Mo suddenly spotted a familiar figure on a watchtower of the city wall. It was Fendona. She stood there alone, her long white hair cascading down to her waist, quietly gazing at the land shrouded in dark energy in the distance. Her silhouette exuded a sense of desolation and sorrow from a world that had been patched together year after year. Lin Mo walked over, paused, and called out, "Beautiful Princess Fendona, what are you looking at?" Chapter 15. The opportunity arrives. Fendona was startled by his voice and turned around. When she saw Lin Mo, she forced a smile and said, "It's nothing." Her voice was a bit hoarse, and her bright purple eyes seemed dull at that moment. Lin Mo climbed up the watchtower in a few steps and stood beside her, following her gaze. Outside the wooden city walls, the scars of the battle remained. The ground was pockmarked, and there were still many bloodstains. As for the bodies, they must have been dealt with, otherwise, they would pose a risk of plague. In the distance, the horizon was shrouded in a layer of faint black mist, remnants left by the invading forces. "Are you worried about the next battle?" Lin Mo asked softly. Fendona fell silent. After a long while, she spoke softly. "Lin Mo, your world must have wars too, right?" Lin Mo shrugged. "Of course. Wherever there are people, there will be intrigue and disputes over resources." Fendona looked at Lin Mo and asked seriously, "If our current situation were yours, what would you do?" Lin Mo was taken aback. He hadn't thought about that. He pondered for a moment and organized his thoughts based on what he had learned from history books and news. Facing an external invasion, especially in such an overwhelming situation, I think we would unite all available forces to stand together against it. From what I see, you and the other 3 major races seem to be fighting separately, he added. Findona nodded. Yes, no one is willing to give up their territory to come together. And of course, they fear being attacked when concentrated. As she spoke, she looked towards the city with a sorrowful expression. Our warriors lost nearly 30% in the last battle. The weapons and enchanted arrows in the city are running low and need to be reforged. The attacks from the invaders are getting fiercer. They are like locusts that never seem to end. The queen and the elders meet every day. But no one has a solution. We can hold on this time, but what about next time? Or the time after that? 2 more attacks. At most 2 more, and this city will fall. My parents are gone, and too many companions have already died. By the end, her voice had turned into a suppressed sob. Seeing such a lovely and beautiful girl crying tugged at Lin Mo's heart. What he saw was not just a girl's fragility, but the desperate struggle of a race on the brink of destruction. Wasn't this similar to the situation back on his home planet? The enemies there were natural disasters, while theirs were living invaders. He recalled the current state of his world and the weight of the future of an entire civilization resting on his shoulders. Wasn't he also facing all of this? Suddenly, he remembered Zhao Gang's words, to try to establish a formal, trustworthy partnership with the elf race. Findona, Lin Mo said, perhaps my people can offer some help. The sound of Findona's sobbing suddenly stopped. She raised her head in astonishment, tears still hanging on her long eyelashes like dewdrops. What? She doubted if she had heard it wrong. Your kin? Aren't your kin in another world? Lin Mo looked at her shocked expression without explaining. He teased, saying, what it specifically is, I need to discuss it with my kin first. Lin Mo's words sparked a glimmer of hope in Findona's dim eyes. She stared blankly at him, forgetting the tears hanging on her lashes. Realizing she was staring at Lin Mo, she suddenly came to her senses, her fair cheeks flushing with a hint of red. And she awkwardly wiped her tears. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. She lowered her eyelids to wipe her tears, then looked up and smiled. Speaking of which, you've come from afar, and I haven't properly entertained you yet. Do you have time to join me for lunch later? Lin Mo would naturally not refuse and readily agreed. Of course, it would be my honor. Findona led Lin Mo down the arrow tower, weaving through the elven city. Lin Mo's gaze discreetly scanned the surroundings, with a miniature camera on his chest faithfully recording everything. The lunch was set on a terrace of a giant tree. The tables and chairs were intertwined with living branches, forming a natural curve, and when he touched them, they felt warm. Elven attendants silently served the food. There were no familiar fiery dishes from his homeland, only the raw forms of plants and fruits. Some fruits were crystal clear, emitting an enchanting sweetness. Some tubers were simply roasted, with a golden brown skin that, when torn open, revealed a fluffy texture reminiscent of bread. There was also a cup made from broad leaves, filled with clear water, with tiny glimmers slowly swirling on the surface. Please enjoy. We elves only eat vegetarian. I hope you can get used to it, Findona smiled. That's fine. It looks delicious. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel his appetite grow. He picked up a fruit the size of an apple, glowing with a light blue aura, and took a bite. The juice exploded in his mouth. An indescribable sweetness slid down his throat into his stomach, quickly transforming into a warm flow that spread through his limbs. Refreshing. He felt every cell in his body, exhausted from late-night work, stand up and applaud. And the fatigue he had felt for days was instantly wiped away. Incredible. I really like it. Lin Mo exclaimed sincerely. If this could be brought back to my home, it would surely outshine all other fruits, right? What nutrition could compare to its immediate effects? Seeing the satisfied expression on his face, Findona felt the gloom of recent days lift considerably. I'm glad you like it. The atmosphere of lunch instantly shifted from post-battle tension to a relaxed and enjoyable tea party mode. Findona's long-suppressed curiosity finally burst forth, leaning forward like a child. Lin Mo, what is your world like? Lin Mo swallowed his food, and his mind began to ponder how to respond appropriately. The specific situation certainly cannot be disclosed truthfully. Considering that there are lie-detecting spells in this world, let's share some information that can be shared to add a bit of leverage for future negotiations. Our world. He paused. We do not have a world tree, but we have towering skyscrapers that can pierce through the clouds. Findona's purple eyes widened noticeably, and her mouth slightly opened. We don't understand magic, but our high-speed trains can cross thousands of miles in a single day, and our aircraft can carry hundreds of people soaring at 10,000 meters high. High-speed trains? Aircraft. Findorna was a bit bewildered by these unfamiliar terms. Lin Mo continued to elaborate, picking up a leaf nearby and gesturing to mimic the shape of a mobile device. We also don't have crystal communication devices. But we have something called a mobile phone, which is only the size of a palm, yet allows us to communicate instantly with anyone in any corner of the world. And we can even see each other's faces and the surroundings. Chapter 16. A 180-year-old young girl? Findona's little mind simply couldn't process this information. It was beyond the scope of magic. Was this a power only deities possessed? She slightly parted her lips, appearing adorably tempting, making one unable to resist the urge to give her a kiss. The communication crystal was an extremely precious magical item, limited by energy and the engraved array. With a communication range of only a few dozen kilometers, often plagued by poor signal. Yet, the world Lin Mo spoke of seemed to provide everyone with a global communication device. Seeing Findona's naive expression, Lin Mo smiled faintly, appearing indifferent. He shifted the topic casually, asking, "By the way, how old are you this year?" Realizing that asking a girl this question right off the bat might be a bit shocking, he quickly added, "Of course, you don't have to answer if it's inconvenient. I'm just curious, you look about my age." Findona had no such concerns. Instead, she smiled sweetly and innocently replied, "It's fine, I'm 180 years old." Lin Mo almost choked on the holy water he had just taken a sip of, spraying it out in a mist. Cough, cough, cough. He was nearly in agony. 180. Is that in years? He looked up at Findona, whose youthful face was full of collagen, so fresh that it seemed to glisten with moisture. No matter how he looked at it, she appeared to be barely an adult. A 180-year-old young girl? This was not scientific. "Are you okay?" Findona was startled by his dramatic reaction, quickly handing him a new glass of water. I'm fine. Lin Mo waved his hand, but when he looked at Findona again, his expression had completely changed. It was a mix of shock, envy, and a complex feeling of wanting to report this to the game master because of her race's longevity. "Do you elves have such absurd lifespans?" "Yes. Our elf race generally lives over 1,000 years, Findona answered matter-of-factly. Lin Mo? Moreover, Her Majesty the Queen's age is something we cannot even fathom. Lin Mo felt as if his worldview had been crushed multiple times by a heavy truck. 1,000 years as a starting point. The average lifespan of people in his homeland was just over 80 years, which might seem like a fleeting moment in the eyes of these beings. Suddenly, he felt that the minor apocalyptic crises back on his planet, when compared to the vastness of time, well, they were still quite deadly. Even mayflies had the right to exist. Dinner concluded successfully under Lin Mo's deliberate guidance and Findona's curious demeanor. Not only did he enjoy a top-tier meal from another world, but he also managed to gather quite a bit of information regarding the social structure of the elf race and their relations with surrounding races. After the meal, noticing a hint of weariness in Lin Mo's expression, Findona kindly said, "I see that the sacred human race has a habit of napping, so I won't disturb your rest." This was truly music to his ears. Lin Mo's heart was filled with joy. It was almost time to return. He nodded slightly and got up to bid farewell. Upon returning to the wooden cabin filled with the fragrance of plants, Lin Mo quickly shut the door behind him. He swiftly removed a miniature camera from his clothing and carefully wrapped it in a leaf he had picked up along the way. Mission accomplished. It was time to come back. He lay on the bed and stuffed the item into his mouth. Closing his eyes, his consciousness sank into darkness. The air he breathed in was no longer fragrant with plants, but rather dry. Beneath him was an extraordinarily soft mattress. He was back. Lin Mo suddenly sat up and immediately spat out the item in his mouth, placing it on the bedside table. He picked up the intercom and pressed the talk button. "Brother Zhao, I'm back." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Gang's urgent yet steady voice came through the intercom. "Received. I'll come right away." Lin Mo got up and opened the door. Zhao Gang was already at the entrance, followed by academician Qian Jinhua and several core experts from the think tank, each face filled with eagerness to see what Lin Mo had. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the cleaned object in Lin Mo's hand, as if drawn by a powerful magnet. The intensity of their stares was so fiery it felt like it could ignite the air. 10 minutes later, at the command center of the New Hope project, the atmosphere in the vast circular room was solemn to the extreme. A dozen representatives of the top minds from various fields were gathered here, silent as a grave, even their breathing subdued. Lin Mo stood beside Zhao Gang, watching as a technician carefully connected the miniature camera to the main computer. All the screens in the room dimmed simultaneously. In the next moment, the central main screen suddenly lit up. When a city constructed entirely from enormous plants, entwined with glowing vines, appeared on the screen, seemingly a myth come to life. The command center erupted with gasps of astonishment. Heavens, this is the city of the elves. Even larger than I imagined. Is that the body of a demon being taken away? This architectural structure. It integrates perfectly with nature. Academician Qian Jinhua adjusted his glasses, leaning forward as if he wanted to dive into the screen. Look, that glowing vine, exclaimed Lu Qingyan, an academician in biology, standing up excitedly. Is it biological energy or a magical phenomenon? The image moved with Lin Mo's footsteps, revealing this fantastical world inch by inch before everyone. Next, the face of an elven girl filled the entire main screen, her violet eyes brimming with unshakable sadness and despair. The extreme beauty combined with a sense of profound loss created an unparalleled visual impact. This is Princess Findona, Lin Mo explained softly beside them. As the camera panned over the devastated battlefield and the faint black magical aura in the distance, a military officer's expression changed dramatically. Zoom in on screen 3. Analyze the ground traces. The level of destruction. Conventional artillery could never achieve this. No one responded to him. Everyone was captivated by the world on the screen, rendered speechless by the shock. The footage continued to play. It was a dazzling, enchanting city. The world tree soared into the clouds, entwined with the brilliance of life. The elves on the streets wore serious expressions, ready to face death at any moment. Every image caused great astonishment among those present. The elderly academician, with white hair, supported himself on the table, his body trembling slightly from excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervor, an astonishing, living natural ecosystem. As time passed, the scene shifted to the terrace atop the tree. The figure of Findona appeared on the screen, followed by a table full of exquisite vegetarian dishes. When Lin Mo picked up the fruit glowing with a faint blue aura and took a bite, Lu Qingyan's breath caught in his throat. He suddenly turned to gaze at Lin Mo. Comrade Lin Mo, what does it taste like? Chapter 17. Teach a man to fish or just give him a fish. Zhao Gang's body remained motionless, like a statue. However, Lin Mo noticed that his hand resting on the edge of the conference table had joints that were already bulging, with veins under the skin taut like steel wires. Sensing Lin Mo's gaze, Zhao Gang turned his head, his eyes burning with intensity. A heavy palm slapped down on Lin Mo's shoulder with a force that felt as heavy as a mountain, causing him to stagger slightly. Comrade Lin Mo, you did very well. Very well. As Lin Mo listened to this restrained yet excited praise, he recalled his promise to Findona and felt a bit uncertain inside. Brother Zhao, did I act a bit too impulsively when I said I would help them? Zhao Gang abruptly raised his other hand, decisively cutting off his words. No, you did the right thing. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the only lever we have to pry open the door of trust in that world. After he finished speaking, his gaze shifted to the head of the Military Strategic Analysis Group. Oldley, what do you think? Oldley stood up, and the giant screen behind him switched instantly, filled with various tactical markers and red warning symbols. Report to the Deputy Commander. The preliminary assessment results are not optimistic. The individual combat quality of the elves is extremely high. Each one is a top-notch marksman by our standards. Moreover, their firepower is comparable to sniper rifles. However, he shifted his tone. Their tactics are still stuck in the cold weapon era of attrition. Their bows are traditional individual bows. The range, power, and shooting speed have already reached the ceiling of physics, and beyond that is magic. The most critical issue is logistics. Oldley pointed to the area on the screen surrounded by a red box, depicting a scene of devastation. The difficulty of arrow supply means that their productivity is still at the handcraft workshop stage. A high-intensity battle could deplete their stock for several months. The conclusion is, without external intervention, the elves cannot withstand 2 more sieges of the same scale. Oldley's words felt like a bucket of liquid nitrogen, dousing the heat that had just risen in the command center. A new world had been discovered, but that new world was also on the brink of collapse. What was this? Buying a ticket on the Titanic? Academician Qian Jinhua pushed back his chair and shakily walked to the screen, extending his wrinkled hand as if to touch the despairing yet beautiful face of Findona on the screen. A complete ecological system, entirely different from ours. A civilization based on magic. Moreover, Commander Lin is still with the elves. We must take action. We must help them. His voice carried the fervor of discovering a new continent, along with a tremor of fear that the new continent might vanish in the next moment. Zhao Gang's expression was as dark as water, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Tap, tap, tap. The entire command center was filled with this dull sound, pressing down on people and making it hard to breathe. A young officer couldn't help but speak up. Directly providing gunpowder technology is too risky. With their foundation in magic, they will likely surpass us soon. Zhao Gang nodded. This was indeed his concern. Should we give a man a fish or teach him to fish? That is the question. However, we cannot send troops directly, so how can we help? The entire command center fell into a dead silence. A group of the brightest minds representing the great empire was stumped by this question. Composite bows. Lin Mo's voice thundered like a clap of lightning. Whoosh. All eyes instantly focused on him, as if drawn by a magnet. They were born archers. Bows were part of their soul, part of their culture. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled. This was a plan he had long contemplated. We won't give them unfamiliar weapons. We will give them better bows. Better bows? Oldly furrowed his brows. Our military bows and crossbows are advanced, but essentially. No, Lin Mo interrupted him, signaling the staff to bring up the mechanical structure diagram of the composite bow he had prepared. Generally, please look at this. On the screen appeared a peculiar bow-shaped weapon filled with pulleys and cables. Utilizing the principles of leverage and pulley systems, it could maintain more than an 80% reduction in draw weight, while achieving far superior power and arrow speed compared to traditional bows. Lin Mo's voice became passionate, like a television shopping host promoting a miraculous product. This means elven archers can stabilize their aim for much longer. They can transition from experience to precision. The significant reduction in physical exertion means a dramatic increase in sustained combat capability. They used to shake after shooting 10 arrows. Now they can shoot 50. This means each elf's lethal arrow will be 3 times, or even 5 times, more effective than before. Before his words faded, Lin Mo had the new design brought up. It was a relatively simple structure, yet exuded a chilling efficiency for mass killing, a repeating crossbow. And this, the modern version of the Zhuge crossbow, could unleash a rain of arrows in an instant, like emptying a handgun magazine. Its power might not match that of the composite bow, but its value lay in close combat fire suppression. Are elves not good at close combat? Then let them rain arrows on the enemy before they get too close, turning them into a beehive. Just imagine, when even ordinary elven archers each have a repeating crossbow, forming a moving barrage of arrows, what terrifying fire density that would create. Inside the command center, there was dead silence. Everyone was profoundly shaken by the picture Lin Mo painted. This plan was 100 times more brilliant than simply handing them a pile of firearms. It addressed the urgent need, did not leak core technology, and respected the other civilization. This is truly the right way to achieve a strategic advantage. Good. Zhao Gang slammed the table, his eyes sparkling. As expected of Commander Lin. This plan is perfect. Lin Mo smiled slightly. The issue of combat effectiveness was resolved, and next was the consumption of their arrows. I observed that their arrowheads lacked sufficient hardness and needed to be reforged after recovery. We can provide an improved steel alloy formula and smelting process that can double the hardness of the arrowheads, allowing for repeated recycling. The focus is on cost-effectiveness and durability. Great, great, great. Zhao Gang could no longer contain his excitement and exclaimed 3 times. He looked around at everyone. Does anyone have anything to add? The experts quickly made additional suggestions. The design drawings should use the most intuitive illustrations, eliminating all modern industrial terminology, so that the craftsman on the other side can understand. The drawing medium can be made of nanofiber fabric, which is waterproof, fireproof, and corrosion-resistant. It should not get damaged after a few uses or due to accidents, reducing the time waste for Commander Lin to carry it repeatedly. The alloy formula and smelting process should be the simplest and easiest for them to produce in bulk. Our goal is to ensure they can use a cast iron pot for cooking. After thorough discussions, the complete adjustment requirements were finalized. Zhao Gang immediately ordered to begin the action. Chapter 18. It's time for some technological shock. The command spread through the entire underground base like an electric current. This massive and intricate war machine began to operate at an unprecedented speed. In just 6 hours, 2 blueprints embodying the pinnacle of industrial wisdom and a metal processing guide were printed on a specially crafted fiber material, thin as a cicada's wing, yet incredibly resilient. It was carefully rolled into an egg-sized bundle and vacuum-sealed with food-grade materials. Zhao Gang handed this heavy egg to Lin Mo with an extremely serious expression. Comrade Lin Mo. It all depends on you over there. He paused for a moment, lowering his voice. Remember, your safety is always the top priority. Lin Mo took it solemnly and smiled. Brother Zhao, you're making this sound like a farewell before a dangerous mission, as if I'm heading for a Normandy landing. It's just a trip to another world for a bit of sleep and some tech transfer, right? This flag you've raised is making me feel a bit uneasy. Zhao Gang laughed and scolded. You little rascal. Mission second, your life first. By the way, you don't need to put it in your mouth right now. Lin Mo. A rich scent of plants enveloped Lin Mo. He opened his eyes to see the familiar canopy of the elven treehouse made of living plants. Without a moment's delay, Lin Mo sat up and skillfully spat out the wax-sealed scroll from his mouth. He needed to find Fendona. Pushing open the door, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the giant treetops, casting mottled shadows. With the respectful guidance of the elven guards, Lin Mo quickly found Fendona. She was not in the Grand Palace, but outside a makeshift workshop. The atmosphere seemed a bit off. Inside and outside the workshop gathered the finest master craftsmen of the elven race, all looking downcast. They surrounded a pile of broken bow limbs and damaged arrows. Their expressions filled with frustration and despair. Fendona's face was etched with fatigue and anxiety. The innocence of youth in her beautiful eyes had been worn away by harsh reality, leaving only determination behind. Fendona, Lin Mo called out. Fendona turned her head, and upon seeing him, a glimmer of light appeared in her dim eyes as she managed a faint smile. Lin Mo, you're here. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the broken bows. And he grinned. You all seem. I understand now. I brought a little something to help with your unhappiness. Fendona's body trembled slightly, curiosity piqued. She stared at Lin Mo. What is it? Suddenly, she recalled something, her pupils dilating as her voice trembled. Is it what you mentioned before? Help? Lin Mo nodded, opened his hands, and presented the thin, specially crafted fiber scroll. Fendona carefully took it, feeling its unique texture, neither silk nor hemp, yet extraordinarily tough. She slowly began to unfold it. In the next moment, she and the nearby master elven craftsmen all widened their eyes. The blueprints did not contain any familiar elven runes or any known script. Instead, they featured incredibly intricate designs filled with strange lines and structures. Each component was individually disassembled and presented clearly from three-dimensional views at different angles. The assembly steps were broken down into simple actions, accompanied by the most intuitive scale and directional arrows. These designs exuded a rigorous industrial aesthetic that seemed completely at odds with this magical world. Lin Mo felt a surge of satisfaction inside. Exactly the expression I wanted. This is. Fendona looked up at Lin Mo, her voice tinged with inquiry. A bow. Lin Mo's response was concise and powerful. He pointed to one of the most complex schematics, which was labeled as a compound bow. See here and here. Lin Mo's finger tapped on the pulley system diagram. With these two small wheels, you can draw a very, very heavy bow with minimal effort. Once drawn, you could even aim while relaxing, significantly reducing physical exertion. An elderly craftsman with graying hair, who appeared particularly ancient among the elves, frowned. Impossible. He was the most renowned craftsman in the tribe, Elder. His voice, filled with anger at the thought of traditional craftsmanship being challenged, asserted. The power of a bow comes from the elasticity of its limbs and the strength of the user. Adding these cumbersome wheels will only disrupt the bow's balance and beauty. This is a desecration of the bow, a betrayal of the natural way. Lin Mo rolled his eyes internally, too lazy to argue further, and turned his attention to another blueprint. This one is called a repeating crossbow. The structure is relatively simple. Its value lies in speed. Lin Mo's tone was steady and powerful, brimming with confidence. One loading can shoot 10 bolts. When the demons charge forward, your archers can use it to turn the enemies before them into a sieve in a single breath. At these words, a sudden silence fell. The terrifying imagery reminded all the elves of the battlefield and those relentless, death-defying low-tier demons surging forward like a tide. They recalled the gruesome fate of their companions torn apart in close combat. Master Elder's lips moved, but the retort was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a word. Fendona's breathing quickened. She gripped the blueprint tightly, the thin fabric feeling as heavy as a mountain at that moment. She looked at the old craftsman and ordered, Master Elder, please lead the craftsman to immediately create one according to this blueprint. Master Elder's face was filled with reluctance, but seeing the determination in the princess's expression, he eventually lowered his proud head. Yes, Your Highness. The efficiency of the elven craftsman was astonishing. While they may not understand the principles of mechanics, they possessed an innate, terrifying intuition for materials and structures. Under the on-site guidance of Lin Mo, the representative of the client and technical translator, they overcame all difficulties. No, no, no. This angle is not just for aesthetics. It's to maximize the leverage. Yes, just like you would put force into prying at your neighbor's corner. The precision of this slot must be perfect, as it relates to the efficiency of energy release. If the tolerance is too large, this bow will turn into a slingshot. They used ironwood, which is commonly used for making bows and arrows, for the bow body. And the silk from domesticated magical spiders was twisted into the bowstring, while precious metal or was crafted into pulleys and mechanisms. 3 hours later, amidst the mixed gazes of awe and skepticism from all the elven craftsmen, the first uniquely shaped compound bow was born. It was time for a technological shock. It exuded a cold mechanical feel, starkly contrasting with the elves' traditionally elegant longbows, and it was even somewhat unattractive. Chapter 19. The impossible compound crossbow master elder's face was serious as he picked up the bow in front of the crowd. He knocked an arrow and began to draw the string. The initial force made him frown, and he felt disdain in his heart. Is this it? The draw weight was far lower than any war bow he had ever used. The arrow shot would probably struggle to penetrate even the leather armor 50 steps away. He was ready to use facts to slap this ignorant individual in the face. As he pulled the bowstring back, just at the moment it reached its peak tension, miracle happened. The pulley system turned to a specific angle, and the tension in the bowstring suddenly relaxed. A tremendous feeling of release surged through him, nearly causing him to lose grip on the string, and he stumbled forward. What originally required over 100 pounds of force to maintain was now easily held by just 2 fingers. The bow remained steady as a rock. He aimed steadily at a piece of refined steel used for testing the hardness of heavy armor. It was a target that even a troll's battle axe could only leave a shallow mark on. How? Is this possible? Master Elder's pupils suddenly contracted into it, his entire face filled with disbelief. He could not comprehend why this so-called compound bow was so illogical. With a heart full of shock and hesitation, he released his fingers. Bang! A dull, extreme sound erupted, far shorter and more violent than the typical sound of a bowstring. It was not the sound of wood and strings singing, but a pure, suppressed release of violence. The black arrow vanished from the bowstring, leaving behind a nearly imperceptible blur in the air. The next second, clang! A piercing sound of metal clashing exploded. The refined steel target in the distance was brutally pierced through the center by what appeared to be an ordinary arrow. The fletching of the arrow was still vibrating wildly behind the target, emitting a buzzing wail. In the entire workshop, one could hear a pin drop. All the elves gasped, staring blankly at the pierced steel target. This arrow had such power. As they looked back at the ugly compound bow, their doubts transformed into fervent shock and admiration. Master Elder stared foolishly at the distant steel target. His hand loosened, and the oddly shaped compound bow clattered to the ground, but he seemed not to hear it. He staggered towards the steel target as if he had lost his soul, extending his gnarled hand to tremble against the gaping hole. No, it's impossible. This absolutely cannot be. His lifelong pride, those revered sacred texts on bow-making, were now crushed before this hideous weapon. Fendona quickly stepped forward and picked up the compound bow from the ground. Unlike Elder, she was not entangled in tradition. She only saw hope. She mimicked Lin Mo's actions and knocked an arrow. The initial draw weight made her heart skip a beat. It was heavy. Just when she thought she had to exert all her strength, the pulley system turned, and the tension in the bowstring suddenly diminished by more than half. The fully drawn bow was surprisingly more effortless than when it was half drawn. What kind of genius designed this? She could focus all her energy on aiming, and even afford to be distracted. She aimed at another target made of refined steel and released the arrow. Bang! With a loud bang. The arrow pierced deep into the target's center, the fletching buzzing. Fendona's heart skipped a beat along with the sound. She put down the compound bow and picked up one of the best traditional longbows of her kin, putting all her strength into shooting at the same target. With a clang, the arrow was deflected. The difference was clear. One required all your effort, yet could only scratch the surface of the opponent. The other allowed for ease and comfort, yet could pierce through the opponent's defenses. Fendona stood there, her body trembling uncontrollably. This was a divine artifact. A true divine artifact. Hold on, this is just the beginning. Lin Mo saw that this group of elves looked as if they had never seen the world before, so he decided to give their little hearts a bit more excitement. He picked up the newly assembled crossbow, which was much more compact than the compound bow, resembling a large toy. Lin, the arms dealer, Mo handed this toy to a young elven guard who was staring in awe. Here, give this a try. See that trigger? Aim at those scarecrows and keep pressing it. The guard nervously took it, his palms sweaty. He mimicked Lin Mo's actions, aiming at a row of scarecrows 30 meters away, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of arrows cutting through the air was continuous. It was not shooting arrows, but rather like splashing water. In less than 3 seconds, all 10 bolts in the magazine were unleashed, turning the 5 scarecrows ahead into piles of straw. The entire process required only the first draw. Afterward, it was just pulling the trigger, as the spring would automatically wind itself. My goodness. All the elves were once again struck dumb. If the compound bow had shattered their perceptions, then this crossbow was grinding their understanding into the ground. The birth of the compound bow and crossbow was merely the beginning. The real spectacle would be when the thousands of years of enchanting techniques of the elves met the industrial marvels of another world. Inside the workshop, the atmosphere changed. The once stubborn and conservative master elder was now wide-eyed, his expression exhilarated like a madman about to sleep with another man's wife. He held a freshly enchanted compound bow, and his gaze was not on the weapon, but clearly on something far more enticing. Lord Linimo, Princess Fendona, come look at this. His voice was a bit hoarse, and on the bow's body, faint blue-green runes glimmered. The originally cold mechanical structure now had a touch of special effect aesthetics. Linimo was intrigued. Magic enchantment? Fendona immediately signaled the strongest archer in their clan, Leon, to come forward for a test. Leon, the legend of the Elven King's city, was known as a human walking eagle-eye system, with vision sharp enough to see the wings of a butterfly 1,000 meters away. He took the bow with a serious expression. Knocking the arrow, he drew it back. The moment the pulley system locked, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. This effortless full-draw experience made him feel as if he could aim at eternity. The target was a rock target 1,000 meters away. This was the maximum effective range of a traditional elven longbow. As magical energy infused, a pale blue light illuminated. Buzz. The sound of the bowstring was dull and short, but the moment the arrow was released, it let out a sharp whistle. Surrounding the arrow, a pale blue airflow cone formed out of thin air, reducing air resistance to the extreme. Linimo was slightly taken aback. The black arrow turned into a shadow in the air. The rock target 1,000 meters away exploded with a loud bang. It wasn't TA penetration. It was an explosion. Fragments of stone flew everywhere, as if struck by a small caliber shell. Chapter 20. Good things should be shared with the Queen. Leon was astonished himself. He looked down at the bow in his hand and felt the abundant physical and mental energy within him. I feel like I can shoot dozens more times, he murmured. In the past, completing such an extreme shot would have required him to rest for at least a minute to recover. Now, it felt as easy as shooting a cotton ball. Linmo's mouth twitched, feeling as if something had brushed across his face. Again, Funduona's voice trembled. Target, the mountain wall 2,000 meters away. Upon hearing this, Linimo thought the princess had gone mad. 2,000 meters? That's a distance that even a trebuchet couldn't reach. Shooting with a bow? What a joke. At that moment, Leon's gaze became incredibly intense. He drew the bow again, this time pouring more mental energy into the compound bow and enchanting the arrow. The light blue glow on the bow became dazzling. Aim. Whoosh. The arrow vanished. All the elves' eyes were fixed on the distant, blurred mountain wall. Time seemed to freeze. 1 second. 2 seconds. Boom. A muffled sound came from afar, and a visible cloud of dust exploded on the mountain wall 2,000 meters away. He hit it. He really hit it. The entire workshop fell silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Incredible. This is a miracle. Master Elder was moved to tears. A legendary weapon only achievable by legendary dwarven craftsmen, and to think I could witness it in my lifetime. Linimo, watching from the side, was also astonished. He couldn't even see the 2,000-meter distance. He never expected that with Leon's eyesight combined with this magically modified compound bow, the effective range would double. And he could actually hit the target? This was outrageous. According to the think tank's data, the compound bow was more energy efficient than traditional bows, with the saved energy reflected in the intervals between shots. The arrow shooting speed was over 5 times faster overall. An elf archer equipped with such a weapon had a strategic value at least 5 times that of the past. Lin Mo's technological aid had directly upgraded the archers of the cold weapon era into Barrett snipers in one fell swoop. Funduona clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, but she felt no pain. She looked at Lin Mo, her beautiful purple eyes filled with gratitude. The testing continued. A crossbow was also brought out. Its purpose was clear: close combat, firepower coverage, to compensate for the last shortcoming of the elf archers. During a break in Leon's testing, an elf guard picked up a crossbow equipped with a magazine loaded with 10 crossbow bolts. He effortlessly cocked the mechanism, needing no precise aim. Aimed at a row of humanoid straw targets 100 meters away, he repeatedly pulled the trigger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The dense sound of arrows cutting through the air formed a continuous chorus, like the whisper of death. 10 crossbow bolts were unleashed in just 3 seconds, creating an impenetrable curtain of death that completely shrouded that area. All 10 straw targets were hit. If it were replaced with the vanguard of the demon race, in that moment, a whole area could be cleared. This perfectly addressed the shortcoming of the elven archers when engaged in close combat. More importantly, whether it was the compound bow or the crossbow, the requirements for the user were greatly reduced. In the workshop, all the elves were caught up in a frenzy. They caressed these new weapons as if they were touching their most beloved companions. Funduona held the compound bow, repeatedly pulling the string, feeling the wonderful point of reduced effort. She then picked up the crossbow, aiming at the air and mimicking shooting, like a child who had just received a new toy. Although she was a mage and not a dedicated warrior, the requirements for these two weapons were indeed very low. Whether it was drawing the string of the compound bow or operating the crossbow, she could easily accomplish it multiple times. The effective range of the crossbow was also tested, and thanks to the high-quality materials from the continent, it could accurately hit unarmored targets within 100 meters. Within 30 meters, it could penetrate the rough leather armor of low-tier demons, meaning it could effectively kill elite demon creatures. Most importantly, even those ordinary elves who were slightly weaker and usually responsible for logistics could pick up these weapons and immediately become qualified warriors. The idea of an armed populace was no longer just a morale-boosting slogan, but had become a tangible possibility. Next was the testing of the arrows. The elven craftsmen used metallic materials provided by a certain region to create a batch of new triangular arrowheads. An arrow that pierced through rock was retrieved, and the arrowhead was only slightly dulled. One craftsman picked up a file and simply polished it a few times, restoring its sharpness. In more severe cases, a few strikes after quenching would allow it to be reused. Compared to ordinary arrows that would deform upon piercing bones and leather armor, these were vastly superior. The nightmare of logistics that had plagued the elves, where shooting an arrow meant it was consumed, was completely ended. Watching the scenes before her that overturned her understanding, Funduona trembled with excitement. She remembered her fallen kin on the battlefield, the homeland devoured by demonic flames, and the unshakable despair in her people's eyes. And now, everything would change. She slowly walked up to Lin Mo, and all the elves focused their attention on this moment. Under the gaze of all her kin, the noble elven princess deeply bowed to Lin Mo, who came from another world, performing the highest ritual of the elven race. Your Excellency Lin Mo, please accept Funduona's heartfelt gratitude. Her voice trembled with emotion, yet carried an unprecedented strength of hope. On behalf of all the fallen heroes in the war, and all the struggling kin, I thank you for the hope you have brought. Lin Mo calmly accepted the gesture. He knew that he did not represent himself, but rather the homeland behind him that was fighting against the fate of the entire planet. He helped Funduona up, looking into her red-rimmed eyes, and gently said, "Quickly arrange for production, time waits for no one, and the demon race does not take a holiday." Funduona nodded firmly, her tear-streaked face showing a newfound determination. She turned around, facing all the craftsmen and guards, and commanded loudly, "Master Ader, put aside all other tasks and gather all craftsmen to work day and night to forge these 2 artifacts and arrows with all your might." "Yes, Your Highness." Master Ader responded loudly, his voice booming, with a fervor on his aged face that surpassed that of the young. Funduona then looked at Lion. "Select the most skilled messengers. Take the bow and crossbow samples, and set off immediately. Report everything that has happened here to Her Majesty the Queen in the capital of the kingdom." Understood. This was not just a revolution in weaponry, but a turning point for the fate of the entire race. She wanted the Queen and all the elves to see this beam of light piercing through the darkness. Soon, the most agile elven messenger With a brand new composite bow on his back, a compact crossbow at his waist, and newly crafted arrows, rode out of the camp on the fastest antelope. Carrying these artifacts that could overturn the war landscape of the elven race, he sped towards the capital city of the Elven Kingdom. Chapter 21. New problems arise after witnessing the effectiveness of the crossbows brought by Lin Mo. The enthusiasm of the elves ignited like a dry forest, and the entire camp was abuzz. However, this excitement lasted for less than half a day. Lin Mo was sitting cross-legged on a large, polished stone, munching on the crispy honey fruits while contemplating the time. The first batch of weapon parts had not yet been assembled into a complete set, and he hoped the enemy wouldn't come knocking for heads. That would be quite a spectacle. Just then, a commotion and heated arguments erupted from a nearby workshop. Soon after, Fendona and Master Alder hurried over, their faces filled with anxiety. Lord Linimo, Master Alder, resembling someone carrying a heap of scrap metal, dumped a pile of metal parts onto the stone table with a clatter, his old face twisted in frustration. We can't make it. Linimo raised an eyebrow, casually flicking away the fruit pit he had just finished, which arced perfectly through the air. What's wrong? Is the blueprint too complicated to understand? No, we have thoroughly studied the blueprint. Fendona interjected, her slender fingers poking through the pile of parts, her tone filled with helplessness and defeat. The problem is, we can't manufacture them in large quantities, Linimo. Seeing that Linimo seemed confused, Master Alder picked up 2 gears that were identical in shape, shine, and weight, and handed them to Linimo. Look. These were crafted by me and my most talented disciple, using the same fine gold, and strictly following the dimensions on the blueprint. But he took one of the gears and easily fitted it into a composite bow's pulley system, turning it smoothly without any resistance. Perfect. Then he swapped it with the other gear, but it only went in halfway, as if blocked by an invisible wall, getting stuck and unable to be inserted or removed. Every craftsman's hand is unique. Master Alder's face flushed with anger. This slight difference is the soul's imprint of the craftsman when making traditional bows and arrows, a unique art. But for these precise weapons, it's just a damned pile of dung. The old master's emotions surged, and he even let out an expletive. We gathered the 10 best craftsmen, clanging away all afternoon, and in the end, we only managed to assemble 5 crossbows. And those composite bows. Once the string is pulled taut, the whole bow creaks and groans as if it's about to fall apart. Who would dare use them? We might end up getting killed by our own bows before we even shoot the enemy. Linimo instantly understood. The pride of the handcrafted workshop collided with the cold standards of industrialization, shattering into pieces. These long-eared folks had never written any foundational codes regarding tolerances and interchangeable parts. In their worldview, every weapon must be crafted from start to finish by a single artisan, where the relationship between parts is about fitting, destiny, and an elusive feeling. Your problem is not a technical issue. Linimo lowered his legs, stood up, and looked around at the 2 people. It's a matter of thinking. Jokingly, as a contemporary youth who has received 9 years of compulsory education and worked on an assembly line, if I can't see through this, I would be unworthy of the red scarf on my chest. Thinking? Fendona and Ader were both taken aback, speaking in unison. Yes, thinking. Linimo casually picked up the 2 identical gears on the table and weighed them in his hands. In your eyes, these are 2 independent, painstakingly crafted artworks. Master Ader subconsciously nodded, a trace of pride belonging to a top craftsman still lingering on his face. In the next moment, Linimo expressionlessly let go of his hands. Clang! The 2 gears crashed back onto the stone table, producing a crisp and harsh sound. In my eyes, they are 2 pieces of failed industrial waste. Waste. Master Ader was struck as if by lightning, completely stunned. The insult of that word was 1,000 times worse than being called a useless old fool to his face. Yes, waste. Linimo bluntly confirmed, pointing at the 2 gears. Because they are not interchangeable. If a weapon breaks down on the battlefield, you can't even take a part from another broken one to keep it alive. What do you call that? A disposable item? This means that every time it needs repair, you have to find the original maker or a more skilled craftsman to custom make a new part for you on site. People unfamiliar with this might think it's like getting a key copied. Excuse me, can you make a copy? How many copies can you make? Such efficiency would make even the slowest turtle come over to give you a thumbs up and praise you as a peer. Fendona, being sharp-witted, immediately grasped the lightning that cut through the darkness amidst the chaos. What you mean is, every part made by all craftsmen must be precise to the smallest detail? Exactly. Lin Mo snapped his fingers. It's not about looking the same, but measuring with rulers and calipers. Every data point must be within an allowable margin of error. This is called standardization. Got it? This. How is that even possible? Master Ader exclaimed. The queen is above. Everyone's tactile sense, strength, and even breathing are different. How could it be exactly the same? So, stop relying on your old eyes and calloused hands. Lin Mo glanced at the elven craftsmen in the workshop who were still using traditional methods with a look of piety, shaking his head. What you need are molds, jigs, and a standardized process that can train even a fool into a qualified worker. Not some nonsense craftsman spirit or ethereal artistic inspiration. This statement hit all the observing elven craftsmen like an invisible heavy hammer. Our pride that has been passed down for thousands of years is nonsense? Yet, there was no sign of offense on Findona's face. Instead, a dazzling light began to shine. She felt that a door to a new world was slowly opening before her. Behind the door is a way of thinking that is powerful, efficient, cold, and captivating, completely different from the thousands of years of tradition of the elven race. Lin Mo. Funduona's voice carried a hint of uncontainable excitement and tremor. Can you teach us that standardization? Lin Mo grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. It's all a small issue. It's just about calipers and some standard molds. Simple. Funduona's eyes brightened even more, like the two brightest stars in the night sky. She looked at Lin Mo with great anticipation, waiting for his next lesson. Lin Mo also looked at Funduona, his eyes full of encouragement. Funduona blinked and continued to look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo blinked back and continued to look at Funduona. Funduona? Chapter 22 returned to reality finally. It was Master Elder who reacted first, his old face flushing as he cleared his throat, breaking the strange silence. Your kindness to the elven race, my lord Lin Mo, we will surely remember. Lin Mo understood the hint, giving the old man an appreciative glance, but waved his hand in modesty. Oh, master, you overstated. As a traveler from another world, being taken in by your noble family is already a great favor. There's no need for talk of repayment. Offering warmth and concern is not as good as providing substantial help. This principle applies in any world. After hearing Elder's words, Findona also quickly came to her senses, her fair cheeks flushing with a charming hue as she hurriedly added, I was being presumptuous. Your provision of the blueprints is already a tremendous gift to us. We shouldn't ask for more. She paused, her tone becoming extremely sincere. But this is a critical time. Our kin are in imminent danger. If you are willing to help, our entire elven race will surely be grateful. Lin Mo was mentally calculating, realizing this was the right approach. After all, a promise is still a promise, and who knows if it could be fulfilled in the future. He verbally declined while his body was honestly planning the next step. With a wave of his hand, he called for paper and pen, preparing to teach these magical natives about rulers, triangles, and compasses. Just as he was about to start drawing, his hand suddenly froze in midair. Everyone. Lin Mo. His mind buzzed as if 1,000 bees were having a party. This was bad. He suddenly realized a fatal issue that could derail the entire industrialization process. He couldn't draw an accurate centimeter. If he randomly drew a line and defined it as a centimeter, what if it turned out to be only 9 millimeters or accidentally wobbled into 1 centimeters? Wouldn't everything made based on that standard end up being crooked? A small error could lead to huge discrepancies. He felt he could draw 20 different lengths for a 20-centimeter ruler. Damn, I've been possessed by a liberal arts student. Cough, cough, This is a unique secret method, not to be shared lightly. Lin Mo maintained a straight face, forcibly steering the topic toward mysticism. I need to go back and prepare. Communicate with my kin. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Findona's eyes, but she quickly returned to normal, smiling and bowing slightly. All right, that's fine. Such important knowledge indeed. Then it's up to you. Yes, you all continue. See you tomorrow. Lin Mo feigned indifference, turning to bid farewell to the others before slipping back to his room to lie down. He didn't know how long it had been, drifting in and out of consciousness, until he opened his eyes to see the familiar ceiling of a modern bedroom. Phew, he let out a long breath, grabbing the intercom on the bedside. Hello, I'm back. Received. Zhao Gang's voice quickly responded. To accommodate Lin Mo, the entire New Hope team had synchronized their schedules with him. Except for necessary personnel on duty, most had rested during his time of travel. Lin Mo finished washing up, pushed open the door, and found Zhao Gang standing at the entrance like a door god. Hey, don't you brush your teeth or wash your face after waking up? Lin Mo instinctively took a step back, making a disgusted expression, fearing the other might have some overnight breath. Zhao Gang's facial muscles twitched slightly. I wash up faster than you. I live next door. Hee hee. Lin Mo chuckled awkwardly. I was overthinking it. Come in, then. I don't have much experience with how to handle this situation, so I'll explain the circumstances to you, and you can see what to do. Zhao Gang nodded. All right. You tell me first. I'll categorize and organize the information and then relay it to everyone. Lin Mo agreed. That's the idea. Otherwise, I'd be bombarded with questions again. Zhao Gang smiled slightly, gesturing for Lin Mo to sit first. Lin Mo sat down on the sofa and extended his hand. Brother Zhao, you sit too. Don't be polite. Next, Lin Mo recounted in detail the productivity bottlenecks faced by the elf clan and their need for standardized tools. After listening, Zhao Gang nodded, stood up, and handed over a brand new phone. I'll arrange that right away. From now on, use this phone. It's a secure device, reliable and safe. It has the internal apps for the base, and you can manage everything from food to living arrangements on it. I've loaded enough points for you. He glanced at Lin Mo. Your permissions are quite high. Just order whatever you want, and someone will deliver it to you. Once the tools and plans are ready, I'll come find you. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. They even provide a phone. Indeed, following the organization means having everything. After seeing off Zhao Gang, he immediately began exploring the new phone. He opened the app, named Arc Home, which had a clean interface and complete functionality. His points balance was followed by a string of numbers. He ordered a full table of lavish dishes, and indeed, having high permissions allows for indulgence. He turned on the wall-sized screen in the living room, connected it to the main unit, and before long, the doorbell rang, delivering steaming hot meals. Burp Lin Mo took a big sip of ice-cold cola and bit into a thick grilled lobster. This is the life, absolutely perfect. If this were before, he wouldn't have dared to dream of such a lifestyle. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he slumped on the sofa, picked up the controller, and immersed himself in a 4K quality AAA game. One must say, a large screen is indeed exhilarating. Meanwhile, as Zhao Gang was busy distributing information to various expert groups, in the capital, the lights in the chief's office were also on. The chief had just woken up from a rest when the secretary knocked and entered. Chief, the New Hope team has sent an encrypted video that requires your personal review. He felt a stir in his heart and immediately sat up straight. Okay. He opened his computer, logged into the internal system, and found the video file. As soon as he clicked it open, his eyes widened, and he decisively closed it. No, this screen is too small. Xiao Li immediately arranged the second conference room. Secretary Li nodded in response. The second conference room can accommodate over 100 people. And most importantly, it features a cinema-grade giant screen and a complete Dolby surround sound system. In the spacious conference room, the top leader sat in the center, his heartbeat slightly quickening as he awaited the secretary's operation to conclude. Soon, the lights went out, and the screen lit up. The moment of pure enjoyment begins now. The camera awakened from Lin Mo's perspective as he pushed open the door, revealing a colossal tree that words could hardly describe. It was a giant tree, as massive as a city, filling not just the entire screen, but also instantly occupying his mind. Incredible. The air was filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers as the camera weaved through countless elegant fairies. It was a vividly real, fantastical otherworld that left the two individuals in the conference room deeply shocked. Hours passed, and they stared wide-eyed until the video ended and the screen went dark. The conference room fell into silence. Chapter 23. It's bad. It's the Demon Clan. After a long while, Secretary Li spoke softly. Chief. Send it to the other four as well. The head's voice was somewhat hoarse. He raised his hand to wipe the corner of his eye and followed the signs for the safety passage out of the conference room. Humanity may still have hope. Secretary Li quickly operated on the tablet and jogged to catch up. Chief, there's a new report from Comrade Zhao Gang at the Bell Base. He said that through the improvement of the Elves' bows and arrows, we have made significant diplomatic breakthroughs. The head took the tablet, reading as he walked, and by the time he realized it, he was already at his office door. He pushed the door open and could no longer hold back, bursting into laughter. Good, good, good. This Zhao Gang is truly my reassurance. This connection is spot on. It not only provides the elves with the urgently needed combat power, but also enhances goodwill. And by the way, ensures Comrade Lin Mo's safety. 3 birds with 1 stone. Once this relationship is solidified, we can look for opportunities to discuss the world tree. Secretary Li adjusted his glasses, a bit puzzled. Chief, why not seize the moment? They need us the most right now. Directly exchanging more advanced weapon technology for the seeds of the world tree should have a high success rate. The head shook his head and placed the tablet on the desk. Shaoli, think from their perspective. What is the world tree to the elves? It's home. It's faith. It's the root of their race. If an alien came to us and said they wanted to use weapon technology to exchange for our home, which we rely on to survive, how would you feel? Secretary Lee was stunned. I would refuse immediately and be on guard against the other party. The head patted his shoulder. That's the point. So, meals should be eaten one bite at a time. If you rush, you'll burn your mouth. At this moment, Lin Mo was on the Terra continent, working as a dual-world commuter, utilizing the plans developed by the Daxiao think tank. He brought the elves' blueprints for measuring tools and a rather rudimentary standardized production process, SOP. Consequently, the entire elf camp was swept into a frenzy of production as if they had been invigorated. Lin Mo sat with his legs crossed, playing with a newly produced crossbow. He skillfully opened the magazine to check the latches inside. Squinting against the sunlight, he examined the nearly perfect straightness of the bow arms. Not bad at all. These long-eared folks had an almost monstrous learning ability. Previously, they were a group that could craft anything based solely on feel and the whims of the wind. Akin to artistic youth. After the training session, a sacred term floated through the workshop: tolerance. A young elf apprentice rushed over, cradling a gear as if presenting a treasure. Master, look at the tolerance of this part. Isn't it perfect? Master Eld took the part, measured it with the newly learned caliper, and nodded in approval. Then, he casually pressed the gears into a standard slot. They fit perfectly and rotated smoothly, even making someone exclaim in admiration. Not bad. Master Elder praised. Next, another apprentice, holding a piece of parchment, was so excited that his face turned red. The latest batch of gears has a tolerance controlled within plus or minus 0.3 millimeters. The yield rate is as high as 98. Master Elder, who once could break granite with his head, was now delicately handling the caliper as if it were a sacred object. He randomly grabbed 2 more pieces from a pile. Click. Perfect engagement. No. Master Elder suddenly roared, silencing the entire workshop for a moment, startling the apprentices nearby. What, Master? It's plus or minus 0.25. 0.25. The old craftsman, spitting as he spoke, pointed at the apprentice's nose. That extra 0.05 is your betrayal of art. It's your desecration of life. It's your contempt for the god of calipers. Useless. Get back. Rework. The apprentice ran away in panic. Lin Mo watched, his eyes twitching. Goodness, I only mentioned industrial standards. I'm more professional than those who constantly shout about details being the devil. Sir Lin Mo. A voice came from behind. Lin Mo turned to see Findona. Having changed out of her luxurious robe into a neat leather armor, her golden hair tied up high. A bit of dust on her face didn't diminish her beauty. Instead, it added a refreshing aura of a project manager urging progress. We've hit a bottleneck in our production capacity. She went straight to the point, pointing at a row of craftsmen hammering arrowheads in the distance. The assembly line for the composite bows and crossbows is organized, but the output of arrows can't keep up, especially the arrowheads, which are forged by hand and too slow. Lin Mo looked in the direction she pointed and smiled. My lady, that's not a bottleneck. It's that you haven't thought it through. He set the crossbow aside. Why are you hammering one by one? Without hammering, how can they take shape? Master Elder floated over again, puffing up his cheeks. Every strike of the hammer infuses the craftsman's soul and stop. Lin Mo quickly raised his hand in a pause gesture. Old man, if you mention soul again, I'm going to charge you. Superstition is not allowed unless you pay more. He thought for a moment, picked up a piece of iron, and drew a simple diagram on the ground. Make a mold. Understand? It's 2 pieces of iron with a shape for the arrowhead left in between. Put the red-hot iron blank inside, grab a big hammer, and bang it down. He made a swift motion to demonstrate. Just like that, one little friend. This is called stamping. Still not efficient enough? Then make more molds and have more people swing the big hammers. Remember this truth. Great effort brings miraculous results. Findona and Master Elder were both frozen in place. In the eyes of the 2 elves, it seemed as if countless stars were collapsing and then reassembling into a new universe. Such a simple, crude, and even aesthetically unpleasing method struck them like a bolt of lightning, providing them with endless inspiration. Findona's breath quickened. She seemed to see countless glinting arrows rolling off the production line like rain, piling up into mountains. Oh my gods! I need to arrange this immediately. she exclaimed excitedly, turning to run. At that moment, woo, 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 a long, desolate horn sounded from the distant horizon, filled with despair and foreboding. It instantly pierced through the commotion of the entire camp. Chapter 24. The return of the demon clan. The sound of hammering in the workshop suddenly stopped. All the elves, whether guards or craftsmen, froze in place. The sound seemed to carry a chilling effect, causing everyone's blood to run cold. From the crown of their heads down to their heels. Lin Mo paused for a moment. Who is it? Blowing that at mealtime? Sounds ominous. But when he saw the instant pallor on Findona's face, his heart sank. This is bad. It's the demon clan. Damn it, the demon clan is back. Findona clenched her silver teeth, hatred seeping through her clenched jaw. Clang. Master Elder dropped his caliper onto the ground, producing a crisp sound. The old elf trembled all over, his lips quivering. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. According to their attack patterns, the next time, at least half a month would pass. Before he could finish his sentence, a bloodied elven scout rolled into the workshop. One of his arms was twisted like a pretzel, his face smeared with dark blood and an unshakable fear. He shouted hoarsely, "Lady, the demon clan is invading. The vanguard has already breached the first wooden wall." The workshop erupted in chaos. Quick, to the armory. My bow isn't calibrated yet. Panic spread among the elves like a plague. Findona turned abruptly, glancing at the pile of brand new weapons in the corner of the workshop. 550 composite bows. 620 crossbows. This was the culmination of their 3 days and nights of hard work. Would these be enough against the demon army? But it's better than nothing. Findona forced herself to regain some confidence. While all the elves were in disarray, Lin Mo stood up. He said nothing and walked straight towards the pile of new weapons, picking up a crossbow amidst the noise. Click. A crisp, mechanical sound echoed. Expressionless, he loaded a full magazine into the crossbow. All the elves' gazes involuntarily focused on him. Lin Mo weighed the crossbow in one hand, his eyes calm, sweeping across every elf present. Panic solves nothing. Weapons are made for slaughter. Now that the enemy is here, it's the perfect time to test their sharpness. Findona stared at him in a daze. This human, doesn't he know how terrifying the demon clan is? Why does he look so unfazed? Pointing the crossbow outward, Lin Mo raised his voice. Your fear is exactly what the enemy wants. Calm down, pick up your weapons, distribute the equipment, and find your preferred battle positions in teams. Let those monsters see how effective your new weapons are. Master Elder was awakened by his words, and a jolt ran through him, clearing his mind of fear and confusion in an instant. Yes, what good is fear? The weapons are right here, and the enemy is at hand. Findona immediately reacted, issuing a loud order. Leon, gather your sharpshooter team. All new weapons are to be prioritized for distribution. Yes. A nimble elf stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. Others, pick up your longbows, staffs, and shields to guard the front line. The goddess of nature is watching over you. Fight to the death for the glory of the elves. With the command given, the elves finally found their resolve and began to take action as the horn of counterattack sounded. In the distance, thousands of monsters surged like a black tide, crashing violently into the hastily assembled elven defense line. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The elves, not skilled in close combat, were frail and vulnerable under the claws and fangs of those twisted creatures. The cries of agony merged into a chorus. Hold steady. The line, Lin Mo shouted, but his voice was drowned out by the deafening battle cries. A young elven guard, pale as paper, dropped his longbow to the ground, his mental defenses crumbling as he turned to flee. Lin Mo frowned and dashed over, forcibly turning the elven guard to face the brightly lit workshop behind them. There was your workshop, your hope. Do you wish for Master Elder to use his handcrafted tools to execute a coward? The elf stiffened all over. Lin Mo let go, no longer looking at him, but raised his crossbow, smoothly changing to a new magazine. He hoisted the crossbow onto his shoulder and pointed with his chin towards the branches of the world tree above, addressing the captain of the sharpshooters, Leon. Sharpshooters, take the high ground. Establish a fire suppression point and control the battlefield visibility. The front line is buying you time. Do not waste it. Leon understood. He glanced at the composed Lin Mo, and the pride of the elves ignited within him, driving him to shout loudly, Sharpshooters, follow me. Take the high ground. Findona raised her staff high, her voice clear and firm, dispelling the panic. For our homeland, let us fight. Lin Mo nodded slightly, realizing that this young lady was stronger than he had imagined. He followed Leon and his sharpshooters, climbing up the sturdy branches and vines of the world tree with agility. Soon, he found a branch with a clear view and crouched down. Below, the two sides were engaged in fierce combat. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. For a person as fragile as him, the safest place was among these ranged units. After finding a good position, Linimo did not rush to shoot, but quickly scanned the entire battlefield. His gaze crossed the chaotic front lines, noticing that the attacking monsters were not mindlessly charging. They were consciously gathering towards the hillside, seemingly clearing the area for something. Suddenly, boom, rumble. A deep, grating noise accompanied by tremors of the earth approached. What was that sound? Linimo looked at Leon beside him, his brow furrowed. Leon's expression instantly turned grim as he fixed his gaze on the trembling hillside. It's the Earth Serpent. Damn it, the Earth Serpent? As soon as Linimo spoke, his pupils suddenly contracted. The earth wailed. The soil and rocks on the hillside surged violently like living creatures, and then abruptly collapsed, tearing open a gaping chasm. Thick black mist mixed with the stench of sulfur gushed out from the opening. Following this, a gigantic serpent-like creature, over 10 zhong in size and resembling a human-made tunneling machine, slowly emerged from the ground. It had no eyes, only a round mouth that occupied the entire head. Inside, countless circular sharp teeth spun rapidly, grinding the hard rocks and the roots of the world tree into dust. A tunnel directly leading from outside the defense line to the heart of the elven city was thus born. The elven city, which had just managed to stabilize, was suddenly thrown into even greater chaos, like an ant nest that had been pierced. Chapter 25. Has the shield machine become sentient? Linimo nearly fell from the tree branch. He stared at that thing with a single thought in his mind. Isn't this a sentient shield machine? Once this thing appeared, there was no need for a defensive line. It simply bypassed the main entrance and emerged from beneath the ground, launching a surprise attack. Attack that monster. Quick! Findona shouted, the tip of her moonlight staff glowing brightly as a water dragon roared and slammed into the ground serpent. All the elf mages reacted, unleashing ice spikes, fireballs, and wind blades at the creature without restraint. On the ground, the elf warriors shot their last arrows and charged in with dual swords. But they were entangled by countless low-level magical creatures. They could only watch helplessly as the giant serpent, enduring the magical bombardment, slowly pushed itself out of the ground. Stop it! We must stop it from coming out. Findona's voice was filled with despair. Once this war beast fully emerged, its mouth could wreak havoc throughout the entire camp. The massive size of the ground serpent brought terrifying magical resistance. Hundreds of spells hit it, but it only twitched its skin slightly, showing no signs of being harmed. In a violent struggle, it finally broke free from the tunnel's constraints. Another round of concentrated magic finally broke through its skin, and the giant beast stiffened, crashing to the ground in a shower of flesh and blood. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, dust flew everywhere. Although the ground serpent was close to death, its task had already been accomplished. From the dark, sulphurous-smelling opening, strange metallic grinding sounds and chilling roars emerged. Endless magical creatures, their eyes glowing red, surged forth like a rotting flood. Leading the charge were heavily armored demons wielding massive bone shields. Standing over 3.5 meters tall, their muscles bulged, and their skin was a filthy gray-green. The bone shields in their hands were as thick as walls, adorned with ominous dark red magical patterns, clearly indicating they were heavily fortified tanks. Behind them, a dark, transparent shield quietly rose, enveloping the entire opening and the surrounding area within 100 meters. The subsequent spells from the elf mages merely created ripples upon impact, then fell silent. Fire! An elven centurion shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows shot from traditional longbows, clanging against the bone shields, sparking a few fireflies but doing little more than that. The heavy armored demons even provocatively thumped their shields against their chests, producing dull thuds. One of them grinned, revealing a mouth full of fangs, casually grabbed a small magical creature nearby, and with a snap, broke its neck, splattering hot black blood onto the elven lines. Damn it! It's the Lich's barrier. Lion on the tree turned pale. What is that? Linimo asked. Magical practitioners of the demon race, my lord. Lion quickly explained. They start at the 4th tier. This barrier can block most spells. Our mages are useless. He slammed his fist angrily against the tree trunk. No. Physical attacks can penetrate. We still have a chance. After hearing this, Lin Mo calmed his mind. As long as there's a chance, that's enough. Composite bow squad. Leon commanded loudly, follow my orders. Enchant the arrows with armor piercing and explosive. Fire 3 volleys. Take down those tin cans. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the bowstring vibrating was deep and powerful. The arrows, imbued with a faint golden light, shot out 5 times faster than ordinary arrows, cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh, reaching their target in an instant. In the next moment, the frontmost heavily armored demon soldier, still showing off, felt a soft thud as 3 arrows pierced through the bone shield in his hands. It wasn't a shatter. It was a penetration. The 3 arrows, carrying tremendous kinetic energy, passed through the magical barrier and knocked the 3-meter-tall demon soldier, along with his shield, to the ground. The demon soldier looked down at his shattered bone shield, filled with confusion. When did the elves get such things? The entire battlefield fell silent for a second. All the elves witnessed this scene. Then, a cheer erupted into the sky. It worked. Oh gods. The new weapon works. Shoot. Shoot those bastards dead. The morale instantly soared from freezing point to boiling point. Keep going. Leon was overjoyed, drawing his bow again, and ordered to fire at the cave entrance nearly a kilometer away. Over 500 composite bows transformed into over 500 long-range weapons, starting a precise harvest. The heavy armored units of the demon race faced them, either losing their helmets or having their shields pierced. The composite bows were precise, while the crossbows were for sweeping fire. Those demons attempting to rush in and tear apart the elven positions were met with a metal storm formed by a barrage of crossbow bolts. Crack, 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 crack. The elves only needed to pull the trigger, and in 3 seconds, they could empty a magazine. The dense crossbow bolts formed a death barrage, and the demon spawn at the front fell in droves, unable to even touch the front line. In the workshop, Master Elder held a crossbow, madly firing at the rushing demons, exclaiming, "Do you see it? Ignorant fools. This is standardized power. This is the art of tolerances." Every time the old man emptied a magazine, he would excitedly shout, swiftly reloading, "Damn demons. Feel the wrath of the god of craftsmanship. You garbage from hell." Lin Mo watched from the tree, his eyes twitching. Goodness. This old man has completely lost it. He has switched from the god of craftsmen to the cult of machinery. Although the situation on the battlefield looked promising, Lin Mo's unease grew heavier. Something was off. The demons were being beaten this badly, and they still weren't retreating? Wasn't this just pure suicide? Sure enough, as the corpses piled up thickly on the ground, the demon offensive slowed down. They did not retreat. A series of grating noises came from the cave entrance, and a dozen even larger demons were pushed out. They looked like bloated beetles, carrying a constantly writhing, green slime-dripping tumor on their backs. In front of the tumors, there was a huge crystal-like eyeball. In front of these insect-like creatures, several magic soldiers wielding gigantic tower shields stood guard. What on earth is that? A mobile artillery platform? Lin Mo muttered to himself. As soon as the words left his mouth, the tumors on the backs of the insects suddenly contracted, and the crystal-like eyeball burst forth with blinding light. A deafening sound tore through the battlefield. Dozens of dark green energy beams shot out, accurately striking the Treant defense line in front of the elves. There was no explosion, only a spine-chilling hissing sound. The hard Treant bodies were dissolved and carbonized upon contact with the beams, releasing thick, foul-smelling black smoke. An elven soldier, unable to dodge in time, had his left arm swept by a beam. His entire arm disappeared, leaving only a bubbling puddle of black pus on the ground. The soldier froze for a second, then let out a chilling scream that sounded inhuman, rolling on the ground with a hoarse voice. "It's corrosive. Get away from their acid," Findona exclaimed in panic. The cheers of the elves, ignited by the new weapon, came to an abrupt halt. A cold fear once again gripped their throats. Chapter 26. Taking command. Whoosh. The bolts from the crossbow flew forward, but were completely blocked by the heavily armored magical soldiers in front of the corruptor with their large shields. A few stray bolts struck the corruptor, merely sparking a few insignificant flames, unable to penetrate its shell. "Leon, is your composite bow just a fire stick?" Lin Mo cursed anxiously from the tree, wishing to take out those disgusting creatures in seconds. No way. For the first time, Leon's voice was filled with urgency and helplessness. "Damn it. They're shields. We can't shoot through them." Lin Mo focused and felt a jolt in his heart. Those shielded magical soldiers had actually covered the bodies of their comrades, which had been shot down earlier, with some sort of foul-smelling sticky substance, layer upon layer. The armor-piercing arrows shot from the composite bow could easily penetrate a body, but after piercing through, their kinetic energy was exhausted and got stuck firmly in the heavy shield. Had this demonic tribe equipped themselves with a second layer of defense? The enchanted composite bow was ineffective. At that moment, the corruptor unleashed a second round of volleys. This time, their target was no longer the ground defense, but the elves on the treetops, the biggest threat to them. A dark green beam accurately severed a thick branch beside Leon. The branch, which could support the weight of several elves, silently snapped and fell. The two elven archers on the branch didn't even have time to scream before disappearing into the tide of monsters below, instantly torn to shreds. The wind of the battlefield shifted. The firepower advantage established by the elves with their new weapons seemed laughably weak in front of these mobile fortresses clad in corpses. No way, we must charge. Findona watched the defense line melt little by little, seeing her kin perish one by one. She clenched her silver teeth, tightened her grip on the moonlight staff, and was about to lead the charge herself. Charge what? A figure darted down from the tree like lightning, and Lin Mo grabbed her arm with such force that she stumbled. You are the commander now, not some berserker. If you rush out, what will happen to those behind? Should the whole tribe die with you? Then what should we do? Findona's eyes turned bloodshot with anxiety, pointing at the corruptor that continuously spewed death beams in the distance, her voice trembling. If this continues, we will all die. With every second of delay. My kin Lin Mo didn't answer. He stared intently at those nauseating corruptors, his mind racing. Just now he noticed a detail. After the corruptors fired their beams, the tumors on their backs would noticeably shrink, taking about 10 seconds to inflate and recharge. Meanwhile, the shielded magical soldiers protecting them would also lower their shields slightly during that moment to adjust their stances. An extremely brief window of attack. This is the boss's recovery time. Got it. What? Findona looked at him in confusion. We can do it. Lin Mo grabbed Findona's shoulders, speaking rapidly like a barrage of bullets. Follow my orders. All crossbowmen, abandon the artillery. Push back all the frontline troops. Not a single one should be allowed through. And then, gather all your earth element mages. Listen to my command. Earth magic? Findona was taken aback. Its lethality against the enemy was quite limited. Don't ask. Lin Mo's aura was unprecedentedly powerful, and questioning it was akin to the art of war. That overwhelming confidence made Findona subconsciously nod. A dead horse can be treated as a live one. Lin Mo suddenly turned around, facing the mage positions behind the defense line, and shouted with all his might. All earth mages, follow my command. Get ready for your signature spells. Use whatever you can to make it as disruptive as possible. Earth fissures, quicksand traps, thorny jungles, whatever is the most annoying. Turn the ground into a dance floor. Target, right beneath those big, fleshy lumps. Findona immediately repeated and amplified his order. Although the mages were filled with confusion, they quickly began to chant. The tips of their staffs glowed with a brownish-yellow light, representing the earth element. Lin Mo's eyes were locked onto the distance, like a cheetah preparing to pounce. The flesh lumps behind the corruptors were about to complete their third charge. Now's the time. Lin Mo swung his hand fiercely and roared at the top of his lungs. Release. Tear their foundation apart. The light from the magic staffs erupted instantly. In that moment, the distant enemy's position was thrown into chaos. The ground beneath the corruptors either caved in to form deep pits, suddenly heaved into mounds, or erupted with sharp spikes, shaking violently as they struggled to stay upright. The tower shield soldiers, who were adjusting their stances, were instantly thrown into disarray, tipping over and falling, as the once tightly aligned shield formation revealed countless deadly gaps. And those corruptors that had just completed their charging and were about to launch their attacks were even more thrown off by the sudden terrain disruptions. A new round of corrosive beams fired wildly, with several shots hitting their own allies, causing screams to erupt within the enemy ranks. Lin Mo was waiting for this moment of chaos. He threw his head back and let out a wolf-like howl towards the treetops. Leon, why are you just standing there? Shoot. Already ready to go, Leon roared. Archer ready. Targeting the corruptors. Arrows enchanted with explosion. Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The deep, powerful sounds of bowstrings resonated together, as over 500 arrows inscribed with golden explosive runes transformed into a barrage of deathly light. The arrows accurately pierced through the tower shield soldiers, exploiting the enormous gaps caused by their instability. One arrow, inscribed with explosive runes, struck precisely in the knee pit of a tower shield soldier who couldn't defend in time. Boom! A muffled sound echoed, and the 3-meter-tall creature let out a piercing wail, half of its thigh along with the knee turning into a spray of bloody mush. It lost its support, crashing down with a thunderous noise, uncontrollably leaning forward, completely exposing the corroding entity behind it that was charging up. Now is the time. A glint flashed in Leon's eyes as the arrow, charged for a long time, was released. The arrow tore through the air, hitting precisely the swelling green tumor on the back of the corroding entity. Boom! The tumor exploded. The scene was like a giant watermelon filled with rotten innards being instantly shattered. Green slime splattered in all directions, like acid rain falling from the sky, covering all the protective magical soldiers around it. Screeching howl. Those magical soldiers screamed as their weapons corroded, rolling in agony on the ground. And the seemingly indestructible shield formation began to collapse from within. Chapter 27. Great victory. One fell, and then a second, a third. Above the treetops, the elven archers' composite bows served as the ledger of life and death, with each dull twang of the bowstring representing another enemy siege engine accurately dispatched. The arrows tore through the air, precise and deadly. In the blink of an eye, all marked enemy siege engines, along with the shielded soldiers, were systematically eliminated amidst extreme chaos. Fendona stared blankly at all this, then slowly turned her head to look at the man beside her who had just been cursing and commanding with confidence. Lin-Mo grinned, revealing a set of exceptionally white teeth amidst the smoke, and made a V sign at her. We did it. A textbook-perfect team battle. We succeeded? Fendona looked at this dramatic scene, her face filled with disbelief and wild joy. With the suppression of long-range artillery gone, the remaining enemies were nothing more than a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The morale of the elves, which had been suppressed to the extreme, erupted at this moment. They no longer fought individually, but instinctively executed a perfect cooperative strategy. Earth mages continuously cast spells, turning the ground beneath the enemies into a hell of quagmire and spikes, controlling the field. The archery squad, positioned above, conducted precise targeting, eliminating any mid to high-level threats. The tree guardians stabilized their positions while the wood elves chanted spells from the rear to heal their comrades. Meanwhile, the numerous crossbowmen formed a barrage of metal fire, ruthlessly harvesting those low-level enemies attempting to break through the lines. For a moment, the aggressive enemy forces found themselves trapped at the dark tunnel entrance, unable to move an inch. The enemies experienced for the first time the feeling of being cornered and battered. When the last heavy armored soldier attempted to counterattack but was shot through the head by Leon, a mournful and unwilling horn sounded from the enemy ranks. They abandoned their mountain of corpses and fled back to the underground entrance in disarray. The war was over. The surviving elves were momentarily stunned before erupting in thunderous cheers. Many elves threw down their weapons and embraced their companions tightly, weeping with joy. We won. Oh my God. We actually won. Ha ha ha. The queen blesses us. We survived. Fendona quickly walked up to Lin-Mo, removing her helmet, her sweat-drenched silver hair sticking to her forehead. Her leather armor smeared with dark blood and scratches. Her bright green eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Lin-Mo, saying, "We won." Yes, we won. Lin-Mo let out a long breath, finally relieved to be alive. Fendona, filled with emotion, spoke up. "Sir, in every past encounter with such large-scale assaults, we would suffer 3 or even 5 times the casualties, paying with lives just to barely drive them back. A result like today, an almost complete victory, this is a miracle." As she spoke, she could no longer control her emotions and burst into tears of joy. Lin-Mo was momentarily at a loss. Hey, don't cry. Look at you. Your makeup is all messed up. Oh, you're not wearing any makeup, then it's fine. At that moment, a large group of elves excitedly surrounded him. The leader, Master Ader, who was once the most stubborn old craftsman, had a flushed face filled with fervor and admiration. He approached Lin-Mo and suddenly knelt down on one knee with a thud. Lin-Mo was startled. "What? Get up. Why are you kneeling?" "Your Excellency, Lin-Mo." Master Ader's tears streamed down his face as he hugged Lin-Mo's thigh. "You are not just a traveler from another world. You are the saint sent by the goddess of life to save us. You are the walking holy light, a living miracle." Ader's actions acted like a switch, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of all the elves. In the next moment, Lin-Mo was completely surrounded and overwhelmed by the fervent elves. "Yes, Saint. Please accept our most humble and sincere gratitude. They stuffed him with rare fruits, sparkling magical gems, and fragrant wooden carvings. Saint, this is our ancestral starlight stone passed down for 300 years. Sir, try this sweet berry I just picked. It can enhance magical power. Saint, this is a grass ring I just made. It can repel mosquitoes. Lin Mo's arms were filled to the brim, and he was forcibly handed a handful of grass of unknown use, feeling like a moving garbage bin. Thank you. Thank you all for your enthusiasm. Before he could finish his sentence, a few daring elf maidens blushed and squeezed to the front, their pleasant fragrance wafting over to him. They carefully placed a flower crown made of fresh flowers around Lin Mo's neck. Before Lin Mo could politely decline, he felt a few hands reaching out from the crowd, touching him inappropriately. Lin Mo? What the heck? Who just grabbed my pants? Lin Mo's body was covered in goosebumps, feeling like he had fallen into a den of spiders. Stop it, please. He was jostled around, nearly toppling over, with a chaotic pile of items threatening to become a mountain in his arms. Everyone, all elf friends, calm down. Please calm down. I appreciate your intentions, but idol worship is not appropriate. We should believe in science no, believe in magic. He tried to break free, but found that more and more elves were closing in, each face expressing a fervent desire to have his children. Fendona, help me. Save me. Lin Mo cast a pleading glance towards Fendona, the only one who seemed somewhat normal. Fendona's face turned red as she pushed through the crowd to help Lin Mo. Everyone, but she was immediately interrupted by Master Ader, who spoke with righteous fervor. Your Highness, please do not disturb us in our gratitude to the saint. Without the saint, we might have perished. Master Ader's eyes shone like those of a fanatic. That's right. The wisdom of the revered one will guide us to victory. Funduona was both amused and bewildered by the scene, standing aside and watching Lin Mo being overwhelmed by the enthusiastic clan members. Chapter 28. The Shocking Year for the Queen. This bow is not magic. Avenor, the eternal capital of the Elven Kingdom. It is a grand city built upon the branches of towering ancient trees. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy, transforming into countless golden specks that scatter across the corridors and spires woven from living plants and white stone. Deep within the palace, Queen Alara sits gracefully upon a throne carved from the heart of a life tree, dressed in a moon-white gown, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, adorned with a crown of mithril branches. She is diligently attending to a mountain of state affairs, her expression elegant and focused. Your Majesty. A royal guard strides into the hall, kneeling on one knee. A messenger from the city of Lostia requests an audience. Alara sets down the scroll in her hand. Her eyes, filled with 2,000 years of wisdom, gaze toward the hall's entrance. Come in. A weary elven messenger rushes in, disregarding the formalities, his face a mix of exhaustion and fervent excitement. Your Majesty, he exclaims, raising a box tightly wrapped in enchanted fabric, his voice trembling with excitement. Princess Fendona has commanded me to deliver this with utmost urgency. The guard takes the box, scans it with a crystal to confirm it is harmless, and then carefully presents it to Alara. With a slight movement of her fingers, the layers of wrapping unravel. Inside lies a strangely designed bow, a small crossbow, a roll of parchment with blueprints, and several oddly shaped arrows. What is this? Alara furrows her brow. The bow's limbs curve oddly, with unknown ropes and pulleys entwined around them. The crossbow is so small it resembles a toy, ugly, cold, and devoid of any beauty, filled with a certain brutal practicality. Reporting to Your Majesty, this is called a compound bow and repeating crossbow, invented by a visitor from another realm. Lord Lin Mo, the messenger explains, striving to steady his breath as he repeats the princess's words. Princess Fendona says this concerns the survival of our race. A visitor from another realm? A human? Several elven elders in the hall exchanged glances, their faces reflecting clear displeasure. One elder, a wood elf with intricately braided beard, stepped forward and bowed, his tone carrying the stubbornness of age. Your Majesty, Princess Fendona is still too young. Can the fate of our race be entrusted to a human of unknown origins and these bizarre iron contraptions? Elder Akmand's words are quite right. Another elder immediately chimed in, his voice sharp. Our ancestral longbow craftsmanship, a glory bestowed by the moon goddess, is an art that flows through our veins. How can these ordinary contrivances compare? Alara remained silent. She picked up the compound bow, feeling its cold texture and hefty weight. The design of this thing completely subverted the elves' understanding of bows and arrows. After listening to the elder's comments, her heart remained unperturbed, even with a hint of amusement. Art, glory? In the minds of these old relics, is there any room left for storing food besides these thoughts? When the forces of darkness are at the gates, will they be swayed by glory or dazzled by art? Remembering Findona's character, she made a decision in her heart. Idle talk is useless. Elrari rose from the throne and commanded, "Take it to the shooting range for testing." At the shooting range, an elven archer, renowned as the Son of the Wind, stood behind the shooting line with his beloved Millennium Purple wood longbow. He elegantly saluted the queen and the elders, eliciting a low murmur of admiration from the noble seats. He nocked an arrow and drew the bow, his movements fluid and graceful as the bow reached a full moon shape. Whoosh! The arrow flew from the string, accompanied by an elegant sound as it traced a perfect arc, striking the bullseye 300 meters away with precision. Elder Ackman stroked his beard, a satisfied expression on his face. "Look, Your Majesty, this is the power of our elves, a perfect combination of skill and nature." Then, the archer awkwardly picked up a crossbow. Under the guidance of the messenger, he struggled a bit to knock the arrow onto the string. "This thing feels so strange," he muttered, sensing that the force required to draw the string was completely different from that of the traditional longbow. The first half was laborious, but once he surpassed a certain point, the effort suddenly decreased, making it oddly effortless. The archer hesitantly released his grip. Buzz! A sound, dull and violent, different from the elven longbow, erupted as the bowstring vibrated. The oddly shaped arrow instantly vanished from everyone's sight. The next second, bang! The iron target 300 meters away was struck. A fist-sized hole appeared. The arrow's momentum did not wane, piercing through the second and third wooden targets behind it, ultimately embedding itself deep into the stone wall at the end of the range, nearly half of the entire shaft buried. Silence fell over the shooting range. All the elves gaped, staring blankly at the iron target with a hole in it, then glancing at the stone wall. The Son of the Wind archer stood frozen, looking down at the crossbow in his hand, then at his elegant Millennium Purple wood bow. Elegance, can it be eaten? Can elegance pierce the heavy armor of a dark army commander? This is impossible. Elder Ackman's voice shattered the silence, asserting that there must be some trickery involved. It must be some explosive magic we are unaware of. Humans are best at such deceit. "Esteemed elder," the messenger said calmly, presenting the crossbow, "you can try this yourself. It's called a crossbow, capable of continuous shooting, with no magical enchantments." Elder Ackman skeptically took the crossbow, which felt like a crude toy in his hands. Following the messenger's guidance, he aimed at a target group 50 meters away. After taking aim, he could simply pull the trigger here to shoot continuously. The elder curled his lip, a hint of disdain showing, and quickly pulled the trigger in succession. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A series of rapid mechanical clicks echoed, like a furious steel beast roaring. 10 crossbow bolts were unleashed in just 3 seconds, turning a row of targets ahead into a porcupine. Elder Ackman's finger was still on the trigger, and he was completely stunned. "It's done?" 10 arrows shot in just this short time. Even his most talented disciple would need at least 30 seconds to complete 10 shots, and this ugly contraption only needed 3 seconds? His mind went blank, as if something had forcefully reformatted it. Queen Alara slowly stood up. She quickly walked to the wall, extending her slender fingers to gently caress the arrows deeply embedded in the stone. Cold, hard, filled with pure, brutal physical force. No hint of magical fluctuation. What a remarkable compound bow. Alara turned around, and in her wise and calm eyes, sparks of light began to burn. Chapter 29. Times have changed, elders. Deliver my orders. The voice of Alara echoed in the palace with supreme authority, summoning all craftsmen. Drop everything immediately and start mass-producing this bow and crossbow. She unfurled the parchment blueprint on the imperial desk with a swift motion. Every detail on the blueprint must be replicated precisely. "Your Majesty, please reconsider." Elder Ackman finally regained his voice from the brutal power of the composite bow, stepping forward with his intricately woven beard trembling. This completely contradicts our traditions. If this delays the normal logistical support at the front lines, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tradition? Alara slowly turned around, her moon-white gown tracing a cold arc. Her gaze was like 2 ice-forged blades, piercing directly at Ackman. "Elder, I ask you, is our tradition to watch as our cities fall one after another, and our kin die in droves?" The queen's voice suddenly became sharp, each word striking like a hammer on everyone's hearts. Ackman's face turned pale instantly. Times have changed. Elder. Alara's gaze swept across every elven noble present, her voice returning to calm, but carrying a heavier weight. What allows us to survive is the best tradition. Ackman opened his mouth but could not utter a word, ultimately bowing his head in shame and stepping back. The Queen's determination set the vast machinery of the city of Avenor into a frenzy. Countless precious purple wood, ironheart wood, and flexible metals were transported from the treasury to the enormous workshop within the mountains. For the first time, elven craftsmen abandoned their proud artistic carvings and intricate engravings. They stared blankly at the cold tolerances, lever arms, and pulley systems on the blueprint. These terms were more obscure to them than the language of abyssal demons. They resembled children learning to walk, clumsily grasping a new and brutal aesthetic known as industry. However, just as the entire city was immersed in the excitement of acquiring new weapons, a dreadful message struck like a doomsday meteor, shattering the tranquility of the royal city. Report. A piercing scream tore through the air. A griffin did not even have time to land. Its rider leaped directly from 10 meters in the air, rolling to absorb the impact as he rushed into the palace. His helmet flew off, revealing a young face twisted in fear. Your Majesty, urgent military news. Alara was reviewing the trial report for the first batch of composite bows when she looked up, her heart sinking. The knight knelt on the ground, his voice turning shrill. The demon forces. The demon forces have mobilized earth-digging giants, tunneling through the veins of the city of Lostia. Their army has already appeared in the heart of the World Tree. What? With a loud bang, Alari stood up abruptly from the throne, the report in her hand fluttering to the ground. The entire magnificent palace fell silent. In the next moment, a cold fear spread like a plague. The heart of the World Tree, that is the home of the city of Lothia. Once breached, the hundreds of thousands of elves in Lothia would face utter devastation. Akmont. Alari's voice trembled with extreme shock. Immediately gather the royal guards aside from those defending the city. We set off at once to support Lothia. Yes, Your Majesty. Elder Akmond could no longer care about tradition. The color drained from his face, paler than the Queen's, and he turned and stumbled out. The mournful and desolate war horn sounded over the city of Avenor. The flicker of hope that had just ignited in the city was instantly doused by a bucket of icy water from hell. Countless elven soldiers quickly assembled from workshops, homes, and training grounds. However, when they gathered in the square, everyone fell silent. A mere 20,000. This was the last fighting force of the Elven Kingdom. A sense of despair and solemnity enveloped every elf's head. Alari swiftly descended from the throne, and a maid draped her in mithril armor. She was prepared to lead the charge herself. Even if it meant death, she would die alongside her kin. But just as she took the helmet and was about to put it on, another urgent cry rang out from the sky. Another messenger. He landed swiftly in the center of the square on his griffin. His face was a mix of tears, dirt, and ecstatic excitement. He jumped off his mount and shouted excitedly, "A great victory!" The noise of the entire square instantly froze. All the elves prepared to face death stood as if petrified, frozen in various poses. Alari was also stunned, her action of putting on the helmet hanging in midair. What had she just heard? Was it an illusion? Your Majesty, the city of Lothia, a great victory. We won. Won? Just moments ago, hadn't they said that the demon race had breached their homeland and that the city was about to be annihilated? How long had it been? It had only been a few hours since the first messenger arrived. Even if the demon army lined up for the elves to behead, it couldn't be that quick, right? What did you say? Alari threw aside the helmet, rushed down the steps, and grabbed the messenger by the collar, lifting him off the ground as she urgently asked. Clarify this. What is the situation? What about Princess Fendona? The demon race. The demon race has been pushed back. The messenger spoke incoherently with excitement, wildly waving his arms, trying to describe the shocking scene. Corpses, piled higher than mountains. Green blood flowed like rivers. Princess Fendona said it was Lord Lienma, that visitor from another world. He commanded us. With composite bows and repeating crossbows, we achieved a miraculous victory. Our casualties, Your Majesty, our casualties are fewer than 3,000. In the city of Lothia, a strong smell of burning and a pungent scent of blood mixed together, creating a nauseating aroma. However, what enveloped the entire city was a sense of exhilaration bordering on madness, a feeling of survival after a disaster. Under the moonlight, countless elves were spontaneously clearing the battlefield, Their faces no longer bore the heavy silence of defeat, but instead displayed an uncontrollable excitement. As the elves tossed the twisted bodies of the enemy over the city walls, they chatted and laughed loudly. The scene resembled not a brutal post-battle cleanup, but rather a grand celebration. A squad leader of the elves quickly approached Fendona, removing his helmet, his face still smeared with dried green blood. Yet his voice was louder than ever. "Your Highness, the battlefield has been cleared, and our fallen kin now rest beneath the world tree, returning to the embrace of nature." Chapter 30. The Reward of the Fruit of Life. In this battle, the elves suffered 13,342 injuries, with over 3,000 severely wounded. Fendona felt a wave of sadness as she recalled the 719 fallen comrades. Although this casualty rate was an unprecedented miracle, the loss of over 2,000 vibrant lives was ultimately irreversible. The joy of victory was quickly overshadowed by a heavy sorrow. She waved her hand, signaling the squad leader to step back, and silently gazed at the mountain of demon corpses in the vast pit, soon to be buried, remaining speechless for a long time. After their death, elves would return to the embrace of the nature goddess, while the demon corpses would nourish the world tree. Just then, a sharp eagle cry echoed from above. A magnificent horned eagle beast landed in the clearing, and a royal messenger dismounted, quickly rushing to kneel before Fendona. Behind him, dozens of horned eagle beasts and griffins descended, carrying several wooden crates. "Your Highness, a personal letter from Her Majesty the Queen and the first batch of supplies for the reinforcements." Fendona's spirit lifted, and she hurriedly accepted the letter. On the paper, the Queen's elegant and powerful handwriting generously praised this victory as a miracle worthy of being recorded in history. Additionally, she expressed a desire to meet Lin Mo, hoping Fendona could invite him to Avenor. At the end of the letter, the Queen wrote in a heavier tone, "Be sure to convey to that esteemed guest from another realm, Lord Lin Mo, the highest respect from our elven race. He is the brightest star we have seen in the darkness, and he has earned the friendship of our elven clan. As a token of gratitude, we can reward him with a fruit of life." Fendona was taken aback for a moment at the mention of the fruit of life as a reward. However, as she considered it, she realized that without Lord Lin Mo and his supportive kin, the city of Lostia might have already fallen. Feeling relieved, she thought that it was only right for Lin Mo to receive such an honor. She tucked the letter away and approached the wooden crates that had just been unloaded by the elves. Inside these crates were a total of 800 brand new composite bows and 800 crossbows, along with tens of thousands of matching arrows. They gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, but to Fendona, they were clearly a light of hope. The surrounding elves erupted in excitement. "This is wonderful. With these artifacts, the demon race will no longer be a threat. We will surely protect our homeland. Haha. With these bows and crossbows added to our own production, the demons will come and go without return. Praise the nature goddess, praise our wise queen," they exclaimed in joy, fervently surrounding the newly acquired artifacts, as if caressing the powerful weapons that had just showcased their might on the battlefield. Fendona felt elated, glanced in Lin Mo's direction, and went home to fetch a box. After riding a griffin to the top of the world tree, which was carefully protected by the elders, she flew down. She approached Lin Mo and said, "Lord Lin Mo." Lin Mo extricated himself from a group of admiring elven maidens and asked, "What is it, Your Highness?" Fendona solemnly took out a small box wrapped in moonlight silk from her bosom. "Our queen has sent a letter inviting you to visit Avenor at your convenience. To show her gratitude for your assistance, she has prepared a small gift, and I hope you will like it." Lin Mo smiled and replied, "It's nothing. Helping each other is what we should do." Fendona slowly opened the box, revealing a fruit the size of an egg, entirely emerald green, radiating a soft glow and an overwhelming aura of life. The moment the fruit appeared, the surrounding air seemed to be cleansed. Lin Mo's eyes widened. What is this?" "This is the fruit of life, a treasure that the world tree can produce only a few times in a millennium. Both the nobles of the holy human race and high-ranking members of other races covet it." After her introduction, Fendona observed Lin Mo with a peculiar expression. "I noticed that your physique seems a bit frail, likely due to the differences between human and our kind." She chose her words carefully, fearing she might hurt the self-esteem of this great contributor. "This fruit of life, once consumed, will not only double your lifespan, but also completely transform you. It will significantly enhance your physical qualities and recovery abilities, making you immune to all diseases. Double my lifespan. Complete transformation. Immune to all diseases? Each of these phrases, taken individually, could incite a storm of chaos. Lin Mo's breath quickened, and his heart raced. Wasn't this akin to the ultimate elixir from cultivation novels? Back on Blue Star, he was just a debt-ridden wage slave, physically drained. Forget about extending his life. Just reaching retirement would be a blessing. And now, a fruit that could potentially add decades to his life, with an additional super genetic boost, lay right in front of him. This is a jackpot. If the first emperor were here, wouldn't he have to offer half his kingdom for it? The thought of bringing this back to Blue Star sparked an incredibly bold idea in his mind. He could take it back for the researchers to analyze. If they could determine its composition, even replicate a youthful version, wouldn't the average lifespan in the Great Xia Nation shoot up to 200 years? Having endured hardships, he understood how difficult life was for ordinary people. He wanted to provide them with protection. With this, the plan for a nationwide super soldier initiative could be launched immediately, unifying all of Blue Star. Let those other nations go wherever they please. As he thought about this, his heart burned with excitement. Chapter 31. The Fruit of Life Ahem. Lin Mo cleared his throat, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart, and said lightly, "Oh, Your Highness. You are too polite. This is just a trivial matter, nothing to fuss about. I have always regarded money as dirt and divine objects as mere clouds." While speaking, he took the fruit of life from the box and held it in his hand. However, since this is your heartfelt gesture, it represents the unbreakable friendship between our two races, then I shall graciously accept it. Thank you for the Queen's reward. Praise the Queen. Findona. Seeing Lin Mo's words of refusal, but his honest body language, Findona couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. This is truly an interesting person. Lin Mo tightly held the fruit of life, feeling its warmth, as if holding a living heart. He looked at the fist-sized fruit and instinctively opened his mouth, even gesturing with his hand. Although the size was a bit challenging, it was not impossible. As long as I hold it in my mouth and don't swallow it, I can spit it out when I return to my homeland. Perfect. I'm truly a good person, not keeping it all to myself, but thinking of my country. There's no way around it. This was something earned through the country's planning, and it would be against his conscience to take it all for himself. Lord Lin Mo? Findona looked at him, glancing between Lin Mo and the fruit, then gesturing to her own face with an odd expression. Unable to help herself, she asked, "What are you doing? You can just eat it directly." Okay, I'll eat it later," Lin Mo said, pretending to yawn. "All right, I'm a bit tired now. Let us talk tomorrow. I'll head back for a nap." He clutched the fruit and turned to leave. "Please wait a moment." Lord Lin Mo. Findona stepped forward, blocking his path. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, that "please wait a moment" sounded too much like a condition. He stiffly turned around, forcing a smile. "What else does Your Highness wish to command? Please consume this fruit of life right now." Findona's green eyes were filled with seriousness, showing no hint of a joke. "Lin Mo? Such a precious item. Shouldn't I find an auspicious day, bathe, change clothes, and burn incense to pray before eating it? This is a tradition from my hometown, to show respect for divine objects." He started rambling, trying to buy time. However, Findona shook her head, her expression becoming serious. "My lord, once the fruit of life leaves the world tree, the life essence it contains will begin to slowly dissipate. The longer you wait, the weaker its effectiveness will become. Now is the best time." Lin Mo's mind raced. Dissipating? Is that true? That's not scientific. Oh right. This isn't scientific at all. It's just very magical. His smuggling plan was doomed before it even began. The traditions of my hometown are really important. Lin Mo still wanted to struggle, but first, they had to pay homage to the heavens and the earth, and then express gratitude to thank the great homeland and its people. This entire process would take at least a day and a night. A day and a night should be enough for those old fellows to study it, right? Findona looked at him, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion and misunderstanding. "But, Your Excellency, this is a gift from the world tree, a blessing of life itself. Why does it need such a complicated ritual? Isn't directly experiencing its gift the greatest respect?" The surrounding elves also gathered around, curiously watching their hero and the princess. "Yes, great sage, please eat it. This is a rare treasure. It should be eaten immediately." "Oh no, I'm being forced into this." He looked at Findona's unyielding expression and knew that today he was definitely going to eat this fruit. Will I be accused of embezzling national property when I go back? Academician Qian. Academician Liu. Brother Zhao. I'm sorry, everyone. The country's average lifespan of 200 years is about to be consumed by me in one bite. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly said, "All right. Since the princess insists, I want to be pretentious. When in Rome, do as the Romans do." He picked up the fruit of life, preparing to bite into it like an apple. "It's fine to just take a piece back hidden between my teeth, right? Please stop." Findona exclaimed again, pressing down on his hand. Linimo almost dropped the fruit. "What now, my dear aunt?" Findona looked at him as if he were a barbarian about to mix 1982 law fight with Sprite, her face filled with heartbreak. "Your Excellency, you cannot eat it so rudely. That is an insult to the essence of life." Linimo was completely baffled. "No biting? Then how do I eat it? You can't expect me to offer it as a sacrifice, can you? You just need to hold it in your mouth," Findona patiently explained, while demonstrating an elegant mouth shape to envelop it, so that the essence of life wouldn't escape at all. "Linimo? What kind of nonsense is this? Are you sure you're not joking?" "Findona? What do you mean by joking?" She looked completely innocent. "Linimo, oh. Then it's nothing, you carry on." "Findona, once it's in your mouth, the magic contained within will naturally dissolve and merge into your body." Linimo frowned and looked down. "In my mouth? Isn't that what I was planning to do just now? And now you're telling me that that's the correct way to use it?" He felt like his IQ was being repeatedly rubbed against the ground by the gravity of this world, under the gaze of dozens of clear and curious eyes. Linimo felt his face burning. Taking a deep breath, he thought, "Fine, let us just get it over with." He helplessly placed the warm fruit of life into his mouth. The moment the fruit entered, it transformed into the purest and warmest liquid, instantly enveloping his tongue, then surged into his limbs like a flood breaking through a dam. "What the heck?" Lin Mo's eyes widened suddenly, his whole body shivering. This feeling was like drinking an entire bottle of ice-cold soda on a scorching summer day, or jumping into a freezing hole after being in a sauna for 3 days and nights. Every pore was screaming, every cell was celebrating. His bones were cracking, and every muscle was evolving and reorganizing. Beneath his skin, it felt as if countless green light serpents were slithering, with scorching energy flowing through his limbs and body, making him feel like he was about to burst. An unprecedented sense of exhilaration almost made him moan out loud. It was incredible, better than any relaxation treatment. He felt his consciousness being washed away by the energy, his body completely out of control. He could clearly see the impurities accumulated from years of late nights and unhealthy food being ruthlessly purified and expelled by this green energy. His originally weak bones were being repeatedly reinforced by a layer of emerald light, becoming tougher than steel. The shriveled muscle fibers, like sponges soaked in water, were wildly expanding, filled with explosive power. Chapter 32. Transformation. The entire process lasted a full 10 minutes. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if the whole world had changed. The air was fresher, the colors more vibrant, and even the breeze around the nearby elves carried a hint of sweetness. "Lin Mo, how do you feel?" asked Findona with concern, her eyes filled with joy. Lin Mo looked down at his hands. His skin had become fair and delicate, radiating a glow. He instinctively clenched his fist, feeling a surge of explosive power. "This is amazing. Truly a transformation." He raised his head and grinned at Findona, revealing 2 rows of bright white teeth. "How do I feel? I feel like I could punch a cow to death." A 3-meter-tall minotaur in the crowd responded with a disgruntled snort. "Not you." Lin Mo quickly corrected himself, feeling embarrassed. "What do I do now?" As Lin Mo reveled in this unprecedented strength, a question suddenly popped into his mind. He had claimed the rewards meant for the entire elven tribe. So how would he explain this when he returned? He could say he had lost out, but that wasn't entirely true. Turning important research samples into personal items was a significant loss. However, transforming from a mediocre worker to a humanoid giant was a huge gain. The ups and downs of life were truly exhilarating. "I want to go home immediately and have our scientists draw some blood from me," Lin Mo said seriously, changing the subject. Now that the fruits were gone, wasn't there still a living version of himself who had just taken a potion? He needed to take advantage of the drug's effect to see if he could extract some components for research and possibly replicate it. After bidding farewell to Findona and the elves watching the results, Lin Mo returned to his room. Lying in bed, he found himself unable to sleep, lost in thought. How would he return now? According to the rules, he needed to be in a state of sleep to return to his original world. But right now, he felt so energetic that he could stay awake for 3 days and nights, and his mind was clear enough to write a doctoral thesis on the spot. The energy within him was surging continuously, He didn't just want to sleep, he wanted to find a place to run a 10-kilometer marathon to warm up. This was a disaster. Lin Mo's face fell instantly. He tried lying back down, closing his eyes, and counting. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 300 sheep jumping over the fence to line up for the big bad wolf. No use. The sheep in his mind were not only lively, but the big bad wolf had even started discussing quantum mechanics with them. Lin Mo felt desperate. He had to think of a way to quickly lose consciousness. Physical means. He heard Findona talking with other elves outside. Eureka! He stood up, opened the door, and shouted towards Findona under the tree, Princess Findona. Findona looked up, revealing a bright smile. Your Excellency Lin Mo, what's wrong? Nothing. Lin Mo scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Can I discuss something with you? Please, go ahead, as long as I can do it. Well, could you come up here for a moment? Once Findona entered the room, Lin Mo became serious. Could you knock me out, Findona? Please. Lin Mo clasped his hands together and quickly laid down on the bed, gesturing at the back of his head. Use your one to give me a hit here, ideally one that knocks me out. In the underground base of Ark in Bell City, Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes in a suite. What came into view was the familiar white ceiling and the small night lamp by the headboard emitting a soft glow. I'm back. He didn't get up immediately but closed his eyes, carefully sensing every change in this body. What he feared most was that the overwhelming power had remained in the other world. Thankfully, it hadn't. With the return of consciousness, the same power surged into this body in the reality base. It felt like sharing experience points between characters on the same account across 2 servers. Perfect. Wait. There is one imperfection. He had been injured in the other world, and the mental aspect had also taken a hit. The first time he crossed over, he hurt his teeth on a gem, and later was knocked away by a flying beast, feeling pain all over, but fortunately, there were no major issues left. He would have to be more cautious in the future. In any case, this time he hit the jackpot. Lin Humanoid Gundam MO Online. After sorting his thoughts, he suddenly sprang up from the bed with a swift motion, his movements so fluid it was unmatched. This was not something a long-time office worker could do. His body felt light, his fists clenched tightly, and an explosive sense of power filled every muscle fiber, making him feel like he could tear down walls with his bare hands. This incredible fortune was finally mine. Right? I need to get a checkup from the experts quickly. Lin Mo grabbed the red emergency intercom on the bedside and pressed the call button. Brother Zhao, I'm back. Arrange a health check for me immediately. I want the most comprehensive one. Urgently, right now? There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the intercom. Then Zhao Gang's steady voice came through. Received. The medical team will arrive within 5 minutes. Before long, there was a knock on Lin Mo's door. He opened it to find Zhao Gang standing there. His presence so imposing that the light in the corridor dimmed slightly. Lin Mo, what happened? I ate a magical fruit. Lin Mo grabbed Zhao Gang's arm excitedly, his words tumbling out in a rush. I had something called the Fruit of Life, and it's amazing. Not only does it double my lifespan, but it also enhances my physical abilities. Quick, hurry up and draw some blood. Let's see if we can reverse engineer this. He quickly recounted his experience in another world. Before he could finish, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, sounding like a sprint. A group of individuals in white coats rushed over, led by 2 esteemed academicians, and several medical personnel followed, pushing a stretcher. Goodness, with this setup, one might think something serious had happened. Comrade Lin Mo, are you all right? A collective sigh of relief filled the air as they saw Lin Mo standing there, lively and well. Lin Mo had no choice but to repeat the story he had just shared. Lin Mo, what you said. Is it all true? One of the academicians, visibly trembling, adjusted his old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses that wobbled on his nose. The other academician was more action-oriented. Without saying a word, he pulled out a palm-sized portable scanner from his coat and began scanning Lin Mo from head to toe, the device beeping continuously. It's absolutely true. Lin Mo jumped up twice, reaching a height of 3 meters. He even punched the cement floor, leaving an imprint that left everyone speechless. It's important to note that this was special cement, comparable to steel in strength. Chapter 33 Superhuman Data. I feel amazing right now, full of energy. And I feel like I could punch through a heavy armored vehicle. Lin Mo excitedly swung a fist, creating a gust of wind that made a nearby nurse's bangs flutter. Qian Jinhua and Lu Qingyan exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with fervor. Hurry. Go to the medical center immediately. Academician Lu Qingyan pushed past the people beside him and directly ordered, activate the Panga sequence detection. from cell membrane potential to mitochondrial energy efficiency, to telomere length of the gene chain. I want all the data from quarks to macros. Lin Mo was surrounded by a group of people and pushed into a pure white medical pod larger than his living room. Various high-tech instruments, whose names he couldn't even recall, extended from the ceiling and walls, surrounding him completely. Lin Mo lay on the cold examination table, looking at the dense array of sensors and flashing indicators above him, feeling a bit nostalgic. The last time he enjoyed such VIP treatment was 3 years ago during a company health check, which was focused on caring for colorectal health. Life is truly full of unexpected surprises. A nearby nurse stifled a giggle as she sneaked a glance at the academicians and quickly closed her mouth. The examination lasted a full 5 hours. Outside the medical pod, in the command center, Qian Jinhua, Lu Qingyin, Zhao Gang, and a dozen core scientists of the ARC project were all fixated on a huge holographic projection screen. On the screen, Lin Mo was wearing specially designed sensor shorts, standing on a massive metal testing platform. Strength test, Phase 1 begins. A cold electronic voice echoed. In front of the platform, a half-meter square special concrete block slowly rose. Please attack the target with full force. Lin Mo flexed his wrists, looking at the square concrete block, and pouted. I wonder if this thing is sturdy? If I break it, I won't have to pay, right? In the control room, an engineer adjusted his glasses confidently and pressed the communication button. Comrade Lin Mo, please rest assured, this is C30 grade ultra-high-strength concrete, embedded with sensing devices. Before he could finish, Lin Mo took a deep breath, engaged his core, and delivered a standard straight punch. Bang! A loud noise erupted, and the concrete block shook violently, spiderweb-like cracks radiating from the point of impact. The engineer's mouth was agape. His words caught in his throat. The control room was filled with gasps. Report. Instant peak impact force. 1 tons. After converting the pressure of the punch, it's enough to penetrate a vehicle's side door. Speed test, begin. Lin Mo stepped onto an elongated, widened special track that resembled a Pro Max version of an airport conveyor belt. The track began to accelerate. 20 kilometers an hour. 30. 40. Lin Mo on the screen became serious. His breathing quickened, but his steps remained steady. Can we go faster? The operator inquired. Push. Academician Lu Qingyin shouted. The speed soared past 40 kilometers an hour. The tracks emitted a faint rumble. Lin Mo's figure had become somewhat blurry, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Yet he continued to run. Report. Target heart rate 140. Lactic acid secretion level is only 30 of that of a normal athlete. At this speed, he can maintain it for at least 10 minutes. Neuroresponse test. Lin Mo was taken to an empty room. After sitting down with the tablet provided by the staff, he wore a confused expression. Have you played this game before? The staff member asked. Lin Mo nodded in surprise. That's great. You don't need to learn the rules. Due to time constraints, we'll have to use this test. On the screen appeared the game Rhythm Master. Test content. Highest difficulty level of Rhythm Master. Time limit 3 minutes. Please click start. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile wryly, taking a deep breath. He clicked to start the game. The song began gently, but after about 10 seconds of adaptation, a torrential downpour of arrows began to fall. Lin Mo's fingers tensed instantly, and the dizzying operations made everything seem unclear. 3 minutes later, as the song gradually came to a stop, the test ended. Lin Mo glanced at the game data. He had only missed one. It's worth noting that this was a game he played as a child, not something he played daily like streamers, and achieving this result was already beyond human capability. However, he recalled a streamer from a few years ago who played the game using their tongue and felt a twinge of inferiority. He had once wondered why most of the gift givers were women. The staff took the tablet from Lin Mo and immediately shared the data with the adjacent room. Glancing at the specific data, he froze in place. Monster, he murmured, your temporary dynamic vision, reaction speed, and physical coordination have completely surpassed human physiological limits. This is something even the top agents can't accomplish. In the adjacent room, academician Lu Qingyin reacted even more intensely, clenching his fists and muttering, perfect evolution. This is no longer human. It's clearly a biological mech in human skin. Usually calm Zhao Gang also showed an uncontrollable excitement on his face. He patted Lu Qingyin's hand to calm him down. Old Lu, don't get too excited too soon. The health report is just an appetizer. His gaze returned to the most critical area on the screen. The real main course is the blood analysis report. This is the key to the fate of the entire nation and even humanity. As the medical chamber door slowly slid open, Lin Mo felt as if he had just completed a triathlon, exhausted but filled with a sense of comfort from head to toe. He saw a circle of people at the door, all their faces filled with tension and anticipation. Curiously, he asked, "How are my data and my health report? Are they outrageous?" Academician Qian Jinhua adjusted his glasses, his gaze under the lenses extremely complex. "Lin Mo, your body's indicators can no longer be described as changes." He uttered two words. "It's a leap. Your cellular metabolism, energy conversion efficiency, neural response speed, everything has reached an astonishing dimension." Qian Jinhua's voice trembled slightly, stating that from a biological perspective, you are theoretically a completely new species. Lin Mo grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth. "A new species? Does that make me the chosen one?" He chuckled, asking if he no longer had to follow the usual path when going out. "Theoretically. Your physical strength indeed allows you to be the protagonist in any sci-fi blockbuster without needing special effects." Academician Liu Chengyin handed over a tablet, his expression extremely complex. It was like having been constipated for half a month, finally finding relief, only to look down and discover the toilet was clogged again. He pointed at the glaring bold red conclusion on the screen. "However, here's the problem. We cannot reverse engineer." "What does that mean?" The smile on Lin Mo's face froze instantly, as if the pause button had been pressed. "It means we cannot extract any effective components of that fruit of life from your blood, cells, genes, or even from every breath of carbon dioxide you exhale." Academician Qian Jinhua sighed deeply, his tone reflecting the immense disappointment and helplessness scientists feel when confronted with the barriers of the unknown. For example, if you had a feast, we can detect that you are currently energetic and full of energy, but we cannot extract that specific dish back from your digestive system in its original form. Academician Qian rubbed his brow and added, "Forget about that dish. We can't even find a single scallion." Chapter 34. Superhuman Physique. Lin Mo's lips twitched, and his expression turned to one of bemusement. "So, after all this time, the hope of the entire nation has been condensed into just me, a single sprout?" Lin Mo's eyes flickered, and he suddenly smiled. "So, my superhuman physique is a unique, one-of-a-kind specimen?" Academician Liu Qingyin instinctively nodded. "From the current data, yes." His face was filled with disbelief. "We have exhausted all means, and the transformation of that life essence exceeds our understanding." Liu Qingyin slapped his thigh and sighed. "All we can say is it's quite magical." Just as the spark of hope was ignited, it was doused by a bucket of cold water called the limits of science. "Understood." Lin Mo snapped his fingers. "So now I've become a humanoid monster. You guys aren't planning to slice me up later, are you?" His jest lightened the previously tense atmosphere. At this moment, Zhao Gang's calm voice rang out. "Although direct replication is impossible, this is not without value." He stepped closer, his gaze intense as he looked at Lin Mo. "At the very least, we have confirmed that there exists a divine artifact on Terra that could reverse fate. Just because we can't do it now doesn't mean we won't be able to in the future. As long as we develop our extraction technology over there, bringing it back is just a matter of time." Everyone's eyes brightened. "Right." Zhao Gang approached Lin Mo, his gaze piercing. "Now, let us discuss another matter." He glanced around at the medical staff and said solemnly, "Let us go to the conference room." In the conference room, several military advisors had already been waiting, clearly indicating that Zhao Gang had made prior arrangements. Zhao Gang got straight to the point. "Lin Mo, the invitation from the Elf Queen is ostensibly to thank us for our assistance. However, I believe this is merely a pretext. After all, the most precious life fruit has already been awarded to you." Lin Mo immediately chimed in. "So, the real intention is not about the wine." "Exactly," Zhao Gang nodded. A female advisor added, "What the Queen wants to meet is you, the visitor from another world, and what you represent. Us, the Great Xia. This is both a test and an opportunity." Another male advisor continued, "Our composite crossbow has given them a taste of technological advantage. The Queen likely hopes we can provide more technology, whether for logistics or weaponry, to help them combat the demon race. This is a crucial step in establishing deep cooperation with the elf race." He walked over to the massive holographic map, pointing at the expanding red shadows on the blue planet. The deceleration of the blue planet's rotation is still ongoing, and the rates of magnetic field decay and atmospheric loss are accelerating. The ARC project is just a temporary respite. We need the seed of the world tree. Once the blue planet's rotation completely stops, we can cultivate the world tree along the terminator and recreate the ecosystem. In today's underground city, A world tree can support a perfect ecological cycle of plants and animals, reinforce the land, reduce earthquake damage, and significantly lower the technical difficulty of constructing the underground city. Lin Mo looked at the striking red on the map, and his previous lightheartedness was instantly overshadowed by a heavy feeling. This was indeed an excellent opportunity. Zhao Gang continued. Your task is to take this chance to deeply understand the elven race, the world tree, and the entire magic system of Terra Continent. As the only connection point, each of your interactions could open a new door for us. Understood. Should I scout the way? Lin Mo asked. Yes. Zhao Gang nodded. With your current abilities, you can handle most risks. Stay alert, engage boldly, and if you're unsure, come back and discuss it first. Academician Qian Jinhua also walked over and solemnly patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. Lin Mo, you are now the hope of our civilization, bearing the future. Be sure to be careful. Don't worry, esteemed academicians, Brother Zhao. Lin Mo patted his chest. It's just going to the elven homeland to gather some information and see what their demands are. No problem. Academician Lu Qingyin couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Gang chuckled and waved his hand. All right, the meeting ends here. You can take a break. There's no need to rush. Steady progress is the most important. Lin Mo nodded and turned to leave the conference room. After returning and finishing the delivered feast, Lin Mo found he couldn't sleep for a while. He wasn't interested in playing games to pass the time. After all, the immersive experience of another world was much more real and interesting, making the world on the screen feel diminished. He thought, why not explore this underground base and familiarize himself with it? It had been so long since he last wandered around. He might as well check on the progress of the underground city construction. Previously, while living in a rental, he had relied on doing odd jobs around the outskirts of the underground city to make a living. To see the overall construction, he needed to get a higher perspective. He opened the door and strolled along the corridor. As he stepped through a metal door, the familiar presence of two security personnel silently followed him. Lin Mo turned around. Hey, what are you doing here? One of the security personnel replied in a low voice. Sir, we are your bodyguards. As long as you leave the designated area, we will follow to protect you. My name is Wu Suawei, and he is Wu Jiandao. Lin Mo? What does that mean? Wu Jiandao? Are you serious with those names? Wu Suawei. Sir, it's lock as in the lock of a door, and guard as in protector. Wu Suawei emphasized. Lin Mo pointed to the other person. What about him? Wu Suawei. Well, his last name is also Wu. His father loved watching Wu Jiandao, so he was named after that. Lin Mo opened his mouth. All right, with you two around, I feel my sense of security has decreased. Wu Suawei. Wu Jiandao. Rest assured. Sir, we are professionals. Lin Mo, unless you can't help it? The two looked puzzled. What can't be helped? Lin Mo smiled, waved his hand, and turned around. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Just reminded me of a movie. I wonder where Zhao Gang found these two. Probably thought my mind was a bit unconventional and it would be interesting. Anyway, having guards around is definitely better. It can help avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles. As for protection, Lin Mo expressed that he could take on more than 10 guards. Lin Mo took a couple of steps forward, suddenly turned back. By the way, I want to check the construction progress of the underground city. Is it convenient to guide me? Wu Jiandao nodded. I understand. I'll lead you there. Lin Mo was very satisfied. Gave a thumbs up. Not bad. I have high hopes for you. Wu Suawei. Wu Jiandao. This leader seems a bit unorthodox. Lin Mo followed behind, smacking his lips and shaking his head in amazement. Who would have thought that one day I would also be called a leader? Looks like I've indulged in the thrill of authority. Suddenly he looked down. Hey, why are my hands behind my back? And I'm walking in a funny way? Wu Suawei. Wu Jiandao. Chapter 35. The shocking arc underground city. After taking the elevator and navigating through a maze to exit a metal door, the view suddenly opened up. Lin Mo's pupils widened at the sight before him. They were standing on an observation deck surrounded by concrete walls. In front of them was a vast cavity that words could hardly describe. The dome was made of rugged rock layers, reinforced with modular concrete, and appeared to be undergoing sealing installation. Countless engineering lights, as bright as the sun, hung in the darkness like stars, casting magnificent beams of light. Below them was a city rising from a steel framework. Dozens of towering gantry cranes, each over 100 meters high, glided silently on crisscrossing tracks. With each movement, they precisely placed entire prefabricated building modules as if stacking blocks. Thousands of tower cranes and construction vehicles scurried like diligent worker ants through the veins of the city. The welding arcs sparkled like lightning, and cutting lasers sliced through the dimness. Trains loaded with supplies roared past on the tracks, creating streams of light. The entire space was filled with a deep and continuous rumble, a symphony of tens of thousands of machines operating simultaneously. The most stubborn battle song of human civilization in the face of doom. Wow, wow, this scene is just wow. Lin Mo was completely stunned, his mouth in awe. Unfortunately, lacking education, all he could express was his astonishment. This is an entire mountain hollowed out? He swallowed hard and turned to Wu Suwei and Wu Jiandao behind him. The scale of this project would make even the legendary figure of Chinese folklore marvel and then call in reinforcements. Wu Suwei stood upright, eyes straight ahead, reporting in a calm voice. Sir, this Ark underground city is called Kunlun No. 1, designed to a depth of 500 meters underground, with a planned capacity for 3 million permanent residents. What you see is the construction site for the first phase of the residential area and central hub. 3 million. Lin Mo smacked his lips. The place where he previously worked part-time was merely the outer logistics point of this massive project, which he thought was already exaggerated at the time. Now standing here, he realized what it meant to see only the tip of the iceberg. This wasn't just infrastructure. It was a recreation of civilization within the planet itself. Truly astonishing. This is the power of a nation? Lin Mo forced himself to remain calm, putting his hands behind his back and pacing along the edge of the observation deck, trying to project the demeanor of a senior official inspecting the work. What is that tallest building that looks like a giant kidney? He pointed to a massive dome structure at the center of the city that was nearing completion. Wu Jiandao immediately responded. Report, sir, that is the central support column, which will also house ecological dome equipment. Once completed, it will project and simulate a natural sky environment to prevent a series of psychological issues arising from residents feeling confined. Lin Mo nodded and pointed toward a recessed area on a distant wall that looked quite out of place and seemed to disrupt the hemispherical structure. What about that area that looks so incongruous? That is an energy center, which will be isolated from the entire city. It houses 3 medium-sized nuclear power stations. One can supply energy to the whole city, while the other 2 serve as backups, just in case. Lin Mo was taken aback. Just as he was about to ask more, he heard a steady footstep behind him. At first glance, there was nothing unusual. Zhao Gang had appeared behind them, also gazing at the steel jungle in front of them. Brother Zhao. Lin Mo turned around to greet him. Wu Suwei and Wu Jiandao immediately saluted. Zhao Gang waved his hand, walked to Lin Mo's side, and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Isn't it shocking? More than shocking, Lin Mo sighed sincerely. I feel that my previous understanding of the term human determination conquers nature was too superficial. This is not just about human determination. Zhao Gang's tone carried a resolute strength. This is about choosing to change the situation when it seems like the heavens want to bring us down. Lin Mo was instantly impressed by his bold words. Why couldn't he express himself like that? He fell into deep thought. Was it because he wasn't studying properly? Zhao Gang pointed to the continuous flow of construction below. Every machine you see, every steel plate, is supported by thousands of people behind it. Top scientists, the best engineers, the most skilled workers, and countless ordinary people like you who previously toiled silently on the periphery. We spent a year completing the planning drawings and another 2 years turning those drawings into the reality you see before you. Lin Mo fell silent. Zhao Gang turned his head, seemingly sensing that Lin Mo's mood was off. What's wrong? Lin Mo whispered. I think of my former self and the other workers. The common people, they suffered too much. To be honest, he had complaints. Life at the bottom was really hard. Zhao Gang's voice grew somewhat subdued amid the roar of the machines. There's no way around it. Everything is a race against time. Such a monumental project for the country, and the people will inevitably require some sacrifices, just like when we resisted invasion in the past. It's for future generations to not experience our suffering, for the continuation of our race. If we don't stand up and bear the burden, our descendants will be the ones to suffer. Lin Mo suddenly recalled the saying, better to bear a lifetime of blame than to let future generations enjoy prosperity. Zhao Gang chuckled lightly. You could say that. He took a deep breath and gazed into the distance. The latest data shows that the rate of rotational deceleration has increased by 0.03 compared to last month. This number may seem small, but in reality, it reflects a 12 increase in the frequency of global earthquakes and volcanic activities. Kunlun No. 1 is just one of the 36 planned Tian Gang-level underground cities. Even if all 36 cities are completed, they can only accommodate less than 300 million people. In short, the country has done its best to strike a balance. If more underground cities are to be built, the common people won't be able to bear it, and chaos will ensue. Lin Mo frowned. What about the other hundreds of millions of people? Zhao Gang fell silent for a moment. According to big data predictions, many more people would die in the next 2 years, and by then, we would almost be able to accommodate that. Lin Mo's mouth fell open in shock. With a population of over 1 billion, how could it be that only a few 100 million would be left in the face of natural and man-made disasters? He had still underestimated the horrifying damage caused by the deceleration of the blue planet. Based on a family of 6, that would mean an average of about 4 deaths per household. Suddenly, he thought of his deceased parents, and a wave of discomfort filled his chest. He felt an urge to vent, yet found no outlet for his strength. Should he blame the country for its cruelty in not saving lives? But the country had already done its utmost. Should he blame fate and shake his fist at the sky? But what good would that do? Damn. All he could do was curse like that. His carefree attitude and disregard for worldly affairs had also been shaped by the upheavals of these 2 years, leading him to adopt a mindset of it's just death, lying flat. In reality, this was more like a struggle and mockery against fate. Do the heavens want to see me suffer? What a joke. I was born with a proud spirit, and I just love to laugh. Chapter 36, Setting Off to the Elven King City. What's wrong? Are you feeling resentful? Zhao Gang noticed Lin Mo's unusual emotions and asked. Lin Mo didn't know how to respond. Zhao Gang patted his shoulder. It's normal to feel resentment. After all, one can't just suffer in silence without saying a few words, right? Of course, many unreasonable things might have happened along the way. However, governing a nation is quite complex. Once power is attained, there will always be parasites emerging. That's human nature. You can't catch them all. You can only deal with them as you find them, over and over again. Lin Mo scoffed. If we catch them all, what's the point? Zhao Gang chuckled, lightly tapping Lin Mo. You're being impulsive, aren't you? In other words, can you guarantee your own integrity? Maybe for 2 or 3 years. But what about 4 or 5 years? Can you still guarantee it? Besides, if you catch everyone, who will carry out the orders? Relying on freshly graduated recruits? You can't neglect one aspect while focusing on another, otherwise, you'll lose more than you gain. Often, as long as the benefits outweigh the drawbacks, one can turn a blind eye. Lin Mo fell silent. Indeed, if he were in certain positions, he wouldn't necessarily be a good person either. At that moment, his previous grievances about the nation suddenly diminished, and he understood much more. To err is human. After all, human nature is both the most complex and the simplest. As long as the overall direction is correct, it will ultimately be good. Zhao Gang seemed to sense that the topic was off, so he began to steer the conversation elsewhere. He believed that after this discussion, Lin Mo would grow significantly, which was what he wanted. He pointed towards the enormous steel city that was under construction, emitting a tremendous noise. This is just a spark plan, a Noah's Ark for the continuation of civilization. But in the end, the Ark needs to reach the shore. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo snapped out of his frustration. Exhaling a long breath and looking at everything before him, working on the periphery before, listening to data in the conference room, was entirely different from witnessing this underground marvel being built in a frenzy for survival. Coupled with the earlier conversation, the word responsibility transformed into every welding spark and every inch of extending rebar, weighing heavily on his heart. I understand, Lin Mo spoke, the seed of the world tree. We must obtain it. Zhao Gang turned to look at Lin Mo, patting his shoulder. Yes, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. We only have you. Take steady steps and do your best. In the bedroom, Lin Mo lay back down on the bed, closing his eyes as the innocent and curious face of Fendona appeared in his mind. Elven Queen, Avenor, Lin Mo, have arrived. With that thought, Lin Mo's consciousness gradually relaxed, and he unknowingly fell asleep. On the continent of Terra, in the city of Lostia, Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes and got up from the wooden bed. So comfortable. He stretched, feeling a surge of energy throughout his body. Grabbing a few fruits from the table, he took a bite and opened the door. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw the dazzling Fendona among the elves not far away. Fendona, whether in temperament or appearance, or even in her noble attire, truly stands out in the crowd. At this moment, she is checking the newly arrived composite bows with several elven warriors. Your Highness, Lin Mo shouted and quickly ran over. Hearing the voice, Fendona turned around and, seeing Lin Mo's spirited demeanor, a hint of surprise flashed in her emerald eyes. Lord Lin Mo, you're awake. How do you feel after eating the life fruit? Of course, Lin Mo replied with a grin. I feel like my eyes see you even more beautifully. Findona covered her mouth with a light laugh. Hee hee, Lord Lin Mo is truly humorous. Lin Mo chuckled heartily. Princess Findona, your queen invited me to Avenor, right? When do we set off? Findona was slightly taken aback, surprised that Lin Mo would be so proactive. You want to go now? Of course. Lin Mo patted his chest. While patience is a virtue, being kept waiting is quite the opposite. How could I keep your queen waiting for her gracious invitation? Findona thought for a moment and said, the demon race won't attack so quickly in the next few days. I originally planned to go to the royal city tomorrow. Since you are so eager, please wait a moment. After I handle a few matters, we can set off together. You will be going too? That's wonderful. Lin Mo exclaimed joyfully. Having a familiar companion along the way was certainly the best. Findona was very efficient, and in less than half an hour, everything was ready. The group arrived at the platform in Lostia City designated for the takeoff and landing of griffins. Dozens of magnificent griffins were quietly lying on the ground. Possessing the body of a lion and the head and claws of a bird of prey, their feathers shimmering with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. The elven knights were skillfully and elegantly fitting the saddles onto the griffins. Findona thought for a moment and said, Lord Lin Mo, why don't you ride with me on one? Lin Mo was taken aback, considering he couldn't ride a griffin himself. Sharing one with her felt like a stroke of luck. He immediately agreed. Findona approached a crouching griffin, skillfully mounted it, and patted the space behind her, saying, Lord Lin Mo, come up. Don't worry, she is very gentle. Lin Mo stepped forward and took a closer look at the griffin. This creature appeared to be a blend of a lion and an eagle, with the front half resembling an eagle and the back half a lion. The front half had a sharp hooked beak, golden eagle eyes, and exceptionally sharp talons covered in feathers. The rear half was adorned with short, mane-like fur, boasting the strong muscles of a lion's hind legs. Additionally, its body was quite large, comparable to an elephant, so it could easily carry two people. Lin Mo swung himself up, but didn't quite manage the motion, instinctively holding onto Findona's waist for balance. A subtle blush crept onto Findona's fair cheeks. Are you settled, Lord Lin Mo? Yes, Lin Mo replied, noticing the faint, nature-scented fragrance emanating from the girl in front of him, which was particularly pleasant. This was already the second time he had experienced such a close encounter. Seeing that everyone was ready, Findona adjusted her sitting posture and called out, Let's go. The griffin let out a loud and clear cry, its strong wings suddenly flapping. In the next moment, it soared into the sky. A strong sense of gravitational overload hit him suddenly. The fierce wind violently filled Lin Mo's ears and mouth. Wow. Lin Mo was taken aback and instinctively wrapped his arms around Findona's waist. Findona's body stiffened for a moment, and she asked with concern, My Lord Lin Mo, are you all right? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm fine. It's just my first time experiencing this. I'm a bit unaccustomed, Lin Mo replied, carefully observing the scenery flying by. The wind howled beside his ears, and the vast forest unfolded below, with rivers winding through it. It was a beautiful painting of a paradise on earth. Chapter 37. The grand dream of a certain country in the capital underground city of a certain country, located in the Antarctic. It stands in opposition to the new capital city of another nation situated in the Arctic. Since the outbreak of the crisis, the population of this country has suffered significant losses. Various doomsday theories have spread widely, causing chaos among the ignorant populace for quite some time. Coupled with the policy of freedom, many people initially refused to cooperate with the relocation to work in the polar regions, merely praying for divine intervention while remaining inactive. Additionally, various forms of resistance, protests, and subsequent conflicts with other nations have led to a loss of half the population. Of course, some conspiracy theorists believe this is a result of the government and capital intentionally allowing such chaos. The planning for the underground cities in this country includes one for each state, totaling 50. The capacity ranges from 5 million to 2 million, which is evidently insufficient, leaving some people unable to board this proverbial ark. To avoid future turmoil, it might be better to let some individuals perish early. Originally, this country intended to occupy the Antarctic alongside several member states. However, an alliance formed between another nation and two others, providing mutual support in the Antarctic, successfully resisted the exclusion attempts by this country and established a foothold, much to the dismay of the latter. For a nation that considers itself the global hegemon, this was akin to having its territory seized by rivals. As the capital underground city, The design of this city is intended to accommodate a permanent population of 5 million. Currently, with the full backing of major capital investments, it is the fastest-growing underground city in this country, with half of its construction already completed. Naturally, the majority of this progress is attributed to those capital interests. They are even establishing doomsday survival bases within the underground city, further slowing the overall construction pace due to limited resources. For the underground cities in other states, achieving a third of the construction progress is considered a success. Unlike the practical and equitable lottery distribution system of underground cities in another nation, this country's underground cities operate on a purchase system. One must admit, this is very much in line with capitalist principles. Inside an office hall, the governor of this country, Mars, sank into a leather sofa, holding a cup of soda while watching a rebroadcast of his interview on a news channel. We possess the world's most powerful military, the most advanced technology, and the greatest companies. Doomsday? No, this is an opportunity. An opportunity for our nation to become great once again. He watched himself on screen, full of confidence, and nodded in satisfaction. A secretary in a suit entered the room, standing respectfully. Mr. President, here is the recent global dynamics briefing. Mars waved his hand to signal him to continue, his eyes still fixed on the screen. Regarding the nation of cherry blossoms, they have requested to incorporate their underground city into our territorial range, citing that their city is too close to those of another nation and two others, which gives them a lack of security. Mars scoffed. A bunch of cowards. Tell them not to worry, we are right beside them. The secretary hesitated for a moment, a peculiar expression on his face. Additionally, a certain country has lodged a diplomatic protest with an international organization. Oh dear, how do they protest every day? What are they protesting this time? The secretary stifled a laugh, saying they are protesting the naming of the 36 heavenly strongholds underground cities, claiming it infringes on their cultural heritage and asserting that the star system of heavenly strongholds and earthly fiends originated from their ancient civilization. Mars finally shifted his gaze from the television, confusion evident on his face. Mars. He looked at the secretary. Have these fools' brains been fried by solar winds? Is this really the time to care about this? The secretary replied, perhaps they see this as an important step in the struggle for cultural dominance in the end times. Huh. Mars laughed. What a bunch of idiots. But seriously, what's happening over there? Have our public opinion offensive and economic sanctions had any effect? That is what he really cares about. Thinking of her, let us see a picture. The secretary's expression turned serious. Sir, the results are minimal. According to our latest intelligence, the total construction progress of the 36 underground cities has surpassed 50%. Most critically, several planned super underground cities like Heavenly Authority City and Jade Balance City, designed to accommodate 10 million people, have also exceeded half completion. The air in the office turned quiet. The smile faded from Mars's face. The advanced technology of that country is strong, and even building a free capital for 5 million people is a daunting task. 10 million people in an underground city? That is outrageous. Fake news. Mars suddenly sat up straight, slamming his cup on the table. It's definitely fake news. They are just bluffing. Do you have any idea how large a city for 10 million people is? Even if a deity came, it wouldn't be built. And they VE completed 50%? Their construction standards must be horrifying. Before the end times arrive, those cities will collapse on their own. He stood up, pacing the office, his tone agitated. This is typical dictator thinking. To preserve those useless lower-class populations, they would drag down the entire country. They don't understand trade-offs. They don't know what costs mean. This will make them pay a price. Believe me, no one understands this better than I do. The secretary quickly agreed. Sir, you are wise. However, as you know, their talent and infrastructure is always astonishing. Mars snorted coldly, stopping in his tracks. We cannot let our guard down. He tapped on the table, instructing those senior spies to keep a close watch. I want to know every move of the upper echelons there. The future of this planet will only get worse. And underground cities are merely delaying humanity's extinction. We need new avenues. So, send a formal diplomatic note to that country. Mars pondered and said, let's propose that. For the future of all humanity, we take the lead with a certain country and another nation to share aerospace technology, jointly develop the moon, and strive for resource sharing and colonization of the lunar surface. The secretary was taken aback. Sir, are we really going to share technology with them? Share? Mars laughed. Of course not. But we must admit that they have some impressive capabilities in this area. We can use the pretext of joint development to borrow some ideas. At the same time, I want to see if they have any hidden cards up their sleeves. He leaned back on the sofa, a smirk on his face, as if everything was under control. The apocalypse is indeed a crisis, but divine protection will be with us, making us great once again. Chapter 38. The Stunning Elf Queen on the Way. Lin Mo and his companions flew for nearly 3 hours and finally arrived at their destination. When a colossal silhouette appeared on the distant horizon, blocking out the sun, Lin Mo's breath caught in his throat. It was a tree, an incredibly gigantic tree, 100 times larger than the world tree of legend. Its trunk was as robust as a pillar connecting heaven and earth, with countless massive branches extending in all directions, forming floating green lands in the air. Sunlight filtered through the lush canopy, casting millions of light spots. Countless crystal-clear, elegantly shaped buildings dotted the spaces between the branches and platforms. Some even grew directly from the massive branches, appearing as if they belonged there. Suspended bridges woven from vines connected different areas. Countless elves rode griffins and other flying mounts, weaving in and out of the city. There was even a waterfall cascading from a high branch, with mist rising, creating a rainbow that never seemed to fade in the sunlight. The entire tree kingdom was filled with the harmonious beauty of life and nature, so magnificent that it left one speechless. While Lin Mo murmured to himself, a thought creeping into his mind. If this place were rated as a 5A scenic area, wouldn't a ticket cost him 88,000? As they approached, 2 teams of elf guardians riding eagle-like creatures, clad in silver armor, flew up from below, lining up on either side to escort them, their movements perfectly synchronized. The leader of the guard bowed to Findorna, then turned his gaze to Lin Mo, scrutinizing him for a moment before giving a slight nod as a gesture of acknowledgement. They passed through an archway made of enormous flowers and slowly descended onto a plaza at the very top of the world tree. The moment the griffins landed, a refreshing aroma of grass and trees mixed with the sweet scent of unknown flowers filled the air. The plaza was paved with smooth white jade, at its center intricately carved with beautiful life runes that emitted a faint glow. Right ahead, a grand honor guard had been waiting for some time. 2 rows of elegantly dressed elven nobles stood on either side, their expressions solemn as they curiously observed the outsiders dismounting from the griffins. At the end of the honor guard stood a female elf dressed in a magnificent silver-white robe, adorned with a dazzling crystal crown. She stood there quietly, exuding an aura of regal grace and authority without any movement. Her appearance bore some resemblance to Findorna, but was more mature and refined. Her light blue eyes containing the wisdom of ages. Her figure was perfectly accentuated by her lavish robe, embodying a beauty that had been tempered by time, mature, voluptuous, and irresistibly alluring. This was none other than the elf queen, Ailery. Not knowing if it would meet everyone's expectations, Lin Mo hurriedly jumped down from the griffin, tidying his hair that had become messy from the wind, and stood tall. But the moment his gaze met that of the elf queen, only one thought remained in his mind. Is this the elf queen who has lived for over 2,000 years? This appearance, this figure, this aura. One could easily believe she is an exceptional woman in her 30s. If we trace back the family tree for dozens of generations, perhaps her ancestors weren't even as old as she is. Those giants of beauty technology on this planet would kneel in reverence to learn from her. If Funduona is a crisp and refreshing green apple, then this queen is a perfectly ripe honey peach. Oh, listen, citizens of Avenor. At this moment, a loud chant interrupted Lin Mo's daydreaming. Beside the queen, an elf elder with a beard nearly dragging on the ground unfurled an ancient parchment. In a melodic tone, he continued to chant loudly. The winds of fate have brought us a guest from another realm. Lin Mo's heart stirred. What's going on? Such a grand occasion. He quickly stood up straight, letting his hands hang naturally at his sides, adopting a humble and courteous demeanor. The elder's voice echoed through the square. He, with the body of a mortal, brought wisdom akin to that of a deity. He improved our bows and crossbows, enabling arrows to chase the tails of shooting stars. The surrounding elven nobles gasped softly, their gazes towards Lin Mo, filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Kieran, at the end of the line, turned pale upon hearing this praise, his fists unconsciously clenching. The elder's tone rose, filled with passion. On the walls of Lostithia, when the shadows of the demonic race loomed over the land, he fought bravely, turning evil foes to ashes. He also possesses the compassion of the goddess of life, helping us heal our wounded compatriots. Now even the usually composed elder elves were moved. Lin Mo felt his face burning. He had never heard such outrageous flattery in his life, especially not in front of hundreds of elves. All I did was provide a blueprint and toss a life fruit. How did that become divine wisdom and goddess-like compassion? Did these elves learn their language from bards? In no time, praises erupted in the square, and many young elves looked at him with stars of admiration in their eyes. Oh, look! Is that the esteemed Lin Mo from another world? His hair is black, and so are his eyes. How unique! A young female elf whispered to her companion. Unique? You didn't hear what the elder said? The composite bow he improved has a range and power far exceeding our longbows. A male elf wearing a ranger badge whispered, his tone full of disbelief. My goodness, that's the art our elves take the most pride in. Art. I'm more concerned about his feats against the demonic race. I've read the battle reports from Lostithia, and it said he single-handedly held off a small team of demons. And what about that thing called a mold? My uncle is in Lostithia, and he sent word saying making arrows will be much simpler now, and they can be reused multiple times. Really? That's amazing. May the goddess of nature bless him. Lin Mo, listening to the elves' discussions, waved his hands awkwardly at the crowd on either side. The elves are so enthusiastic that their praise makes him feel quite embarrassed. Welcome back, Princess Fendona, and we honor our distinguished guest from afar. The queen's voice rang out. Rich and pleasant like aged wine, yet carrying a natural authority. The square fell silent in an instant. Fendona stepped forward and performed a standard elven greeting. Your Majesty. The queen smiled and nodded, gently gesturing with her hand. Fendona, my dear child, you have worked hard during this time. There was a hint of subtle tenderness in her voice. Your parents in the heavens must be proud of you. Fendona lowered her gaze and bowed slightly. It is my duty to protect the people of Lostia. After she finished speaking, she turned and extended her hand to introduce Lin Mo. Your Majesty, this is the traveler from another world whom I mentioned to you. Lord Lin Mo, Chapter 39, Becoming a Vassal? Alari's gaze fell on Lin Mo. Her light blue eyes seemingly containing the stars, filled with kindness and scrutiny as she smiled and spoke. Visitors from another realm, welcome to Avenor. Lin Mo smiled, taking a step forward. Imitating her etiquette, he placed his right hand on his chest and slightly bowed, saying, Your Majesty, it is an honor to meet you. Encountering you is like a spring breeze sweeping across the prairie, a summer rain nourishing the earth. Your brilliance puts even the sun in the sky to shame. It is my privilege to see you in person. The smile in Alari's blue eyes deepened, and the entire square seemed to brighten a bit as a result. Well, being over 2,000 years old isn't too bad. An elder beside her stepped forward and bowed slightly. Honorable Lin Mo, Princess Fendona, to welcome your long journey. Her Majesty has prepared a banquet for you. Please, follow me. The banquet hall was located inside an unimaginably huge tree trunk. The walls were the natural inner surface of the tree, and countless bioluminescent fungi hung from the dome, casting a soft, dreamlike light. Lin Mo was seated to the right of Queen Alari, with Fendona right next to him. He looked at the row of at least 7 or 8 exquisite tableware pieces made of moonlight white jade and mithril in front of him, lost in thought. Which one should I use first? Alari lifted a shimmering crystal cup, her voice rich and pleasant. To our guests from another realm, and to the great victory of Lostia. Cheers. Lin Mo quickly imitated her, lifting his cup and downing it like beer. A sweet liquid slid down his throat, instantly turning into a warm flow washing over his limbs, sweeping away the fatigue of recent days. After several rounds of polite conversation and toasts, the queen finally steered the topic onto the right track. Honorable Lin Mo, Alari's light blue eyes were fixed on him. Fendona mentioned that you come from a land called Dacia. We are very curious about your world. Could you tell us about it? Here it comes. The think tank had already prepared a strategy to avoid revealing the true state of Blue Star to prevent raising suspicion that could affect their grand plans. So Lin Mo smiled innocently and said, Your Majesty, our world is quite ordinary compared to the great Terra continent. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the elven elders present showed curiosity. We humans have a much poorer physical constitution compared to the races of Terra. We are not as agile as elves, nor as strong as dwarves. At this point, he had to thank the queen's gifts for making him not so weak. He paused and continued, When we travel, we rely heavily on tools. Tools? Alari repeated with interest. Yes, a kind of iron box that doesn't require horses to pull. We call it a car. It functions similarly to your carriages, just it can run a bit faster. The advantage is that it doesn't eat grass, but it does consume fuel, which is a bit troublesome. If we need to go further, It gets even more complicated. We have to take a large thing called an airplane. He struggled to organize his words, describing it as, probably like a giant dragon that can't use magic, flying quite high and fast, but just a bit loud. As for combat, he sighed deeply. We can't sense magical elements, let alone cast spells. We can only rely on some technological creations. For instance, we have a type of weapon called a gun. You can think of it as a rather crude miniature crossbow. But you don't have to exert effort to pull the string. It can shoot small metal pellets, and its power is probably comparable to the arrows you shoot. Of course, there's also the cannon, which is just a larger crossbow that can shoot bigger metal pellets further. Well, that's the gist of it. As soon as he finished this heartfelt explanation, the elven nobles present turned to look at an elf standing in the corner. The elf slightly shook his head, indicating that the speaker was not lying. Clearly, at some point, he had used a truth-detecting spell. Linimo saw everyone's reaction and understood everything clearly. He had known before that they possessed various magical spells. He wasn't lying, but he didn't say they couldn't use filters. The elders whispered among themselves, showing no signs of restraint. Did you hear that? Their bodies are so frail that they have to rely on external objects to act. That thing called an airplane sounds like a poor-quality alchemical creation, and they dare to compare it to a dragon? Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. It seems this foreign realm is much weaker than we imagined. Besides that interesting composite bow, the rest probably doesn't even compare to the militia of the holy race. An elder stroked his beard and shook his head dismissively. Queen Ilaria still wore a smile, elegantly sipping a glass of fine wine, non-committal, leaving her thoughts a mystery. But the sense of superiority and pity in the banquet hall was evident to anyone. Fendona sat beside Linimo, her cheeks flushed, her emerald eyes filled with embarrassment and anger, her hands tightly clenched into fists under the table. The atmosphere in the banquet hall became subtle. "Pardon my boldness, your majesty," a voice spoke up, and the conversations in the hall quieted. The elven elder Valerius stood up, first bowing to Queen Ilaria, then turning to Linimo. He wore a smile, his tone gentle. "After hearing the description from our guest from another realm, I am filled with admiration. A civilization abandoned by the root of the world, unable to perceive magic, yet capable of creating such interesting inventions through external means, is in itself a miracle." He emphasized the word interesting. Not requiring horse-drawn carriages, the concept is quite ingenious. It may never match the speed of Griffin Knights, yet it embodies a kind of wisdom from the mundane that deserves commendation. Valerius chuckled lightly and shook his head slowly. "As for that weapon called Aegon, comparing it to our archer's arrows infused with the power of nature is probably a naive misunderstanding of archery." He suddenly changed his tone. "Your people, Lord Linimo, seem so weak that they probably don't even compare to the untrained militia of the holy human race, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, several elven nobles let out suppressed chuckles. Valerius was pleased with this reaction and cleared his throat, raising his voice. "However, the goddess of nature is merciful, and so are we, the elven race. I have a proposal that can be considered a divine blessing for your country." He spread his arms wide. "I propose that our elven kingdom accept your nation as our vassal state." The crowd was astonished. Fendona's expression changed. The calmness on Linmo's face also vanished. Chapter 40. Confronting the elder in front of the Queen. Valerius, however, did not notice and continued on his own. "You can provide us with those interesting tools, and you can be our vassal nation, offering your strength on the battlefield to consume the low-tier cannon fodder of the magical race. To contribute your power to the great elven race, and the goddess of nature will be your, as well as the supreme glory of your nation." Oh, just think about it. A civilization abandoned by magic, able to bask in the glory of the elven kingdom. What a fortune that would be. "Lord Linimo, you should represent your country, kneel, and thank Her Majesty the Queen for her generosity and kindness." The banquet hall fell into silence. Soon after, there were a few suppressed murmurs of agreement. Valerius was truly thoughtful. Indeed, this was the best fate for them. To become our subordinate would be their honor. The expressions of those elven nobles looking at Linimo were already akin to viewing a servant about to be recruited, as if it were a matter of course. "You." Fendona's face flushed red, trembling all over, and she was about to stand up and argue vehemently. A firm hand pressed down on her shoulder, steadying her. Linimo slowly stood up. He was well aware that this was the Queen indulging the elder, testing his and the backing nation's attitude. If he appeared weak and easily bullied, the Elven Queen would step in to play the good cop, allowing the Elven race to gain an absolute advantage in future cooperation. turning his nation into the one being harvested. The other side was facing a crisis from the magical race and sought help from him and his backing nation. This was his greatest leverage. Moreover, he had worked hard. Therefore, he decided to strike back moderately. In any case, he could not let the other party feel that he was easy to manipulate. Otherwise, it would be easy for them to take further advantage in the future. He needed to show an attitude that he was not to be trifled with. He looked at Valerius. Valerius, is it? Valerius arrogantly lifted his chin, signaling that he could begin to express his gratitude. Please, go ahead. Lin Mo's eyes suddenly turned cold. If you haven't woken up yet, you should go rest. It's inappropriate to stay here dreaming. All the elf smiles froze on their faces. This outsider actually dared to publicly refute a highly respected elven elder? The smile on Valerius's face vanished, and his expression turned displeased. Lord Lin Mo, mind your words. I am bestowing glory upon you and your civilization. Glory? Lin Mo scoffed, interrupting. I appreciate your glory. You keep it for yourself. It's disgusting to hear about glory when your nation is on the brink of collapse. He stepped forward, locking eyes with Valerius. I have thick skin. You can say whatever you want about me. However, you absolutely cannot insult the nation behind me, my civilization, a vassal state. Lin Mo's voice suddenly rose. Then I must ask you, this noble elven elder, without the weak people like us who provided the blueprints for the composite bows and crossbows, what would be the fate of your land? It would have long been trampled by the magical race. You can still sit here, enjoying fine wine and delicacies, and speak harshly to me, the one who saved countless of your kin, discussing some ridiculous notion of glory? You. Valerius was trembling with anger, his old face turning a deep shade of red as he pointed at Lin Mo, unable to utter a word. Lin Mo, didn't he give him a chance? What are you talking about? Besides showcasing your outdated arrogance here, what else can you do? The city of Rostia is in grave danger. Have you gone to provide support? Have you killed a single demon? I've figured it out. It's no wonder your elven race is being pushed back by the demons, barely hanging on. If the higher-ups are all like you, ignorant and arrogant fools, then the elven race has no future at all. Each word struck the hearts of all the elves present. The young elves who had been agreeing with him earlier now lowered their heads, their faces burning. Findona stared blankly at Lin Mo's towering figure. But Lin Mo didn't stop, returning to his seat, picking up a glass of exquisite elven wine, and casting a disdainful smile at the pale-faced Valerius. To take the victory we earned through aid, and then expect us to be your dogs? Who gave you the courage? Someone from your circle? You elves have lived for thousands of years. Have you all forgotten what it means to be grateful? With a cough, Valerius' anger surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering backward. The elder Valerius. The surrounding elves were thrown into chaos. The entire banquet hall was in disarray. The queen, Ilaria, who had been sitting calmly at the head of the table, now showed no trace of that composure. She looked at Lin Mo, who had been humble and polite, but was now radiating sharpness, her expression complex. Suddenly, she slammed the crystal wine glass in her hand down onto the table. The crisp sound of impact drowned out all the noise. The hall fell silent. All the elves instinctively stopped their movements, looking towards their queen, whose demeanor was as heavy as water. Findona's heart was in her throat. Lin Mo had publicly scolded a highly respected elder to the point of him spitting blood. This was it. However, the Queen Ilaria's next action left all the elves in shock. She coldly regarded the elder Valerius, who had been helped up and still had blood at the corners of his mouth. Valerius, you have disappointed me greatly. Valerius trembled, struggling to defend himself. Your Majesty. I silence. Ilaria's voice suddenly rose, filled with authority and fury. As an elder of the elven race, instead of showing gratitude and respect to the one who saved countless of our kin, you employed your pathetic arrogance and prejudice, indulging in mockery and humiliation. Is this how we treat our guests? Is this the elegance and nobility that has been passed down for thousands of years? The queen stood up, her magnificent robe swirling without wind, and an overwhelming aura instantly enveloped the entire hall. Look at yourselves. She surveyed the elven nobles who had been snickering just moments ago, now all pale and silent. Arrogant, foolish, short-sighted, prejudiced. With each word, her voice grew harsher. Have you all forgotten? After centuries of war, how much land have we lost? How many compatriots have we sacrificed? We have been pushed to this final sanctuary, with nowhere left to retreat. At this critical juncture of life and death, you still cling to that pitiful sense of superiority. I tell you, it is this deep-rooted arrogance that is the source of our elven race's continuous defeats. It blinds our eyes, preventing us from seeing our own shortcomings, and makes us reject all opportunities that might change our fate. Her words resonated powerfully, striking a chord in all who heard them. Chapter 41. Her Majesty's request. The entire hall fell silent. The elven nobles, who had previously held themselves with an air of superiority, now hung their heads in shame, wishing they could disappear into the ground. Valerius looked particularly pale, his body swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. He knew he was finished. The queen's words were not just a reprimand for him, but a reprimand for everyone, and he had become the scapegoat, nailed to the shame pillar of the elven race. Fendona stood by, stunned. The reversal was too swift. She stole a glance at Lin Mo beside her and found that he showed no signs of tension from the impending trouble. Instead, he eagerly raised his wine glass, took a sip, and nodded from time to time. His expression seemed to say, "The queen is right. Scold them more." The queen's words resonated throughout the hall, leaving it in complete silence. Elrari's gaze slowly swept across the faces filled with shame, and finally, she wearily closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the thunderous authority had dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of helplessness. She turned to Lin Mo, her light blue eyes filled with sincerity and regret. "Sir Lin Mo," the queen slightly bowed, "please forgive the rudeness of my people. I extend my sincerest apologies to you and the great nation behind you for their recent words and actions." Lin Mo quickly put down his wine glass, waved his hand with an expression of magnanimity. "Oh, Your Majesty, you flatter me. I was a bit impulsive myself. Please don't take it to heart." He felt some admiration for the queen. This maneuver of using the situation to her advantage, striking fear while making an example, was truly masterful. No wonder she was a 1,000-year-old fox. Not only did she publicly reprimand the disobedient nobles, establishing her enlightened and decisive image, but she also managed to gain a favor in the process. Her political acumen far surpassed that of the politicians who squabbled on television every day. "No." Elrari shook her head and said earnestly, "You are not at fault. Compared to those hypocritical compliments, I admire your courage to speak frankly. Your words, though harsh, serve as a wake-up call for us stubborn ones, lost in past glories." She paused, a hint of fatigue and sincerity crossing her face. "To be honest, Sir Lin Mo, our situation as elves is much more difficult than you might imagine." Elrari waved her hand, signaling the unrelated attendants and most nobles to withdraw. Soon, in the vast banquet hall, only the queen, Lin Mo, Fendona, and a few high-ranking elven elders remained. The atmosphere grew tense. The demon forces were advancing relentlessly, growing stronger every day with the resources they acquired. Meanwhile, our defenses and resources were being squeezed daily. "At this rate, I'm afraid." The queen's voice was low and sorrowful. "Our population has been reduced by 80% in the long centuries of war. Every adult elf must take to the battlefield. Our magic and archery seem so pale and powerless in the face of the endless army of the demon race. We can kill 1,000, even 10,000 of them, but they will surge forth in tens of thousands, in millions. We can't hold out much longer." In the end, the queen, who has lived for thousands of years and has always been dignified and noble, spoke with a hint of trembling in her voice. Lin Mo fell silent. He could feel that heavy despair. This was not an act. It was the most genuine lament of a race on the brink of extinction. An ancient lineage, with a history of thousands of years, was in grave danger. The compound bows and crossbows had indeed secured us a slim chance of survival, for which we are immensely grateful. Elrari's gaze refocused on Lin Mo, filled with hope, but she said, "However, Lord Lin Mo, this is not enough. We need more help. We need your assistance and that of the great nation behind you." Lin Mo's heart stirred. The seed of the world tree, there might be hope. Yet he maintained a composed expression, feigning a troubled look, furrowing his brow and pondering for a moment. "Your Majesty, I fully understand your feelings and deeply sympathize with the plight of your people." He began slowly, his tone heavy, "But this matter is not trivial. It is beyond what I can decide personally. It involves diplomatic relations between two worlds and civilizations. I am merely a representative." He could actually agree right then, but that would not align with his persona in this other world. If he agreed on the spot, it would signal that he was not an ordinary individual, inviting them to take him hostage. That was a consequence he did not want to face. It was safer to maintain the image of a minor messenger. Elrari, upon hearing this, showed a hint of disappointment but nodded. "I was too forward. However, I still hope you can convey a message for us. Regardless of the outcome, we will be grateful to you." Lin Mo smiled slightly, Your Majesty's request and sincerity will be relayed in full. Please rest assured. My homeland never hesitates to extend a helping hand to true friends. Ellery smiled upon hearing this, reigniting her hope. It is getting late today, and you have traveled a long way. Shall we discuss this further tomorrow? Lynn Mo readily agreed. Ellery turned to find Fendona and instructed, Fendona, please take Lord Lynn Mo to rest at the end of moonlight. Yes, Your Majesty, Fendona replied with a bow. Lynn Mo also stood up, placing his hand on his chest in a gesture of respect. Then, Your Majesty, we shall meet again tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Lord Lynn Mo, Ellery responded with a smile. As they exited the banquet hall, Fendona let out a long sigh of relief, patting her chest, as if still shaken. You scared me, Lord Lynn Mo. I almost thought that Her Majesty was going to throw you off the world tree. Lynn Mo chuckled confidently. That won't happen. I do not believe your queen would be so short-sighted. Don't you realize? It's just the queen's clever strategy to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Fendona was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion, Sorry, I don't understand. Lynn Mo replied, Your queen is allowing the elders to target me to test how easy it is to manipulate me and the country behind me, aiming to secure greater benefits for future cooperation. If she finds it difficult to control, she might use the opportunity to reprimand and reform your currently outdated nobility, and then present a favorable deal to me. Fendona, after listening, slightly opened her mouth. Is it really that complicated? Lynn Mo smiled. That's how politicians are. Everything for their own interests. His gaze followed the branches to the sky, and he couldn't help but exclaim, There are actually 2 moons in the sky. One is so bright and big. Fendona looked up at the sky curiously, waiting for Lynn Mo to comment on the other moon, and then asked with curiosity, What about the other one? The other one is also bright and big, of course. Lynn Mo was surprised, turned to look at her, as if to say, Are you serious? Fendona. Chapter 42, Learning Magic. My Lord Lynn Mo, we have arrived. This is the end of moonlight, Fendona introduced. The name is quite poetic, and the place lives up to it. It is located at the highest point of the world tree, the tallest place in the entire Elf King's city. Lynn Mo was led into a room made of living trees, where the design was completely in harmony with nature, accented by scattered gemstones, and featuring a huge terrace. He stepped onto the terrace, and with just one glance, his breath caught in his throat. Below him was a floating elven city, with countless lights flowing between the massive branches. In the distance, the dual moons cast their glow over the boundless forest. A breeze blew in, carrying the fragrance of plants and a clean, cool essence belonging to the sky. Beautiful. Lynn Mo marveled sincerely. He was growing more fond of this world. My Lord Lynn Mo, this is the highest point of the royal city, reserved for the most esteemed guests. Fendona said proudly from behind him. That's amazing. Lynn Mo turned around, grinned at Fendona, and gave her a thumbs up. Please thank the queen for me. I really like this place. I'm glad you like it, Fendona said with a slight bow, her emerald eyes shimmering in the moonlight. You've had a long journey. The room is prepared with bedding and clothing. Please rest early. I won't disturb you. She bowed and turned to leave. Lynn Mo tugged at his sticky collar. He had sweated profusely during the banquet while sparring with the old man, and the queen's aura had weighed heavily on him. Now that he could finally relax, he felt uncomfortable all over. His gaze landed on the large bathing pool in the center of the room, surrounded by massive petals. The pool was filled with clear water, with a few glowing leaves floating on the surface, creating a perfect ambience. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Why don't I try learning magic? In so many novels, one could just use a water ball spell to take a bath. How convenient. Wait. Lynn Mo hurried out the door to call Fendona. Is there anything else, my lord? Fendona paused and turned back, puzzled. He looked at her with curiosity and said, Lady Fendona, I have a rather unusual request. Seeing his serious expression, Fendona couldn't help but feel intrigued. Please, go ahead. Could you possibly demonstrate your magic for me? I am very curious about the magic in your world, Fendona. She had anticipated countless possible requests, but never this one. What kind of request is this? Demonstrate. Magic? Yes. Lynn Mo nodded emphatically. Is that okay? I want to observe up close what kind of power magic truly is. Fendona thought for a moment. This seemed reasonable enough, so she readily agreed. Of course, my lord. Lynn Mo welcomed her back into the room, his face full of anticipation. Fendona extended her slender, fair hand. Please watch, my lord. As she spoke softly, the water in the corner, intended for bathing, seemed to come alive. A handful of clear water silently rose, coalescing in the air into a perfect water sphere. Under her guidance, the water occasionally transformed into a lively little fish, and at times turned into a bird ready to take flight. Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. He reached out to feel the fluidity of the water, clicking his tongue in amazement. This is truly incredible. How did you do all this? What drives it? Is it your mental power, or some kind of magical element in the air that I can't perceive? Findona was taken aback. I just thought about making it move. And it moved, she replied matter-of-factly. Lin Mo pressed on, just thinking. Can you control its temperature? For example, make it freeze or boil? Findona tilted her head and complied. Her emerald eyes narrowed slightly. The water swirling in the air instantly condensed into a crystal-clear ice sculpture of a bird, exuding a chill. Then, with another thought, the ice bird melted away, and in the next second, it began to churn violently, releasing billows of white steam. The water was boiling. Lin Mo's expression froze in place, his mind buzzing as if struck by lightning. No need for a heat source, no need for refrigerants. Just relying on thought. He could transform ice into boiling water in mere microseconds. This was indeed magical. Was hot water produced by manipulating the molecular structure of water to generate friction? Was ice created by reducing the activity of water molecules? Findona. Lin Mo's voice trembled. He stepped closer, gazing at her intently. Then at the gentle stream of water at her fingertips, his eyes filled with longing. Teach me. Findona was startled by his sudden action, instinctively taking a half-step back. Her cheeks flushing. Teach you what? Teach me magic, I want to learn. Lin Mo pointed at the water stream. I want to try and see if I can do it too. Findona was completely taken aback. She opened her mouth, somewhat hesitantly saying, Your Excellency, magic requires talent. Our elven race can naturally communicate with the elements. For larger spells or techniques, we also need to chant incantations. And the holy human race also needs to have an affinity for magical elements along with learning. How will you know if you don't try? Lin Mo's gaze was exceptionally firm. There must be some methodology, right? How did you start? Meditation? Chanting? If I learn it, everyday life will be much easier. Not just for washing up, but I could have water whenever I want. Back in the ordinary world, if I show off a bit, who wouldn't be amazed? Seeing his unwavering determination, Findona reluctantly nodded. All right, then you can give it a try, she patiently explained. First, you need to close your eyes, clear your mind, and feel. Feel the elements flowing in the air. They are like a gentle breeze, like a stream, present everywhere. Then, try to touch them with your mind and establish a connection. Finally, envision the effect you desire in your mind. Once it manifests, it indicates that you have an affinity for magical talents, and you can then learn techniques and spells to enhance your power. Lin Mo took a deep breath, mimicking her actions, and closed his eyes. He cleared his mind and focused. He tried hard to feel. A minute passed. Aside from the wind, there was nothing. 2 minutes passed. He felt his legs getting a bit numb. 3 minutes passed. Lin Mo opened his eyes and shook his head, saying, No, I can't perceive anything. Is there more specific guidance? Findona scratched her head and replied, It's just feel it with your heart. Lin Mo. After struggling for a long time, Lin Mo ultimately had to give up. The elemental mages of the elven race seemed more like a natural talent. Perhaps he could try the methods of the holy people in the future. Chapter 43. The Three Proposals of the Great Xia Arc Underground Base, Bell City. Lin Mo opened his eyes. The fresh scent of the world tree had vanished. Before him were monotonous walls, and the rhythmic hum of the ventilation system filled his ears. He shook his head, pulling himself back from the disorienting blend of two worlds. He pressed the communicator by his bedside. Brother Zhao, I'm back. 15 minutes later. Lin Mo finished his shower and changed into dry clothes. Zhao Gang was already waiting outside the door, and 2 guards stood at attention behind him. Zhao Gang entered the room, and Lin Mo pulled out a chair for him to sit. Go ahead, what's the big deal? Lin Mo handed him a cup of hot water. An epic diplomatic incident. He didn't waste any time and quickly recounted the events of the banquet in the Elven King City. From Elder Valerius's arrogance to his own retort, then to Queen Alaris seizing the opportunity, and finally, the sincere plea for assistance. After finishing, he took a large gulp from his cup. Zhao Gang listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his knee. Once Lin Mo finished, he spoke, his tone filled with approval. Not bad, well done. In the face of such deep-rooted arrogance, retreating would only invite contempt. Zhao Gang's lips curled up. Your rebuke showcased the spirit of our great Xia. More importantly, it provided that elven queen with a way to save face, an excuse to reorganize internally and suppress hardliners. Looking at the outcome, you effectively completed a political reshuffle for her, and you handled it perfectly. Hee, right? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows, finally not bringing shame to his country. But Zhao Gang's expression instantly darkened, and the smile vanished without a trace. He leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees, staring intently at Lin Mo. You, my boy, took too much of a risk. Have you thought about it? What if that queen is just as foolish as Valerius, or she can't control those people at all? What do you think will happen after publicly humiliating an elven elder? Zhao Gang's demeanor was serious. You might not come back. I must emphasize again. Your safety is the highest priority of the New Hope plan. No exceptions. You are not a soldier charging into battle. You are the only bridge between us and that world. You might even be the hope for the continuation of the Blue Star civilization. We cannot afford to lose you. The concern and fear in Zhao Gang's eyes were unmistakable. Lin Mo felt a warmth in his heart. This was not a reprimand. It was a recognition of his importance by a nation. Lin Mo smiled. I understand, Brother Zhao. Didn't I just say that I was confident in doing this? I will pay attention to ensuring my safety. That's good to know. Zhao Gang's expression softened as he leaned back into his chair. He tapped the table, switching back to a work mode. Regarding the comprehensive cooperation request from the elven race, during the few hours you met with the Queen, a joint think tank composed of the General Staff, the Academy of Sciences, and the Strategic Support Department has already come up with a preliminary plan. Lin Mo immediately sat up straight. Zhao Gang swiped on a tablet, and a title appeared on the screen. First, Industrial Enlightenment. The weapon craftsmanship of the elves is an art, not an industrial product, and the efficiency is too low, relying solely on a few masters. This won't work. With a wave of Zhao Gang's hand, clear engineering blueprints appeared on the screen. We provide a simplified set of industrial process blueprints, ensuring they can implement it with their existing technology. From high-efficiency charcoal blast furnaces and hydraulic hammers to standardized bow and crossbow components and arrow production lines. The goal is singular: to enable them to achieve replicable and standardized semi-automatic production using existing materials and magic. Free their craftsmen from blacksmithing to focus on more precise components and research and development. Let the masters do what masters do, and let machines do what machines do. Zhao Gang raised his second finger, and the screen switched. Second, ideological innovation. Their tactics are still stuck in the phalanx confrontation. Facing the sea of enemies from the opposing forces is merely a path to death. The screen displayed the covers of The Art of War and On Protracted War, alongside illustrations of modern military training. We will compile a set of classic tactical textbooks, from concentrating superior forces to guerrilla warfare of retreating when the enemy advances, which you will orally translate for them. At the same time, we will provide a complete soldier training system, teach them formation training and the coordination of combat groups, integrating those solitary elven rangers into a disciplined army. Lin Mo listened with growing excitement, already envisioning the elves lining up and shouting in unison. Third, information advantage. Zhao Gang's fingers swept across the screen, revealing diagrams of telescopes, tactical sand tables, and mapping tools. We will provide methods to create these auxiliary tools. This will allow them to see further and command more accurately, ensuring that warfare is no longer a muddled affair. After finishing, Zhao Gang set down the tablet and gazed at Lin Mo. According to the data model projections, if these 3 steps are implemented, the overall combat effectiveness of the elven race could at least double from the current level. Lin Mo was taken aback. So much. This is still a conservative estimate. The actual effect will likely be even greater. Zhao Gang smiled, a smile filled with absolute confidence in civilization. Don't forget how we once used basic resources to emerge from the most desperate disadvantages and establish a new order. Lin Mo felt a jolt. Indeed, the combination of these foundational elements will create a chemical reaction. He nodded firmly. All right, let's do it as you say. Zhao Gang responded, but his tone turned serious again. He stood up and walked to the porthole, gazing at the simulated blue sky and white clouds outside. However, this plan only extends their survival. It may allow them to hold out for a few more years, perhaps 10, and save many lives, buying us more time. The fervor that had just ignited in Lin Mo was doused by this cold reality. He furrowed his brow. Just a few more years? No way to counterattack? Zhao Gang shook his head, his expression grave. According to the intelligence you provided, the size, war potential, and high-level combat power of the demon faction are overwhelming for the entire continent. Once the demons realize that the elves have suddenly become more resilient, they only need to gather double or triple their main forces to gnaw at this hard bone. By then, the elven race will still be unable to withstand the pressure, and their annihilation will just be a matter of time. Unless what? Lin Mo immediately pressed for an answer. Zhao Gang was silent for a moment, then turned around and said, unless a completely new, powerful third-party force enters the scene, one that can break the deadlock from the outside and completely disrupt the battlefield. He emphasized each word, for example us, the soldiers of the Great Xia. Of course, the premise is that we can get there. Chapter 44 The Cost of the World Tree Seed. The next day, Lin Mo woke up on a bed made of a huge leaf and soft moss. His bones felt completely relaxed, as if he were sleeping on a cloud, reflecting on the magical bath from the night before. He couldn't help but marvel at its effects again. He stretched lazily, yawning as he stepped out of the bedroom, ready to go to the terrace for some fresh air. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door was knocked on, and he turned to open it. As soon as the door swung open, he saw Findona walking towards him. She was holding a basket of crystal-clear fruits that looked delicious and incredibly tempting. Good morning, Findona. Lin Mo greeted energetically. Findona smiled slightly. What a coincidence, my lord. This is breakfast prepared for you. She raised a vine-woven fruit basket in her hands. Lin Mo reached out to take it, picked a purple berry, and tossed it into his mouth. The plump juice burst in his mouth, filling it with a refreshing fragrance. While eating, he gave Findona a thumbs up. I could never get tired of the fruits here. They are just too delicious. Findona smiled gently, her eyes sparkling. I'm glad you like them. Our elven clan has an abundance of fruits. You can enjoy them freely. After saying that, she continued, Her Majesty the Queen and several elders are already waiting for you in the royal court. We should hurry over. All right, I'll eat on the way. Lin Mo, feeling at ease, stuffed more fruit into his mouth while following Findona towards the royal court. Along the way, many elves cast curious glances at him. Clearly, they had heard about a non-divine human visiting the royal city, and they blinked their big eyes at Lin Mo. He was quite accustomed to this. Moreover, these elves were vibrant, intelligent beings, beautiful and handsome, adorned with gemstone jewelry, making for a delightful sight. Most importantly, the female elves wore minimal clothing that accentuated their figures. Their outfits were mostly made of woven vines and leaves, with a few opting for exquisite garments crafted by hand, resembling those of the divine human clan. As the two walked along the enormous branches of the world tree, the railings on either side gave Lin Mo a great sense of security. The atmosphere in the elven royal court was as solemn and dignified as the day before. Queen Hilary sat on her gem-studded throne, flanked by several esteemed core elders. The troublesome Valerius from yesterday was among them, looking pale, and when he saw Lin Mo enter, he snorted heavily through his nose and turned his head away. Lin Mo completely ignored him, treating him as if he were air. He boldly walked to the center of the royal court, swallowed the last fruit he had in his mouth, and clapped his hands in satisfaction. My lord Lin Mo, I wonder how you rested last night. Queen Hilary smiled and spoke. Lin Mo grinned, showing his white teeth. I rested very well, exceptionally well. I must mention, this is largely thanks to Master Findona's skills. Master Findona's skills? Queen Elrari and the elders were all taken aback, their gazes turning in unison towards Findona, who stood to the side. Findona. Her cheeks flushed bright red, feeling as if all the blood rushed to her head, steam rising, almost as if she were about to burst. However, Lin Mo remained oblivious to the girl's embarrassment, waving his hand casually. Hey, this is all minor stuff. Let us get to the main topic. Regarding the assistance you mentioned yesterday, I have already communicated with my country. Upon hearing the words assistance and country, the attention of all the elves in the court was instantly captured. All eyes shifted from the nearly fainting Findona to Lin Mo. So, has your country made a decision? Queen Elrari's voice sounded calm, but her fingers, which gripped the armrest of the throne tightly, revealed her inner tension. After all, this was related to the fate of the entire elf race, hanging by a thread. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Lin Mo smiled slightly, putting away his usual playful demeanor. Our civilization values peace and is always willing to help. After considering my report, they have agreed to provide assistance to the elf race, helping the nobles through this difficult time. As soon as these words were spoken, the tense atmosphere in the court immediately relaxed. The oppressive silence was broken by a subtle, relieved sigh. A genuine joy finally appeared on Queen Elrari's face. Even the elders who had maintained serious expressions relaxed their furrowed brows. Wonderful. The queen's voice carried a barely noticeable tremor as she slightly rose from her throne. On behalf of all the elves, I thank your civilization for extending a helping hand in this time of crisis. She sat back down, looking seriously at Lin Mo. So, in return, what does your side require from us? Exactly, very straightforward. Lin Mo cleared his throat with satisfaction. My country is full of curiosity about everything on the Terra continent. I described the grandeur and wonder of the world tree in detail to them, and they were all in awe, believing it to be a miracle from the Creator. He paused and continued. Therefore, they would like a seed of the world tree for planting and research. A world tree seed? The smile that had just blossomed on Queen Elrari's face instantly froze. Her dark green brows knitted tightly, and the atmosphere in the court, which had just relaxed, seemed to freeze at that moment. Even Findona, who had been in a state of embarrassment, suddenly lifted her head. Her emerald eyes filled with surprise as she looked at Lin Mo. The silence lasted only a second. The next moment, a wave of suppressed commotion erupted from the elders' seats. What? A seed of the world tree? This is absolutely impossible. The world tree is the foundation of our race, the source of life. This request is too excessive. It's simply outrageous. The elders began to murmur among themselves, although no one dared to confront Lin Mo directly after yesterday's reprimand. Their glances towards him were filled with wariness and displeasure. The elder Valerius, who had been reprimanded, now wore a cold smile of gloating, as if to say, "See, I knew these outsiders had ulterior motives." The queen's voice grew serious. "Your Excellency, do you understand what this means? The world tree is our ally, and it is also the home on which our race relies for survival. The condensation of each seed requires an immense amount of the world tree's original power, enough to plunge it into a period of weakness lasting for a century. The cost is too great." She stared at Lin Mo. Lin Mo was taken aback. How could the cost of a seed be compared to a 10-month pregnancy? Chapter 45, Too Big to Fit. This is related to the survival of humanity, and no matter what, Lin Mo must find a way to obtain it. He nodded and said, "I understand. I'm just presenting their ideas. Whether you're willing or not depends on yourselves." He continued, "Before making a final decision, I would like to see the seed first, if that's all right. It's basic practice to check the goods before discussing the price." Queen Alara pondered for a moment and eventually nodded. "All right, please follow me." She stood up and walked out of the royal court, while the elders remained seated and did not move. "Findona, can you introduce me to the world tree seed? For example, the cultivation methods?" Lin Mo asked curiously as he followed the queen. Findona quietly began to explain. The cultivation method of the world tree is actually quite simple. It needs to take root in a vein of extraordinary energy, and then it must be continuously fed with energy. The purer and larger the energy provided, the faster it grows. Energy vein. Lin Mo's heart sank. In a scientific world like Blue Star, where could he find such extraordinary veins? However, there was no point in worrying about that now. He would get the seed first. Those research enthusiasts would surely find a way. Even if they couldn't cultivate the original version, creating a grafted or hybrid version of the world tree shouldn't be a big problem, right? The three of them arrived outside, where a land woven with vines awaited, leading everyone downwards. The vines quickly descended from the top of the world tree to the ground, and as Lin Mo stepped off the vine, he exclaimed in amazement, "Your vine elevator is impressive." "Oh, elevator?" The queen couldn't help but be curious. "Yes. What we have is a box powered by electricity that can transport people up and down," he explained, gesturing with his hands to indicate up and down. The queen nodded and led him to the ground, next to a main trunk that required 300 million cups of fragrant milk tea to circle around. The queen quietly recited a spell, and the group passed through a barrier made of vines and magic, entering the roots of the world tree. This was the core area of the world tree. Countless roots emitted a soft life aura, gathered together, and at the top lay a seed radiating light. It was perfectly round, shimmering with colors, covered in mysterious patterns, and the life force was so rich that it almost became tangible. But Lin Mo's eyes nearly popped out. This thing was as big as a soccer ball. He began to pray in his heart, hoping it wasn't the seed itself, but rather a shell, and that the seed was inside. "Lord Lin Mo, this is the world tree seed." As if hearing Lin Mo's prayer, the queen delivered a fatal blow. His heart sank completely. "You call this a seed? This is a fruit, isn't it?" Lin Mo felt numb. He had imagined that the seed might be large, perhaps like a bird's egg or a big grenade. However, he never expected that the size of this thing had completely exceeded the limits of what a human mouth could accommodate. How could he bring it back? "Mine is quite large. Can you bear with it?" Queen Alari seemed unaware of Lin Mo's unusual reaction. She gazed at the seed and softly said, Lord Lin Mo, you see, the seed of the world tree is the hope for the continuation and development of our tribe. Using it to exchange for assistance is a significant matter, and I need to discuss it further with the elders. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo quickly agreed. Yes. I need to go back and discuss it with my country as well. After all, such a precious seed. We need to evaluate whether we have the capability to cultivate it properly, so as not to disappoint your intentions. His mind was in a chaotic state. The first step of the plan was stuck at the logistics stage. This deal was likely to fall through. If he couldn't bring it back, he would have to trade something else. At the underground base in Bayer City, Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, his consciousness returning to his familiar body. And he immediately sprang up from the bed. He grabbed the intercom on the bedside table and said, Brother Zhao, I'm back. We need to start a team meeting. Right away. Under the Queen's arrangement, Lin Mo had Fin Duona show him around Avenor. Distracted along the way, Lin Mo hurried to sleep after lunch, hoping to bring back the news. A few minutes later, when Lin Mo arrived at the meeting room, Zhao Gang, Qian Jinhua, Lu Qingyin, and other prominent figures were already sitting upright, their expressions serious. What happened? Zhao Gang asked in a low voice, prepared to hear any bad news. Lin Mo quickly recounted everything he had seen and heard in the Elven royal court. That's how it is, Lin Mo panted, sitting down heavily in a chair. The seed is as big as a soccer ball, and it requires special energy veins to be planted. The Queen is hesitating, and I've made an excuse to say I need to come back and discuss it to buy some time. After listening, academician Qian Jinhua pushed up his reading glasses. His gray brows furrowed into a knot. As big as a soccer ball? This is beyond our expectations. It's physically impossible to carry through the mouth. The entire meeting room erupted in chaos. What size are we talking about? Do we have specific data? What's the material density? What about the energy radiation intensity? Is the energy vein similar to the crystal mines on our planet, or is it some sort of radioactive element accumulation area? Can we analyze its composition? Can it be cut open? Can we bring back smaller pieces? No. Biologist academician Lu Qingyin slammed the table and stood up, his rebellious gaze now filled with fervor. The seed of the world tree is too precious. If we damage its life structure, we may never get another world tree seed. We cannot take that risk. Then what do you suggest we do? A physicist countered, we can't just have Comrade Lin Mo remove his jaw, can we? Even if he did, it wouldn't fit. Why not? Lu Qingyin retorted, astonishing everyone. Dislocating and then repositioning the jawbone is a routine procedure in modern medicine. I think we can take that risk. Lin Mo felt a chill run down his jaw at those words. Wow, you bunch of research lunatics really dare to think outside the box. No way. Zhao Gang immediately rejected the proposal. I've said it before, Comrade Lin Mo's safety is our top priority. Any plan that could harm him is off the table. Lu Qingyin wanted to argue further, but upon seeing Zhao Gang's expression, he could only sit back down in disappointment. The meeting room fell into a brief silence, everyone racking their brains over this seemingly unsolvable problem. As time ticked by, Lin Mo's heart sank further. Could it be that the future of humanity would be suffocated by a seed the size of a soccer ball? Chapter 46. Do you mean not to deploy troops? Lu Qingyin seemed to have thought of something, suddenly slapping his thigh, his eyes shining as he looked at Lin Mo. A gaze that made Lin Mo feel uneasy all over. I have an idea. It's a bit challenging, but theoretically feasible. Speak, Zhao Gang said succinctly. Lu Qingyin rubbed his hands together, excitedly saying, we can. Put it inside Lin Mo's abdomen. Uffed. The sip of water Lin Mo just took was sprayed out. Put it inside the abdomen? Do you think I'm a kangaroo? Nonsense. Academician Qian Jinhua also found the idea too crazy. No, I'm not joking. Lu Qingyin explained eagerly. What I mean is to make a small incision through minimally invasive surgery in Lin Mo's abdominal cavity, carefully place the seed inside, and then bandage it up. There is enough space in the abdominal cavity to accommodate an object the size of a soccer ball. Once he returns, we will immediately perform surgery to take the seed out. The meeting room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Lu Qingyin's bold, nearly insane idea. Surgery. Traveling to another world to stuff a soccer-sized object into someone's abdomen, and then coming back to take it out? This sounded less like science and more like a cult sacrifice. Just as Zhao Gang was about to refuse for the same reason, Lin Mo spoke up. I will do it. His voice was like a bombshell, exploding in the meeting room. All eyes focused on him, filled with surprise, admiration, and a hint of reluctance. Zhao Gang frowned, looking at Lin Mo, you don't have to do this. Your safety is the most important. I thought it through. Lin Mo raised his head, forcing a smile. It's just putting a ball in my belly. What's the big deal? Back when I played soccer, I even used my belly to stop the ball. He tried to lighten the mood with a joke, but no one laughed. Zhao Gang stared at him for a long time before nodding heavily. All right. On behalf of the people, on behalf of the country, thank you. Don't worry. I will personally supervise and mobilize the best medical resources nationwide to ensure everything goes perfectly. When you bring back the seed, I will personally commend you as a national hero. Lin Mo forced a grin. Whether he was a hero or not didn't matter. He just hoped that when the time came, the surgeon wouldn't be that madman Lu Qingyan. He feared that as soon as he was anesthetized, that guy would wield a scalpel, drooling while muttering about my treasure. Once back on Terra Continent, Lin Mo felt that even his walking posture was slightly off. Although the ball hadn't been inserted yet, the psychological effect had made him subconsciously stick out his belly, like a 3-month pregnant woman. He headed straight to the Elven royal court. Queen Alara and the elders had clearly also concluded their emergency meeting. The two parties sat down again, the atmosphere even more serious than the last time. Your Excellency Lin Mo, Queen Alarii spoke first. Her expression solemn and her green eyes filled with determination. We have discussed it. We agree to your terms. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy in his heart. However, the queen shifted her tone, but we also have a condition. Lin Mo gestured for her to continue. The queen stood up and walked to a large map of the Terra Continent, her slender finger pointing to a city northeast of the Elven capital, Emerald Leaf City. It was once our most prosperous territory and the most important barrier in the east. 2 years ago, it was captured by the demon race, and countless compatriots perished there. Now, it has become a forward base for the demons to attack our heartland, with countless mineral resources being excavated and taken away. And the world tree is suffering from their destruction. The queen turned around, her gaze fixed on Lin Mo. My condition is that your nation must help us reclaim Emerald Leaf City. This condition was reasonable, and Lin Mo immediately agreed, no problem. We accept the condition of recovering Emerald Leaf City. With the initial agreement finally reached, the atmosphere in the court relaxed a bit. A smile returned to Queen Alarii's face. Great. Your Excellency Lin Mo, your decisiveness is admirable. She sat back on her throne. So, when can your civilization send troops to provide support? Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Although Lin Mo described humanity as weak last night, including his own physical capabilities, which were not much better than that of elven children. If it weren't for the enhancement from the life fruit, she thought even a gust of wind could blow Lin Mo away. Nevertheless, the involvement of a new civilization would undoubtedly bring a new force, especially since she recalled the blueprints for bows and crossbows Lin Mo had provided, along with the improved arrows and production processes. She felt that something called technology would bring her surprises. However, Lin Mo's response left them all stunned. We can start at any time, Lin Mo said confidently, but your majesty, you may have misunderstood. Our nation does not directly deploy troops. What? The smile on Queen Alarii's face froze. No troop deployment. The hot-tempered elder Valerius erupted on the spot. What kind of support is that? Are you mocking us? The other elders were equally agitated. To them, after paying a huge price and handing over their most precious world tree seeds, to not deploy troops was undoubtedly a scam. Of course not. Lin Mo rebutted Elder Valerius' question directly, looking at Queen Alarii on the throne. Your Majesty, please let me explain. Our nation genuinely wants to send troops to help you. Please believe in our sincerity. Lin Mo spread his hands. But the issue is, I accidentally fell into a spatial turbulence and ended up here. My only connection with the distant kingdom relies on sleep. Our forces truly cannot make it. Can you understand? However, this does not mean we are powerless. We can provide a complete set of war solutions that would enable the elf race to put the dark forces in their place. He stood up, ready to elaborate on the 3-step strategy crafted overnight by Zhao Gang and the think tank for the elves, ranging from assembly line modifications to new tactical concepts. But the queen had already fallen into deep disappointment. She only heard the beginning and raised her hand to interrupt Lin Mo. Therefore, Your Excellency Lin Mo. The queen's voice grew cold. Are you saying that the so-called assistance from your kingdom consists of teaching us how to craft bows and arrows, read books, and play war games, and not sending a real army? The air in the royal court instantly thickened, and the temperature dropped sharply. The expressions of several elven elders turned grim, and Elder Valerius had already placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, producing a faint scraping sound. Chapter 47, The Astral Portal? Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Mo felt a chill run down his back, his shirt soaked with cold sweat. This was a disaster. This deal was about to fall through. The way the elves looked at him was as if he were a fraud selling counterfeit medicine. Your Majesty, I completely understand your disappointment, Lin Mo explained, forcing himself to speak. We wanted to come over and help you directly, but we simply can't traverse time and space. Unexpectedly, Queen Alara shook her head gently. No, this issue can be resolved. Huh? Lin Mo was taken aback. What do you mean? You have a solution? Queen Alara spoke with an ancient sense of mystery. In the realm of Terra, the holy race has inherited an ancient teleportation magic known as astral teleportation. It can not only establish magical portals within Terra, but also transcend worlds and connect different planes. If we can convince them to assist us in constructing an astral portal connecting your homeland and Terra, it is not entirely impossible. Lin Mo's mind buzzed as he stood frozen in place, his mouth opening unconsciously. An astral portal? One that can cross worlds and connect planes? Wow. This is unbelievable. Countless centaurs seemed to race through his mind. My goodness, Your Majesty, why didn't you mention this earlier? He had previously researched and inquired about the existence of portals, but had never heard of one that could traverse planes. Even Princess Fendona was unaware of such a thing. He couldn't believe the Elven Queen was saying it existed. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, he spoke in a trembling voice. Your Majesty, if I may be so bold. Is the astral teleportation method you mentioned stable? Is it one-way or two-way? How difficult is it to construct? Queen Alara replied. The astral teleportation method is the holy race's most precious inheritance. Theoretically, as long as there is sufficient energy, a stable two-way portal can be constructed. As for the difficulty, it requires the unique spatial crystals of the holy race and a massive amount of magical crystals. Most importantly, it must be constructed by a high-ranking bishop of the holy race. Incredible. The mere existence of it is enough. As for materials, technology, and diplomatic negotiations, those are all manageable. Lin Mo took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, striving to keep his tone steady. Your Majesty, this matter is of utmost importance. Its significance far exceeds all our previous expectations. I must bring this news back immediately. He looked confidently at Queen Alara. Please trust me. If the portal can truly be constructed, reclaiming the city of Emerald Leaves will not be a big issue. I will do my utmost to facilitate cooperation between us. All right. Queen Alara stood up, a glimmer of hope igniting in her light blue eyes. I await your good news, Lord Lin Mo Fendona. Please take Lord Lin Mo to rest. The underground base in a certain city. Lin Mo shot up from the bed, and in an instant, his heart raced in his chest as consciousness returned. He grabbed the intercom on the bedside and shouted excitedly, Brother Zhao, call all the core members for a meeting, right now. Wait for me in the conference room. Zhao Gang on the other end of the intercom felt a jolt in his heart and hurriedly got dressed and headed out, sensing something was wrong. A few minutes later, Lin Mo pushed open the conference room door. Zhao Gang, Qian Jinhua, Lu Qingyan, and other big shots were already gathered, each face marked with seriousness. They feared that Lin Mo had been exposed in another world, or that negotiations had completely collapsed, with the worst possibility being that war had reached the Elven capital. What happened? Zhao Gang interlocked his fingers on the table, his voice heavy. Lin Mo scanned the room and excitedly announced, I don't have to bring back the world tree seeds anymore. Everyone was taken aback, not understanding what he meant. Lin Mo continued, they have a way to build a two-way portal connecting our world and the magical continent. Clang. The stainless steel thermos in Qian Jinhua's hand crashed onto the marble table, making a loud noise. The scalding goji berry tea spilled everywhere, but he seemed oblivious. The entire conference room fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone was frozen in place, their expressions solidified, their brains collectively stalled. Commander Lin. Qian Jinhua adjusted his glasses that had slipped down to the tip of his nose, his lips trembling. Can you say that again? What is that portal for? I said. Lin Mo raised his voice, his eyes shining with excitement. They can open a portal that allows us, our artillery, our armies to directly enter that magical world. Boom. This statement instantly ignited the crowd. Impossible. This violates the conservation of energy. This is unscientific. A physicist stood up abruptly, waving his arms, almost hitting a colleague next to him. How did they do it? What is the theory? How is it positioned? Is it based on wormhole models or dimensional folding technology? Qian Jinhua rushed in front of Lin Mo, gripping his shoulders, bombarding him with questions. Meanwhile, Biologist Lu Qingyin, after a brief moment of daze, was filled with immense enthusiasm. A portal, a brand new, complete ecosystem. Oh my God, we can move the entire P4 laboratory there. We can personally collect blood samples from elves, even dwarves and half-orcs, all while they're still alive. He rubbed his hands together, pacing back and forth, muttering as if he could already see numerous Nobel Prizes beckoning to him. The entire conference room turned chaotic, filled with voices of debate, exclamations of awe, and hurried breaths. Zhao Gang's chest heaved violently, and suddenly he slammed his hand on the table. Listen up. Everyone stopped, their gazes fixed on him. It is evident that this eternal source of reassurance is struggling to contain his excitement. He takes a deep breath and declares, "We must spare no effort to build this door. Humanity, our civilization has hope." Academician Qian Jinhua adjusts his glasses with trembling hands, his face pale from the excitement. That's right. Everyone here knows that our art project sounds grand, but what is it really? It is a high-level grave. We drill underground. And even if we escape tectonic shifts and superstorms, can we evade the death of the planet? Once the atmosphere is completely lost and plants die on a massive scale, where will the oxygen come from? We could suffocate underground. As for interstellar migration, let us not deceive ourselves. With our current technology, the cost of sending 1 kilogram of supplies to Mars is far more expensive than 1 kilogram of gold. How many people can we send there? A company? A platoon? Can these people pass on technology? That is not the continuation of civilization. That is exile. It is throwing the spark of our civilization into the cold void of space to fend for itself. Chapter 48. Reporting up overnight, the words of academician Qian Jinhua eased everyone's emotions. The truth is harsh. Yes, the end has come too quickly, too suddenly. Humanity's technological advancements have not yet reached the branch of interstellar travel. Before this, we could even say that humanity had no future. To seize territory in the Antarctic and Arctic, all nations have been fighting fiercely. Among nearly 200 countries facing disaster, how many can still breathe? Most countries have either collapsed or been absorbed, their elites divided and absorbed by us and a few major powers, leaving billions of civilians to remain near the equator, digging pitiful holes, waiting to die in the disaster. They are fighting desperately for a loaf of bread and cans to survive another day, even throwing bombs at each other over a few square meters of safe zone. Zhao Gang took a deep breath and excitedly said, "But now it's different. They would never dream that we are about to have a passage to a whole new world." That's right. Academician Lu Qingyin suddenly slammed the table, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. Let them die? A bunch of fools still rolling in the mud. The world tree is fine. It allows us to survive underground. But the interstellar portal. He pointed a finger at the ceiling as if he could already see the door to the new world. This is the ladder to heaven. A new Genesis. The rebirth path of our civilization. Even if Blue Planet completely perishes and turns into a lava ball, we can still relocate our people there. What do we call this? This is a strategic retreat. This is the continuation of the spark of civilization. The more Lu Qingyin spoke, the more excited he became. Filled with ambition. How about being bolder? We are not going to flee. We are going to expand our territory. To colonize the stars. To conquer another planet. Who wouldn't want to plant our red flags on a new planet? Boom. Lu Qingyin's words ignited the ambitions and passions of everyone in the conference room. Well said. Zhao Gang's eyes sparkled. This door is our trump card, our future, the new homeland of our people. Lin Mo, listening nearby, was also extremely excited, slapping the thigh of an unknown person, making the aide next to him wince in pain. At the same time, he felt a sense of shock. It turned out that the situation on Blue Planet was far from the optimistic narrative previously promoted. Only now did he realize the truth. But it didn't matter. Things are different now. There is a new way out. If it weren't for the presence of so many big shots, they might have already embraced each other out of excitement by now. As the excitement surged, the repressed emotions of the past 2 years erupted. The atmosphere gradually cooled down, and although the flush on Zhao Gang's face had not faded, his gaze had regained its sharpness. He scanned the room, his eyes sweeping over each core member. Comrades. His voice was not loud, but it instantly tightened everyone's spirits. From now on, all information regarding the portal is classified as top secret, and the circle of knowledge is limited to those present here. Understood? Understood. Everyone replied in unison, their voices resounding. Zhao Gang's gaze shifted to academician Lu Qingyin from the Biological Research Institute. Lao Lu. Yes. Lu Qingyin stepped forward. You and your team, Draft a biological environmental risk assessment plan for Terra Continent immediately. Zhao Gang tapped his fingers on the table. I need to know the air composition there, the microorganisms, the viruses, and whether they are lethal to the carbon-based life forms of our blue planet. We can't be wiped out by an alien plague before the battle even starts. Not a problem. Lu Qing'an's eyes sparkled, licking his lips. This is simple. He looked at Lin Mo, rubbing his hands together. Commander Lin, next time you go over, please take our lab's specially made sterile sampling bottles with you. Once you get there, open the bottle, collect some air, grab a handful of soil, and a scoop of water. Seal it up and bring it back. As long as we have samples, I guarantee an environmental report accurate to the molecular level in 3 days. Lin Mo replied, no problem. Zhao Gang surveyed the group. Everyone can also make the necessary preparations. I will head to New Kyoto immediately to report to the leadership in person. Before I return, all members of the New Hope team are restricted to this base and must enter a quiet state. No one is allowed to leave without permission or engage in any unnecessary communications with the outside world. A series of instructions were clear and decisive. Once everything was arranged, Zhao Gang turned to Lin Mo and asked, Commander Lin, what do you think of this arrangement? Is there anything you would like to add? As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere in the conference room turned strange. A group of top executives all turned to look at the young man sitting in the chair. Lin Mo suddenly realized that he seemed to be the commander of this project. He cleared his throat, imitating the demeanor of a high-ranking leader he had seen on TV, leaning back slightly, striking the right pose. He spoke in a calm tone. You've considered everything thoroughly, and I'm very satisfied. You've worked hard. Go ahead. Zhao Gang. Everyone present. The most dreaded thing is when the air suddenly goes silent. Zhao Gang's mouth twitched slightly. Yes, Commander. Under the night sky of New Kyoto, the runway lights of a secret military airport lit up. A plane aircraft without any markings landed, and as the cabin door opened, Zhao Gang quickly descended the steps into the cold wind, moving briskly. The office of the high-ranking leader was still brightly lit. The elderly leader, over 60, was wearing reading glasses, looking at an encrypted document. The title of the document read, Emergency Situation Report on the Joint Annexation of the Southern Continent Alliance by the Eagle Nation and the Jing Nation, forcefully seizing the Survival Zone B-7 in Antarctica. His brows furrowed into a frown. At that moment, a knock was heard at the office door, and before he could respond, the door was pushed open from the outside. The leader looked up and was somewhat surprised to see Zhao Gang enter. A soothing pill? What is the urgency that brings you all the way from a certain city? Zhao Gang skipped the pleasantries, quickly walked to the desk, stood at attention with his legs together, and saluted sharply. His voice was hoarse and slightly trembling with excitement. Report, leader. The New Hope team has encountered a major turning point. We have found the way to a new world. The leader paused, holding his teacup in midair. He always reviewed the daily reports from the New Hope team, so he certainly understood the weight of those words. A new world? Could it be? Aside from that special singularity, they found a way for others, for the military of the great nation, to step onto the land of Terra? As this thought crossed his mind, his heart gave a sharp jolt. Zhao Gang didn't keep him waiting and quickly recounted the intelligence brought back by Lin Mo. When the words Star Realm Teleportation Technique and Stable Bidirectional Portal came out of Zhao Gang's mouth, the teacup slipped from the leader's hand. Chapter 49 I oppose. The teacup did not shatter, rolling a few times on the thick carpet, and a small patch of the pants was dampened by the warm tea. Yet the senior leader remained oblivious. In the next moment, he suddenly stood up from his chair. This elder, usually as steady as a mountain, moved as swiftly as a young person at this moment. He quickly walked around the large desk and rushed in front of Zhao Gang, gripping Zhao Gang's shoulders tightly. The force so intense that Zhao Gang felt a sharp pain. Comrade Zhao Gang. The senior leader's voice trembled violently. He fixed his gaze on Zhao Gang. Is what you said, every word, really true? Facing those bloodshot eyes that burned with fire, Zhao Gang straightened his back and replied firmly. I guarantee with my life, absolutely true. After saying this, his voice trembled. Chief, our civilization is saved. Boom. This sentence struck like a thunderbolt, splitting apart the clouds of despair in the senior leader's heart. He abruptly released his grip on Zhao Gang's shoulders. Staggering back 2 steps, he began to pace excitedly in the office, muttering continuously, good, wonderful, so great. As he walked, this elder, who had dedicated his life for the nation and its people, bearing the fate of 1,400,000,000 individuals, suddenly felt his eyes redden. Two streams of hot tears flowed down the wrinkles on his face. Seeing this scene, Zhao Gang, a tough man, suddenly felt a lump in his throat, and his eyes turned red as well. He understood the immense pressure this elder had been under for the past 2 years. While the entire world was on the brink of chaos, he had managed to hold up the sky of the great nation. After a long while, the senior leader finally stopped. He raised his hand and forcefully wiped away the tears on his face, regaining his composure. However, the light in his eyes was completely different from the weary glimmer before. It was the light of hope, a blazing fire. He turned around, quickly walked back to the desk, and pressed the red phone on the table. Shaoli, inform the other 4 leaders. In 1 hour, we will hold an emergency meeting in Conference Room 1. Conference Room 1. The air here seemed heavier than outside. The mahogany long table reflecting the calm light from the ceiling, as well as the extremely serious faces. When they entered and saw Zhao Gang, each person's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Gang, this name, now at the highest levels of the great nation, represented a signal. The first time he appeared here, he brought news of the Blue Planet's significant slowdown, followed by the launch of the Ark project and the secret excavation of 36 underground megacities worldwide. That was the first struggle of the great nation under the shadow of doom. The second time he appeared, he reported on Lin Mo, a being from another world, leading to the birth of the New Hope project. For the first time, the great nation turned its gaze toward the magical continent known as Terra, the first glimmer of light in the darkness. And today, it was the third time. The senior leader wasted no time on opening remarks. He merely gestured with his eyes, and Zhao Gang stepped forward to reveal all the information Lin Mo had brought back regarding the interdimensional teleportation technique and the construction of a two-way portal. There were no PowerPoint presentations, no charts, only Zhao Gang's steady and clear recitation. However, every word felt like a heavy bomb, silently detonating in the conference room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Following this, there was a wave of heavy breathing that could no longer be suppressed. A gray-haired leader in charge of the economy had a rapidly changing expression. He instinctively reached for the pocket of his Zhongshan suit, where his fast-acting heart-saving pill was kept. Beside him, a leader with a military insignia on his shoulder had knuckles that turned white from the force of his grip, and the muscles in his arms strained against his crisp uniform. Old Zhao, his voice a bit hoarse but his eyes bright, asked, "Is that portal real?" "Yes," Zhao Gang replied firmly. "The sacred human race possesses this technology." Confirming that this was not a hallucination or a joke, his chest heaved rapidly, unable to contain his excitement. Comrades, the high-ranking leader looked around, his eyes, always bloodshot, now swirling with complex emotions. "We have been searching for a way out, and now, a bright path has appeared." He paused and asked, "Let's hear everyone's thoughts. Is this a divine opportunity or Pandora's box?" Bang! With a loud crash, the military leader slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, his face flushed with excitement. "Opportunity. It is indeed a tremendous opportunity. Our current situation is 1,000 times worse than any disaster that could come out of a magic box. This planet we stand on is turning into a giant coffin. What are we guarding it for? To accompany it in death. With this door, we can send troops over, move tanks over, and launch missiles. That is a new planet, a new homeland." The leader in charge of the economy adjusted his glasses and spoke up. "I agree with Old Yang's view, but we need to be calmer." He had regained his composure, and his eyes sparkled with sharp insight. This is not just about seeking refuge and expanding territory. This is a whole new world, representing infinite resources and markets. Think about it. Our heavy industry, which has been forced to halt due to disasters, the steel, cement, and machine tools piled up in warehouses, are burdens for us. But what do they mean for a world still in the age of cold weapons? We can exchange our cheapest industrial products for their magical ores, rare magical plants, and even those biological materials with miraculous effects. This trade could instantly revitalize our national economy, which has stagnated due to disaster. It could make our factories roar back to life, allowing billions of people to find work again and have a warm meal. Life would not be so hard anymore. And there's the aspect of civilization. A bespectacled leader with an elegant demeanor, who is in charge of culture and technology, added, "If we can analyze the longevity genes of the elven race, the limits of human lifespan could be broken." The rune technology of the dwarves represents an entirely different technical system that does not adhere to our physical rules, and it might solve countless bottlenecks in our energy and material science. And then there's the spatial magic of the holy race. As he spoke, A hint of nearly obsessive yearning flickered in his eyes. If we could grasp even 1/10,000th of these mysteries, it would be a leap in dimension for our entire civilization. Every word from these individuals struck a chord with the audience, painting a dazzling picture of the future. However, amidst this fervent atmosphere, a discordant voice emerged. I oppose. Chapter 50. We have no choice. The speaker was a serious-looking chief in charge of domestic security. It's too risky. This is nothing short of gambling. He stood up, his sharp gaze sweeping across everyone. We know nothing about that world. All the intelligence comes from Lin-Mo alone. How can we ensure the accuracy of the information? What if the forces there are far stronger than we imagine? What if they come rushing through the portal we established? Can our cities, our people, withstand an endless onslaught of otherworldly monsters? What if their magic easily disables our firearms, turns our tanks into scrap metal, or makes our missiles explode midair? This isn't alarmism. It's a completely unknown territory. We are gambling with the fate of our entire nation and the lives of our people. This is not foresight. This is madness. The heat that had just ignited in the conference room instantly cooled down. Yes, the risks were too great. The unknown is the most terrifying enemy. Gamble? Chief, he suddenly sneered. Aren't we already gambling? He walked to the world map that nearly occupied an entire wall. The map had large areas painted in alarming red, representing the death zones rendered uninhabitable due to geological disasters and extreme weather. We are betting that tectonic movements 1T tear apart the underground city we exhausted our national resources to build. We are betting that solar winds 1T strip away the atmosphere we rely on within the next decade. We are betting that those countries, throwing bombs at each other over a can of expired food in the ruins, 1T crazily aim their nuclear weapons at our last refuge. Tell me, which day are we not gambling? The chief suddenly turned around, his gaze piercing as he stared at the security chief. Now, we have a betting table with higher odds and greater rewards. We have a chance to be the house, and you tell me not to join in? He pointed forcefully at the bright red area on the map. Look here. Look at these places. We have no way to retreat. We have no choice. The last two sentences echoed like thunder, shattering the last remnants of hesitation and doubt in the conference room. Yes, there was no retreat, no choice. Rather than sitting and waiting for death, it was better to fight to the death. The flames in everyone's eyes burned even more fiercely, more resolutely. At that moment, the tone of the meeting shifted from whether it was feasible to how to execute it. After half a day's efficient discussion, 3 major directions were finally determined. Good. The chief scanned the crowd, who had no objections, his eyes filled with decisive sharpness. Based on our previous discussions, I will reiterate to fill in any gaps. First, sending troops is a must. This is the best way for us to demonstrate our sincerity to the elves and open the path to the other world. Second, we must define our stance. We are not aggressors. We are civilizational helpers and equal trade partners. Before we establish a foothold in that world, we must adopt a low profile. Cooperation and mutual benefit must be the main theme. We cannot allow any race on the continent to harbor even the slightest wariness or hostility towards us. Third, authorization. His gaze turned to Zhao Gang, instructing him to allow Comrade Lin-Mo to fully represent our nation in promoting cooperation with the Elven Queen and to spare no effort in establishing the portal. At the same time, we must demonstrate that we have no territorial ambitions on this continent. We are like mercenaries, with the goal of assisting them in combating the demonic forces. Other matters can be addressed later. We must not raise any suspicions or defenses. Is there anything else to add? The crowd remained silent. All right, let's proceed with this. The leader slammed the table to finalize the decision. Zhao Gang. Yes. You will return immediately and inform him of our decision, and let him know that he is not fighting alone. Behind him stands the full support of our nation and its people. Zhao Gang straightened his posture and saluted in response. However, the leader suddenly waved his hand. No, wait. I will return with you shortly. I want to meet this outstanding young man in person. I want to thank him face to face. Thus, the various arrangements for the meeting were determined in an orderly manner. Due to the urgency of the situation, the 5 leaders continuously relayed verbal instructions to the subordinates, with the signed documents to follow later. In this night, a current of change surged within our nation, marking a sleepless night for many. In the Arctic war zone, beneath the permafrost in an underground base, the temperature difference between the surface and underground made the air turbulent. The cold wind whipped through the open doors of the base like countless small knives, producing a piercing howl. A figure stood like a spear on a platform inside the door, the stars on his shoulder shining brightly under the spotlight. His face seemed sculpted by the Siberian winds, with each wrinkle hiding stories of gunpowder and frost. Long John, commander of the Arctic War Zone. The elite Red Wolf Special Operations Brigade under his command was forged by him into a national weapon, writing several legends. Amid the turmoil of the apocalypse, he rapidly advanced through military accomplishments, becoming one of the 2 leaders after the integration of the war zone, commanding 500,000 soldiers. At this moment, he was watching the soldiers training in the cold wind ahead. Commander, a young secretary rushed over against the wind, almost having his military coat blown away. Encrypted information from New Kyoto. Highest level. Long John's expression remained indifferent as he strode purposefully towards the command center. The heavy alloy door blocked out the howling wind. Inside the office, he opened the top-secret document marked in red. There were no lengthy pre-war mobilizations, only a few short, cold commands. Secret order. Command the highest authority of the Arctic Theater, Long John, to mobilize the top 20,000 combat personnel from the Snow Wolf Special Operations Brigade and its affiliated units within 72 hours to form the 1st Expeditionary Force, entering a state of Level 1 readiness. Awaiting transport orders. Mission objective, confidential. Operation location, confidential. Imaginary enemy, confidential. Long John instinctively thought this was some sort of fake document, right? With only 2 ranks below the highest commander, how could anything be kept confidential? He directed his gaze to the source of the information. It indeed came through a secure channel, and it was confirmed to be signed by his direct superior. After confirming the details, his pupils dilated sharply. An expeditionary force? That term had been buried for far too long. In today's blue planet, geopolitical tensions had been compressed to the extreme. Within the Arctic Circle, several major powers were huddled together like trapped beasts. Any military action would set off a chain reaction, making any talk of expeditions impossible. Could it be a mission to the Antarctic? But that falls under the jurisdiction of the Antarctic Theater. Are they heading to the equator? Sending troops to serve as a barbecue for the Earth? Chapter 51. The Great Xia begins to exert full force. Long John felt for the first time in his life that his war instincts were failing him. This order carried an inexplicable strangeness that could not be explained by existing logic. Therefore, he directly dialed the red, top-secret line. The phone rang only once before being picked up. This is Long John. I know. On the other end of the line, a voice that belonged to the 2nd commander, tinged with fatigue, yet imbued with immense strength, responded. Commander, I have received the order. Long John's voice was as steady as a mountain. However, regarding the designation of the Expeditionary Force, I need a direction to prepare my soldiers adequately. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Long John, do you think the land we stand on is still stable? The 2nd commander suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question. Report, Commander, the crisis is looming. But it is under control. Under control? The 2nd commander chuckled softly, his laughter laced with a hint of self-mockery and endless weariness. We are merely on a sinking ship, trying to patch the leaks as slowly as possible. Long John's heart sank. For the first time, he heard such pessimistic rhetoric from this iron-willed commander. Suddenly, the 2nd commander's voice rose sharply, striking like thunder in Long John's ears. We have found a new ship, a new vessel that can carry our civilization out of this doomsday ocean. And you, the 1st Expeditionary Force, are the vanguard in seizing this ticket. I cannot tell you who the enemy is, nor can I tell you where the battlefield is. I can only tell you that this battle is our Great Xia's once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Comrade Long John, I entrust the hope of our nation to you. Only success is allowed, failure is not. Yes. Long John hung up the phone, his chest heaving violently, a fiery surge rushing from his feet to the crown of his head. The hope of the nation was entrusted to him. It was as heavy as a mountain. He abruptly turned around, pressed the red button on the command platform, and his voice resonated throughout the entire base like a great bell. Relay my orders. All commanders and soldiers, assemble. Level 1 combat readiness. All personnel, gather. Meanwhile, at the Polaris Military Industrial Group, Chairman Ma Dongsheng was standing in the observation corridor of the B7 production line. Below him, several large robotic arms were lazily undergoing debugging, and the vast workshop appeared somewhat empty. In the past 2 years, as global conditions deteriorated, arms orders had indeed surged. However, now, everything that needed to be stocked had been stocked, and everything that needed to be destroyed had been destroyed. Aside from some foreign arms orders and training consumption still in production, There were essentially no production tasks left. Naturally, his factory had slowed down as well. Mr. Ma, the production director behind him handed over a report, stating, "The order from Saudi Arabia is pressing. They are willing to increase the price by 10% to have us advance the delivery date of that batch of swarm drones by a week." Ma Dongsheng picked up the report, glanced at it, and let out a nonchalant hum. These were merely minor conflicts involving friendly nations, easily dealt with by drones targeting armed vehicles. He waved his hand, signaling the director to take care of it. Back in the top-floor office, Ma Dongsheng brewed himself a cup of Dahong Pao, ready to enjoy this rare moment of leisure. However, the office phone suddenly rang with a harsh tone. Ma Dongsheng paused his movements. He slowly set down his teacup, walked to his desk, and answered the phone. There were no pleasantries on the other end, just a cold, authoritative voice. "This is the General Equipment Department, Wang Hai." Ma Dongsheng instinctively straightened his back. "Hello, Director Wang. Comrade Ma Dongsheng, an urgent task has been assigned, and I am issuing a Level 1 combat readiness order to your department. The Polaris Military-Industrial Group must immediately switch all production lines to wartime status. All foreign trade orders are suspended indefinitely. Current production capacity must be increased to double that of normal times within 24 hours. Gather all available workers and production lines." Ma Dongsheng's breath caught for a moment. "Double? Are we going to war again?" The voice on the other end continued. 24 hours, 3 shifts, nonstop production. The specific procurement list and quantities will be sent to you shortly. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly disconnected. Ma Dongsheng held the receiver, frozen in place for a good 10 seconds. If he remembered correctly, it wasn't this outrageous even during the peak 2 years ago. He wasn't a frontline soldier, but he understood better than anyone what these numbers meant. Total war? Who is the enemy? That country? The bear? Or is Japan going crazy again? Ma Dongsheng's mind raced, cold sweat soaking his shirt. Damn it, with the world ending, those nations still can't settle down. He cursed loudly, grabbed the internal phone on his desk, and notified all executives. A meeting in 30 minutes. This day was destined to be a sleepless night for countless people. Not just Polaris. The largest pharmaceutical groups simultaneously received orders to produce broad-spectrum antibiotics, high-energy nutrients, and individual first aid kits at maximum capacity. The Food Processing Consortium had all warehouses under military control, with self-heating rations piling up on the production lines. After a long silence, the seemingly exhausted industrial giant of Daxiao suddenly opened its steel eyes in the unnoticed night. Countless gears began to mesh and turn at a breathtaking speed, all for a war that absolutely could not be lost. At the Ark base in Bayer City, in the underground office, Lin Mo felt like his right hand was no longer his own, but more like a ruthless signing machine. Piles of documents cluttered the desk, each representing a massive project about to be initiated, with titles increasingly alarming. Intelligence collection and analysis. Proposal for the formation of scientific research teams, highest safety regulations for cross-world biological sample quarantine, military and security preparation selection, and political review standards for the first batch of diplomatic contact personnel. Portal and rear security defense logistics support system construction, establishment of magic research and technology integration laboratory, domestic coordination and resource allocation, resource investment and livelihood balance, risk assessment and emergency plans. These proposal documents seem quite normal, but some unusual ones have also mixed in. For example, he picked up a new document titled Proposal to Optimize the Internal Personnel Structure of the New Hope Program. The gist of the proposal is that the current core team is strong in one aspect, but weak in another, which is detrimental to team harmony and long-term physical and mental health. Considering that the commander is still single, it suggests that more young and beautiful women should be introduced into the team. Proposer, Lu Qingyan. Who would have thought that this research enthusiast, old Lu, could be so attentive? Lin Mo chuckled. These academicians, usually so rigorous to the point of being unapproachable, could be quite playful in private. He picked up a pen and flamboyantly wrote a comment in the blank space of the proposal. Must have a big chest. Chapter 52. You all have worked hard. Lin Mo tossed aside the signed documents, stretched his back with a loud crack, feeling the tension in his bones. These documents made Lin Mo deeply understand what a national apparatus truly means. Once it starts operating, it is precise, efficient, and carries a terrifying power that commands respect. Only now did he realize how impressive the authority of the New Hope team he was in charge of truly was. If old Zhao doesn't come back soon, I might just quit, Lin Mo complained to himself, shaking his sore wrists. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in." The door opened, revealing Zhao Gang. "Brother Zhao, you're finally back." Lin Mo sighed in relief. "If you hadn't returned, I would have been buried alive by these documents." Zhao Gang chuckled, opening the door wider and stepping aside. "Commander Lin, let me introduce you to a leader." As he spoke, a figure stepped out from behind him. The smile on Lin Mo's face instantly froze. That face he had only seen on television during the most important national news and military parades. It was calm and imposing. It was a high-ranking leader. Lin Mo's mind went blank, and he instinctively stood up, his movements stiff. He opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't produce any sound. The high-ranking leader walked in with a smile, as peaceful as a neighborly elder visiting an office. Yet, Lin Mo felt his breath catch. His muscles tensed, and his mind went blank. This wasn't just nervousness. It was the instinctive all one feels when facing a towering mountain. "Young comrade, don't be nervous. Have a seat." The leader's voice was gentle, carrying a soothing power. He looked around Lin Mo's office with interest. Finally, his gaze landed on the open document on Lin Mo's desk, which was the proposal from academician Lu Qingyin regarding optimizing the personnel structure of the New Hope plan. Alongside it were Lin Mo's flamboyant comments. "Must have a big chest." The air seemed to freeze. Zhao Gang, accompanying him, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. The high-ranking leader paused for a moment, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He pulled out a chair opposite Lin Mo and sat down first, easing much of the tension in the room. "Youthful and energetic, that's a good thing," the leader remarked. Lin Mo's mind finally started working again. He forced a dry smile, unsure of where to put his hands and feet. Reporting to the leader, I was joking with academician Lu." "I know." The leader waved his hand. "I've read all your reports and viewed all the footage you sent back. Comrade Lin Mo, on behalf of the nation and all the people still fighting for survival, thank you." There were no grand speeches, just a simple thank you. But it felt heavier than any military order. Lin Mo instinctively straightened his back. "Leader, he wanted to say something, but found that any words felt inadequate. In the end, he managed to utter a simple truth. "I actually just got lucky and fell into a new world after a good sleep." Upon hearing this, the senior leader laughed heartily, his laughter deep and resonant. "Ha. Luck is also a part of national fortune. What we need now is your good luck." As the laughter faded, the senior leader's expression turned serious. "We have already made the relevant arrangements. Just before our conversation, the 1st Expeditionary Force of the Arctic War Zone has completed its assembly. 20,000 of our top warriors are ready to set off at any time. The production line of the Polaris military industry has ramped up to 200 capacity, and the first batch of equipment to assist TerraContinent is being loaded. The largest pharmaceutical groups in the country are working overnight to produce the broad-spectrum antibiotics and high-energy nutrients mentioned in your list. Comrade Lin Mo, our nation has prepared everything for you." Every word felt like a heavy bomb exploding in Lin Mo's heart. He could imagine the scene, the steel torrent gathering on the ice field, the roaring machines in the factories, countless people staying awake all night for an elusive goal. And the source of all this was him. An unprecedented pressure, mixed with an indescribable fervent emotion, instantly filled his chest. "Is this a bit too fast?" Lin Mo felt his throat dry, worried that his small shoulders might not be able to bear such a heavy burden. "It's all right, we are behind you." The senior leader stood up and walked over to Lin Mo. That hand which had signed countless decisions affecting the fate of the nation heavily patted his shoulder. "In the past, we were struggling on a leaking ship, desperately scooping out water. And you, Lin Mo, have given us a lifeline. Now, I entrust this lifeline to you. I authorize you to take full responsibility for all contact and cooperation with TerraContinent. Military, diplomacy, trade. You have the highest decision-making authority. Behind you is not just a small group, not just a base, but the entire nation." Just as Lin Mo was overwhelmed with excitement and his mind went blank from these words, a commotion of footsteps sounded outside the room. Qian Jinhua and Lu Qingyin almost rushed in. Several core project team members followed closely behind, all panting heavily. This group of usually calm and composed national treasures now wore faces filled with uncontrollable excitement and disbelief. Their disheveled white hair and open collars silently conveyed their urgency. When their gazes finally landed on the calm figure standing in the office, everyone froze in place. The entire space was filled with the sound of suppressed breathing. The senior leader turned around, gently scanning each person, finally resting his gaze on the two leading academicians. He smiled warmly. Elder Qian, Elder Lu, and all comrades. You have all arrived. As senior leader, Qian Jinhua adjusted his reading glasses. Usually composed, his voice trembled uncontrollably. Lu Qingyan was so excited that his face turned red. He took a step forward, his lips trembling, with countless words stuck in his throat. I have seen all your hard work. The senior leader raised his hand to stop their conversation and patted them on the shoulder. You are all heroes of the nation. You've worked hard. These simple words instantly brought tears to Lu Qingyan's eyes. He thumped his chest and shouted with all his might, Leader, it's what we should do. The senior leader did not continue discussing heavy topics. Instead, he smiled and asked about the granddaughter of the elder Qian. He also inquired about the long-standing neck issue of the elder Lu, and the atmosphere became warm and friendly. The great summer is not just for one person. It belongs to everyone. Chapter 53, Findona. It's a disaster. The leader did not linger for long. After chatting with everyone for a while, he glanced at his watch and bid farewell. After all, there were countless matters concerning another world waiting for him to address. Everyone escorted the leader to the base entrance. Just as the heavy alloy door was about to close, the leader paused once more. He turned back and said, Comrade Lin Mo, go ahead and do it. The leader's gaze became profound. We cannot afford to lose. As the words fell, the air grew heavy. But soon after, the weight in his eyes was replaced by a determination and fiery resolve, and because of that, we are fearless. With a clang, the heavy alloy door slowly closed, shutting out that towering figure. Lin Mo stood still, unmoving. The phrase "we are fearless" echoed repeatedly in his mind, merging with the rhythm of his heartbeat. On the continent of Terra, in the Elven King's city, the moment he regained consciousness, Lin Mo was greeted by the familiar scent of the rainforest. He sat up from a bed made of a huge leaf and soft moss. After a quick wash, he wasted no time and immediately requested an audience with Queen Alari. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but complain about the lack of toothbrushes in this world. Every day, he had to brush his teeth with a chewed plant fiber stick dipped in salt, leaving his mouth tasting terrible. Lin Mo secretly decided that as soon as the portal opened, the first thing he would do is show Findona what an electric toothbrush and mint toothpaste are. In the throne hall, the queen and the elders gathered. After hearing Lin Mo's recounting, a spark finally lit up in Queen Alari's calm blue eyes. Lord Lin Mo, are you saying that as long as we can solve the portal issue? That's right, Lin Mo interrupted her directly. If the door can open, our soldiers can come through. In Emerald Leaf City, we are confident we can help you take it back. He spoke with conviction. After all, the leader personally authorized it, and the entire war machine was beginning to warm up for him. If he were still humble, it would be a disservice to the mighty expeditionary force. Good. Queen Alari suddenly stood up from her throne, her decisiveness showing no hesitation. I will immediately arrange for a delegation to head to the city of Holy Light. She looked at Findona. Findona, you will accompany Elder Muyu. Make sure to persuade that stubborn group in the Holy See. Then she turned to Lin Mo. Her tone serious. Lord Lin Mo, as the representative of the Great Xia, I would appreciate your presence on this journey as well. With you here, it will be easier to persuade those sacred human races. No problem, Lin Mo readily agreed. At the side, Findona's brows lightly furrowed, worry etched on her face. Your Majesty, but what about the defense in Lostia City? I will personally send 2 elders to garrison Lostja's defenses, the queen interrupted her. Moreover, with the new-style crossbow arrows brought by Lord Lin Mo, the defense is secure. You need not worry. Findona barely nodded, but her worry did not diminish. The mission of the delegation was clear, to request the sacred human race to utilize their ultimate star realm teleportation technique to establish a permanent portal connecting the blue planet and Terra. The queen's arrangements were swift and decisive, and Lin Mo silently praised her. This efficiency was far superior to the parliamentary processes of certain countries on the blue planet. With a wave of his hand, he declared that there was no time to waste. They would set off today. A large number of people were waiting back on the blue planet, and time was of the essence. Lin Mo followed Findona to the gathering point and discovered it was a massive platform formed naturally by the trunk of the world tree. On the platform, 20 elven guards clad in vine armor and equipped with new-style crossbows were ready for action. There were also several large treasure chests that looked quite valuable piled on the ground. Lin Mo was wondering where the griffin troops of the elven race were when suddenly the sky darkened above him. A violent gust of wind rushed down. Lin Mo instinctively looked up and saw 3 massive figures tearing through the clouds. roaring with a destructive momentum. The enormous shadows enveloped the entire platform. Enemy attack. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. In the next moment, he instinctively reached out and wrapped his arm around Findona's waist. Without waiting for her to react, he hoisted the fragile mage onto his shoulder and turned to sprint toward the thickest trunk not far away. The physique of a second-tier warrior exploded at this moment. Findona felt the world spin. A scream lodged in her throat as she was carried away. Once Lin Mo dove behind the sturdy trunk and took cover, he cautiously peeked out. The three massive creatures were slowly descending. To his astonishment, they were three western dragons. Their amber vertical pupils burned with flames, their scales glimmered with a molten gold sheen, and their gigantic wings stirred up fierce winds with every flap. Roar! One of the dragons landed, rearing back to roar at the sky, revealing its fearsome fangs. The sound waves, mixed with the howling winds, nearly blew him away. Lin Mo's heart raced. Just then, he caught sight of the elves on the platform, each one wearing a strange expression as they looked at him. Lin Mo? What is going on? At this moment, even a fool could tell something was off. Ally, put me down. Findona, who he had been carrying, finally regained her senses. With a voice filled with embarrassment and anger, she began to punch his back like raindrops. Oh. Lin Mo hurriedly set her down. As soon as Findona touched the ground, her face turned crimson. Seeing everyone staring at her, the elven princess could no longer hold it together and covered her face. Running away. A social death scene. Cough. I thought it was an enemy attack. Lin Mo forced himself to appear calm as he walked back to the group. An elder of the wood language, whose hair and beard were already gray, approached with a staff in hand, smiling and attempting to smooth things over. We apologize for the lack of hospitality and for not informing you in advance, which startled you. However, your vigilance is precisely the quality we need most at this time. After saying this, he turned toward the roaring dragon to introduce Lin Mo. This is His Excellency Yadis, a member of the Dragon Clan, and our most loyal ally among the elves. I dislike humans, grumbled the dragon named Yadis, its amber-slit eyes glaring rudely at Lin Mo. He looked around, hoping to get an explanation from Findona, but when he turned his head, he found that there was no one beside him. Unbeknownst to him, Findona had quietly moved behind Elder Muyu, her cheeks flushed, pretending to admire the distant scenery. It seemed that she sensed his gaze, and her face turned even redder. There was no way around it. Standing next to Lin Mo made it too easy to embarrass herself. As a noble lady, she had never experienced anything like this growing up. Unable to bear it any longer, she just wanted to distance herself from this source of embarrassment. Chapter 54. A request to the Holy See for the establishment of a portal, Your Excellency Yadis. Please calm down. Elder Muyu gently reassured the giant dragon. This person is from a distant kingdom and has no relation to the sacred race. They merely resemble each other. He then turned to Lin Mo and explained quietly. The sacred race has always regarded becoming a dragon knight as the highest honor, which is why the dragons harbor hostility towards humans. Lin Mo suddenly understood. He looked up, meeting the dragon's unfriendly gaze, and grinned. Hey, don't worry. I'm perfectly normal and not interested in riding you. Addis blinked its enormous eyes, clearly not comprehending the term sexual orientation. However, it indeed did not sense that nauseating sacred aura from this human, so it reluctantly believed Elder Muyu's words, retracting its hostility but still not showing a friendly demeanor. Then, let us set off, Elder Muyu said. The three-headed dragon slowly lowered its massive body, folding its wings like crumpled mountains. Just lying there, it emanated an overwhelming pressure that felt suffocating. This was a genuine creature measuring over 100 meters in length. Lin Mo couldn't help but step forward, reaching out to touch the hard scales, which felt icy to the touch. Wow, he exclaimed sincerely. A dragon. What man hasn't he fantasized about this? If only Lu Qingyin, that research fanatic, could see this. Lin Mo could almost instantly picture academician Lu holding a blood sampling needle in one hand and a large anesthetic gun in the other, excitedly dancing the tango on the spot. Beside him, Elder Muyu raised his natural staff. With a hum, a rich aura of life spread out. Countless thick vines extended from the branches of the platform, growing at a visible pace, twisting, intertwining, and shaping themselves. In just a minute, 3 exquisite and sturdy wooden houses sprang up on the backs of the 3 dragons. Incredible. Lin Mo felt his worldview being refreshed once again. A delegation of over 20 people boarded the wooden houses on the dragon's back in an orderly fashion. The houses were fully equipped with chairs and tables. And as soon as they settled, Elder Muyu commanded, "Everyone, hold on tight. We're departing." With 3 resounding roars that shook the heavens. The dragons spread their massive wings and suddenly flapped them. The wind howled. Lin Mo felt an overwhelming push that slammed him into the vine-woven seat. The scenery outside the window instantly turned into a blur of retreating light. The 100-meter dragon carried them straight into the clouds. Seeing Lin Mo pinned to his seat, Funduona asked with concern, "Sir Lin Mo, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Lin Mo waved his hand, though his face was filled with uncontainable excitement. "It's just..." That takeoff was a bit intense, even more thrilling than the planes back home. Given his current physique, this level of acceleration was nothing. It was purely the first experience of such primitive and violent force that was a bit overwhelming. The sound of the wind roared in his ears, and the mountains and rivers below shrank rapidly, transforming into a flowing map. After a 7-hour flight, spanning thousands of kilometers, the initial excitement quickly wore off during the monotonous journey. With Elder Muyu present, Lin Mo felt hesitant to open the large wooden boxes and see what local specialties the elf clan had brought as gifts. Naturally, he also felt awkward teasing Funduona, as the journey was somewhat arduous. Fortunately, when a massive city constructed entirely of white stones appeared on the distant horizon, reflecting a sacred light under the sun, this journey finally seemed to be nearing its end. Funduona pointed ahead and softly said, "We have arrived. The city of sacred light." The great dragon landed gracefully, and the gust of wind created by its folding wings made the luxurious white robes of the holy human race's reception officials flutter in the square. The delegation dismounted from the dragon's back and stepped onto the pristine, spotless marble floor of the city of sacred light. In stark contrast to the vibrant natural beauty of the elven capital, Avenor, everything here exuded a sense of harshness, solemnity, and almost obsessive order. The magnificent buildings were carved from white rock, with straight lines and sharp angles, reflecting a holy radiance while also emanating a chilling sense of exclusion. Guided by several proud-looking officials, the delegation crossed the vast square and entered the grand cathedral of sacred light. The dome soared into the clouds, and the enormous stained glass windows depicted the epic of the god's creation. Light filtered through the glass, casting colorful patches on the ground, adding to the atmosphere of sanctity and majesty. At the end of the hall, on a high platform, sat an elder clad in a white robe with golden edges, wearing a triple crown. His eyes were slightly closed, and his presence was profound. He was the highest leader of the holy human race, Pope Gregory VII. Beside the Pope stood several grand magicians dressed in ornate robes. The foremost among them, with a gaunt face and sharp eyes, was the leader of the conservatives, Archbishop Kale. Elder Muyu, holding a natural staff, stepped forward and slightly bowed to the Pope. "Your Holiness, may the sacred light be with you. Friends from Avenor, may nature protect you." The Pope's voice echoed in the vast cathedral, exuding an otherworldly authority. Standing aside, Archbishop Kale coldly remarked, "Please state your purpose." Elder Muyu explained the dire situation faced by the various races on the continent of Terra against the demon race, mentioning the precarious state of the elf clan and their desire to seek reinforcements from a certain nation. After finishing, he turned his gaze to Lin Mo, understanding the cue. Lin Mo stepped forward, performed a hand-over-heart gesture, and succinctly stated, "Your Holiness, I am Lin Mo, from another world, Daxia. Our race is of East Asian descent, but we do not share a common origin with the holy human race. We come from a world without magic, primarily relying on technological creations, which you may understand as a more precise form of alchemy." Upon hearing this, Archbishop Kale's eyes filled with mockery. "Oh, Elder Muyu, you elves actually place your hopes on a group of pitiful beings abandoned by magic?" The expression on Elder Mu's face darkened. "Your Excellency Kyle, Lord Lin Mo is our ally. Please show some respect." Kyle chuckled lightly and glanced at Lin Mo. "A group of powerless mortals dares to set foot in this realm and even speaks of opposing the demonic army that we cannot deal with? I'm curious, would you wet yourselves in fear upon encountering the lowest tier of demonic hounds?" "That's enough." Elder Mu could no longer tolerate it. He stepped forward, gazing directly at the Pope, his voice filled with sorrow and urgency. "Your Majesty, the demonic army is relentless, and the continent is in grave danger. Our only hope lies in harnessing the power of a new force. Therefore, We earnestly request the Holy See to employ the astral teleportation to establish a portal connecting our two worlds and bring forth our reinforcements. P.S. To my dear readers, it's not that I don't want to update more frequently. It's just that poor data makes it difficult to add more without being flagged for low-quality content. If you enjoy the story, please give a nudge for updates, leave comments, and help improve the data. I'm ready to write more. Chapter 55. Agreement to establish the astral portal. The entire cathedral fell into silence. The Pope kept his eyes closed, as if asleep. Archbishop Kyle, seeing this, slowly adjusted his pristine cuffs and dismissed the idea. The astral teleportation technique is the highest secret bestowed upon our kind by the divine. Each activation consumes vast amounts of precious materials, and the risks are incalculable. What if we attract not allies, but another group of demons instead? Can your elven race bear this responsibility? He looked down at everyone, his gaze finally settling on Lin Mo, disdain evident in his expression. Furthermore, to use such costs for a group of feeble allies? I must speak frankly, this is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, utterly foolish. We, the holy human race, would rather fight to the last under the holy light than entrust the fate of Terra to a bunch of mortals. These words were tantamount to a death sentence. Findona's eyes turned red instantly, her body trembling slightly. Elder Muyu was so furious that his beard stood on end, his face a deep shade of blue. At that moment, a light laugh, utterly out of place, shattered the silence. Everyone turned abruptly to the source of the laughter. It was Lin Mo. The arrogance on Archbishop Kyle's face froze, his brows knitting together in a knot. Outsider, are you mocking me? Lin Mo smirked. No, no, no. How could I dare to mock a person of such high standing? But there was not a trace of respect in his expression. Impudent. Kyle shouted angrily. Don't be so quick to anger, my lord. May I ask how to address you? Lin Mo smiled slightly. Kyle snorted coldly. You may call me Archbishop Kyle. Very well, Archbishop Kyle. Lin Mo nodded. I respect every race of Terra and your beliefs. But please understand one thing. We are not here to beg you. We are here to offer you a chance to survive. My lord, do you not understand the words on the brink of extinction? Or do you simply not care about the survival of the continent of Terra? Lin Mo's voice echoed in the vast cathedral, each word striking like a slap on the proud face of the holy human race. Impudent. Archbishop Kyle was furious. He slammed his staff down heavily, the gem at its tip erupting with blinding holy light, a massive pressure bearing down on Lin Mo. The air became heavy, compressing every inch of Lin Mo's bones. Under such pressure, an ordinary person would have likely been terrified to the point of losing courage. In the hall of the Holy Lord, how dare you, a barbarian, roar. Kyle's voice was filled with judgment. Archbishop, please calm your anger. Findona's face turned pale as she dashed in front of Lin Mo, spreading her arms to shield him. He means no disrespect. He helped us repel the demon race in the city of Rostia. He is a friend of our Terra. Elder Muyu raised his natural staff and lightly tapped the ground. A soft, emerald green halo spread out, skillfully countering the pressure released by Kyle. He stepped forward, his gaze crossing over Kyle to lock onto the silently observing figure of the Pope on the platform. Your Majesty, just 7 days ago, the Steelbeard tribe of dwarves, entrenched in the Blackstone Mountains, fought a bloody battle against the demon race for 3 days, nearly leading to their annihilation. The half-orc Howling Wind tribe was forced to migrate west, and their territory is now a hunting ground for the demons. The demon race grows stronger while we weaken. Under this cycle, how much time do we have left? This statement caused all the clergy present to furrow their brows. Kyle's anger slightly abated, his brows tightly knitted. They were not entirely oblivious to this information, but to voice it now brought a heavy sense of reality crashing down. Elder Muyu shifted the conversation's direction. Looking at Lin Mo, however, we are not without hope. In the recent defense of Lostia, it was the new weapon brought by Sir Lin Mo that allowed our elven guards to achieve a qualitative leap in combat power, successfully repelling a long-planned attack by the demons. He exchanged glances with the elven guards behind him. 2 elven guards stepped forward, retrieving a uniquely designed composite bow and a compact repeating crossbow. Unlike the elegant longbows of the elves, these weapons exuded an efficient, pure aesthetic of physics. One of the priests stepped forward, picking up the composite bow, confusion etched on his face. What is this? He scoffed. Lin Mo smiled, taking the composite bow from the elven guard and skillfully knocking an arrow. He aimed at a stone statue in the corner of the cathedral that served as decoration. The bowstring vibrated with a deep, powerful sound. A black arrow shot forth, devoid of any magical enhancement, yet carrying an unstoppable fierce momentum. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the hard stone sculpture shattered, the arrow embedding deep into the wall behind, leaving only a quivering tail feather exposed. The hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the arrow's tail. The power of this weapon exceeded that of ordinary arrows. Next, another elven guard raised the repeating crossbow and calmly pulled the trigger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of rapid whistling sounds erupted as 10 crossbow bolts were fired in just 3 seconds, accurately striking the remnants of the previously shattered statue, forming a dense target of arrows. The pupils of Archbishop Kyle suddenly contracted. He recognized the value of this weapon. It required no magical talent, was simple enough not to need extensive training. With sufficient strength and basic operation, one could wield such terrifying lethality and firing speed. If an army of 10,000 were fully equipped with such weapons, combined with magical power, he dared not think further. On the platform, Pope Gregory VII, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. He stared at Lin Mo, as if trying to see through him completely. Lin Mo met his gaze without flinching. Your Majesty, Lin Mo's voice was clear and calm. The fall of the continent is only a matter of time. The teleportation technique you pride yourselves on, if not used now to seek survival, will ultimately find its end buried alongside your remains in the coffin of this land. The brutal reality of the continent, coupled with the shock brought by the new weapons, finally persuaded the religious authority. After a long silence, the Pope's authoritative voice resonated through the hall, granting permission to use the teleportation technique. Joy instantly surged on the faces of Fendona and Elder Muyu. However, the Pope's tone shifted, introducing conditions. First, all magical materials and manpower required to open the portal must be borne entirely by you. Your Majesty, that is only natural. Elder Muyu immediately bowed in agreement. Second, the Pope's gaze turned to Lin Mo, stating that your nation must sign a magical contract. The contract will restrict the number of individuals from your country entering the continent, the types of weapons, and the scope of activities. You must promise not to interfere in the internal affairs of the continent's races, only entering as hired parties and accepting joint supervision from my people and the Elves. Any violation will result in the permanent closure of the portal to you, along with penalties. Chapter 56. Terms of the Magical Contract. After finishing his words, the Pope stood up from the throne, leaving no room for discussion, and turned to leave, leaving behind a cold remark. The specific details will be discussed with Archbishop Kyle. As the Pope departed, the sacred atmosphere in the hall dissipated, replaced by a chilling sense of confrontation typical of a negotiation table. Archbishop Kyle stood on the platform, looking down at everyone. The magic crystal atop his staff emitted a pure light. Since His Holiness has granted permission, I will outline the framework of the agreement. Kyle's voice echoed in the cathedral. First, regarding the number of people. He paused for a moment, his sharp gaze sweeping over Lin Mo with scrutiny. Considering the significant risks of astral teleportation and the unknowns of your world, for our initial cooperation, we will allow a maximum of 10,000 soldiers to enter Terra. A smirk appeared on Kyle's lips. This is already a great act of tolerance from our holy race. Puffed. Lin Mo couldn't hold back and let out a laugh. The sound was particularly jarring in the church, shattering the solemn atmosphere that Kyle had deliberately created. All the clergy members shot disapproving glares at Lin Mo. Fendona nervously tugged at Lin Mo's sleeve, her emerald eyes filled with pleading, signaling him not to fan the flames. Kyle's expression darkened. Outlander, do you find this amusing? No, it's not amusing. Lin Mo suppressed his smile, shaking his head with a cold expression. I just find it absurd. He took a step forward, staring directly at Kyle on the platform. Your Excellency Archbishop, if I may speak frankly, do you have any misunderstanding regarding the scale of the demon army? 10,000. Lin Mo raised a finger and shook it. Do you know what that means in front of the demons? Throwing 10,000 people onto the battlefield wouldn't even create a ripple. You're not inviting reinforcements. You're inviting 10,000 people to serve as appetizers for the demons. Presumptuous. A priest standing beside Kyle shouted angrily. You are here to assist, not to invade. How many more people do you want to send? But we are not here to die. Do you even consider this assistance? Lin Mo's voice grew colder. If what the holy race understands as assistance is sending our soldiers to their deaths, then this cooperation is better off not happening. He turned to Elder Muyu, spreading his hands. Elder, you see it too. It's not that we don't want to help. It's that your allies treat us like fools. Matters concerning the lives and deaths of compatriots from Blue Star were not something he could be careless about. Wait. Elder Muyu grew anxious. His aged face filled with worry as he stepped forward to mediate. Your Excellency Archbishop, what Lord Lin Imo said is the truth. 10,000 is indeed too few. Against demon legions that can number in the hundreds of thousands, it would be utterly ineffective. Kyle snorted coldly, lightly tapping his staff on the ground, producing a crisp sound. Numbers are not the only factor determining the outcome of a war. 10,000 soldiers equipped with your peculiar weapons should not be underestimated. Moreover, this is just our first collaboration. We need time to assess your true intentions and capabilities. Assess? Lin Imo chuckled. Are we assessing how quickly our soldiers will die? He stood his ground. 50,000, that's our demand. Only with 50,000 fully armed vanguard troops can we truly impact the situation on the battlefield. Absolutely not. Kyle firmly rejected, leaving no room for negotiation. This is a violation of our security. We will never allow such a large army from another realm to set foot on our land. The atmosphere in the hall froze again. Elder Muyu was sweating anxiously, and Findona's face turned pale. The gap between both sides' bottom lines was too wide. The negotiations couldn't proceed. Lin Imo stared at Kyle for a few seconds before suddenly sighing. Fine, I respect your concerns. Just as Kyle's expression was about to ease, Lin Imo continued, let's each take a step back. I don't want to haggle. 25,000 troops. If even this number is unacceptable, then we will leave now and not disturb you all in your peaceful fight to the last man. You. Kyle was choked by Lin Mo's last words, his face turning red. 25,000. This number still exceeded his psychological expectations, but compared to the daunting 50,000, it seemed somewhat more acceptable. He could feel that this was the other party's final bottom line. Considering the frail constitution of the Otherworlders and their lack of magical abilities, even if they turned against him, as long as the portal was shut down, this number wouldn't stir up much trouble on the continent. Kyle glanced at Elder Muyu, who wore a worried expression, and then at the despair and hope in the eyes of the members of the Elven delegation, thinking about the current tense situation. Finally, he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Fine, but this is the limit. Elder Muyu and Findona both sighed in relief at the same time, finally showing a hint of joy on their faces. Good, it seems we have reached our first consensus. Lin Imo nodded in agreement, as if the earlier tension had never occurred. Now, the second point, the operational range. Kyle's tone was firm, trying to gain some ground back. Since you came in response to the Elves' plea for help, your army must strictly limit its activities within the Elven territory, confined to one city. To defend against the demon race, you are absolutely not allowed to step into other territories. Naturally, Elder Muyu quickly expressed his agreement. We can limit the operational range to the area from the Elven capital, Avenor, to the City of Leaf. We need to retake the City of Leaf. Lin Imo found this outcome acceptable. It was normal for the other side to be cautious, and he could understand it in return. Kyle on the steps pondered for a moment and nodded. This range is acceptable, allowing the reinforcements to play their role while being positioned between the demon race and the elf race. The last point, and the most important one, is that Kyle fixed his gaze on Lin Imo and the new weapons carried by the elf guardians behind him. Regarding the weapons, you must provide a detailed weapon list. All types and quantities of weapons entering the region must undergo our review and approval. He emphasized his tone. Any creations that we deem to have uncontrollable risks will be strictly prohibited from entering the continent. As soon as these words were spoken, even Elder Muyu's expression changed. The greatest reliance of the aid from the Great Summer is their unprecedented technological weapons. If this aspect is restricted, the previous negotiations would lose their significance. Well, Lin Imo furrowed his brows slightly, feeling a bit troubled. Your Excellency the Archbishop, it's not that I don't want to provide it. It's just that our weapon system is a bit complicated. Chapter 57, Blessings for Da Xiaohao. Kyle pressed. Lin Imo snapped his fingers and gave an example. Our weapons are like your magic. Can you provide me with a list detailing every divine spell and magic used by your holy race's priests and knights, including their incantations, arrays, power, and materials needed for casting? How is that possible? Kyle instinctively retorted. Then that's settled. Lin Imo shrugged, looking innocent. Our weapon list is 1,000 times more complex than that. I can't just bring over the entire design blueprints of our industrial system for you to review, right? You wouldn't even understand it. Faced with Lin Mo's response, Kyle's anger flared up again. You're just splitting hairs. No. I'm stating facts. Lin Mo waved his hand. After pondering, He continued, "How about this? Give me a day. I need to communicate with our backend and compile a rough explanation of weapon types that you can understand." He looked at Kyle with sincere eyes. "Let's discuss the details of the weapon list at this time tomorrow, shall we?" Kyle stared at Lin Mo, trying to find a hint of deceit on his face. But he failed. The other party's gaze was calm, and his logic was impeccable. Forcing the other side to hand over the list immediately was indeed unrealistic. "All right," Kyle finally spat out a cold word. "Then tomorrow, I hope you won't pull any tricks. No one can violate the witness of the magical contract." With that, he said nothing more and turned to leave. In the underground base of Bayer City, in the bedroom, Lin Mo opened his eyes, quickly sat up from the bed, and grabbed the black intercom on the cabinet. "Brother Zhao, I'm back. Notify everyone. There will be a meeting in the conference room in 10 minutes. Received." Zhao Gang's voice was devoid of any unnecessary questions. In the core conference room of the base, at the cold metal long table, core members including Zhao Gang, Qian Jinhua, and Lu Qingyin were all present, each with eyes burning with suppressed flames. Lin Mo pushed the door open and walked straight to the main seat. "The negotiation is settled." He succinctly recounted the confrontations at the negotiation table, from Kyle's arrogance to the holy race's trump card, and how he grasped the other party's lifeline, securing a quota of 25,000 from an initial 10,000. 25,000. When this number was announced, a gasp echoed through the conference room. Qian Jinhua's hand, which was adjusting his reading glasses, froze in midair, his eyes wide behind the lenses. Lu Qingyin's rebellious face twitched, and he slapped his thigh in astonishment. "Good lad. 25,000. Zhao Gang's tense back finally relaxed at that moment. He looked at Lin Mo, his gaze filled with praise that was almost overflowing. "Well done. This result has far exceeded our expectations." "Not bad." Lin Mo tugged at the corner of his mouth, aware that the demon clan was watching closely, and that various factions couldn't hold out much longer. If they, the sacred human race, continued to be aloof, they would only be waiting for their demise together. However, there was a twist. Lin Mo shifted his tone. The other party requested a detailed list of weapons and retained the authority for review and approval. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense again. This was expected. Zhao Gang spoke in a low voice. It was impossible to expect them to be completely defenseless. Qian Jinhua furrowed his brows and asked, "The issue is, how do we write the list? Our weapon system and their power system are fundamentally two different dimensions. How do I explain to them the magical equivalent of a 155mm shell? Let's put that aside for now." Zhao Gang continued, looking at Lin Mo. "As for the Arctic battlefield, General Long Zhan and his first expeditionary army still only knew they were at a first-level combat readiness status. They currently did not know who the enemy was or where the battlefield was. I think it would be better for them to draft this weapon list. After all, they are the experts in warfare." "Commander Lin, I believe it's time to share all information with General Long Zhan." "I agree." Lin Mo nodded. "They are the ones fighting the war. We can't let them be blind." "All right." Zhao Gang stood up. "I will report to the new capital immediately and request authorization." New capital, the power center of the Great Xia. A newly built top-secret physical line directly transmitted the signal to the office of the top leader. After listening to Zhao Gang's report, the top leader on the other end of the phone fell silent for a moment. 25,000 people? The top leader's voice gave no hint of emotion, but Zhao Gang could clearly sense that the other end was equally taken aback. The fact was indeed so. The top leader's fingers trembled slightly. In his budget, securing a quota for 10,000 people was already an extremely optimistic upper limit. To this end, approving the formation of a 20,000-strong expeditionary force was already a precautionary measure. More is better, considering the situation. If an army from another world claimed to come to help, regardless of how urgent the situation on this planet was, the first reaction from the Great Xia would only be to refuse. This is a fundamental barrier between civilizations, even in internal human conflicts. Losing is still a matter for humanity itself, but once aliens are introduced, the nature changes completely. Those not of our kind, their hearts must be different. And now, the magical world of Terra actually agreed, and on the first contact, they consented to allow a 25,000-strong army from the Great Xia into their world. He found it hard to imagine. Comrade Lin Mo. "Well done." The top leader exhaled, and this simple praise weighed heavily. "Regarding the request to share intelligence with Comrade Long Zhan, I approve. From now on, the head of the Arctic battlefield, General Long Zhan, is officially included in the new Ho Project team." Zhao Gang appeared surprised, but quickly stood at attention and responded in a serious tone. "Yes. You are doing great, Keep it up. Understood. Communication cut off. The high-ranking official set down the black encrypted phone in his hand, and a few seconds later, he picked up another phone. The call was quickly answered. It was me. Old Young, there's good news. A steady and powerful voice came from the other end. Is it news from the New Hope group? Yes. The high-ranking official replied. Lin Mo has secured an unexpectedly favorable condition for us. The initial number of participants greatly exceeds our expectations. How many slots? 25,000. There was another moment of silence on the line, longer than before. After a while, the second high-ranking official's voice, tinged with a hint of emotion, finally spoke up. That kid Lin Mo truly is our lucky star. Indeed. The high-ranking official looked at Lin Mo's file on the table, feeling somewhat sentimental. His appearance is a blessing for us. Chapter 58. Who on earth is Lin Mo? The senior leader. I have authorized them to include General Long Zhan in the New Hope team. It's time for our warriors to know who their enemy is. Go have a word with Long Zhan. The second leader paused for a moment, confirming if they should really integrate Long Zhan into the New Hope plan. The senior leader smiled, saying that one should trust their people. If you have doubts, don't use them. It's important to give young people more opportunities. The order to include General Long Zhan in the New Hope team may seem simple, but it elevates the authority of the New Hope team to an unprecedented peak, as it now holds military power. And the commander of the New Hope team is Lin Mo. In the Arctic War Zone Command Center, Long Zhan stood in front of a massive electronic sand table, where 20,000 flickering blue lights represented the elite soldiers he had carefully selected from his 500,000 troops. These warriors were fully prepared, gathered in the vast assembly area, waiting for their mission. Once the task was issued, they could be deployed to the target area in the shortest time possible to carry out combat operations. These soldiers had undergone thorough vetting of their lineage, making them absolutely trustworthy for executing top-secret missions, which required such caution. Each light represented the best of the best, but each one also carried the hopes of a family. Based on his past experiences, missions involving top secrets often resulted in life-and-death situations, with identities completely encrypted, becoming ghosts. If they died in the line of duty, there would be no one to recover their bodies, and they would not be recognized by the state. They needed to live under assumed names. And even decades after their deaths, they might be declassified based on circumstances, revealing to their families that their child was a hero. But, in the first battle, use me, and I will surely win. They remained fearless. Report. In the midst of his thoughts, a combat staff officer strode in, standing at attention and saluting, his voice booming. The commander of the Red Wolf Special Operations Brigade has submitted a request to join the fight for the 5th time. Denied. Long Zhan did not turn around, his voice betraying no emotion. The commander of the Thunder Armored Brigade has been standing at the command department entrance for 2 hours. Let him stand. Also, Commander Zhao of the Sword Reconnaissance Brigade said that if they are not included in this operation, he would dismantle all the latest reconnaissance drones in his regiment and sell them for scrap. Long Zhan finally turned around, his brows furrowing deeply. It was clear that he was quite irritated at this moment. This was just a selection from the 4 major armies. If his naval personnel found out they were the only ones excluded, it would cause an uproar. There were only 20,000 slots available, and to select the elite, it was impossible to avoid the officers below. Although the mission objective was unknown, each individual was intelligent enough to guess it involved a special task. But weren't all of his subordinates eager to head into battle? They would fight tooth and nail for even a bit more training resources, let alone a mission of unprecedented scale like this expedition. The troops under his command had names that resonated with glory, and their achievements were remarkable. In just over a day, his doorstep had nearly been worn down by the visits of officers at all levels, all coming to voice their grievances and pleas. Having fought the toughest battles and tackled the hardest challenges throughout his life, he now found himself overwhelmed for the first time due to insufficient slots. As he returned to his office, the red secure phone on his desk rang unexpectedly. The sharp ringtone jolted him to attention. The red phone was likely related to the upcoming expedition. He strode over and picked up the receiver. This is Long Zhan. On the other end, the steady voice of the second-in-command came through. How is the preparation for the expedition army? Report, sir. The expedition army of 20,000 has assembled and is ready to depart at any time. Long Zhan's voice was as steady as a mountain. The second-in-command paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. There has been a recent development regarding the mission. Long Zhan's heart skipped a beat. The initial quota for deployment had increased from the original limit to 25,000. 25,000. Long Jean's hand trembled slightly as he held the phone. The tension in his weathered face began to ease. That's great. The additional 5,000 slots will help quell most of the troops' grievances and allow for a more comprehensive and balanced configuration of the expedition army. I understand, sir. I will adjust the deployment immediately. Wait. The second-in-command interrupted him. There is a second matter. From now on, you will be incorporated into the New Hope plan and will accept unified command from it. Understood. Long Jean didn't hesitate. Your direct superior will be Comrade Lin Mo, the overall commander of the New Hope plan. The voice continued to penetrate Long Jean's ears. Long Jean furrowed his brow, quickly searching his mind. Lin Mo? Who? This name yielded no information in his memory. Given his current status, he should have at least heard of anyone of significance in military and political circles. But this Lin Mo seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. While pondering, he said, Yes, Comrade Long Jean, I know you might have questions. The second-in-command's tone became serious. But this is an order. Set aside all your doubts and fully cooperate with Comrade Lin Mo's work. The hope of the nation rests on him. You must do your utmost to assist. Long Jean felt a solemnity wash over him. The repeated emphasis on fully cooperate and the assertion that the other party represented the hope of the nation piqued his curiosity. Yes, I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Very well. I will have Zhao Gang, the deputy commander of the New Hope plan, contact you for coordination. Follow their arrangements regarding the specific tasks and timelines. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Long Jean's fingers quickly tapped on the computer keyboard, producing a series of crisp sounds. He entered his highest-level access password, underwent iris scanning, and then pressed his fingerprint. After completing a verification process with the highest security level, he finally entered the name, Lin Mo, in the internal query system. Pressing enter. A file popped up on the screen, empty and void. Name, Lin Mo, age, 23. Position, commander of the New Hope Confidential Project, nothing more. At the bottom of the file, a vast blank space was filled with the bold red letters top secret. With his authority, he could only see this much. 23 years old. A few years younger than the youngest platoon leader under him. Yet, he had become the direct superior of Long Jean, the overall commander of the Arctic War Zone. Even Zhao Gang was a deputy commander? Absurd. A thought sprang to Long Jean's mind. A well-connected individual, and one with a powerful background, no doubt. Otherwise, it would be impossible. I've spent my life in the military, and the type I disdain the most is those who rely on connections to gain an advantage. I want to see for myself who this Lin Mo really is. Chapter 59, Not Just a Relationship. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was knocked on. Long Jean suppressed his thoughts and spoke in a deep voice. Come in. As the door opened, Brigade Commander Zhao of the Sword Reconnaissance Brigade slipped in with a grin. Chief, are you busy? Long Jean's temples throbbed. Spit it out. Hee. Brigade Commander Zhao rubbed his hands together, approaching with a pained expression. Well, Chief, the Breaking Wind Reconnaissance Brigade is about to get a whole battalion. Can you spare a few for us, the Sword Brigade? The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he became, his voice rising. What makes them better than us? Over these years on the border, we've tackled tough challenges without backing down. Now there's a mission. Why should they feast while we can't even get a sip of soup? This isn't fair. You can't be so biased, Chief. Long Jean's head buzzed. He waved his hand irritably. All right. I'll allocate you a few slots. Now get lost. Got it. Brigade Commander Zhao's face lit up instantly, saluting before trying to leave. But as soon as the door opened, a mass of dark figures surged in. Chief, we, the Thunder Armored Brigade, want some too. And us, the Red Wolves. You can't show favoritism, Chief. Officers from the Thunder Armored Brigade, Red Wolves Special Operations Brigade, Rocket Force, and Breaking Wind Brigade all crowded at the door, eagerly looking at him. Long Jean. He felt like not a general, but a piece of meat surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves. Fortunately, there had just been an increase of 5,000 slots. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed every day. In Bayer City, underground base, the military aircraft carrying Long Jean landed, and he transferred to a military vehicle heading into the underground base. Inside the base, researchers and soldiers moved briskly, everything orderly. Zhao Gang had long been waiting at the entrance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they headed to the conference room. General Long, time is tight. Let's begin directly. Zhao Gang wasted no time and activated the central projector. The projector lit up, revealing a strange world before Long Jean. A vast continent, peculiar vegetation, and elves and demons. This is our new battlefield, the Terra Continent. Zhao Gang's voice echoed in the conference room. A world filled with magic and supernatural powers. Long Zhan flipped through the documents on the table, his knuckles turning white, his body tense. He had seen great storms, but what lay before him completely surpassed his understanding. Our enemies. Zhao Gang pointed to the grotesque creatures on the projection. Demons, an invading species from another world, are conducting genocidal plunder against the races of the Terra Continent. Long Zhan's breath hitched, his body instinctively leaning forward. He didn't feel fear. Instead, the blood in his veins began to boil. The expedition's goal was to march into another world. This was an ultimate temptation that no soldier could refuse. The Ark plan is merely struggling for survival in the face of Terra, and the future of Blue Star needs a new home. Terra is the new hope we have chosen. Long Zhan froze in place after reviewing the materials in his hand. All the top secrets and anomalies suddenly made sense at that moment. This battle is not for glory, but for the survival of an entire civilization. At this moment, he suddenly looked up at the calm young man in the main seat. Lin Mo, Zhao Gang solemnly introduced him. This is the only traveler connecting us with the continent of Terra, and also the commander-in-chief of our New Hope plan. Comrade Lin Mo. Long Zhan's mind buzzed, blanking out. He finally understood the weight of the phrase hope of the nation that the second commander had placed on him. This is not about connections. This young man, only 23 years old, has single-handedly shouldered the future of two worlds. Alone in a crisis-ridden foreign realm, facing unfamiliar magic and races, he has fought hard for Daxia and Blue Star, achieving the current favorable situation. He realized he could not do the same. All previous doubts and dismissals seemed utterly ridiculous at this moment. Long Zhan's body reacted before his mind could catch up. He suddenly stood up, his heels clicking together sharply. The sound crisp. He saluted Lin Mo with a standard military gesture. His voice was loud and resolute. Commander-in-Chief, Arctic War Zone Long Zhan, reporting for duty. The expeditionary force of 25,000 is ready. Please give instructions. Lin Mo looked at the determined-looking general before him and also stood up to return the salute. General Long, welcome to New Hope. The following meeting was highly efficient. When the weapon list was discussed, Long Zhan made a decisive decision. It's simple. Just write the weapon names, effective range, and maximum kill radius. No principles or details need to be mentioned, since they won't understand anyway. For some items, just write down their uses, clear and straightforward. Lin Mo nodded. Let us do it your way. You are the expert on this. Draft a list of equipment as soon as possible. I need to finalize the portal arrangements quickly. Understood. Long Zhan responded firmly. An hour later, a weapons list was placed in a small sealed bag and handed to Lin Mo. Lin Mo sighed inwardly, appreciating how efficient some people are, sparing him from worry. Next, his eyes became bright with determination. Return to Terra, finalize the portal. In the Holy See, within a side hall, the air still held the solemn atmosphere of intertwined holy light and magic, but the atmosphere at the negotiation table was as cold as the Arctic tundra. Lin Mo gently pushed a list of equipment, drafted by Long Zhan and carefully examined by Daxia's think tank, in front of Archbishop Kyle. Your Excellency, this is the equipment list for our Daxiao Advance Force. Please take a look. Archbishop Kyle slightly lifted his eyelids, exuding a proud demeanor. He picked up the document and looked at it. Kyle. He raised his head and stared at Lin Mo with a blank expression. Lin Mo, why are you looking at me? Look at the list. If there are no issues, let's sign the contract. In the next moment, the list was thrown back in front of Lin Mo. Outsider. I cannot understand the writing of your world. Lin Mo. Oh no, I forgot about this. He could understand what these people were saying and could respond in a way they understood, but the written languages of Blue Star and the Terra Continent were completely different. My oversight. He turned to Findona. Princess Findona, I will need your help to translate this. Please get some paper and a pen. Oh, sure. Findona took out a roll of exquisite parchment and a feather quill. Lin Mo began to read aloud while Findona wrote it down, and they checked the translation together. After quite an effort, they finally translated it into the language of the Terra Continent. As for the smaller version of the image, they could just refer to the original list. Chapter 60, How to Return Within the Time Limit of the Transfer. Kyle snorted coldly and took back the prepared list to review it again. Kyle. Lin Mo noticed the other party's prolonged silence and felt a bit anxious. What's wrong again? Kyle pointed to the first item on the list, asking, what is this mortar? How is it different from this thing called an anti-aircraft gun? Lin Mo explained, you can think of it as a catapult. The power is quite similar, except the latter is suitable for targeting flying demon races. And this armored vehicle? Oh, you can consider it as our mounts, similar to yours. What about tanks and fighter jets? You can think of them as your heavy armored knights and griffin knights. And what is this called Dongfeng? Are you sure about its range? Yes, you can think of it as an ultra-long-range forbidden spell. What? Kyle's eyes widened. And he said sternly, this is absolutely prohibited from being brought into Terra Continent. No way. This is our sense of security. With it, we dare to send over 20,000 of our frail bodies to help you deal with the demon race. Lin Mo argued with righteousness, otherwise. Relying on these combat units similar to your crossbows, knights, etc., without magic, how can we help the elves fend off the demon race? How are we any different from you, who are retreating step by step? Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Elder Muyu immediately spoke up to support him. Indeed, Your Excellency the Archbishop, this request is reasonable. For the sake of the God of Light, please allow them to bring it. Findona also weakly added, don't we have forbidden spell mages in Terra Continent? Isn't that normal? Kyle's mouth twitched. This weapon list was supposedly jointly reviewed and restricted with the elven race. However, the current situation was evident to anyone. The elves were eager for the humans to bring out all their wealth to help them reclaim the city of Emerald Leaves and combat the demon race. After a round of meticulous bargaining, Kyle finally agreed to allow humans to bring 3 Dongfengs into Terra Continent. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. This was also a point the think tank had fought for. Regarding the destructive range of the Dongfeng, it only stated a radius of over 1,000 meters, but it did not specify how much beyond that, which left room for maneuvering, if the situation became dire. Whether the threat came from the demon race or the 4 major races, one could be launched to deter the opponent, achieving a peaceful effect. In the end, after Kyle had spent a long time reviewing, he finally finished with a pinch of his nose. Aside from the Dongfeng and the rejection of all biological weapons, there were no other restrictions. The city of Emerald Leaves was located inland and did not rely on naval equipment. Although Kyle wanted to impose a blanket ban on large warfare weapons like fighter jets and transport planes, Lin Mo did not yield at all, with Elder Muyu persuading from the side, stating that these were merely dragon knights and griffin knights, and that the demon race also had aerial units. Humans needed ways to counter their enemies. If Kyle insisted further, it would be unreasonable. In case Elder Muyu raised the issue with the Pope, it would not look good and would unnecessarily offend the elven race. When the final terms of the contract were laid on the table, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The penalty for breach of contract, the Archbishop paused and said, will be borne by every human from the Great Xia who steps onto the continent of Terra. Lin Mo's expression tightened. Bear what? If you don't adhere to the contract, then the penalty is naturally death, the Archbishop said coldly. The air instantly froze. Lin Mo almost laughed in anger. Your Excellency, we are here as reinforcements, not to sign a contract of servitude. If one of our soldiers accidentally brings in an unregistered multifunctional knife, will all 25,000 of us have to die together? What kind of reasoning is this? Such outrageous conditions made Lin Mo's voice turn cold. He didn't expect this Archbishop to create such a fuss. As the atmosphere threatened to shatter, Elder Muyu quickly stood up to mediate. He grabbed Lin Mo's arm, signaling him to calm down. Your Excellency, please think twice. This is indeed too harsh. The Archbishop snorted coldly. If there is no penalty, then is there any need to sign this contract? Lin Mo crossed his arms and retorted, you know it's unnecessary. So why bring up the contract? The two sides continued to haggle. In the end, the Archbishop took a step back. After all, if it went too far, it would ultimately hinder the elven race. He put on a stern face and proposed, an inspection team will be established at the portal, with members from both our holy race and your elven race to monitor and control all items entering Terra. Lin Mo thought for a moment and replied, no problem. This was equivalent to customs upon entry and fell within reasonable bounds, so he had no reason to refuse. Finally, everything was settled. A magic contract, glowing faintly, was quickly drafted in the Archbishop's hands. Under the effect of the contract magic, this cooperation agreement was officially in effect. Once breached, it would be rejected by the world will of the continent of Terra and would also be viewed with hostility by the 4 major races. This made Lin Mo secretly take note. He hadn't expected the existence of a world will on the continent of Terra, thinking it was just a simple signing of a contract. This was something to mention when he returned. Unless absolutely necessary, they must not breach the contract, or else face rejection from the world, leading to bad luck. One could choke on water or trip on flat ground. With the agreement finalized, it was time to discuss money. Elder Mu Yu waved his hand, and several elves carried heavy large boxes forward. With a clang, the box lids opened, and the room was instantly filled with a dazzling array of precious magical gems and materials, their brilliance blinding. Lin Mo gasped in astonishment. Contributing to global warming on the continent of Terra. This was merely the package price for opening the portal for 10 days, with unlimited transport within that period. If they wanted to use it afterward, they would have to renew the fee. The portal of the Holy Race was a monopolized business, and the charges were indeed a bit exorbitant. On the continent of Terra, there are many portals within the realm of the Holy Human Race, which can be roughly categorized into 3 types. To put it simply, the first type is a daily monthly package, allowing unlimited use within a specified time, suitable for the current need for large-scale transportation of goods and people in a short time. The second type charges based on the size of the transported items and the amount of energy contained. The third type is a buyout system, where the Holy Human Race builds a permanent portal for you, and you purchase magical crystals to maintain its operation. Naturally, the third option is also the most expensive. The elf race has clearly chosen the first type, which offers the best cost-effectiveness. This made Lin Mo furrow his brows, as he discovered a significant loophole that he had not considered before. He immediately asked Elder Mu Yu, "Elder, this portal will only be open for 10 days. Once we help you reclaim the city of Emerald Leaves, how will our people return?" Chapter 61 Contract with the Elves. My lord, please rest assured. Her Majesty the Queen has taken this into consideration, Elder Mu Yu quickly explained. Once we reclaim our homeland, we will pay the price again and open the portal to send your warriors back home. A verbal agreement won't suffice, especially for matters concerning the lives of tens of thousands and the future of an entire civilization. Elder, we are allies, but even close brothers must settle accounts clearly. Lin Mo looked at Elder Mu Yu with a serious expression. To avoid unnecessary troubles in the future, let's sign a contract. Of course. Elder Mu Yu had no objections. Since both parties were currently in a honeymoon phase, the negotiation process went smoothly. The terms of the contract were clear. The Daxia would help the elf race reclaim the city of Emerald Leaves, and the elves would pay a seed of the world tree after the war and be responsible for opening a portal for 10 days, with all costs borne by the elves. Once the second softly glowing magical contract was finalized, Lin Mo finally relaxed. He slumped back into his chair, leaning back and letting out a satisfied sigh. It dawned on him that he had been negotiating, strategizing, and engaging in mental battles since he entered this side hall, and a whole day had passed. Even with a second-tier physique, he couldn't withstand such intense mental exhaustion. At some point, Findona had come over, holding a cup of water and offering it to him. The surface of the water shimmered with a gentle light, emanating a sweet plant aroma. My lord Lin Mo, are you all right? Lin Mo took the cup, tilted his head back, and drank it down in one go. A cool, sweet liquid slid down his throat, instantly dissipating much of his fatigue. He smiled at Findona. Of course. He stood up and stretched his stiff neck. But there are still some final tasks to confirm. The elves were pressed for time, and so was Lin Mo. After discussion, they decided to request the sacred human race to send a construction team. Oh no, a portal construction team, to the elven territory the next day to start building the astral portal. After having a not-so-delicious dinner with the sacred human race, taking advantage of some free time, Lin Mo invited Findona. Your Highness Findona, the long night is upon us, and I can't sleep. How about we explore this city of holy light? Findona's cheeks flushed slightly as she waved her hand. No, I don't think so. Seeing her refusal, Lin Mo sighed. I've never been here before, and I'm unfamiliar with the surroundings. He sighed deeply again, lamenting the changing times and the vicissitudes of life, leaving the innocent and kind-hearted girl feeling uneasy. Findona, I suddenly remembered I need to buy something, so I can accompany you for a bit. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. That's great. Thank you, Your Highness Findona. On the streets of the city of holy light at night, pedestrians hurried by. The shadow of war loomed over the fortress, and most faces showed indifference and worry. People fleeing from various defeats across the continent have gathered here, making the city unusually lively. The air is filled with a stifling, restless atmosphere, and one can occasionally see drunks slumped in corners with their flasks. Lin Mo, with his hands in his pockets, surveys the surroundings like a tourist. Funduona quietly follows him, occasionally introducing the history of some buildings. There are many more half-orcs here than in your elven lands. Lin Mo observes a scene in the distance. Yes, the holy human race has transportation portals, making their territory well-connected, and many half-orcs earn their income through employment. So they are indeed more numerous, Finduona replies. On the street, a tall minotaur brushes past, carrying a sack. Agile centaur knights gallop around the corner, and even a few cat-eared girls are selling trinkets by the roadside. Lin Mo's attention is finally drawn to a blacksmith shop. Bang, bang, bang. A stout dwarf, with his beard braided into several twists, is hammering a glowing red piece of iron, sending sparks flying. Lin Mo eagerly approaches. Master, your craftsmanship is impressive. The dwarf raises his sweaty face, glances at him with a look of disdain, and grumbles in response before returning to his work. I have a question. Lin Mo leans against the doorframe comfortably. Your forging relies entirely on experience and feel, and the speed is too slow. Have you considered a standardized assembly line? For example, unifying hammering strength and angle, and using quenching liquid to control cooling rates. This would greatly increase production speed and stability. With his previous experience helping the elves, Lin Mo thinks it's a great opportunity to learn about the dwarves. The dwarf blacksmith halts his hammer midair. He turns his head, looking at Lin Mo as if he were foolish. Kid, are you trying to teach me how to work? Lin Mo is taken aback. Why is this not going according to the script? He turns to the elven guard and takes a composite bow. Look, how's this design? The dwarf glances at it, his eyes flickering before he scoffs. Not elegant at all, just a flashy gimmick. Lin Mo? The following segment is a light-hearted intermission, meant for fun and does not represent the main character's persona. Hey, look at my temper. He rolls up his sleeves, but Finduona quickly intervenes. Lin Mo, please calm down. Don't stop me. I want this little dwarf to see what industrial production is all about, what scientific manufacturing means. The dwarf glances at the excited Lin Mo, puts down his hammer, grabs a large mug of ale from the table, and gulps it down. Burp. He lets out a loud belch and utters a single word, scram. What the heck? With such an arrogant attitude, Lin Mo, as the ambassador of a great nation and the head of a significant project, cannot be belittled by this little dwarf. As tensions rose, Finduona quickly signaled the elven guards to help restrain Lin Mo. My lord Lin Mo, the dwarven craftsmen don't appreciate outsiders meddling in their work. A dwarf picked up a metal tool as thick as an arm, gripping both ends with his hands. He shot Lin Mo a look that could be described as feeble. Then his muscles tensed, and the metal bent sharply at a right angle. Lin Mo. His expression instantly cleared. Sorry to interrupt. Please continue. He acted as if nothing had happened, straightened his wrinkled clothes, and walked away calmly. Finduona. Left alone in the wind, Finduona glanced at the dwarf master, then turned to look at Lin Mo's retreating figure, and then back at the dwarf master. Her brain momentarily short-circuited, and she finally came to her senses. Her cheeks flushed quickly. She hurriedly bowed in apology before leaving in a rush. On the street, Lin Mo walked for a while, not seeing Finduona beside him. He turned around. Hey, why are you so far away? Finduona. P.S. Thanks to the great deity explosive updates for eternal life for the certification. This chapter is specially added. Chapter 62, Returning Report Transmission Portal completed. Lin Mo wore an innocent expression. I just wanted to exchange some technical ideas. Who knew he had a pursuit for art? I had no choice but to respect him. Finduona. The two continued walking forward, and Lin Mo's attention was drawn to a small stall. A seemingly shy cat-eared girl was crouching on the ground, with a cloth spread in front of her, displaying several clumps of water plants that emitted a faint green glow. Lin Mo paused in his steps. The 23 years of introverted genes activated. A cat-eared girl. Alive. I want to pet her. He squatted down, trying to make his expression as friendly as possible. Little sister, what are you selling here? The cat-eared girl was startled by him, her ears twitching nervously as she spoke. I am selling glowing grass, sir. If placed in water, it can glow for many days. She had short, light blue hair and fluffy ears. Although her princess dress looked a bit worn, it was still relatively clean. How magical. Lin Mo became interested. Purely natural. Pollution-free, low energy consumption, and a long lifespan. Awesome. Cat-eared girl. She blinked her big, watery eyes. Sir, I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. Finduona initially didn't want to step forward, but thinking that Lin Mo didn't have any money, she worried he might cause some trouble again. So she approached and quietly asked, Lord Lin Mo, do you want to buy it? Lin Mo waved his hand, saying, No, I just want to see the cat-eared girl. How rare. After saying that, he sincerely asked the cat-eared girl, Can I pet your head? Cat-eared girl. Findona. Absolutely not. She immediately exclaimed. Lord Linimo, cat people's ears cannot be touched randomly. It's very offensive. As she spoke, she quickly pulled Lin Mo away, wanting to get away from there. Hey, slow down. By the way, if the cat-eared girl is called a cat person, then wouldn't there also be bird people? In the end, under Findona's strong insistence, Lin Mo had to regretfully end this shopping trip. Back in the room filled with European-style decor, after washing up, he heavily flopped onto the bed. In his hand was a small glass bottle containing a bit of soil and air, along with a small amount of water, specially brought by academician Lu Qingyan. Another day of hard work. Tomorrow, when I return to the elf tribe, I can start building the portal. Speaking of which, when my real-world body comes through the portal and sees my sleeping self, will there be a bug? Moreover, when my body in the Terra continent sleeps, my other body in reality wakes up. So did I sleep or not during that time? That's a question. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Lin Mo opened his eyes, his consciousness withdrawing from the Terra continent and returning to reality. He grabbed the intercom on the bedside, pressed the talk button, and said, Brother Zhao, I'm back. Please notify everyone for a meeting. A steady voice came through the static, received. In the conference room, everyone had arrived. General Longzhan, dressed in a crisp military uniform, sat upright with his hands on his knees, his back straight like a javelin, flanked by two aides. Academicians Qian Jinhua, Lu Qingyan, and several others sat opposite him, one polishing his glasses while the other eagerly glanced at the door. Zhao Gang sat across from the main seat, with only a water cup in front of him. Lin Mo pushed the door open and entered. Instantly, everyone stood up and greeted Commander Lin. Lin Mo was taken aback by the grand reception. He waved his hand to signal everyone to sit down. Here you go. Academician Lin Mo placed the glass bottle on the table. Lu Qingyan immediately looked delighted, thanking Commander Lin, saying that with this, they could determine whether humans over there could live normally. However, just as Lin Mo pulled out a chair and was about to sit down, the large screen on the wall flickered, and the face of the top leader appeared clearly on the screen. Lin Mo was surprised to see that the top leader was also attending this meeting. Seeing that everyone appeared unfazed, it seemed they were already prepared, likely arranged by Zhao Gang. The atmosphere in the conference room became a bit more serious. Hello, leader. Everyone stood up to greet. Please sit down, the top leader said with a smile, waving his hand. Don't be so tense. I'm just here to listen and hear the news Comrade Lin Mo has brought back. Lin Mo, you may continue. Lin Mo nodded, skipping the pleasantries and getting straight to the point. He recounted his experiences from yesterday in the Sacred Hall of the Holy See, from Archbishop Kyle's endless nitpicking over the weapon list to the Elven Elder's assistance, and finally to the heated debates over the details of the terms. When he mentioned that Kyle proposed the ridiculous term of if one person defaults, everyone dies, General Longzhan's fists cracked ominously. What nonsense terms. These charlatans want to set us up before we even meet. Academician Lu Qingyan adjusted his glasses, looking displeased. A typical face of a technology monopoly, thinking they can control everything just because they have the portal technology. Lin Mo continued, yes, but fortunately, it was ultimately negotiated. They agreed to establish an inspection team, essentially setting up a customs. Oh, and the penalty for breach of contract is also quite strange. Upon hearing about the penalties for breaching the magical contract, Lu Qingyan couldn't help but interject. The rejection of the world's will? Is it Gaia's will? My goodness. They even have the hypothesized Gaia's will. Old Lu. Zhao Gang had to interrupt him. Let's hear the entire story first. Lin Mo continued. The most crucial point is that the portal is not permanent. The elven race only purchased a 10-day usage right. As soon as he said this, the entire conference room was stunned. 10 days? The portal is not permanent. This news completely disrupted the previous deployment plans. Longzhan's brows furrowed tightly, and he said in a deep voice, I don't know how big the portal is, but since it's a door, it shouldn't be too large. A force of 25,000 troops, along with heavy equipment, logistical supplies, and ammunition. 10 days is too tight. Not just tight. One operations officer said that this is essentially an extreme transportation challenge. Moreover, once the door closes in 10 days, we will be left isolated, completely cut off from support. Right. That's why I thought about how to return after the war and signed a second contract with the Elves. Lin Mo nodded and shared the details of the subsequent supplementary agreement. After the war, the Elf tribe is responsible for covering the costs of opening the second portal and will provide us with a seed of the world tree. If we don't capture the city of Emerald Leaf, won't that mean we can't open the second portal? An officer asked. Lin Mo fell silent. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. It was clearly a significant issue. This is our oversight. We didn't anticipate this, but thankfully Commander Lin noticed it. Academician Qian Jinhua felt somewhat ashamed. It's normal for plans to fall behind changes. Lin Mo waved his hand, indicating it was all right. At this moment, Zhao Gang looked at Lin Mo and said, Commander Lin, the usage of the portal should not be limited to just this, right? Chapter 63, Swearing to Defend Commander Lin. Yes. Lin Mo nodded. I have found out clearly, there are 3 ways to use it. The first is what we are using now, full-day service, suitable for large-scale short-term transport. The second is pay-per use, priced according to the volume of the transported objects and the energy consumed. The third is a buyout system, where the buyer can purchase the qualification to establish a permanent teleportation gate from the divine race, but subsequent maintenance and consumption will be the buyer's responsibility. Buyout. It must be a buyout. Academicians Qian Jinhua and Lu Qingyin almost shouted in unison. A permanent channel connecting 2 worlds has strategic value that cannot be measured by any cost. Lin Mo shook his head regretfully. We don't have the funds right now. We can't buy it. The elven race contracted for 10 days, and the cost was enormous, expending several large treasure chests of valuables. But that is understandable, considering it's interdimensional. There is nothing more to discuss. We set the plan to depart back to the elven race with the divine race tomorrow to begin establishing the teleportation gate. The senior leader, who had been silent on the screen, listened attentively and finally revealed a smile. He slowly spoke with a steady and powerful voice. Lin Mo, you've done well. Comrades, meals must be eaten bite by bite. Paths must be walked step by step. It appears that our long-term goal is now clear. Our current top priority is to use those precious 10 days of the teleportation gate to safely and completely transport our expeditionary army to the Terra continent. The second step is to help the elven race win this battle, reclaim the city of Emerald Leaves, and obtain the World Tree Seeds. The third step is to find a way to secure a piece of land for ourselves, a foothold. Then, at all costs, establish our own permanent interdimensional teleportation gate. You all need to figure out how to obtain the land and resources to purchase the teleportation gate from the divine race. After the senior leader finished speaking, everyone in the conference room had serious expressions and spoke in unison. Yes, we will not fail the mission. The senior leader looked at Long Zhan, Comrade Long Zhan. Here. Long Zhan immediately stood up. The expeditionary forces will be personally commanded by you, responsible for all military operations. The senior leader's tone shifted to an unusually serious one. However, on all strategic major directions, you must listen to Comrade Lin Mo's decisions. At the same time, his safety is the highest priority of this expedition. Above all tasks, if anything happens, your first task is to do everything possible to ensure Lin Mo's safety. As long as he is here, we have a chance to start over. Do you understand? Long Zhan stood at attention, saluting sharply, his voice booming. Yes. I swear to defend Commander Lin. While he is here, I am here. The senior leader nodded in satisfaction, then looked at everyone. Do you have a plan for the placement of the teleportation gate on Blue Star? Long Zhan quickly answered. Report, Commander. I suggest establishing the portal at the underground base in the Arctic War Zone. It is a military stronghold with the highest level of confidentiality and defense. In case an uncontrollable situation arises from another world, we can resist and conduct counter-invasion operations. Agreed. The top leader immediately made the decision, and it was settled. Therefore, all personnel of the New Hope Plan Command will relocate to the Arctic War Zone base immediately. Long Zhan, make the necessary arrangements. Yes. The video communication was cut off, and the top leader's image disappeared. The relocation operation of the New Hope team was swift and decisive. Lin Mo packed a tactical backpack with clothes and toiletries, all set. On the other side, Qian Jinhua and Lu Qingyin were busy like they were in a battle. Various precision instruments were being carefully packed by professional engineers in clean suits. Eventually, the group boarded a large military transport aircraft, flying directly to the Arctic. Inside the transport aircraft, academician Lu Qingyin hugged a silver metal briefcase tightly, treating it like a treasure. Lin Mo, sitting with his legs crossed, looked at his nervous expression and curiously asked, Academician Lu, what's in that briefcase? Lu Qingyin grinned. The samples from Terra Continent that you brought back. I haven't had the chance to conduct a thorough analysis. If we lose it on the way, I might as well give up my life. Qian Jinhua pushed up his black-rimmed glasses and shook his head at Lin Mo. Commander Lin, don't mind him. He is always like this. I told him the items would be sent along with the instruments, but he just wouldn't listen. Lu Qingyin snorted and clutched the briefcase even tighter. The transport aircraft flew steadily above the clouds. Hours later, the aircraft shook and began its descent. The view outside the window was no longer a sea of clouds, but an endless expanse of ice. Suddenly, a mountain on the ice field ahead split silently, creating a straight crack that expanded to both sides, revealing a massive tunnel entrance. Rows of guiding lights illuminated the depths of the tunnel. The transport aircraft adjusted its position and flew precisely inside. The plane landed in a brightly lit underground hangar. As the hatch opened, a rush of cold air poured in. Lin Mo, who only wore a thin jacket, shivered, recalling Long Zhan mentioning it would be very cold here. Wow, the temperature difference is intense. The heat wave on the surface in Bayer City could roast a person, and this place felt like another world altogether. Fortunately, his enhanced physique gave him an edge compared to everyone else, who were dressed in temporary military coats. Long Zhan smiled and said, "The real-time temperature outside is -10 degrees. The interior of the base maintains a comfortable 20 degrees thanks to the air conditioning and equipment heat dissipation." He looked at everyone and announced, "Welcome to the Arctic War Zone, Fortress Military Base." Several military electric vehicles silently glided in front of them. "Let's arrange accommodations first. The equipment for the academicians will be transported and installed by a professional engineering team later." Everyone got into the vehicles and traversed through the magnificent underground works. Above them was a 10-meter-high rock dome, and a huge LED array illuminated the area like daylight. Surrounding them were thick composite material walls, with a superblast-proof door every few hundred meters. Countless soldiers and engineers maneuvered heavy machinery, bustling in an orderly fashion through the wide corridors. Lin Mo's eyes widened in amazement. The vehicle descended and stopped in a separate living area. The dormitory was an independent suite, around 100 square meters. The decoration was simple, with all the furniture and walls exuding a sense of solidity, clearly designed with earthquake resistance in mind. Everyone dropped off their luggage, and 5 minutes later, they gathered in the dining area. The dining hall was lush and vibrant, with a sumptuous dinner spread. Long Zhan introduced, "This is the exclusive cafeteria for the New Hope team, and no outsiders will enter our activity area, ensuring safety and confidentiality." After dinner, Long Zhan called Lin Mo aside. Chapter 64. The portal construction. The two arrived in front of a massive observation window. Outside was a thick layer of ice, illuminated from below by a lighting system that cast a ghostly blue light, revealing the textures within the ice. Commander Lin waved his hand when Long Zhan offered him a cigarette. "No thanks." Long Zhan didn't insist, lighting one for himself and exhaling a puff of smoke that spread out in front of the window. "Once the portal opens, the command of the expeditionary force will be in my hands." His voice was calm. "However, the future of the nation and the lives of those 25,000 soldiers depend solely on you." Long Zhan turned around, his expression serious. "I remember the order from the top leader very clearly. Your safety is the highest priority for this expedition, above all mission objectives." He paused, "Even if the entire expeditionary force were to be wiped out." Lin Mo's smile faded, and he remained silent. After a moment of silence, he smiled again. "General Long, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I may not have many strengths, but I fear death. I won't joke with my own life. Nor will I gamble the lives of 25,000 soldiers for some pointless heroic ideal." Long Zhan stared at him for a few seconds before extinguishing the half-smoked cigarette in the armrest. "I believe you." Back in his room, Lin Mo threw himself heavily onto the bed. Long Zhan's words boiled down to a fear of reckless actions leading to unnecessary sacrifices. Fortunately, Lin Mo had a good sense of self-awareness and believed in leaving professional matters to professionals, avoiding arbitrary interference. So far, everything was progressing steadily. He turned over and turned off the bedside lamp. When Lin Mo opened his eyes again, the soft morning light of Terra was streaming in through the window. He jumped out of bed with a burst of energy, feeling as lively as a bull. Just after freshening up, Fendona knocked on his door. "Your Excellency Lin Mo, it's time to set off. Everything is nearly ready." Under the supervision of Elder Mu Yu, the efficiency of the holy human race was quite high. Lin Mo followed Fendona to the assembly square. Elder Mu Yu and Archbishop Kyle were already waiting there. Behind Kyle was a solemn group. Several wizards in luxurious white robes held peculiar magical artifacts, surrounded by knights guarding their flying mounts. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Kyle snorted in displeasure. clearly unhappy with this inferior person who made others wait for him to wake up naturally. Lin Mo chose to ignore this, turning to Elder Muyu. Good day, Elder Muyu. The elder performed a standard elven greeting. Everything is ready. Shall we depart? Lin Mo returned the greeting. Thank you for your patience. Let's go. The group departed in grand fashion from the city of Holy Light. The elven envoy continued to ride on three-headed dragons, while the holy human race also possessed dragons. But those were enslaved. It's fortunate that the three giant dragons did not see their enslaved compatriots. But if you were to flaunt them in front of them, wouldn't that be deliberately provoking them? Kyle is proud, but not foolish. Having a conflict with the three giant dragons within the city would be sheer folly. Therefore, they did not choose the dragons as their means of transport and protection. The clergy rode winged steeds, while the guards were griffins. Suddenly, Lin Mo's gaze froze. He was staring intently at the mount of Archbishop Kyle. It was a unicorn, larger than a typical steed, nearly 3 meters tall, with a spiraled horn on its forehead radiating a gentle glow. He nudged Findona beside him and, lowering his voice, pointed at the unicorn, asking, "How did that thing grow a horn?" Findona followed Lin Mo's gaze and explained in a low voice, "My lord, that is a unicorn, the king of winged steeds, a symbol of purity and nobility. Only high-ranking clergy of the church are qualified to ride it. Is it male or female?" Lin Mo interrupted her. Findona replied, "It should be male." "Oh." Lin Mo nodded, stroking his chin, deep in thought. "Why is it so exceptional? Is there something different about that horn?" Findona answered, "That is the sacred horn, capable of unleashing powerful healing magic and defensive barriers." Lin Mo suddenly understood. "Got it, a super healer." Findona was left speechless. Lin Mo's curiosity was evidently not satisfied, as he continued to ask, "I've heard that unicorn blood is silver, and drinking it can grant buffs. Is that true?" Findona's face turned pale instantly. "My lord, please do not entertain such terrifying thoughts. If the other party hears this, it would be seen as a provocation." Not far away, Kyle seemed to sense the attention directed toward him and stood tall with an air of pride. The unicorn beneath him also raised its head and let out a clear neigh, its holy glow flickering briefly, an overt display of superiority. Lin Mo scoffed. "What is so impressive about it? It's just a flashy light." Due to time constraints, and with Kyle's group present, they did not need to fly cautiously or take detours, and they returned to the Elven Royal City in just over 3 hours. Queen Alara personally met with Kyle for a brief meal and discussion before designating an area for the teleportation portal. The location was in an open valley to the east of the Royal City, leading to the city of Verdant Leaves, with a small town named Firefly Town. This area was named for the glowing firefly trees that lit up at night. The Queen's planning was meticulous. The terrain here was concealed, easy to defend but hard to attack, while also placing humans between the Elven Royal City and the demonic city of Verdant Leaves. In case humans had any ulterior motives and turned to attack the Elven Royal City, it would maintain a buffer distance. Additionally, 5,000 elven warriors were dispatched for escort and defense to prevent any accidents during the construction of the astral teleportation portal. Upon arriving at the designated location, Kyle turned to Elder Muyu and asked, "Where exactly is the portal going to be located?" Elder Muyu looked at Lin Mo upon hearing the words. Lin Mo, not being polite, directly said to Findona, "Could you please take me for a flight?" Findona immediately summoned a griffin. Riding against the wind, they soared into the sky, and the entire valley came into view. After a moment, he pointed to an open space in the center of the valley. Right there, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a narrow entrance and high ground on both flanks, it's easy to set up crossfire points. The valley is flat and spacious, allowing our forces to quickly assemble and deploy. This is great, a perfect defensive position and logistics base, and the nearby elven town will facilitate communication. Findona, listening to this series of military terms, looked at Lin Mo with some surprise. After they finished surveying and confirmed the location, Kyle waved his hand, issuing orders, and everyone began the earthworks. Lin Mo watched this thrilling scene with excitement. The great empire was finally about to officially land on the continent of Terra. Chapter 65. Spatial Coordinates. Elder Muyu gave a knowing glance to an earth element elf mage. The mage nodded in understanding and stepped forward to chant a spell. The ground gradually flattened, forming a raised platform in the center, which would facilitate the construction of a teleportation portal for the holy human race. The mages of the holy human race arranged for guards to transport boxes over, from which they retrieved various magical materials and crystal tools. Meanwhile, Findona was organizing the elves to set up a temporary camp around the area. The elven warriors spread out in an orderly manner to secure the surroundings. Lin Mo observed this and secretly nodded to himself. It was no wonder Findona could lead the city of Lostia. She seemed quite capable. If strangers intruded or if scouts from the demon race saw and disrupted the construction of the portal, all the countless treasures and immense effort put forth by the elves would be wasted. With this thought, he became more focused. Earlier, he had only taken a general look at the terrain and needed to examine it more closely to deepen his impression. He approached Findona, who had just finished her tasks, and pointed towards a distant hillside. "Your Highness Findona, since there is nothing much going on right now, let us go over there." Findona glanced in the direction Lin Mo indicated and asked curiously, "What is the matter?" Lin Mo replied, "I need to familiarize myself with the terrain further." Findona nodded and turned to see if there were any free elves available, saying, "All right, I'll have someone accompany you." Lin Mo decisively shook his head. "No, I'm not familiar with them. Besides, I can't stand male elves, and the female elves aren't as pretty as you." Findona. She felt more like Lin Mo's servant than a noble. Wait, was he complimenting my looks? A minute later, unable to refuse, Findona took Lin Mo on a griffin to the distant mountaintop. At the summit, Lin Mo, accompanied by Findona, surveyed the area and finally formed a rough impression of the surrounding terrain. Many of the 5,000 elven warriors were on alert around the mountains, and several scouts rode on moose griffins to scout the situation in the distance. In the center of the plain, the holy human race was bustling with activity. Nearby, residents from the elven town in the glimmering leaf forest noticed this scene and curiously approached to watch, only to be stopped by the elven guards. Observing the busy scene below and recalling the image of the human army's arrival, Lin Mo felt a surge of pride. Skip to a light-hearted moment. This part is just for fun and doesn't represent the main character's demeanor. Suddenly, he shouted, "Comrades, you've worked hard." Findona. However, the elves and the holy human race busy in the distant plain didn't even glance in their direction. Lin Mo turned to Findona and asked, "Wait, why aren't they responding to serve the people?" Findona. She felt utterly exhausted, weakly replying, "Your Excellency, first of all, what you said is incomprehensible. Secondly, it's too far. They can't hear you clearly." Lin Mo stroked his chin, nodding thoughtfully. "That makes sense." He then took a step forward. "Then I'll get a bit closer." Findona. As Lin Mo came down from the mountain, he walked directly towards Kyle, who was meditating with his eyes closed. "Your Excellency, the Archbishop, may I ask how long it will take for this teleportation portal to be ready?" Kyle didn't even lift his eyelids and replied, "The base of the teleportation array will be completed tonight. However, when it can connect depends on the thickness of the spatial barrier between the two worlds. If it is close, it can be ready by sunrise tomorrow. If it is far, it may take several days." After saying this, he noticed Elder Muyu approaching and turned to both Elder Muyu and Lin Mo, saying, "Now, you can tell me the spatial coordinates of where the Great Xia Kingdom is located, which is where the astral teleportation portal will connect." Elder Muyu. Lin Mo. The two exchanged glances. Lin Mo blinked. "What coordinates?" "Spatial coordinates." Archbishop Kyle emphasized again, then frowned. "What, at this point? Are you still worried about revealing specific coordinates and exposing your location? If you don't even have this little trust, why invite us here?" Lin Mo came to his senses. "No, don't misunderstand. First, can you explain how to derive the specific spatial coordinates?" Elder Muyu nodded along, sincerely seeking guidance. "Yes, Your Excellency. I have never heard of this. Please enlighten me." Archbishop Kyle. He closed his eyes and looked up to the heavens in prayer. "Oh, merciful God of holy light, if I have sinned, please purify me with the holy light, and do not send these two to torment your most devout follower." Lin Mo. "Hey, can you speak normally, old mystic?" Lin Mo's anger flared up, and he even rolled up his sleeves. Elder Muyu was startled and quickly grabbed his arm. "Calm down. Lord Lin Mo, calm down. He is a 6th-tier archmage." Lin Mo. His movements froze as he quickly recalled the power hierarchy of the Terra continent. After living here for so long, Lin Mo knew there were 9 tiers in total. For example, in the mage system, 1st tier, apprentice mage, 2nd tier, junior mage, 3rd tier, intermediate mage, 4th tier, senior mage, 5th tier, mage, 6th tier, archmage, 7th tier, elemental mentor, 8th tier, mage saint, 9th tier, mage god. The warrior system is first tier, apprentice warrior, second tier, junior warrior, third tier, intermediate warrior, fourth tier, senior warrior, fifth tier, war general, sixth tier, great war general, seventh tier, war respect, eighth tier, war saint, ninth tier, war god. Ordinary people on the Terra continent can only reach the first tier after training, while Lin Mo, on his previous planet, was considered a minor monster. But here he was merely at the second tier. Moreover, he only possessed physical attributes without combat skills, and Kyle was a sixth-tier archmage. That was a terrifying existence capable of facing an entire army alone. Lin Mo silently lowered his rolled-up sleeves and forced a friendly smile. "I apologize, Your Excellency. I was speaking too loudly just now. May I ask, esteemed Lord Kyle, how can we derive the spatial coordinates?" Kyle let out a disdainful scoff. "With your ant-like strength, I could stand here and let you strike, and my protective holy light wouldn't shatter." He ignored Lin Mo, turning serious as he spoke to Elder Mu Yu. "The astral portal is different from ordinary arrays. It traverses different world dimensions, without precise spatial coordinates as anchor points. The other end of the portal could lead anywhere." His voice grew somber. "The abyss, hell, or some death world filled with chaotic monsters. Do you wish to gamble on that probability?" Elder Mu Yu understood, his expression turning extremely grim. Clearly, the severity was beyond his expectations. Lin Mo was anxiously pacing aside. He wasn't concerned about that. What he cared about now was how to obtain the spatial coordinates to establish the astral portal. Seeing this, Findona gathered her courage and gently asked on Lin Mo's behalf, "Lord Kyle, is there any method to successfully establish the portal?" Chapter 66, A Solution. Kyle finally spoke slowly. "There are 3 methods. The first is to establish a corresponding spatial array in the target world in advance to receive and guide." Lin Mo immediately dismissed this idea. "There's no way a spatial array exists in that technology-driven world. So what about the second?" "The second method requires a grand sorcerer to perform spatial calculations at the location of the connection to derive specific spatial coordinates." Elder Mu Yu and Findona were stunned. How many grand sorcerers are there in the entire continent? Moreover, how could a country without magic possibly have a grand sorcerer? Lin Mo. And the third? Kyle smirked coldly, stating that if the first 2 points were not viable, then the third point was hardly worth considering. "Let us hear it." "The third method is that there are already transport portals or spatial arrays between the 2 places, or some form of spatial link exists. We can trace this link back to pinpoint the coordinates." Everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts and looked grim. In a technology world without even a trace of magical particles, how could there possibly be a spatial link to the continent? Moreover, only at the level of a grand sorcerer can one delve into spatial matters, crafting items like spatial rings or building transport arrays for transferring goods. As for spatial portals, that is a unique skill of the sacred human race, crossing dimensional planes, something many from the continent have never even heard of. So how could this country possibly have one? The odds are slimmer than the demon race self-destructing. "It's over." Lin Mo crouched down, covering his face with his hands, feeling a wave of helplessness and despair. After all the hardships, they finally reached this point. The hope of the country, the hard work of countless people, is about to come to a halt at this last step. He truly felt unwilling. Wait. At that moment, Findona's clear voice suddenly rang out. She quickly walked up to Lin Mo, pulled something from her small pouch, and held it out to him. Kyle and Elder Mu Yu frowned. They had never seen such a peculiar object before. "What is this?" Elder Mu Yu asked. Lin Mo's vacant gaze slowly focused on the item in Findona's palm. A lighter. It was the lighter he had given to Findona back then. A flash of lightning struck his mind. Ha ha. There's a solution. There's a solution. Lin Mo suddenly jumped up from the ground. And in his excitement, he cupped Findona's face with both hands and planted a kiss on her cheek. Findona. Her cheeks instantly flushed, and she felt heat rising from her head. But at that moment, no one cared about that. All attention was on Lin Mo. Lin Mo quickly said to Archbishop Kyle, "I am the third method. I can transfer items. My soul can carry things through. This lighter is what I brought from my world. My very crossing is that spatial link." Kyle furrowed his brows as he looked Lin Mo up and down. "So, you are the one with the spatial link?" Elder Mu Yu also leaned in, his face filled with astonishment. "Is this true, Your Excellency Lin Mo?" "That's right. I am the teleportation array connecting 2 worlds." Lin Mo excitedly pointed to himself. "When I sleep, I can carry things back and forth between the 2 worlds. This lighter, For instance, is something I brought from my world. He snatched the lighter from Findona's hand and pressed the switch. With a click, a small purple flame ignited. Kyle and Elder Mu Yu's gazes were drawn to it. This tiny metal object showed no signs of magical fluctuations, yet could produce fire out of thin air. This exceeded their understanding. Kyle extended his finger, and a faint holy light reached out to touch the lighter. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, his expression serious. There are no magical inscriptions, no energy core. It's purely a physical object. He looked at Lin Mo. You can travel between two worlds while you dream? Exactly. Lin Mo nodded vigorously. If that's the case. Kyle's tone became grave. Then at the moment you traverse, there will indeed be an extremely weak but real spatial ripple generated. We can trace this ripple back to locate the coordinates. He concluded decisively, you will sleep here tonight. We will set up a detection array to capture the spatial coordinates generated during your traversal. Lin Mo let out a long sigh of relief, feeling completely relaxed. He felt light all over, and everything seemed pleasant. Even Kyle's grumpy face appeared much more amiable. The construction work continued with hope. The elves and mages of the holy race were full of energy, and efficiency was unprecedented. Late at night, in the early hours of the morning, a circular stone platform with a diameter of over 30 meters was completed in the center of the valley. The surface of the platform was engraved with complex and profound runes, shimmering softly in the moonlight. This was the base of the astral teleportation portal. Next came the most critical step. The mages of the holy race set up a small auxiliary array beside the teleportation base. In the center of the array, a soft blanket was laid out. Several mages, holding various crystal detectors, stood solemnly around the array, as if facing a great enemy. Their expressions towards Lin Mo were curious. It was truly astonishing that a human's mouth could possess teleportation abilities. Your Excellency Lin Mo, please. One of the mages gestured for him to proceed. Lin Mo walked to the edge of the blanket and glanced back. Kyle, Elder Mu Yu, Findona, and a circle of mages were all staring at him with dozens of eyes fixed on him. Lin Mo felt as if he were a monkey preparing for a performance in a zoo. To ensure the teleportation would proceed smoothly, he asked Findona for an energy crystal the size of a quail egg, intending to take it back for the think tank on Blue Star to study. He held the crystal in his mouth and lay down. Closing his eyes, he tried to clear his mind. A minute passed. 3 minutes passed. Lin Mo opened one eye and found that everyone was still staring at him, motionless. Lin Mo. He sat up. No. You all staring at me like this makes it impossible for me to sleep. Kyle snorted coldly. Put away those boring thoughts and go to sleep quickly. Don't waste everyone's time. Lin Mo. He lay back down, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The thought of everyone watching him sleep made him feel uncomfortable all over. He tried to distract himself, but his mind was filled with the serious face of General Longzhan, the eager anticipation of the high-ranking official, and the image of those 25,000 soldiers. The more he thought, the more awake he became. Lin Mo irritably ran his fingers through his hair and sat up again. Everyone. Lin Mo looked at Findona and waved her over. Findona was taken aback for a moment and walked over, confused. Your Excellency Lin, what's wrong? Chapter 67. Oh no, the demon race might see us. Lin Mo pointed to the back of his head. Do you remember last time in the city when I asked you to hit this? Findona. Lin Mo leaned forward, saying, please aim here and give it another shot. Findona's cheeks turned bright red as she stole a glance at Elder Mu Yu and Kyle. Kyle, looking impatient, urged her, what are you hesitating for? If you can't do it, I'm more than willing to help. Lin Mo quickly raised his hand, saying, thank you, but there's no need for you to trouble yourself. Findona, hurry up. Just control your strength and let me pass out. Hearing this, Findona had no choice but to walk behind Lin Mo, clenching her small fists. Lin Mo closed his eyes, looking brave and ready for sacrifice. Come on. Bang. A muffled sound echoed. Lin Mo. Use a bit more strength. I'm at the second-tier physique now. It's okay. Oh, okay. Findona took a deep breath. Her hand moved, and her fist fell. Boom. Lin Mo, lying down, went limp and collapsed onto the blanket, unconscious. Findona felt her cheeks burning intensely as she silently walked back into the crowd. Kyle didn't look at her. All his attention was focused on Lin Mo. The surrounding mages were also fully concentrated. At that moment, the magic crystal that Lin Mo had in his mouth suddenly vanished. Several detection crystals at the edge of the auxiliary magic array lit up, emitting a buzzing sound. An almost imperceptible spatial ripple spread out from Lin Mo, shooting straight into the depths of the night sky. Now's the time, Kyle exclaimed. Lock onto it. Analyze the coordinates. Several holy mages immediately sprang into action, chanting incantations and tracing complex magic seals with their hands. Several beams of holy light shot out, intertwining to form a net of light, capturing the fleeting spatial ripple tightly. In the center of the light net, a series of incantations flashed rapidly and restructured. The coordinates have been locked. A mage shouted loudly. Kyle swiftly appeared in the center of the massive teleportation base. He raised his staff, solemnly reciting the incantation. The magical elements in the entire valley began to stir, wildly converging towards the teleportation base. Buzz! A white energy beam suddenly shot up from the teleportation base, tearing through the night and piercing the heavens. Where the beam passed, the clouds were pierced, forming a massive void. It was as if a hole had been made in the sky. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out from the valley in all directions. The ground trembled slightly. In the distance, countless elves in Lingya town were awakened by this otherworldly phenomenon, staring at this direction in shock. Elder Mu Yu and Fendona, along with others, were left speechless by the sight before them. This is the power of a 6th-tier Grand Mage. Elder Mu Yu's aged face was a mix of excitement and astonishment as he murmured, "This is the Star Realm teleportation technique passed down for thousands of years by the holy human race." But soon, his expression suddenly changed. He turned sharply to gaze towards the distant east. There lies the direction of the city of green leaves, occupied by the demon race. This is bad. Elder Mu Yu's voice tightened, sensing the enormous commotion. The demons over there might be able to see it. The demon race. The city of green leaves. Once a giant world tree adorned with starlight, it now stands as a withered shell. The bark is cracked, gray like dead ashes, and the sparse leaves droop, revealing a sickly yellow hue. Deep scars, visible to the bone, crisscross the trunk, where dark purple demon runes writhe, siphoning the life essence of this ancient tree. Above and below, the area is densely packed with demon soldiers. At the base of the massive world tree, a deep pit has been forcibly excavated. In the pit, countless inferior demons resembling goblins swing their pickaxes, the clattering sound incessant. They fill the energy crystals they dig up into bamboo baskets on their backs, driven out of the mine by burly four-armed overseers wielding long whips. Limping as they climb out, the crystals are dumped onto the ground, forming small mountains that shimmer with various colors. A few giant demonic beasts, comparable to city walls, lie beside the mountains, opening their enormous mouths to swallow the crystals, then turn and heavily crawl toward the distant stronghold of the demon race. From afar, a route is filled with these massive transport beasts. On a thick branch of the world tree, a platform has been artificially flattened. A figure stands at the edge of the platform, looking down at everything below, clad in black armor fused with flesh and blood. The armor is decorated with menacing bone spikes. Two thick horns curve upward from the sides of the helmet, resembling two poised scimitars. A 6th-tier demon leader, Volaz. One of its aides stands by, trembling as it speaks in the demon tongue. "My lord, today's crystal output has decreased slightly compared to a few days ago. The veins beneath this world tree are dwindling, and we need to continue digging deeper, but collapses have occurred multiple times." Volaz did not turn around, merely tapping impatiently on the bony railing in front of it with its metal-gloved knuckles. "A group of useless trash." Volaz's voice was hoarse, like two pieces of metal grinding against each other. The aide shuddered. Volaz turned around, staring at the aide. "Inferior demons are born from the Mother River at all times. They must return to the embrace of the Mother River. It doesn't matter how many die. But high-tier demons require a continuous supply of energy to be birthed. They are the capital for our great demon race to conquer the myriad realms. The Mother River is a dark river that runs through the demon world, often referred to as the Nether River in the myriad realms, with its full name being the Dark Nether River. The Dark Nether River gathers the evil of all things and thoughts, giving rise to countless bizarre creatures. In their infancy, they are ruthless and savage, constantly engaging in mutual slaughter. It was only when a demon creature pierced through the entire world, standing atop the world and dominating all demons, calling itself the Demon Emperor, that this chaotic slaughter ceased. However, the Dark Nether River is unique, constantly gathering the nether power of the entire universe, giving rise to various demonic creatures, resulting in an infinitely compressed living space. To compete for living space, wars soon broke out again. The Dark Lord, in order to maintain order in the world, had no choice but to assemble a large army to invade other realms. While plundering resources, it consumed low-tier magical creatures and the high-tier magic beings. Built up from the accumulated resources, helped it command the low-tier ones to continue attacking other realms, creating a positive cycle for rapid expansion. This was also the reason behind the words spoken by Voras. The commander issued orders to double the number of low-tier creatures engaged in mining. Voras angrily declared, "Within 6 months, I want this tree to be nothing but a pile of useless wood." "Yes, my lord," the lieutenant quickly responded. The transformation of this world tree into wood meant that the mines below would be completely exhausted. Just then, Voras suddenly turned his head. In the air, there seemed to be an unusual humming sound. Following the direction of the sound, Voras looked up in confusion. In the distant western horizon, a pure white beam of energy tore through the dark clouds, piercing straight into the sky. Chapter 68. Crush them. Looking at the towering beam of light, Wolas squinted his eyes. "What is that?" His officer followed the direction of his gaze and also saw the column of light piercing through the heavens and the earth, but couldn't provide an answer. "Quickly send out scouts." Wolas roared, his voice echoing. "Go find out if those damned elves are up to something." With a screech, dozens of gargoyles perched on the branches of the world tree sprang into action. They spread their leathery wings, emitting piercing shrieks, transforming into shadows as they swiftly flew towards the light column. At this moment, the elves in the valley were still immersed in the shock of the spatial array just being activated. Time passed slowly. A shadow descended from the sky and landed heavily on the platform. It was one of the gargoyle scouts previously dispatched. It knelt on one knee, its voice urgent and hoarse. "Commander." Wolas halted, turned around, and fixed his crimson gaze on it, saying, "The source of the light column is indeed in the direction of the Elven King's city. That energy is incredibly powerful. Based on the fluctuations and aura, it resembles our spatial transition beasts. They must be opening some kind of teleportation portal." Elven King City. Wolas' lips curled into a grin, revealing a row of shark-like teeth. What are those trembling long-eared ones hiding in the forest trying to do? Summon reinforcements from another realm? Or activate some ancient magic? As he spoke, the mockery on his face disappeared, replaced by gravity. Whichever it was, it meant uncertainty, and uncertainty was what he loathed the most. He turned to face the countless demon soldiers gathered below, his voice booming like thunder. "All troops, assemble." The ground began to tremble. In the distance, on the flatlands, countless demon soldiers of varying sizes and grotesque appearances rose from the ground, a dark tide uniting as one. They wielded crude weapons, letting out bloodthirsty roars. Roar! Several colossus-like siege beasts were awakened, emitting deafening roars. In the sky, more gargoyles and winged demons blotted out the light, forming an ominous cloud. Wolas stepped down from the platform, standing before his army. Those long-eared elves. They are huddled in their last city, praying to their non-existent deities. Today, we will trample their king's city and crush their hopes. We will make them understand that in this land, there are no deities. Only those who join us can find peace. Roar! A thunderous roar responded to him, merging into a torrent of destruction. Wolas drew out the giant sword burning with demonic flames at his waist and pointed forward. "Let us go. Crush them." The black tide surged wildly, the roars shaking the heavens. Roar, roar, roar. A massive demon army, carrying the momentum to annihilate everything, began to charge towards the direction of the light column. Blue Planet, Arctic Theater Base. The door to the conference room was pushed open by Lynn M.O. Creek. The room instantly fell silent. All core members of the New Hope group turned their attention to the entrance in unison. On the left side was the overall leader, Zhao Gang, whose gaze was steady as a mountain. On the right was General Long Zhan, standing tall in military attire, exuding a commanding presence. On either side of the long table were several national treasures, including Qian Jinhua and Lu Qing'an, along with a group of top strategists, who had halted their discussions to greet Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded and walked to the table, tossing a quail egg-sized crystal that glimmered slightly onto the conference table, where it rolled to the front of Qian Jinhua. Qian Jinhua. His eyes widened instantly. He pushed his chair back and carefully cradled the crystal in his hands, looking at Lin Mo. "What is this?" "Lin Mo. Over there, they call it energy crystal, or magic crystal." Qian Jinhua examined the crystal under the light, his face flushed with excitement. "Good stuff." Lu Qing'an, "Let me see it." "You, a biologist, can't even understand it. Just look from the side." Qian Jinhua tightly covered the crystal in his hands. The people in the conference room were unfazed by this. Lin Mo, who had just sat down, smiled, tapped the table to draw everyone's attention back. The portal is now under construction. The spatial magic array has been completed. But there are some issues. He briefly explained the 3 methods proposed by Kyle and how he became the key to the spatial link. Zhao Gang, looking serious, glanced at his watch, noting it was just past midnight. So, the portal could open at any time, starting from now? Theoretically, yes. Lin Mo nodded. But I'm not sure how long it will take on their end. Great. Finally, we can go over there and see for ourselves. Everyone felt excited and full of anticipation. At that moment, biologist Lu Qingyin spoke up. By the way, Commander Lin, there's good news. He stood up and projected a document onto the big screen. The air, water quality, and soil sample analysis report from Terra Continent is out. Lu Qingyin pointed at the densely packed data on the screen, his tone defiant. The microbial community has a 97 similarity to Blue Planet, with no lethal pathogens. The air composition is also basically the same, so it can be breathed directly. In simple terms, our people can live normally over there without needing special immunity drugs or protective gear. Moreover, based on the size of races like the Elves, the gravity there should be similar to that of Blue Planet. This news made the atmosphere in the conference room completely lively. General Long, are our soldiers ready? Lin Mo turned to Long Zhan. Long Zhan nodded firmly, ready. The expeditionary force consists of 25,000 personnel and has completed all preparations. All equipment and supplies are configured to the highest standards for independent operations for 6 months under a no-supply condition. Ready to depart at any time. Lin Mo thought for a moment, stood up, and said, "Take me to have a look." Long Zhan led Lin Mo and Zhao Gang through several heavy alloy gates and elevators. With a rumbling sound, the last massive door, standing 30 meters tall, slowly opened to both sides. A cold air mixed with the smell of gunpowder, oil, and steel rushed towards them. An unprecedentedly large underground space unfolded before their eyes. It was several kilometers long, 500 meters wide, and had a ceiling height of over 10 meters. 25,000 soldiers, organized into battalions, stood silently in this vast space, forming neat square formations. The area was eerily quiet, resembling a silent forest of steel. Only their synchronized breathing could be faintly heard. P.S. Thanks to Kong Ji Tiao for the acknowledgement from the great god. This chapter is specially added for that. Chapter 69, the portal opens rows of the latest armored vehicles. Infantry fighting vehicles, large-caliber self-propelled artillery, tanks, fighter jets, helicopters, and more, were neatly parked on both sides of the formation, extending out of sight. Some were covered with dust covers, yet still exuded a chilling aura. Lin Mo even spotted rockets. Long Zhan led 2 individuals along the path to the review stand, saying, "All the soldiers are carefully selected elites, with the highest levels of combat will and confidentiality. For the past 2 days, they have been resting in their sleeping bags whenever tired, organizing their gear upon waking, ready for battle at any moment." Lin Mo nodded, glancing at the resolute faces of the soldiers carrying their backpacks, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Sorry for making you wait." Long Zhan picked up the communicator, took a deep breath, and his voice echoed throughout every corner of the space. "Attention!" Snap! It wasn't a cacophony of 25,000 voices, but a single voice. 25,000 pairs of military boots thundered together in unison, creating a resounding roar. The sound reverberated in the vast space, causing one's eardrums to tingle. Zhao Gang looked at the steel torrent below with a solemn expression. Long Zhan walked to Lin Mo's side and pointed downward. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd combined battalions, our fist units, are responsible for breaking the enemy's lines. The 4th Artillery Battalion, equipped with 155mm laser-guided howitzers, which we call the can opener. The 5th Engineering Battalion, bridging, road building, and fortification, they are our foundation in the new world. And our aerial support units. Long Zhan gestured toward the armed helicopters and drone clusters parked in the distance. Dark blade-armed helicopters, attack, 11 drone clusters, and our latest airborne laser weapons. Lin Mo listened in silence. He didn't understand the weaponry. Instead, he focused on the young yet resolute faces below. Many of them might be younger than himself. But at this moment, each of their faces was filled with the same determination and fearless conviction. Long Zhan turned to Lin Mo, his gaze serious. "Commander Lin, can you tell them everything about the other world, including what the combat mission is?" Lin Mo was taken aback. realizing that the expeditionary forces still did not know their ultimate goal, and immediately nodded, yes. Long John turned around and stepped onto the high platform. He didn't use the communicator, instead standing at the edge of the platform, his gaze sharp, sweeping over the soldiers below. Comrades. His voice, without any amplification, clearly reached every soldier's ears. Beneath our feet lies a dying planet. Ahead of us is a world without a future. The formation of 25,000 soldiers stood in silence. Rotation slows, the atmosphere dissipates, and disasters arise. Even the ark we constructed underground is merely a struggling tin coffin. Is this our destiny? The voice of the dragon commander suddenly rose. Like thunder. Tell me, do we still have a way out now? The soldiers all pressed their lips together. No one answered. No. The dragon commander roared for them. His voice like thunder, but we have found a new way out. It is a whole new world. A vast land. A home that can allow our civilization to continue. Below, in the formation, the soldiers displayed expressions of disbelief, their breathing visibly heavier. The dragon commander would not deceive them, so it must be true. He continued to roar. That land is waiting for us to conquer. That is the expedition goal of our journey. With the steel guns in your hands, with the war machines behind us, let us carve out a brand new world for our parents, wives and children, and for our descendants. Roar. A suppressed roar erupted from the formation of the 1st Combined Battalion. Like a raging wildfire, roar, roar, roar. The thunderous roar merged into a torrent, madly impacting the dome of the underground space. The dragon commander raised his hand and pressed down. The roar abruptly stopped. Only intense gazes focused on the dragon commander. That world is different from ours. The dragon commander's tone softened as he began to introduce. There are long-eared elves, short dwarves, and half-orcs, etc. Soldiers. The orderly steel formation showed visible agitation, countless resolute faces filled with large question marks. The dragon commander ignored the reactions below and continued with his iron-blooded voice. Most importantly, there is magic there, and the enemies we will face on this expedition are a group of terrifying monsters with hideous faces, known as the demon race. He looked around below. Now, I ask you, are you afraid? Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. The synchronized roar of 25,000 people expressed their determination. The dragon commander nodded in satisfaction. He turned sideways, pointing to Lin Mo beside him. This is Lin Mo, the one who found us a new homeland and will soon lead us to that land. From now on, his safety is above all else, even above our lives. He must not be harmed. The soldiers raised their steel guns high and shouted the same slogan. Vow to protect Commander Lin with our lives. Vow to protect Commander Lin with our lives. Vow to protect Commander Lin with our lives. Lin Mo looked at the shocking scene. His mind was already blank. He had no doubt about the soldiers' determination to protect him. If danger arose, these soldiers would surely fight to protect him. But why would he deserve such devotion from them? Just at this passionate moment, a sudden change occurred. Beside Lin Mo, a fist-sized blue light circle appeared out of nowhere, silently spinning. Enemy attack. A loud shout erupted, and Long John reacted with lightning speed, tackling Lin Mo to the ground and quickly rolling away. Zhao Gang also stepped forward to shield the two of them, keeping a close watch on the strange circle of light. The surrounding guards formed a human wall in less than a second, with dozens of dark gun muzzles aimed firmly at the bizarre light. The shouts of the soldiers on the scene suddenly ceased as they raised their weapons to confront the threat. Lin Mo, pinned under Long John, looked at the circle and suddenly realized, his face lighting up with joy. Don't panic. It must be a portal that's opened. Long John was taken aback, but immediately sprang to his feet and helped Lin Mo up. Lin Mo quickly approached the circle. He noticed that the circle was slowly expanding to a size comparable to a fist, and it seemed empty in the center. As he spoke, he peered through the circle and could clearly see the scene on the other side. Beneath the dark night sky was a massive magic array radiating light. Not far away, a figure holding a staff and chanting was none other than the Archbishop Kale. Chapter 70. The demon army has arrived indeed. Long John was overjoyed, unable to contain his excitement. He immediately picked up the communicator and announced to everyone, prepare for departure. After a final check of the equipment, they were ready to enter the portal. The warriors breathed rapidly and moved quickly, turning the entire underground space into a busy yet orderly scene. Zhao Gang also informed the New Hope team of the news. Lin Mo shouted towards the portal, Lord Kyle, Princess Findona. On the other side of the portal, Findona and Elder Muyu heard the commotion and came out from the wooden cabin of the temporary camp, looking puzzled. Linimo? Findona's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my god, how are you on that side of the portal? I thought you were still lying here? She pointed to a wooden cabin. Linimo excitedly replied, don't mind those details, that is also me. I'll explain later. He had long suspected that his soul was traversing between two bodies, so he was not surprised by this. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. Academicians Qian Jinhua and Lu Qingyin rushed over, panting, followed by several researchers carrying various precision instruments. The portal. It's really a stable spatial portal. Qian Jinhua adjusted his glasses, trembling with excitement, almost ready to leap forward. Lu Qingyin was more direct, shouting at the researchers behind him. Hurry, set up the equipment, connect the wires, and power it on. Calm down. Zhao Gang turned around and scolded, his gaze sharp. This is a critical moment. We need to wait and not affect the portal's activation. Qian Jinhua was taken aback. Right. After it opens, we have 10 days. We can't waste any time now. But we must not disturb the portal. Everyone stepped back. The onlookers were quickly pushed aside by the academicians, leaving only Lin Mo still by the portal. The portal continued to expand steadily and was now as large as a soccer ball. Lin Mo asked Lord Kyle on the other side. How long until the portal is fully activated? Kyle glanced over, his voice barely escaping between spells. Before sunrise. Lin Mo looked at the moon over the continent and calculated the time. It was almost 3 in the morning. There were at most 3 hours left. Time was urgent. Just then, a dark spot rapidly approached in the night sky beyond the portal. It was a griffin. Before the griffin even landed, the piercing howl of an elven scout shattered the tranquility of the valley. Enemy attack. The demon army is coming. Findona and Elder Muyu turned pale. The demons had arrived so quickly. A long horn echoed through the valley, carrying a sense of impending doom. The 5,000 elven guardians, already on standby, showed no signs of panic as they swiftly turned towards the valley entrance, drawing their bows and forming 3 defensive lines. The cold metallic sheen of the composite bows glimmered under the moonlight. On the other side, the holy mages of the assisting faction wore grim expressions. Their leader, the archbishop, stood at the center of the teleportation platform, fully focused on maintaining the astral teleportation spell and unable to divert his attention. Without the involvement of this 6th-tier grand sorcerer, their team of mages would suffer a significant reduction in combat strength. Check the situation with the griffins. Elder Muyu shouted, leading the charge towards a waiting griffin. Findona followed closely behind, and the two mounted the broad back of the griffin. The griffin spread its wings, stirring up a gale, and soared into the sky. The moonlight cast a silver veil over the earth. At the edge of this veil, a thick black mist surged forth at a visible speed, swallowing the moonlight. This was not mere fog. It was the endless army of dark creatures. Above in the sky, the elven scouts on watch had already engaged with the flying units of the Dark Army. Dozens of gargoyles and winged demons, relying on their numerical advantage, surrounded the elven scouts and tore them apart. Retreat was only a matter of time. Elder, reinforcements from Her Majesty the Queen. Findona's voice trembled. I sent the fastest messenger back as soon as the light column rose. Elder Muyu replied hoarsely. I hope. It's not too late. Beside him, an elven captain responsible for guarding watched the scene below, his fists clenched white with rage as he growled. Damn those holy mages. Why didn't they inform us in advance that opening the portal would cause such a commotion? If it weren't for that light column, we wouldn't have been exposed at all. Elder Muyu sighed. At that time, I also questioned the archbishop. He said that the astral teleportation spell hadn't been used for hundreds of years, and their generation only learned it from ancient texts. Unaware it would trigger such a phenomenon. It was not entirely their fault. Elder Muyu's expression changed under the moonlight, and ultimately, the struggle in his eyes turned into a resolute determination. We can't wait any longer. His voice was quiet, but carried an undeniable weight. Findona, Elder, you go down and bring Lin Mo's body back to the camp. Elder Muyu's gaze was fixed on the encroaching darkness. Leave here immediately and return to the royal city. Findona was taken aback, then quickly understood, her emerald eyes widening in shock. No, Elder, this is an order. Elder Muyu interrupted her, his tone more severe than ever. Lin Mo is the only variable in the Terra Continent. As long as he is alive, our elven race, and even the entire Terra Continent, still has hope. And you? Findona's voice quivered with tears. I will lead these brave warriors to buy you time. A look of fearless determination appeared on Elder Muyu's face. He turned to glance at the elven formation braced below. Otherwise, none of us will escape. Findona's tears spilled over, and she shook her head desperately. Follow the order, Findona. Elder Mu Yu raised his voice again. Findona's body stiffened. She looked at the Elder Mu Yu's aged yet resolute profile, and she understood his meaning. This was indeed the wisest decision. At this moment, even though she was reluctant, she could only obey the command. Biting her lip, she nodded heavily. Yes, Elder. The griffin soared, rapidly diving towards the camp below. As soon as they landed, Findona heard an anxious shout. Findona, what's happening outside? What's going on? She looked up and saw Lin Mo's head sticking out from the portal, which had expanded to the size of a basketball, his face filled with urgency. Wiping her tears away, Findona hurried over. Your Excellency Lin Mo, the demon army is coming, she shouted. Quick, what did she say? On the other side of the portal, everyone couldn't understand Findona's words, and Academician Qian spoke up anxiously. After Lin Mo translated, Long Zhan, Zhao Gang, and the other two academicians all felt their hearts sink. Chapter 71. The dictionary never contains the words give up. How many enemy troops are there? What is their composition? Long Zhan asked calmly. Funduona looked confused. And Lin Mo realized that she didn't understand, so he immediately translated. It's unclear, a vast expanse of darkness. There should be nearly 100,000. Funduona's voice was filled with despair, and there were countless flying magical beasts and siege giants among them. 100,000. Lin Mo felt a buzzing in his head. He translated the situation, and Long Zhan and Zhao Gang exchanged glances, seeing 4 words in each other's eyes. Desperate situation. What about our fighting strength? Long Zhan continued to inquire at the portal. Note, with Lin Mo present. I want to elaborate on each translation to avoid redundancy. Funduona glanced at the elven formation at the valley entrance, her voice strained. 5,000 elite elven guardians. And a few dozen holy human warriors. Archbishop Kyle needs to maintain the portal, he cannot engage. 5,000 against 100,000. It was a drop in the bucket. Moreover, they were an inadequately equipped cold weapon army, facing the fearless demon race. This was not a battle, it was a massacre. Lin Mo felt a chill rushing from his feet to the top of his head. He looked at the portal that was still slowly expanding, and then at Funduona's desperate face on the other side. A sense of unprecedented helplessness seized him. Just a little more. Just another 3. No, 2.5 hours. As long as the portal fully opened. The 25,000 steel torrent behind him could rush out to help. But now, those 2.5 hours had become an insurmountable chasm. If the portal were destroyed, all the efforts of him and his homeland would turn to ashes. The future of the blue planet, the hope of the continent. Everything would be crushed in this valley along with the unfinished portal. Qian Jinhua and Lu Qingyan, the 2 old academicians, had lost all color in their faces. Their lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Just a moment ago, it was a broad road to a new world, and the next second it turned into such a desperate situation. Despair spread simultaneously on both sides of the portal. Long Zhan suddenly spoke, breaking the frozen atmosphere. Lin Mo? Tell her. Lin Mo was taken aback. Have her take your body from the camp and fly back to the Elven King City immediately. Long Zhan looked at Lin Mo. Her tone serious. As long as you're alive, there is still hope. Lin Mo quickly relayed the message to Funduona on the other side of the portal. Funduona wiped her face, nodded firmly, and quickly replied in Elven language. The Elder of Wood language has already given the order. I will go now. You must be safe. After she finished speaking, without hesitation, she turned and ran toward the wooden house where Lin Mo's body was stored. Then they saw her carrying Lin Mo's other body, escorted by 2 elves, leaving on a griffin. Long Zhan watched her disappearing figure and nodded. To think of this step, their commander was not foolish. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the light circle that had expanded to the size of a basketball, quickly issuing orders. Technical reconnaissance team. Move out. Drones, bring all the small models over immediately. Yes. The commander turned to the communications personnel. Order the strategic support unit to set up a temporary operational command center on site. Lin Mo was confused. The door hadn't even opened yet. What was happening? General Long. This. In a soldier's dictionary, there is no such thing as give up. Long Zhan patted Lin Mo on the shoulder with considerable force. The battle had already begun. We cannot just stand by and watch. Even if we can only make a small contribution, we will never give up. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers from the strategic support unit sprang into action. Several folding tables were quickly set up, making snapping sounds. Military laptops were placed on the tables, various cables connected rapidly, and cooling fans began to hum. These devices, originally meant to be deployed on the Terra continent, were now put to use ahead of schedule. A technician rushed over, holding a palm-sized quadcopter. Deploy it immediately. Yes. The soldier carefully brought the drone close to the portal, gave it a gentle push, and the drone passed through the portal, flying off into the distance. The operator aimed the control antenna at the portal. The signal is connected. Image transmission is normal. In front of the temporary command desk, a large screen hastily set up flickered for a moment before becoming clear. On the screen was the night sky of another world. Under the military infrared camera, everything in the valley appeared with stark black and white contours, incredibly clear. Fly higher. Towards the direction where they were gathering, Long John commanded, pointing at the direction where the elves were assembling on the screen. Yes, the image on the screen began to move. The drone silently climbed, passing over the makeshift camp of the elves, heading towards the entrance of the valley. Soon, a dark, writhing mass appeared in the distance on the screen. Zoom in. The operator pushed the joystick. The image drew closer, and the true nature of the mass finally revealed itself. In the conference room, everyone instinctively held their breath. It was an ugliness and ferocity that words could not describe. Some monsters resembled skinned, vicious dogs, their muscles bulging. Drooling slime. Others were hybrid creatures of tentacles and insects, wielding scythe-like appendages, and countless hunched, small demons, armed with rusted weapons, huddled together, emitting silent roars. Among them, there were even elves that looked like decaying corpses. Behind these infantry, several massive beasts moved with heavy steps, causing the trees on the ground to tremble with each step. The sky was occupied by flying units such as bat-winged demons and gargoyles. This was the demon tribe. The terrifying demon tribe that had caused all intelligent races on the Terra continent to lose their armor and flee, unable to lift their heads, losing vast territories. Hiss. Academician Lu Chengyan gasped, his face turning pale. Qian Jinhua leaned against the table, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Previously, the videos brought back by Lin Mo only showed the corpses of the fallen demonic creatures, which are completely different from the visual impact of witnessing the army they formed in person. The drones continued to be deployed. Longzhan looked at the screen, and a cold voice sounded again, instructing that all self-destructing drones capable of passing through the portal should be released. Yes, just as he said. No matter how powerful the demonic creatures are, in his dictionary, the word give up does not exist. On the continent of Terra, at the top of the valley, Elder Mu Yu was preparing to issue the order to retreat. He was ready to sacrifice a portion of the guards to buy time for Findona and Lin Mo. Just then, he noticed several strange little objects flying out from the teleportation array. They had no wings but could hover in the air, emitting a faint buzzing sound, and then flew directly towards the army of demonic creatures. Elder, be careful. A vigilant elven guard raised his bow. Don't move. Elder Mu Yu immediately stopped him, saying that those were items from Lin Mo's world, and instructed the soldiers not to attack. Although he didn't understand the purpose of these little things, his intuition told him that since they were deployed, they must be useful. At that moment, a scout riding a griffin landed in front of him, bringing an uplifting piece of good news. Chapter 72 Reinforcements arrive. The elf scout dismounted, his face filled with excitement and joy as he said to Elder Mu Yu, Elder, the reinforcements from Her Majesty the Queen have arrived. Elder Mu Yu's body trembled, and he grabbed the scout's shoulders tightly. What did you say? Reinforcements? Yes, not far behind us. Led personally by General Adrian of the Silver Moon Guard. Elder Mu Yu felt a surge of warmth rush to his head, and his blood boiled with hope. There was still a chance. This battle could be fought. He quickly asked, how many have come? 15,000. The scout shouted loudly. 15,000. Elder Mu Yu was taken aback, realizing this was the maximum strength that could be spared to support them, aside from those left to defend the royal city against the invasion. Combined with their own 5,000, that made a total of 20,000 troops. Previously, when the city of Lostia faced danger, the assembled reinforcements had also numbered these 20,000. Elder Mu Yu's heart sank. Even with the 15,000 reinforcements from Her Majesty, facing nearly 100,000 of the enemy forces was still like an ant trying to stop a chariot. The composite bows and crossbows were powerful, but could they pierce the thick hides of the siege beasts? Could they fend off the countless winged demons in the sky? They would still need magic. The chances of victory were slim. Thinking of this, his eyes brightened. Magic. Weren't many mages coming this time from the holy race? if they could lend their assistance. Perhaps this battle could be fought after all. He glanced at the portal behind the valley that was still slowly expanding, then looked up at the buzzing metallic objects swirling in the sky. There was no retreat. If they retreated, they would lose everything. He took a deep breath, turned his griffin, and flew toward the temporary camp. The immediate priority was to stabilize the Holy Race's group. They were key to this defense. Archbishop Kyle was a 6th-tier Grand Sorcerer, along with 2 5th-tier sorcerers and several 4th-tier High Mages. If this force was willing to fight desperately, they could at least hold off the first wave of the enemy attack, as long as they could hold on until the portal fully opened. At the camp, the mages and knight guards of the Holy Race were in disarray, fiercely arguing around Kyle, who was maintaining the magic array. In the name of the Holy Light, we must retreat immediately. The enemy army is coming. Staying here is waiting for death, a young mage said, his face pale and voice trembling. Retreat? You make it sound easy. Another older mage immediately retorted, pointing at the still operating magic array. The contract clearly states that we are responsible for completing the portal. If we abandon it now, are you going to compensate the elves for the gold and treasures they provided? Who cares about gold when our lives are at stake? Silence. A 5th-tier sorcerer reprimanded sternly, his authoritative gaze sweeping over everyone. Panic will solve nothing. Elder Mu Yu has already sought assistance from the Elf Queen. We should hold our ground for a moment longer. Besides, with Archbishop Kyle here, even if the situation turns unfavorable, escaping should not be too difficult for us. However, if we give up at this moment, we not only have to return all the rewards, but also bear the cost of breach of contract. Ladies and gentlemen, have you thought about how to explain this to His Holiness? The mention of His Holiness felt like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all the commotion. Everyone fell into a difficult silence. At that moment, Elder Mu Yu's griffin descended with the wind, and he leaped down from the saddle. Esteemed mages. His voice drew everyone's attention. Our reinforcements have arrived, just beyond the valley. Elder Mu Yu got straight to the point. The crowd of the Holy Race stirred, and the despair on their faces faded slightly. Reinforcements? The young mage who advocated for retreat was skeptical. How many? 15,000 elite Silver Moon Guards. Upon hearing this number, the flicker of hope that had just ignited quickly cooled again. Together with the 5,000 here, that makes only 20,000 troops, which is meaningless against the vast numbers of the demon race. With all due respect, Elder, the older mage adjusted his robe, his tone polite yet distant. The disparity in forces is too great. We should not make unnecessary sacrifices here. It is not worth risking all our lives for just a single door. Elder Mu Yu did not refute him, but simply pointed to the sky. What is that? Everyone looked in the direction of his finger and saw strange, buzzing flying objects continuously emerging above the portal. They were arranged in neat formations, hovering in the air, exuding an indescribable eeriness. That is the support from Lord Lin Mo's world, Elder Mu Yu said solemnly. If they have not given up, how can we? He withdrew his hand and surveyed the crowd. I understand your concerns. In the name of the Elder Council of the Elves, I promise you this. In this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, and regardless of whether the portal can ultimately be completed, all the rewards previously paid by the elves will not need to be returned. As long as you can fight alongside us and do your best to defend, if it ultimately becomes unfeasible, you may withdraw at your own discretion, and we will not hinder you. As his words fell, there was a silence among the Holy Race. The mages, who had been arguing just a moment ago, were now all dumbfounded. The older mage, who was most concerned about losing gold, suddenly had his eyes shine like 2 coins. He cleared his throat, turned around, and sternly reprimanded his still hesitant companions. What are you waiting for? Did you not hear Elder's words? He straightened his chest, his expression solemn. The elves are so benevolent. Are we, the Holy Race, cowards who betray our covenant? For the credibility of the Church, for the glory of the Holy Light, we must stay and fight until the last moment. The other mages exchanged glances and then nodded one after another. Yes, for the glory of the Holy Light, for His Holiness. Elder Mu Yu looked at the mages of the Holy Race and bowed solemnly. Thank you all. He said no more and turned to leap onto the griffin. A 5th-level spellcaster from the Holy Human Race commanded loudly, "Everyone, follow me to the front line." Moments later, after leaving several solid protective magic arrays and 2 guards around Archbishop Kyle, a dozen Pegasi soared into the sky carrying mages and knights. They followed Elder Mu Yu's griffin towards the defensive line at the entrance of the valley. Why do the images I generate look bad? It's clearly supposed to be nighttime. Meanwhile, On a temporary command center's large screen at the Arctic base, real-time footage from drones was crystal clear. The dark mass of the demonic army had advanced to within less than 2 kilometers of the Elven defensive line. The dust they stirred up resembled a black sandstorm. How many drones had been deployed? Long Jean shifted his gaze from the screen and turned to ask. Chapter 73. Are drones really useful? Report, General. 520 swarm micro-suicide drones and 80 blade small attack drones have been deployed and are all on standby, a technical officer reported. On the tactical map displayed on the screen, hundreds of green dots representing the drones formed a massive net above the Elven positions. A large portal, about the size of a basin, had already been established, and soldiers were lining up to hand over the prepared drones to their comrades at the portal, who would send them into another world. The warriors sitting in front of computers would remotely control the takeoff, connecting to an intelligent combat system for unified command and coordination, eliminating the need for one person to control each drone. Concerned about signal stability, they had extended a long antenna into the portal. Be careful. The edges of the portal will create spatial cutting effects. Don't touch them, reminded academician Qian Zhenhua, glancing at a steel pipe that had been cut by the portal's edge. Zhao Gang stood beside Long Zhan, his expression serious. General Long, are these drones really useful? I don't know. Long Zhan shook his head, but it's better than doing nothing. If we can relieve some pressure on the elves and by a few minutes, that would be good. Perhaps those few minutes could be our hope to stabilize and even turn the tide. At the entrance of the valley, the demon army was already visible. The reinforcements quickly formed a defensive line, standing like a green dam, silently looming over the valley and the hills. At the forefront were heavily armored infantry wielding tower shields and long swords. Behind them, rows of elven archers had their composite bows ready, their sharp arrows glinting in the dim light. Further back, a formation of mages composed of elemental elves had begun to chant, casting enchantments on their allied forces under the organization of their leaders. All elves wore compact crossbows at their waists, ready to deliver deadly strikes to any demons that attempted to close in. Elder Mu Yu and the mages of the holy human race landed on a high ground behind the front lines, the best position for casting spells. The tremors of the earth became increasingly distinct. A foul stench, mingled with sulfur and rotting flesh, filled the air. The sickening roars and growls of the demon army were now clearly audible. Leading the charge was a colossal siege beast, resembling a small mountain. Atop which stood a tall demon leader, Volaz. Roar. It let out a deafening roar towards the sky. The battle was about to begin. The demon army was now only a few kilometers away, the ground shaking like rolling thunder. Nearly 100,000 troops truly covered the mountains and fields, stretching endlessly. A rolling mass of dark clouds. Countless small, hunched figures wielding rusted weapons, along with vicious hounds, surged at the forefront, emitting incomprehensible roars. Behind them, hybrids of tentacles and insects dripped slime from their mouths as they excitedly waved scythe-like appendages. Among them were grotesque creatures with peeled skin, their ugliness and ferocity beyond description. There were muscular, imposing creatures, infected elves resembling zombies, and liches with eye sockets glowing with eerie flames. In the midst of the army, there were even giant beasts the size of small mountains, moving with heavy steps that shook the ground with every stride. The leader of the demonic forces, Vorus, stood atop one of these siege beasts, raising his massive axe and pointing it towards the elven positions, roaring, "Brave warriors, charge! Flatten those long-eared elves!" The demonic army erupted in a deafening roar, accelerating wildly, causing the earth to tremble. On the elven side, 20,000 elite warriors clad in iron armor stood ready. General Adrian of the Elves rode a tall moose and shouted loudly from the front lines to boost morale. Elder Mu Yu, positioned on a nearby mountaintop, wore an extremely serious expression. As the front line of the demonic army entered the attack range of the high-level mages, he was the first to act. He raised his staff, chanting a spell, and finally pointed his staff at the demonic army, invoking nature's wrath, Thornhell. The power of the 5th-level mage erupted in full force. Beneath the charging demonic army, the vegetation within 1,000 meters rapidly grew wild. They transformed into sharp, sword-like vines that pierced through the front ranks of lesser demons. A cacophony of roars erupted as hundreds, even thousands, of lesser demons were impaled on the spot, green ichor splattering and staining the ground with blood. However, the rear ranks of the demonic tide continued unabated, trampling over the wounded, severed limbs flying in all directions. Two fifth-level clerics of the holy human race raised their staffs and chanted, and in an instant, holy light erupted. Holy light judgment. Thunderous roars followed as massive pillars of pure white light descended from the sky, illuminating the demonic army like spotlights. The demons engulfed in this light screamed in agony as their bodies rapidly disintegrated, entire groups reduced to ashes. Seeing the distance close enough, the fourth-level priests and third-level clerics of the holy human race chanted in unison, Holy light purification, holy light impact, holy light protection. The restraining effect of the holy magic on the demonic forces was immediate, with thousands of demons in the front ranks collapsing once again. Yet, the demonic army continued to charge forward recklessly. Compared to the 100,000 troops, the loss of a few thousand demons was merely a drop in the bucket. The rear ranks of demons marched over the bodies of their fallen comrades, the dark tide showing no signs of ending. Among the demonic army, the high-level lich in a black robe finally completed her spell. Translucent dark protective shields enveloped the entire forward line of the demonic army. Undeterred by the magical attacks, the demonic forces pressed on. 15,000 elite Silver Moon guards combined with the existing 5,000 defenders formed 3 lines of defense, standing like an iron wall at the valley's entrance. General Adrian stood atop the command heights, gazing at the surging demonic army, his expression as serious as iron. Brave warriors. He drew his long sword, pointing it forward, vowing to defend the line with their lives and buy time for reinforcements from another realm. The nature goddess is watching over us. Sworn to defend the line, sworn to defend the line, sworn to defend the line. 20,000 warriors roared in unison, their voices echoing through the valley. The tremors of the earth grew increasingly intense. The air was filled with a foul stench of sulfur and decay. The chilling roars and howls of the invading forces sent rocks tumbling down the mountains. Leading the charge were thousands of low-tier beasts resembling skinned hounds, sprinting with astonishing speed on all fours. Following closely were heavily armored soldiers, towering 3 meters tall, wielding massive axes and warhammers, each step causing the ground to quake. In the sky, flying units of the invading forces, winged creatures and gargoyles, blotted out the sun with their piercing screeches. The most terrifying were the colossal siege beasts, each the size of a house or even a hill, covered in heavy bone armor, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Why do you all look so impressive? But I can't. Full-scale engagement, a complete eruption. Chapter 74. The Portal, Danger. General Adrian raised his longsword high, its blade pointing to the sky as he roared with all his might. First line of defense. Raise shields. With a thunderous roar, 5,000 elite heavy infantry formed a perfect line, their massive tower shields crashing together, creating a tremendous sound. A silver steel barrier instantly took shape. The shields interlocked tightly, resembling an insurmountable mountain range. Second line of defense, ready arrows. 8,000 archers, their eyes cold and muscles taut, simultaneously drew their composite bows to aim. The glint of arrows formed a chilling sight, merging into a river of death under the dim light of the sky. Tall trance, released by the wood elves, stood as the center of this second line of defense, allowing some archers to position themselves atop them for better shooting angles. At the same time, the trance could assist in defending against the enemy's long-range attacks, such as catapults, giant axes, and stone spears. They were the best support for the elves. Third line of defense, elemental mages, begin chanting. 5,000 elemental mages raised their staffs, and the air resonated with the intense hum of various magical elements gathering. In the sky, the remaining 2,000 aerial knights rode griffins and giant eagles, engaging fiercely with the enemy. The occasional screams and falling figures of both sides added a somber weight to the atmosphere. First volley, fire arrows. General Adrian swung his sword down sharply. Whoosh! The moment 8,000 arrows were released, it felt as if the air itself had been sucked away. It wasn't just a rain of arrows, but a moving cloud, a cloud composed of steel and death, silently descending upon the charging enemy forces. Thud, thud, thud. The leading foes were instantly turned into pincushions, howling as they were trampled into the ground by the advancing horde behind them. Second volley. Third volley. The arrows flew unceasingly, yet the tide of enemies seemed endless. The dark horde continued to surge forward. Elemental mages. Attack. Thousands of lower-tier mages began to chant together, unleashing powerful large-scale spells. Wrath of the Earth. Earth spikes. Molten flames. Ice shards fire. Boom. The ground cracked open, and countless sharp earth spikes erupted from the ground, attempting to halt the terrifying advance of the enemy. The leading foes, seeing this, tried to stop, but the pressure from those behind pushed them forward, turning them into a skewered mass. Immediately after, crimson lava erupted from the earth's fissures, forming a true river of fire that turned hundreds of meters ahead into scorched earth. Only those at the edge of the protective barrier were left wailing in pain. A storm of ice shards rained down, causing ripples in the dark magical shield, and a few foes were pierced by the shards. However, the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. They marched forward over the charred bodies of their comrades and through the boiling lava, charging fearlessly as a rolling tide of darkness surged ahead. Engage. Heavy shield soldiers, prepare. General Adrian drew his longsword. Boom. The demonic army finally charged to the front line. Thousands of low-level demons collided violently with the elven shield wall, creating a deafening impact. Hold the formation. No retreat. The battle intensified. The heavily armored elven soldiers gritted their teeth to hold their ground, but as higher-level demons joined the fray, the tremendous force caused cracks to appear in the defense. The first line of defense was finally breached. Hundreds of heavily armored demons wielding massive axes surged into the elven ranks, each swing capable of cleaving an elven warrior in two. Reinforce the gap. 10 golden armored knights of the holy human race sprang into action, riding their winged steeds. They charged like 10 golden comets, precisely striking the breach. Holy light erupted around them as a fifth-tier knight swept his lance, the golden radiance slicing through the surrounding heavily armored demons like a tangible scythe, instantly severing them in half. They fought while chanting prayers, the holy light continuously mending their armor and wounds, effectively sealing the breach. The knights possessed formidable physiques and healing abilities, exemplifying the ability to regain health while fighting. With them plugging the gap, and given the narrowness of the valley entrance, the defense finally held firm. Second line of defense. Close-range fire. General Adrian shouted, targeting the invading demons that were disrupting their formation. The archers stood atop towering treants, delivering powerful pinpoint shots at the encroaching demons, with enchanted arrows bursting forth in rapid succession. Elderwood language and other high-level mages also joined in, unleashing powerful single-target spells that momentarily stabilized the line. But everyone knew this was only temporary. The massive siege beasts were drawing closer, their bone armor difficult to penetrate even with high-level magic. If they reached the front, the entire line would collapse in an instant. Just then, 3 resounding dragon roars erupted from the clouds behind the valley. Roar. Everyone, including the demons, instinctively looked up. 3 colossal figures tore through the clouds, appearing above the battlefield. They were covered in tough scales, reflecting a cold glow under the moonlight. It was the Elves' allies, the 3-headed dragons. Dragons. The dragons are here to support us. A young elf shouted excitedly. General Adrian's eyes also shone with ecstatic light. Roar. The leading dragon let out a mighty roar. In the next moment, a blazing breath, over 10 meters in diameter, descended from the heavens like the whip of a deity, striking the densest part of the demonic army. There was no explosion, only howls of agony and melting, wherever the dragon's breath passed. Both low-level demons and high-level soldiers were rapidly vaporized, leaving behind a crystalline trench hundreds of meters long and unfathomably deep on the ground. The other 2 dragons followed closely, their breath inflicting severe losses on the demons. The appearance of the 3-headed dragons instantly cleared a large area in the center of the battlefield, greatly alleviating the pressure on the ground defense. However, new crises were soon to follow. A bone dragon, tainted by dark forces at both ends, flew in, and the 3-headed dragon let out a mournful cry for their fallen companion. Unexpectedly, they found themselves enemies across the divide of life and death. The bone dragon, devoid of pain, ignored the dragon's sorrow and fiercely engaged with them. In the sky, hundreds of winged demons seized the opportunity while the dragons were distracted. They broke through the barrier set by the airborne elves, like a pack of bloodthirsty vultures, rushing towards the mage's position and the portal. Elder Mu Yu's expression changed dramatically. Not good. Protect the portal. The elven mages had magical shields and crossbows, so he didn't need to worry about them. But the portal absolutely must not be compromised. Chapter 75. The Ode to the Technology of the Great Xia, the sacred power of the holy race, has a damage bonus effect against the demon race. At this moment, The mages of the holy race have already become targets for the demon race, filled with enmity. The demon-eye beasts, liches, and fierce spear-throwing demons are fixated on them, leaving no extra energy to deal with the escaping winged demons. The hundreds of winged demons split into two groups, one of which swoops down towards the mage formation, with countless protective shields lighting up. The figures of the winged demons slightly hesitate as they breach the protective shields, akin to entering the sea from the air, only slowing down significantly. As aerial units specialized in ambushing the rear, they have evolved to possess a high degree of magic immunity. However, the elemental spirits remain calm. With one hand on their staffs and the other loading crossbows, they aim at the oncoming winged demons and pull the triggers. In an instant, a dozen or so spirits empty their magazines. Hundreds of small arrows rain down on the winged demons, which are over 10 meters tall, making it impossible for them to evade. At least a third of the arrows hit their mark. As the elemental spirits of the mages, how could they not enchant their crossbows with various enhancements? Arrows infused with sharpness, armor-piercing, anti-magic, explosive, freezing, heavy, barbed, and other elemental enchantments erupted with force. Boom, boom, boom. Various explosions lit up on the bodies of the winged demons, and a winged demon let out a painful howl, turning into a porcupine from the arrows and plummeting to the ground with a crash. Dust flew everywhere. The other winged demons met the same fate. However, the real crisis came from the group of winged demons heading towards the portal. Elder Muyu, riding a griffin, rushed back at high speed. But there were too many winged demons breaking through, making it impossible for him to intercept them. For kilometers. 3 kilometers. The swarm of winged demons rapidly approached the portal. At this critical moment, a strange buzzing sound suddenly echoed in the sky. Hundreds of black flying devices, the size of footballs, flew in from the surroundings, heading towards the swarm of winged demons with incredible speed and agility. It's something from the Great Xia. Elder Mu Yu exclaimed involuntarily. Inside the Arctic base, the temporary command center was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Lin Mo Zhaogang, Long Zhan, and others stood together, intently watching the images transmitted back by the drones. In the thermal imaging system designed for enemy identification, the red representing the demon race surged against the green of the spirit defense line like a tide. On the screen, the 2,000 spirits at the valley entrance already appeared densely packed. However, compared to the seemingly endless army of demons approaching from a distance, they were pitifully few. Damn it, there are too many of these monsters. A staff officer gritted his teeth. In the first wave of attacks, Elder Mu Yu and the high-level mages of the holy race displayed immense power, causing exclamations from academicians like Qian Jinhua. The devastation caused by a single individual was comparable to that of a missile, which was truly astonishing. When 3 giant dragons and 2 skeletal dragons emerged, breathing fire, even Zhao Gang and Long Zhan, who were accustomed to grand scenes, felt their pupils constrict sharply. Academician Qian Jinhua was so excited that he stammered, "No, it's not scientific. Is this biomass energy being directly converted into high-energy jets?" Lin Mo interjected, "It could also be Godzilla's atomic breath." At that moment, Academician Lu Qingyan was so thrilled that he was spitting as he spoke. "This is a dragon, truly a perfect and powerful creature. How is it that those skeletal dragons, with only bones left, are able to move? If we could get our hands on this for research." Seeing the elven defense line in jeopardy, Lin Mo stepped forward and said to General Long Zhan, "General, the elves can barely hold on. Aren't our drones ready yet?" Long Zhan's expression was stern as he slowly shook his head. "No rush. Even if we deploy a one-for-one replacement of the self-destructing drones, that's just over 2,000, which is a drop in the bucket compared to the demon army. We need to wait for a better opportunity to maximize our returns." Lin Mo opened his mouth, realizing that as a general, Long Zhan had his own instincts for warfare, so he suppressed his anxiety and stopped urging. He turned to the soldiers nearby, who were still lining up to quickly deploy the prepared drones into the portal. "I hope we can hold out until we can make our entrance," he silently prayed. "Not good. The demon flying units are coming for us," someone shouted. On the screen, a swarm of winged demons broke through the elven defense line and flew rapidly towards them. Long Zhan's eyes flashed with determination as he finally issued the combat order. "Deploy the self-destructing drones." Received. Activate the swarm drones. On the big screen, hundreds of green dots quickly moved towards the red dots representing the winged demons. A transcendent aerial battle erupted. The winged demons noticed these small drones rushing towards them, but didn't take them seriously, thinking they were just oddly shaped birds. Screech! The winged demons let out a piercing scream, instinctively swiping their claws to tear apart these incoming creatures. But as soon as they extended their claws, boom! The first massive fireball erupted violently. To combat these legendary demons, the forces had replaced the original TNT explosives with the more powerful black powder explosives. Their lethal radius was 6 to 10 meters, and with the shrapnel damage, the injury radius was effectively doubled. Of course, against the robust demons. This data would be significantly reduced, but even if the damage was cut by more than half, a self-destructing drone could still trade 1-for-1 with a demon. The formidable power of the black powder explosives was fully displayed, engulfing the winged demons. The sound of the explosion was exceptionally loud, and the bright light made the entire battlefield flash like lightning. Elder Muyu was so startled that he nearly dropped his staff. The winged demons, furious, finally realized that these were not small birds at all, but weapons. They aggressively attacked the self-destructing drones, their wings sharper than steel slicing through the air. But they soon discovered that these things couldn't even be touched. Boom! This was the second explosion. The light illuminated their terrified eyes, becoming the last expression of their lives. Then came the third, the 10th. Dozens of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the self-destructing drones boldly crashed into the winged demons, and the orange-red explosions erupted continuously in the night sky. This is the art of explosion. It is a hymn played by technology. It is also the first roar of defiance from a certain nation's technological prowess in this world. The deafening sounds of explosions drowned out the cries of the battlefield. The elven warriors and the demons engaged in combat all paused, staring in shock at the sky. This scene left these intelligent races utterly astonished. They had no idea what was actually happening. Under the silver moonlight, they could only see dozens of winged demons exploding and falling from the sky. Those that had managed to break through to the rear of the elves seemed to be engulfed in great terror, frantically retreating. Only the elder who had been paying close attention knew what was happening. He trembled with excitement, his eyes filled with hope as he looked towards the distant portal. These strange birds are actually so powerful. We still have hope. There is still hope. The hunt by the drones continued. The fleeing winged demons wished they could sprout a few more pairs of wings. Boom, boom, boom. The winged demons, caught due to their slow turns, were blown to pieces, and the sky seemed to rain blood in an instant. Chapter 76. They didn't give up, so we can't give up either. Inside the portal, Long John saw that the winged demons had scattered, with less than 100 escaping back to their base. He issued a solemn order. All right, no need to pursue any further. The effect has been achieved. Have the drones remain stationed and conserve energy. Soldier, yes. He couldn't afford to deplete all these precious drones at once. Instead of using them all up, it was better to keep them for emergencies, which would also provide a certain level of deterrence. In the high skies of the valley, the expressions of several holy beings riding celestial steeds froze on their faces. The disdain and contempt they had for those iron birds turned into sheer astonishment. The elder mage, with his wide eyes nearly bulging out, had his mouth slightly agape, enough to fit a dragon egg. The holy light above. Those creations without a trace of magical fluctuation actually. He struggled for a long time, unable to articulate a complete sentence. The fifth-level magic scholar beside him, who had been rebuking the crowd, bore a similarly astonished expression beneath his mask, muttering to himself. What kind of war weapon is this? No chanting, no mana, not even a spellcaster needed. This completely overturned their understanding built over thousands of years. In the realm of Terra, power was intrinsically linked to the mental strength and magical talent of the spellcasters. But now, a group of mortals, a bunch of frail ordinary people, easily slaughtered nearly 100 winged demons that even knights found troublesome from across a world. This wasn't magic. Archbishop Kale, who was maintaining the teleportation array, felt the most shaken among them. He recited the ancient and lengthy incantation, each syllable precise. He was multitasking, clearly perceiving everything happening outside. Each dive and explosion of those iron birds struck his heart like a heavy hammer. Is this the technology of the great empire? A chill rose from the depths of his heart. His hands, maintaining the incantation, began to tremble slightly. Had it not been for his vast mental strength, forcibly stabilizing his mind, the astral teleportation spell connecting two worlds would have likely been interrupted in an instant. Elder Mu, you did not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He raised his staff high, his aged yet resonant voice infused with magical power, echoing throughout the elven ranks. Brave warriors. Do you see that? It is the reinforcements from another world. It is Lord Lin Mo who brings us hope. They haven't given up, so we can't give up either. For the glory of the elves, for our homeland, hold the line. After a brief silence, the elven position erupted with a deafening roar akin to a tidal wave. For the homeland, for the realm of Terra, hold the line. The glimmer of hope emerging from desperation served as the best morale booster. The spirits of the elven warriors reignited. They roared, using their comrades' shields and their own flesh and blood to once again seal the breach opened by the demon army. A deep and oppressive roar came from the rear of the demon forces, and the ground began to shake with a more terrifying frequency. The dark horde of the demonic infantry parted like a tide, creating a passageway. Over 100 massive spherical entities slowly emerged on the battlefield. They resembled grotesquely enlarged, bloated beetles, each step leaving a shallow pit in the ground. Their bodies were covered in a thick chitinous exoskeleton, gleaming with a nauseating, oily sheen. The most horrifying aspect was what they carried on their backs, a gigantic, writhing tumor that appeared almost alive. Its surface was covered with vein-like patterns, continuously dripping green. Disgusting slime. At the forefront of this tumor was a massive eyeball. Corruptors. The moment Elder Mu Yu and all the high-ranking elves caught sight of these monsters, their faces turned pale in an instant. Quick, Earth mages, prepare the stone wall spell. What about the catapults? Hurry, take down those corruptors. Everyone, raise your magical shields. Elder Mu Yu's shout even carried a hint of tremor. Corruptors, biological weapons specifically evolved to counter magical civilizations, were the nightmare of all magical defenses. Currently, none of the 4 major races had particularly effective means to deal with them. Using magic was futile. The enemy had liches that specialized in defending against magic. While the lich's shield could not defend against physical attacks, the heavily armored demonic soldiers surrounding them provided layers of protection. With a height of nearly 4 meters and massive, thick shields, arrows could not penetrate their defenses. Only flaming stones from siege catapults could have some effect. Alternatively, gathering high-level mages to forcibly break through the shields for a single-point kill was an option. But where would they find so many high-level mages now? At the rear position of the elves, preparations were underway at the catapults designed to counter the corruptors. The elves ignited torches on a massive stone ready for launch. Light it! Light it! Light it! It's lit! Fire! The elves' long blades severed the vines binding the catapult, and the flaming stone was launched with a surge of power, soaring through the night like a meteor. From the catapult position, dozens of blazing stones shot into the air, forming a meteor shower that viciously struck the corruptor's position. The flying demonic entities, fearless of death, attempted to intercept the stones, crashing into them and causing several to veer off target. The stones pierced through the flying unit's defenses and then through the shield cast by the lich. The heavily armored soldiers raised their shields to protect the corruptor at the center, bracing for impact. Half-human-sized stones, engulfed in roaring flames, descended from the sky and smashed down on the shields. Boom! Amid the sound of collision, the towering, heavily armored soldiers buckled at the knees, the earth beneath them cracking. Sparks flew from the gaps in the shields, illuminating the repulsive corruptor underneath. Roar! The heavily armored soldiers ultimately withstood the blow, deflecting the stone to the side. However, one nearby corruptor was not so fortunate. It raised its body high to spit acid, but as the meteor shower struck, it collided with the corrosive acid it had just unleashed, both plummeting together. Because the defense of the shield soldiers was not retracted in time, they were hit squarely. The corrosive creature was instantly crushed, falling apart into pieces. In an instant, corrosive acid and flames splattered everywhere, causing the heavily armored magical soldiers nearby to suffer, running in panic while howling in pain. The elven catapults launched a wave of attacks, resulting in only one corrosive creature being killed, with several others injured, yielding minimal effect. However, it successfully interrupted the frequency of the corrosive creature's attacks. The surviving corrosive creatures began to gather energy, and the tumors on their backs suddenly shrank. The enormous eyeball in front glowed with a piercing dark green light. A buzzing sound, over 100 sharp buzzing noises tore through the chaotic roars of the battlefield. In the next second, hundreds of barrels of thick, dark green acid spewed out from the demonic force's position, cutting through the night sky and accurately striking the shield wall defense line at the forefront of the elven troops. Chapter 77. I say RPG. And you bring out the artillery? There were no earth-shattering explosions, only a chilling, teeth-grating sizzling sound. A heavily armored elven shield warrior roared as he raised his enchanted tower shield, which glimmered with the triple spells of fortification, deflection, and protection cast by a mage. However, the moment the corrosive liquid touched the tower shield, which was capable of withstanding a siege hammer, it began to dissolve silently and swiftly under the scorching sun, vaporizing along with the magical auras. The elves who were hit without any shield to protect them turned pale with terror, emitting horrifying screams. Their bodies were rapidly disintegrated in a dark green glow, releasing foul black smoke, leaving only a sizzling pool of green liquid in their place. With just one strike, nearly 100 frontline elven heavy infantry, along with their armor, crumbled to dust. But this was just the beginning. The corrosive liquid did not dissipate after penetrating the first line of defense. Instead, it splattered on the ground and elven warriors behind them like spilled concentrated acid. Sizzle, large areas of land were corroded, emitting black smoke, turning into toxic swamps. The massive magical barrier conjured by several elven mages flickered violently upon contact with the acid. It quickly disintegrated, lasting only a few seconds before shattering into countless glowing particles. The mages beneath the barrier followed in the footsteps of the frontline warriors. Chaos. Unprecedented chaos. The recently reinforced defense line was torn apart like paper under the first round of volleys from the corrosive entities, creating a massive gap that was impossible to mend. The demon armies surged in, clashing violently with the panicked elven warriors. The situation spiraled out of control in an instant. No, Elder Muyu's eyes were wide with rage. The situation was extremely dire. Inside the portal, the temporary command center at the Arctic base was suffocatingly tense. At this moment, the portal had expanded from the size of a basin to 1 meter in diameter. During this time, over 1,000 drones had been deployed, and they were still being launched at a rate of 2 per second. Everyone was witnessing the horrific scene far away through the drone's high-definition infrared cameras. What is that? Academician Qian Jinhua adjusted his glasses, his voice dry. Academician Lu Qingyin stared intently at the biological structure of the corrosive entity on the screen. His eyes filled with the fervor of a researcher and the fear of an ordinary person. Anti-energy, no. It's a biological weapon specifically targeting a certain type of energy field. Its attack pattern not only dissolves matter, but also annihilates the energy structure of magical shields. Zhao Gang's face turned ashen. Long Zhan remained silent, frowning tightly, watching the elves unable to stop the advance of the corrosive entities with their lives. Lin Mo felt his heart sink to the bottom as the defense line was about to be completely crushed. He urgently looked at Long Zhan. General Long, this is called a corruptor. I dealt with this thing back in a certain city. Our drones were useless. Long Zhan's voice was calm as he interrupted. These corruptors are among the demon race, and the swarm can't get through. He pointed to the screen, indicating that they were surrounded by flying demons and heavily armored units for protection, and any flying objects that got close would be intercepted. Our swarm can't get through. Lin Mo spoke anxiously. Since our drones can't handle it, what about the RPG? Can't we support them at the teleportation portal? Long Zhan seemed reminded and immediately gave a loud order for the drones to stop deploying and for artillery support units to come in, using the 155mm howitzers. The sound of his voice was like a thunderclap. Lin Mo? No, I meant the RPG. You went straight to artillery shells? Zhao Gang and Qian Jinhua also turned to look at him in unison. After giving the order, Long Zhan turned to Lin Mo and explained, the range of the rocket launcher is not far enough, and its power is too small. If the small ones won't work, then we'll go with the big ones. He turned around and issued a series of astonishing commands. Aim the cannon at the corruptors outside the portal. Load the anti-armor cluster bombs. Use terminal guidance. The command center fell silent in an instant. Everyone's expression froze, including Lin Mo's. Cluster bombs? That's a massive weapon. Academician Qian Jinhua was the first to react. He dashed forward, almost knocking his glasses off. General Long. No, absolutely not. He pointed at the teleportation portal, which was just about a meter in diameter, his voice trembling. The stability of this portal is still very fragile. If we bombard it now, the shockwave of the shell leaving the barrel and the power of the muzzle flash. If the portal collapses, the consequences would be unimaginable. Long Zhan glanced back at him. Academician Qian, this is war, not an experiment. The elves' defense line is about to collapse. If they fall, All our previous efforts will be in vain. He turned back to the screen, coldly stating, "If it collapses, I'll take responsibility." Zhao Gang pulled Qian Zhenhua, urging him to heed General Long's orders. Soon, a massive 155mm self-propelled howitzer was towed to the front of the portal. The barrel slowly lowered. The dark cannon mouth accurately aimed at the softly glowing portal. This scene was filled with a surreal absurdity. The expressions on the faces of the soldiers operating the cannon were also hard to describe. "Squad leader, can this really work? We won't blow the portal apart with one shot, will we?" A young soldier asked softly. "Enough nonsense." The squad leader's face turned stern, following the general's orders. "Whether it's a portal or even a pinhole, we must load the shell." Load. A uniquely shaped shell was pushed into the chamber. Anti-armor cluster bomb. Specifically designed to deal with tank clusters, the Skyfall Reaper is loaded and ready. It has locked onto a target 9 kilometers away. Fire. Boom. The deafening roar exploded within the enclosed base, causing the entire temporary command center to tremble. The shell vanished into a small portal under everyone's gaze, disappearing without a trace. On the continent of Terra, at the Elven defense line, Elder Mu Yu's heart sank to the bottom. The appearance of the corruptor affected many elves with its acid, and the screams shattered their defensive will. The defense line was torn apart, countless demon soldiers surged in, and elven warriors fell in droves. The catapults continued to hurl stones, but with such limited numbers and weak effects, they could not effectively stop the corruptor's assault. Despair spread like a plague. Damn it, is this all it comes to? He was filled with rage. He was even prepared to burn his own life to cast forbidden spells, buying time for the remaining soldiers to retreat. Continuing to resist would only lead to one-sided slaughter. Just then, a piercing whistle cut through the sky from behind. Chapter 78. Has the portal become a firepower output position? The sound did not belong to any flying magic beast they were familiar with. It was a sharp sound cutting through the air at high speed. Elder Mu Yu suddenly looked up. A black dot streaked across the night sky at a speed too fast for the naked eye to capture, accurately landing above the army of corruptors. The next second, the black dot exploded in midair with a soft pop. There was no fire, no loud noise. Instead, it burst like a ruptured bag, scattering dozens of smaller metal canisters with tiny parachutes. These metal canisters floated down like dandelion seeds. The liches surrounding the corruptors raised dark shields. The falling metal canisters pierced through the shields and faced the defenses of the heavily armored magic soldiers. One landed on a shield, producing a crisp clink. Then boom, 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 boom. A series of dense explosions instantly covered the entire area. This was not a magical explosion, but pure, frenzied physical destruction. When had the liches, corruptors, and heavily armored magic soldiers ever endured such a concentrated and high-energy bombardment? The shield only held for a brief 2 seconds before shattering due to the injuries sustained by the liches. A large number of magic soldiers fell amidst the rising dust and debris, writhing in pain. Among them were the bloated corruptors. Just this one wave of bombs had sent several fragile corruptors under the protective shield to their demise. The only consolation was that the heavily armored magic soldiers, due to their superior defenses, had not sustained significant injuries. However, before they could feel relieved, the familiar sound that pierced the night sky returned. The heavily armored magic soldiers instinctively huddled together, desperately protecting themselves with their shields. Boom, 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 boom. This time, those corruptors that had merely been injured in the first wave emitted a sense of fear, soon engulfed in the rising dust. The metal jets designed for assault easily penetrated the thick chitinous shells of the corruptors. Green acidic blood mixed with shattered innards shot up like a fountain. One giant corruptor after another was blasted into a mass of mangled flesh under the torrential steel rain. Their enormous bodies twitched continuously, the dark green light in their crystalline eyes fading rapidly. The remaining surviving corruptors were sent to their doom in the northwest amidst the second wave of flames and explosions. And this was merely the effect of 2 waves of bombs, which had severely injured or killed over a dozen corruptors shielded by layers of protection. The battlefield fell silent once again. The explosive and tumultuous sound of the bombs was truly remarkable. Elder Mu Yu's raised staff paused in midair. The magic prepared to burn his life force stuck in his throat. Watching the scene in the distance under the moonlight, his withered fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. The once invincible positions of the corruptors were now just scorched earth. Only the crackling of flames and the foul stench of mingled acidic blood and flesh lingered in the air. The power is truly exhilarating. Such a level of damage can be achieved even by 5th-tier magic users. But the problem is that the elves simply do not have enough high-tier magic users to deal with it. If the attack power is insufficient, it will be blocked by the Lich's shield, and without enough siege power, they fall into despair. The support from our allies is like a timely rain. The flicker of hope ignited by the drones in Elder Mu's heart suddenly erupted, filling him with ambition and determination. The old man turned sharply, a strange flush appearing on his withered face. He slammed his staff heavily on the ground, and the sound of infused magic reverberated through the valley. Warriors, the nature goddess has seen our bravery, and our allies are supporting us. Hold the line. A thunderous cheer erupted. The morale of all elven warriors was ignited. Those who were initially dispirited, armed with shields and bows, once again fought alongside their allies against the demon forces. The holy beings nearby were also deeply shocked. The explosive scene was already comparable to the power of 5th-tier magic users. Are those humans really that weak? A mage from the holy beings murmured. However, this was not the end. At the Arctic base, report. 2 series of bombs have successfully struck the targets. General Longjean looked expressionless at the screen and, after hearing the soldiers' report, continued to give orders. Don't stop. While the artillery is reloading, prepare the heavy mortars with high explosive shells. Strive for continuous bombardment. Watching General Longjean strategize, turning a 1-meter diameter portal into a firepower output position. Lin Mo's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Can this really be done? This is insane. Truly a general, his mind is all about muscle. I really like it. The soldiers moved in a heavy mortar, quickly fixing and adjusting the parameters. Target locked. Ammunition loaded. The artilleryman shouted. Everyone else, step back. Upon hearing this, Longjean's expression turned cold. After the soldiers preparing the mortar stepped away, he commanded, fire. Boom. The cannon's muzzle suddenly constricted, sending a wave across the ground, creating a small circle of dust. The powerful force propelled the series of bombs out of the chamber, slicing through the air towards a target 9 kilometers away. It crossed the elven defense line, bypassed the vanguard of the beasts, and reached the central position of the beast army. Under terminal guidance, it targeted a group of corrosive beings within a shield. The shell exploded in midair, dozens of warheads splitting apart, piercing through the shield. The demon forces inside the shield looked up in horror, and then came the deafening explosions. Boom, 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 boom. The shield flickered rapidly before finally shattering. This signified that the Lich maintaining the shield was severely injured or dead. Amidst the billowing smoke, the sound of something piercing through the air resonated again. A mortar shell accurately landed on the heavy-armored demon soldier's shield above the corrosive being. Boom. Several shields were blown apart and sent flying, engulfing the heavy-armored demon soldier and the corrosive being in flames, leaving no trace behind. Next comes the 5th and 6th phases, followed by dozens of precision strikes with cluster bombs and artillery shells. The sounds of shells piercing the air, explosions, and wails fill the battlefield continuously. The army of corrosive entities that had left the elven forces helpless is now decimated by these precise strikes. On the entire battlefield, both the elves and the opposing forces have halted their actions, staring blankly at the death zone engulfed in steel and flames. The elder, holding a staff, dropped it with a clang to the ground. He gaped, his murky old eyes filled with utter shock. What is this? Before he could comprehend, another wave of attacks followed swiftly. Whoosh! A shell trailing flames zipped through the air, slightly curving as it headed straight for the rear of the enemy forces. What does it intend to do? P.S. Yesterday, we reached 1,000 requests for updates. So here's an additional chapter. If we reach 5K requests for the next phase, I'll add more updates. If you find this exciting and enjoyable, feel free to support it. Meeting the target will also lead to further updates. Chapter 79. Fire God Cannon Gatling. The demon leader Voras was stunned and perplexed as he witnessed his corruptor army being systematically eliminated. When did those long-eared elves, and even the bipeds of the continent, acquire such weapons? At that moment, an inexplicable sense of crisis locked onto him, snapping him out of his shock. He looked up just in time to see a burning iron spear hurtling towards him. Damn it, seeking death. Voras roared. It was this thing that had caused him heavy losses. His corruptor army, along with those heavily armored demon soldiers and liches, consisted entirely of units above the 4th tier. For a demon race lacking high-tier units, this wave was simply catastrophic. At this moment, as a sixth-tier powerhouse, he had absolute confidence in his formidable physique. Faced with the sneak attack, he didn't even attempt to dodge. Instead, he swung his giant axe, fiercely chopping down at the damned iron spear. Clang! The giant axe struck the laser-guided explosive shell precisely. Then, boom! A huge fireball erupted, illuminating Vora's astonished face. Vora's? He was instantly engulfed by a ball of orange-red flames. The violent explosion created a massive pit in the skull of the beast beneath him, causing it to lose its balance and let out a long, sorrowful wail before crashing down. The low-tier demons around him fled in terror, but several were crushed under the weight of the enormous creature. As the smoke cleared, the astonishingly resilient beast shook its head and slowly rose. Vora's, covered in dirt and disoriented, climbed back up. Vora's? Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? At this moment, his armor was in tatters, and his face and body were covered in small wounds. Although they were merely surface injuries, the humiliation of being provoked by mere ants drove him into a frenzy upon regaining his senses. He roared to the heavens, cursing, "Damn it, crush them for me." Inside the portal, in the temporary command center, the large screen showed the drone footage as the smoke dissipated. The high-value target that had been directly hit by the explosive shell surprisingly got back up and stood tall. In the command center, one could hear a pin drop. It was unbelievable. Academician Lu Qingyin pushed up his glasses in a daze. How did it absorb the full energy of a 155mm explosive shell? How did its skin and bones withstand the impact? This was simply a living superalloy. Incredible. Longzhan's expression also shifted slightly. He adjusted the threat level assessment of the demon race upward once again. He glanced at the portal hovering in midair, its diameter already stabilizing and expanding to 1.5 meters, and issued an order. Order. The first artillery platoon is to carry 20 mortars, and the second assault platoon is to carry machine guns and rocket launchers, with ample ammunition. Proceed to support the Elven front. With the command given, the base sprang into action. 2 platoons, 80 fully armed soldiers, quickly assembled. They took off their heavy backpacks, changed into more agile combat gear, checked their rifles, attached smoke grenades, and filled themselves with magazines. Rocket launchers, grenade launchers, heavy machine guns, individual mortars, one by one. The weapons specially prepared for this otherworldly war were distributed. The atmosphere was tense, but no one hesitated. A soldier took a deep breath, held his gun, and sprinted toward the portal radiating a ghostly blue light, leaping through it. Once on the other side, he took several deep breaths. Then, after bouncing a few times to loosen up, he reported to the anxious academician Qian Jinhua. Report, everything is normal. Academician Qian was overjoyed, clenching his hands tightly. Good, good. This means the gravity over there is similar to ours. Everyone can go over with peace of mind. As for microorganisms and air, Lu Qingyin tested them earlier. Plus, when the portal opened, we discreetly collected samples and conducted experiments. The conclusion is that while there are slight differences from our blue planet, humans can live there without issues. Hearing this, the soldiers in line quickly sprinted into the portal. Next were the third, fourth. The soldiers flowed in like stones thrown into water, quickly gathering after receiving various weapons and equipment on the other side, and then swiftly heading to the front lines. General Long, I want to go too. Lin Mo approached Longzhan. Longzhan looked at Lin Mo in surprise, and then shook his head. No, you are the commander. Stay back to oversee. Lin Mo frowned. The soldiers have gone over, and they can't communicate with the elves. They can't coordinate in battle. I don't want to see our soldiers dying in vain. Longzhan fell silent. Lin Mo pressed on. Moreover, Findona is taking my other body to the Elven King's city. It's very safe. I have 2 lives. Hearing this, Longzhan showed a conflicted expression. Commander Lin, your safety is the highest priority. I understand you are the commander, but you are also a citizen of Daxia. After Lin Mo earnestly finished speaking, he suddenly smiled broadly, and I'm very afraid of dying, so rest assured. With my physical condition, I can guarantee I'll run faster than anyone at the first sign of danger. Longzhan looked at him. His tense facial lines seemed to relax for a moment. He was silent for a few seconds before finally uttering 2 words. Guard. Yes. The guard Wu Suowei, who had been silently following Lin Mo, immediately responded. Call 2 more people for close protection of Commander Lin. If even a hair falls out, you'll stay on Terra and cultivate the land. Don't come back. Wu Suowei and another guard spoke in booming voices. Lin Mo didn't say another word and turned to dash toward the portal. Like a carp, he leaped out. and a refreshing scent of grass and wood filled his lungs. Refreshing. On Terra, 2 large moons hung high in the purplish-black sky. He looked back. The light portal was steadily suspended more than a meter above the ground. He glanced at the soldiers within the portal, who were passing weapons and equipment one by one. He thought of something and immediately shouted, "I don't want these. Bring me a Gatling gun." The logistics soldier responsible for delivering weapons was momentarily stunned. "Sir, that's very heavy. It's not something an average soldier can handle." "No problem. I'm strong. Just follow the order." "Yes." The soldier instinctively stood at attention, but then showed a helpless expression and turned to fetch it. Soon, when Lin Mo saw the Gatling gun with 6 menacing barrels being delivered, his eyes lit up. He reached out from the doorway and effortlessly lifted the 30-kilogram Gatling gun onto his shoulder. The logistics soldier was left speechless. "And ammunition. Ammo boxes. Hurry." Lin Mo's voice echoed from within. The soldiers brought over heavy metal ammo boxes one by one and handed them over. Lin Mo draped a long chain of bright yellow 7.62mm bullets around his neck like a scarf, wrapping several loops around his body. Then he strapped an external power supply to his back. He lifted the weapon with his right hand, found it too light, and picked up another ammo box. He also grabbed 2 ammo boxes with his left hand. The Gatling gun, 10,000 rounds of ammunition, plus various other gear totaled around 150 kilograms. The soldiers at the portal responsible for the handover were wide-eyed. Is this a person? Or a monster? Chapter 80. All Out. Support the Elven Air Force. Lin Mo paid no attention to the astonished gazes of the soldiers. He moved his shoulders slightly, feeling the heavy sense of security enveloping him. Without saying a word, he took off running towards the front lines. Boom, boom, boom. With every step he took, the ground emitted a muffled thud. His second-tier physique, enhanced by the fruit of life, carried a burden of 150 kilograms, yet he was not overwhelmed. Instead, he ran at an extraordinary speed. Having just passed through the portal and donned his gear, the 4 guards assigned to protect him hadn't even caught their breath before witnessing their charge transform into a whirlwind of steel, racing ahead. "What?" One young guard was dumbfounded. "Chase! Damn it, catch up!" Wu Suowei's face turned pale as he hurriedly grabbed the gear on the ground, shouting, "Commander Lin, slow down. Wait for us." The guards struggled to carry several boxes of spare ammunition, exerting all their strength to chase after Lin Mo's figure, which was already disappearing into the moonlit night. 3 kilometers away, the soldiers of the 1st Artillery Platoon and the 2nd Assault Platoon were marching swiftly towards the battlefield. The ground beneath them was unfamiliar and soft, and the air was thick with a bizarre mixture of blood and vegetation. The 2 bright moons in the sky constantly reminded them that they were in a foreign land. While they were astonished, they also remained vigilant, guns pointed outward, ready to respond to any sudden attack from any direction. Bang, bang, bang. A series of heavy, rhythmic thuds came from behind them, growing closer at an alarming speed. The soldiers instinctively turned back to look. A figure burst out from the forest behind them. Upon recognizing the person, the soldiers were collectively stunned. Soldiers. It was Lin Mo, carrying a heavy 6-barrel Gatling gun and metal ammunition boxes. His neck and body were wrapped with bright yellow bullet chains, and in one hand, he held 2 heavy ammunition boxes. As elite soldiers who dealt with weapons daily, they could instantly assess the terrifying weight of his entire equipment. Yet, this heavily burdened individual was running faster than they were marching. Lin Mo rushed past the soldiers, creating a gust of wind. One soldier gaped, staring in disbelief as Lin Mo sprinted by. Following closely, 4 fully armed figures emerged from the trees, panting heavily and looking pale. "Commander Lin, slow down. Wait for us." Wu Suowei's voice carried a hint of desperation. They were the guards, responsible for protecting the target. But now, they could barely catch a glimpse of him. The soldiers from the 2 platoons looked at Lin Mo, who was galloping ahead, and then at the 4 guards who were nearly out of breath. Everyone's mind flashed back to a previous scene. Before their departure, General Long had solemnly ordered them to protect Commander Lin at all costs. Now, who was protecting whom? The squad leader. "Is that our Commander Lin?" A young soldier stammered. "It's a monster." After the squad leader finished speaking, he immediately shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Chase it. Keep up. Hurry up, hurry up." The soldiers from the 2 squads no longer hesitated, gritting their teeth as they chased after the monstrous figure. Inside the portal, at the temporary command center, after Lin Mo and others left, Long Zhan's gaze remained fixed on the large screen, calmly issuing command after command. "Signal troops, Enter the portal and deploy the signal base station. Yes. Engineering troops. Enter the portal and construct the first line of defense around it. Understood. The 3rd and 4th assault squads will enter and continue to support the frontline battlefield. The orders were executed swiftly and decisively. Within the base, more warriors gathered, silently checking their equipment, then taking turns to sprint and leap into that alien land. Long John's gaze shifted to the split screen, which displayed the aerial battle over Terra. The Griffin Knights of the elf race were retreating under the overwhelming assault of the winged demons, with griffins being torn apart and the elf warriors on their backs plummeting down. Report. The elf air force is about to collapse, with a casualty rate exceeding 40%. An analyst's voice echoed in the command center. Long John said solemnly, "How many self-destruct drones do we have?" Report. Over 1,200 have already passed. Ready to strike at any time. Deploy all of them. Long John's voice was firm. Support the elf air force. Yes. The moment the order was issued, on the large screen, thousands of new green dots began to move. They converged into a torrent, charging towards the red dots in the sky. In the night sky above the front line, the elf Griffin Knights were being pushed back under the assault of the winged demons, with griffins being torn to pieces and the elf warriors falling alongside them. "Egon, be careful," an elf knight shouted to a companion not far away. He watched helplessly as the other's griffin was torn apart by 3 winged demons from different directions, blood staining the white feathers of the mount. The elf warrior named Egon roared as he swung his sword to cut off a winged demon's wing, but another winged demon's claws had already pierced through his chest. He, along with his griffin, fell helplessly towards the dark ground. His gaze turned to his comrade as he struggled to show a smile, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Ersi, stay alive." The elf knight Ersi desperately tried to rush over to catch him, but couldn't get there in time. He watched as his companion fell to the ground. Remembering his smile and the help he had given during training, tears blurred his vision. "No," he cried out in anguish. Such scenes continued to unfold on the aerial battlefield. The gargoyle's hard body slammed into the griffin formation like a battering ram, while the winged demons, in large numbers, overwhelmed the isolated elf knights. The flying elves relied on their long spears and the claws of their griffins to engage in the fiercest of battles. At this moment, the elven knights, engaged in a fierce battle, suddenly heard a buzzing sound they had never encountered before. The sound grew closer and more intense, as if a large swarm of unknown metallic insects was approaching. What could it be? Ersi dodged a diving gargoyle and looked suspiciously in the direction of the noise. In the distance, something shimmering like starlight was flying towards them at incredible speed. They had no signs of life and no wings, yet they flew faster than any known creatures. "Reinforcements, strange birds," Ersi exclaimed excitedly. The flying troops of the enemy also noticed these unexpected visitors, and some unscathed winged creatures and gargoyles split off to confront them. As one winged creature approached the strange birds, it suddenly realized they had accelerated rapidly and were heading straight for it. There was no magical fluctuation, no shining techniques. Boom! A burst of flames erupted in the air. The 3rd-tier winged creature didn't even have time to scream before it was obliterated in midair. "Ersi!" Before he could react, the flock of strange birds had plunged into the enemy's aerial forces, charging forward without hesitation. Chapter 81. The Frantic Demon Leader Volaz. Boom. 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 With the suicide attack of the self-destructing drones, a series of dense explosions echoed through the night sky. Thousands of fireballs illuminated the entire sky, turning it into daylight within seconds. The flying skills of the winged demons were useless against these creatures that only knew how to dive straight down. The once indestructible bodies of the gargoyles were no match for the explosions at such close range. If one explosion didn't do the job, then 2 or 3 would. This was a massacre. It was also an uplifting anthem. The surviving elven knights hovered in the air, dumbfounded, watching the debris of the demons falling like rain around them, their long spears forgotten in their hands. The flying units of the demons that had just put them in a desperate situation had been routed in no time. As for the remaining winged demons and gargoyles, they had long been frightened out of their wits, screaming in terror and fleeing in all directions. Inside the portal, Long John's gaze was not on the aerial battle, but rather on the figure that had just endured a 155mm high explosive shell, still urging the demon army forward. He immediately sent 5 heavy mortars through the portal. He decisively ordered the use of precision-guided armor-piercing shells to lock onto the target. continuing with suppressive attacks. With the portal's expansion, the heavy mortars could be passed through after simple disassembly. The artillery soldiers, upon hearing the orders, sprang into action. A few of them carried the mortars to the portal's entrance, where the soldiers on the other side quickly assembled them. Everything was so smooth and efficient. For these artillery soldiers, this equipment was an extension of their muscle memory. As they brought the precision-guided armor-piercing shells, the soldiers continued to transport heavy mortars through the portal. Once the transport was complete, they proceeded to assist other units at the front lines. The utilization of the portal had been maximized by Long John. Not far away, two holy humans incanting spells to open the portal, along with Archbishop Kale, witnessed all of this. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. Archbishop Kale was fine, as he needed to focus on the incantation. But the two beside him were left speechless, their mouths agape. On the frontline battlefield, the demon leader Volaz, inexplicably bombarded, was venting its anger, barking orders for the army to advance faster, intending to drown the valley entrance with sheer numbers. At the same time, it pushed forward itself, wanting to quench its rage with the sweet blood of elves. With an army of 100,000, it spread like a long river, densely packed. While the valley entrance was only 2,000 meters wide, making it impossible for all to enter at once. Therefore, it would take some time to reach the front lines. Damn two-legged beasts, I'll tear you apart. It tossed aside an obstructive low-ranking demon, fixing its fierce gaze on the distance. Just as it was about to charge forward, a familiar sharp whistling sound came from above, swoosh. Volaz had just raised its head when it saw a rocket trailing flames descending from the sky at an incredible speed. Its pupils contracted, instinctively wanting to swing the axe and strike, but it instantly recalled the previous explosion and knew that thing was dangerous. One touch could lead to disaster. So, relying on its sixth-tier strength, it swiftly dodged. Boom. The shell struck where it had just been, and the violent explosion kicked up large clouds of dirt, the shockwave causing it to stumble. Damn it. Shaking its head to disperse the dust, it glared in the direction from which the shell had come. I will swallow you worthless beings whole. That direction was behind the elves, right beneath the towering light column. Over there, it sensed a powerful aura, one that carried a scent it despised. It was the presence of the holy beings. Before the thought finished, the second, third, fourth rocket shells followed in quick succession. Its figure flickered as it quickly dodged. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted around it. The demon soldiers nearby? These demon soldiers were having a rough time. Why was their commander causing explosions wherever it went? They all fearfully tried to evade, but alas, Volraz was too fast to escape. Some not-so-bright demon soldiers even wondered if their commander had betrayed them. Truly, death is like the wind, always at my side. Volraz was enveloped by explosions occurring every second, and the incoming shells seemed intent on driving it away, interrupting its charge. Roar! It roared in anger, but could only passively dodge under the relentless shells. Its head buzzed. The massive axe in its hand dared not strike at the fiery spear, only used to block the shrapnel and debris. I will kill you all. Volraz was furious. When it regained its senses, it realized it had unknowingly retreated a kilometer, leaving behind a trail of demon corpses that fell victim to its evasions. It abandoned its command, its 3-meter-tall body transforming into a black shadow, recklessly charging towards the elven defense line. Since they were trying to drive it away, it would advance instead. It aimed to wash away this damned humiliation with primal slaughter. To protect its soldiers, it cleverly approached the edge of the army. Along the way, it dodged several more rockets, killing many passing demons. Roar! It burst out from the edge of the army, climbing up the steep cliff while excitedly roaring, jumping, and dodging the rocket attacks. Now it finally stopped being timid. The terrifying strength of the sixth tier fully erupted. It was coming. Stop it. Elder Muyu, riding a griffin, spotted this scene, his aged voice filled with urgency. He raised the nature staff in his hand, and green light spread out. Countless thick vines burst forth from the cliff, coiling towards Volraz like giant pythons. Damn it! Get away! Volraz was incredibly fast, and with each swing of its giant axe, large swathes of vines were severed. But more vines surged from all directions, layer upon layer, coupled with the interference of projectiles, severely hindering its speed. At that moment, among the divine beings riding celestial steeds, a fifth-tier magic sorcerer extended his staff and began to chant a sacred incantation. In the name of holy light, purify all evil. A pure white beam of light arrived in an instant, piercing through the night sky, and striking accurately at the back of Vorus, who was momentarily bound by the vines. Zila, a harsh sound erupted, and the black magical energy evaporated violently like ignited gasoline. On Vorus's indestructible armor, a hole was burned through, emitting black smoke. Roar! Vorus let out a roar of excruciating pain. This was different from physical attacks. The damage from the holy magic penetrated its soul, making it feel a long-lost agony. It froze momentarily, just as a projectile flew in and struck its side. Boom! The combination of sharp pain and impact caused Vorus' massive body to lose balance for the first time. Bang! It fell from the cliff, producing a dull sound. Chapter 82. Is Daxiao another demon race? Wolaz gritted its teeth, enduring the pain as it quickly got up and glanced at the distant holy human mages. Its gaze filled with resentment. It looked at the iron spears relentlessly approaching from behind, and then at the endless vines. A sense of frustration that had nowhere to vent made it almost go crazy. Ah, damn two-legged beasts. When have I ever suffered such humiliation? Moreover, it realized that without the cover of its army, it had become a living target. Just wait for me. Wolaz let out a roar filled with unwillingness. As it saw the holy human mage raise the staff once again, it had no choice but to strategically retreat. It slipped back into the ranks of the demon army, using the bodies of lower-tier demons as its shield. The frantic and unwilling roars were drowned out by the continuous sounds of explosions, and it no longer dared to charge forward recklessly. The mage who had just cast a 5th-tier holy magic slowly lowered his still glowing staff, watching as the demon leader, symbolizing fear and death, awkwardly shrank back into the tide of the demon army. Moreover, each breath seemed to be accompanied by another explosion. He panted heavily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. One of his kin, seeing this, immediately controlled a celestial horse to block in front of him, the magical shield shining brightly, and called out with concern, "Holy Master, are you all right?" After such a long battle, the holy humans had also endured significant pressure. The Holy Master shook his head. "I'm fine, just need to recover." That last strike had consumed a lot of magical power. He glanced at his staff and then looked up towards the direction from which the endless iron spears were falling. His holy magic could injure 6th-tier demons, which was enough to make him proud. But the enemy's attacks, each time the 6th-tier demon leader managed to avoid them, not daring to take them head-on, coupled with the enormous explosions and flames, it was evident how powerful they were. Most importantly, he felt not a hint of magical fluctuations. He did not understand how this was possible, and it seemed that there was no consumption, allowing for continuous release. In the name of the holy light, the mage in front asked curiously, "My lord, is that the power granted to the Daxiao people by some deity?" The mage fell silent, because he did not know either. He looked towards the towering pillar of light in the distance, his eyes filled with complex emotions, fear, curiosity, and a deep sense of unease. These so-called allies of Daxiao, what kind of existence were they? Could they be another demon race? Meanwhile, in the sky, Elder Muyu, riding a griffin, was both shocked and excited, trembling all over. He turned his head to look at the pillar of light connecting heaven and earth, and tears streamed down his face. Hope. That was the hope of the elves, and even the hope for the entire continent of Terra. Suddenly, he noticed a group of figures running towards him not far below, and he was stunned before erupting in joy. He raised his staff high and shouted loudly, "Brave warriors, hold on. Our allies have arrived." The sound was like thunder, echoing over the battlefield. Lin Mo, carrying the romance of a man, charged towards the elven defense line with the soldiers of the 1st Artillery Company and the 2nd Assault Company. Elder Muyu descended from the sky on a griffin, landing before them, the pressure of the wind upon landing making it difficult for people to open their eyes. He grasped Lin Mo's shoulder tightly, his thin hand trembling with excitement. "My lord Lin Mo, praise the nature goddess, you have finally arrived." His voice was hoarse, and his bloodshot eyes clearly indicated that the long-range strike capabilities prior to the event had completely overturned his understanding. "Elder, calm down," Lin Mo said, patting his arm, getting straight to the point. "What is the situation on the front line? How much longer can the defense hold?" Elder Muyu pointed towards the battlefield, where the sounds of battle were deafening. "The first line of shield soldiers can no longer hold. The demon army is overwhelming. We urgently need your strength." "Understood." Lin Mo turned around and gave orders to the 2 company commanders. "Artillery Company, head to the 3rd defense line by the elemental mage position. Find a good spot and bombard the most concentrated areas of the demon army." "Yes, sir." The artillery commander saluted and immediately led his team towards the position. Assault company, follow me. Lin Mo led the remaining soldiers, following Elder Mu Yu towards the second defense line. My lord Lin Mo, your safety is paramount. Elder Mu Yu called out anxiously while leading the way. Please go to my companion Galut. It will protect you with its life. Ahead, a giant treant, towering several dozen meters high, took heavy steps, smashing a heavily armored demon soldier that attempted to charge the defense line into a pulp with a single slap. It responded to Elder Mu Yu's call with a deep rumble and then bent a thick branch down like an arm, extending it towards Lin Mo and the others. The finer branches automatically gathered to form a natural staircase. The soldiers. Lin Mo had seen this before in the city of Lostia, so he was used to it. But for the soldiers behind, this was no less than witnessing a monster in person. They forced themselves to stay calm, not glancing sideways, thinking they absolutely couldn't embarrass themselves in this otherworldly place. If they were caught on a drone or seen by the general, their commander would surely make them regret it. Thank you, Elder. Lin Mo was not polite, the first to grab a Gatling gun and rush up. The soldiers quickly followed suit, climbing up the branch to the broad shoulders of the treant. Galut slowly straightened its body, lifting them nearly 30 meters off the ground. At the same time, the branches and leaves around its shoulders grew rapidly and intertwined, forming a thick wall of wood that protected everyone at waist height. A perfect mobile fortress and high-altitude shooting platform was thus born. After explaining everything, Elder Mu Yu mounted the griffin once again, soaring into the sky to join the fierce aerial battle. Quickly, set up the firepower, the assault company commander shouted. The warriors sprang into action immediately. Heavy ammunition boxes were opened, and several heavy machine guns were set up in a matter of seconds, their dark muzzles pointing downward. Lin Mo slammed the mount of the 6-barrel Gatling gun against the tree trunk. Bang! With a muffled sound, the living wooden structure absorbed most of the impact. He pulled back the bolt, pondering how to load the ammunition, when his guard, Wu Souwei, cleverly stepped forward. With practiced ease, he connected a bright orange ammunition belt to the feeding port and then hooked up the power supply, standing at attention as he said, "All set, sir." Lin Mo grinned. Great. He turned to look down ahead, where a dark mass stretched endlessly, the overwhelming army of demons. A black tide composed of lesser demons and hellhounds was fiercely crashing against the golden dam formed by elven shield warriors. Each enchanted arrow fired by the elven archers precisely claimed the life of a demon, but in the face of such terrifying numbers, it was merely a drop in the bucket. The defense line was on the verge of collapse. Lin Mo looked down at it all, a surge of bravado erupting from his chest, revealing a cruel smile. Let me show you my big treasure. Chapter 83. The six-armed Bodhisattva turns the wheel. All beings are equal. Everything is ready. Lin Mo pressed the red button of the Gatling gun. Virum. The motor started to rev up, the sound shifting from deep to sharp, as if the Grim Reaper's chainsaw was being activated. In the next moment, a series of deafening roars surged forth, instantly drowning out all the screams and cries on the battlefield. A fire whip made of tracer rounds shot down from above, sweeping violently into the most concentrated front lines of the demon army. Have you ever seen a harvester cutting wheat? The front lines of the demons were like that wheat, falling in large swathes. Wherever the fire whip passed, whether it was lesser demons, vicious hounds, or other chaotic demonic units, their bodies were instantly torn into flying bits of flesh and black blood. There were no screams or struggles, as the speed of sound and the scattering of flesh could not keep up with the bullets tearing through their bodies. Lin Mo firmly gripped the Gatling gun, his arm muscles tensed, controlling the muzzle as it swept from left to right. A death zone stretching 100 meters was ruthlessly carved out. Ha ha! What a wild and fiery scene. Lin Mo laughed crazily, feeling ecstatic. With both hands holding the Gatling gun spewing blue flames, he was contributing to the fight against the enemy demons for his nation. Who could understand this feeling? In this area, a shocking and huge gap appeared in the wave of demon front lines, with black blood and flesh paste covering the ground. The assault squad leader looked at this monster commander using the Gatling gun with the eyes of someone observing a beast. He seemed to be stimulated by the scene as well, unwilling to be outdone, and shouted at the soldiers beside him, "Open fire! Tat tat tat! Tat tat tat! Da-da-da-da-da!" Several heavy machine guns roared in unison, and the 12.7mm large-caliber bullets formed several equally deadly barrages, crossing and sweeping toward other directions. A vicious hound that had just leaped up trying to bite an elven shield soldier, was hit in the chest by a bullet midair. Its upper body exploded completely, turning into a mist of blood, while its lower half fell helplessly to the ground. However, when the firepower targeted the heavily armored demon soldiers, their tower shields held firm against the onslaught, with bullets sparking against the surface. One soldier, seeing this, hoisted a personal rocket launcher and aimed at the heavily armored demon soldier breaking through the defense line. Whoosh boom. An orange fireball exploded on the shield of that demon soldier, the violent shockwave sending it flying, while the hard shell and shield were covered with spiderweb-like cracks. At that moment, Lin Mo and the others suddenly noticed a layer of faint light enveloping them, their strength and condition surging dramatically. He turned around and saw some elemental spirits in the back casting spells towards them. Clearly, the unusual performance of these humans made the spirits regard them with newfound respect. Realizing that these individuals were more important, they were seen whispering incantations, and every time their staffs were raised, a beam of light fell upon Lin Mo or the soldiers beside him. Was this the magic blessing and magic shield? The guard looked curiously at the glowing objects resembling a shield on himself and Lin Mo, astonished by the spectacle. This is incredible. Haha. Why not take the opportunity to eliminate more of the enemies in gratitude? Lin Mo laughed heartily and continued pressing the red button. The unique roar of the fire god cannon once again dominated the battlefield. At this moment, the entire front line became a one-man show for Lin Mo and his companions. The elven archers, who were desperately shooting arrows at the second defense line, unconsciously slowed down their movements. They stared blankly at the cleared area below, then looked up at the massive Trent's shoulder, from which a steel contraption was spitting fire. A young elven archer gaped in awe. His enchanted arrows could penetrate the bodies of 3 low-level monsters, and he had prided himself on that. But the unique weapon of the warriors from another land unleashed a torrent of metal sand in a single second, far surpassing the number of arrows he could shoot in a day. That wasn't combat, it was slaughter. The first line of defense, where the elven shield soldiers had been gritting their teeth, with blood at the corners of their mouths and on the verge of collapse, suddenly felt a significant reduction in pressure. They peered through the gaps in their shields and saw that the once fearsome monsters were disappearing in waves, as if an invisible giant hand were erasing a sand painting. Change the ammo belt. Cross cover. Watch out for the flying enemies. Gunner 2, shift 10 degrees to the left. There's more pressure there. Where's the rocket launcher? Target those big ones. Yes, the ones with the bone shields. The shouts of the warriors were somewhat faint amidst the roar of the Gatling gun, yet filled with order and the unique iron-blooded atmosphere of the battlefield. A young soldier, while firing wildly, grinned and shouted, "Come on, demons from another realm. Bring it on. You inhuman monsters, no matter how many you send, it won't be enough." In the face of the terrifying firepower, the vanguard of the monsters showed signs of confusion and fear for the first time. They were pushed forward by their kind behind them, with the command for high-ranking monsters to advance echoing in their ears. But moving forward meant being engulfed by the impenetrable curtain of death ahead. Suddenly, a series of intense explosions erupted above them. Lin Mo instinctively shrank his neck, and the roar of the Gatling gun momentarily paused. He looked up to see the night sky ignited by thousands of fireballs. The remnants of winged monsters and gargoyles mixed with flames, raining down like a storm. The elven air force numbered over 2,000. And if it weren't for the support and healing from the elemental mages on the ground, they would have likely succumbed long ago. Even so, they suffered heavy losses, with more than half dead, reflecting the fierce nature of the battle. Yet they continued to fight fiercely under immense pressure, not retreating an inch. Because if they fell back, their comrades on the ground would be caught in a pincer attack. Even though there were flying units from the enemy occasionally attacking the ground, it fortunately remained within bearable limits. No greater panic ensued, allowing the entire defense line to hold on until now. Seeing Lin Mo looking up at the sky, the guard next to him shouted, "It's the self-destructing drones making their move." Seeing the impressive display of drones from a distant country, the aerial pressure suddenly eased, and the surviving Griffin riders finally got a moment to breathe. Lin Mo couldn't help but let out a triumphant roar. "Well done. Let's keep pushing and take down these vile demon forces." He aimed his weapon downwards again, the motor emitting a sharp whirring sound once more. The rapid fire continued to wreak havoc among the demon army. The residual light from the explosions in the sky had yet to fade, casting flickering shadows across the battlefield. In the further darkness, the faint sounds of dragon roars and shrieks could be heard, Three massive dragons were fiercely battling two skeletal dragons. Dragon breath and pale bone flames intertwined, with each collision shaking the ground. The skeletal dragons disregarded defense entirely, using their sharp bone claws to inflict deep wounds on the dragons. Meanwhile, the dragons bit down hard on the necks of the skeletal dragons, attempting to tear them apart. That battle belonged to the primal struggle of colossal beasts. No ordinary unit could approach. Getting too close meant certain death. No, the affection of the adoptive fathers, ahem. The author's love for the story must endure, so those near the dragon battlefield would surely face injury or worse. Chapter 84. The final assault at the rear of the elven forces. At the third defensive line, the artillery squad leader knelt on one knee, tightly gripping a tactical tablet. The real-time images transmitted by the drones clearly projected the frontline situation on the screen. Coordinates 111, 113, fire 4 rounds, go. The command echoed through the throat-shaking microphone. On the battlefield, 10 elite gunners crouched on the ground, their left hands supporting the barrel of a 60mm mortar, having directly discarded the mounting frame. Once the order was given, their right hands moved in a blur, continuously loading shells into the breach. Boom, 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 boom. The muffled sounds of shells firing merged into a chorus. Continue, extend westward by 100 meters, fire 4 rounds, go. Coordinate adjustments, fire, fire. The ammunition supply personnel mechanically repeated the actions of opening boxes and handing over shells. In the 40-person artillery squad, 10 fired while 30 supplied ammunition, maximizing their firing efficiency to the limit. Often, the previous round of 4 shots was still in the air when a new round of shells had already soared away. In the night sky, every few seconds, dozens of faint red lights traced parabolic arcs, accurately landing in the most crowded areas of the enemy forces. Boom, 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 boom. The explosive flames merged into a single entity, creating a wave of flesh, dirt, and shattered bones among the enemy troops. The ground was repeatedly plowed by artillery fire. The valley entrance was only 2 kilometers wide, and the vanguard of the 100,000 enemy troops was crammed together, leaving no space to evade. The sounds of cries of agony were incessant, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. On the shoulder of the tree-like creature, Galactic, Lin Mo watched the meteor shower lighting up the distant sky. The scene, akin to artillery cleansing the earth, shocked every sentient being that witnessed it. It made even his Gatling gun seem to slow down for a moment. Wow, our artillery squad, is this fierce? Just as he finished marveling, he noticed that after the smoke cleared, the battlefield ahead had changed. The previously endless hordes of lesser demons and hellhounds had been reduced by nearly a third. Black blood and viscera covered the entire valley entrance, forming a nauseating mire. A breeze blew in from the valley, bringing with it the foul stench of charred flesh, excrement, body odor, and blood. Lin Mo turned pale, his stomach churning. Ugh. He bent over and dry heaved. Are they using biochemical attacks? This is disgusting. Who brought gas masks? Ugh. The guard, Wu Suawei, quickly patted his back, his own face ashen. After catching his breath, Lin Mo wiped his mouth, picked up the Gatling gun with a freshly loaded belt, and looked back into the distance. The sight before him made him gasp. As a result, he felt even more nauseous. In the distance, at the valley entrance, amidst the smoke and blood mist, 4 monstrous beasts resembling moving hills were accelerating forward, revealing their full forms. What in the world? Lin Mo's eyes widened. The leader of the demon clan, Voras, dodged the shockwaves of the shells, staring in shock at his cannon fodder troops being harvested like wheat. He couldn't understand it. When did these long-eared softies gain such power? His blood-red gaze fixed on the towering pillar of light behind the elven front lines. He could tell with a mere thought that this change was certainly the work of that light pillar. If he wasn't mistaken, a portal must have been opened beneath it. Moreover, he could sense the presence of a 6th-tier grand mage from the holy human race there, yet they had not shown themselves. That damned holy human scum must be maintaining the teleportation magic. It had to be destroyed. He needed to interrupt their spellcasting and completely thwart the elven and holy human rescue plan. Voras raised his massive axe, veins bulging on his neck, letting out a thunderous roar as he hacked at the stationary demon units around him. Attack fiercely. Anyone who dares to retreat will have their head shoved into the latrine. Heavy armored soldiers, raise your damn shields and push forward. Throwing mages, shoot down those fire-spewing 2-legged scum in the trees. Where's the lich? Are you dead? Raise the dark shield. The demon army erupted in chaos, the pressure on the battlefield suddenly escalating. The 3-meter-tall, fully armored 4th-tier heavy armored demons, wielding a tower shield as tall as a person, formed a moving wall, advancing under the bombardment. Clang, 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 clang. The heavy machine gun bullets fired by the soldiers struck the tower shields, only sparking feebly. "Squad leader, we can't penetrate. Their shells are too hard," shouted a gunner on a Trent's shoulder, his barrel already glowing red. "Where's the rocket launcher?" "Fire it." "Report. The rocket launcher is out of ammo." "What about grenades? Are we saving them for later?" "Throw them." At that moment, Lin Mo noticed an unusually thick-armed demon creature protruding from the gaps in the shield wall formed by the heavy armored demons. The throwing demons, gripping pale bone spears, tensed their muscles. Whoosh! A sharp sound cut through the air, heading straight for Lin Mo. The flash of the Gatling gun was too conspicuous. He had become the primary target. "Watch out." Wu Suawei's pupils constricted, and without thinking, he pounced on Lin Mo, knocking him down hard. Almost simultaneously, the Treant Galat let out a low growl, swinging his massive branch to shield himself. Thud! The bone spear easily pierced through the tough bark. Thunk! The spear tip was firmly embedded in the tree wall in front of Lin Mo, less than half a meter from his face, with the spear's tail still vibrating at a high frequency, producing a buzzing sound. Lin Mo jolted, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. If that thing had hit a person. He sprang up, a surge of anger rushing to his head. "Damn it! How dare you ambush me?" He grabbed the Gatling gun, aiming in that direction to open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. However, as the flames spewed out, the enemy had already retreated behind their heavy shield. Bullets struck the surface, leaving behind a series of clanging sparks. "Damn it!" Lin Mo spat and cursed. "What is this shield made of? Harder than a woman's mouth." At the valley entrance, four massive beasts charged forward under intense fire. The leader of the dark forces was currently hidden inside one of the siege beasts, urging these simple-minded giants to keep charging. As a 6th-tier dark creature, Voras had a reinforcement direction similar to that of knights, but with a much stronger physique. The dark forces only reinforced their bodies. Their astonishing physique was their greatest advantage. At the same tier, their health was at a boss level, with high physical damage and extremely high defense. On the continent of Tyra, a 6th-tier battle master would be no match in a one-on-one fight. However, no matter how powerful, they feared getting entangled, so they chose to hide. At the very least, they had to shake off that damn fire spear that chased them every few seconds. Chapter 85. The Power of Cloud Explosions. Boom. 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 The ground trembled violently. The nearly 100-meter-tall siege beast took heavy steps, crushing the low-level demonic creatures that failed to dodge in its path into a pulp. Its massive body formed a moving wall of size. In the distance, a blazing streak of light rushed in from the direction of the portal. 155mm laser-guided armor-piercing shells. Clang! The shell struck the armored shell of one siege beast hard, erupting in a dazzling spark. The thick armor was instantly penetrated and exploded, leaving cracks all around, with black blood seeping out. The beast let out a painful roar and continued its charge. "You brainless creature." The ruthless urging from its commander made the beast stagger for just a moment before pushing through the pain to move forward. This is the physique of a peak 4th-tier monster, sacrificing agility for a defense comparable to a 5th-tier and a terrifying amount of health. In past wars, only high-level magic and holy spells could inflict effective damage on them, making them the best siege units. But now, those iron spears falling from the sky caused them immense suffering. It's worth mentioning that the demonic race has a strict hierarchy. Even if commanded to die, they wouldn't dare express a word of complaint. They swung their massive stone hammers and bone axes, clumsily attempting to block the artillery fire, but to little effect. On the shoulder of the Treant, a squad leader shouted, "Where's the cloud explosion shell? Give that big guy a shot, but be careful not to hit our own." Hearing this, a soldier shouldered a portable launch tube, ensuring there were no enemy flying units blocking the area, and aimed at a distant siege beast. If it were to be intercepted and explode at close range, that would be quite the spectacle. "Fire!" The soldier pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A rocket trailed flames, striking the beast's chest accurately. There was no violent explosion, just a momentary flash of light. Immediately afterward, the air within a 100-meter radius of the impact point seemed to be sucked out, creating a brief vacuum. All 0-tier hellhounds within the range suddenly collapsed inward, their 7 orifices oozing black blood. The 1st-tier lesser demons fared no better, their charging figures faltering. The next moment, boom, a massive orange fireball suddenly expanded, engulfing everything. The temperature inside the fireball soared to around 2,000 degrees, and under the combined effects of overpressure and high temperature, all zero-tier units in the vicinity were vaporized. The first-tier demons didn't fare much better, reduced to charred bones and some internal organs. Only the powerful second-tier demonic units could resist somewhat, but they were all severely injured, their outer skin destroyed, looking utterly tragic. Then came the residual heat phase lasting 2 to 3 seconds, with temperatures below 1,000 degrees, roughly that of open flames. Second-tier demons could originally withstand this short duration of residual heat, but in their severely injured state with destroyed skin, they could only perish in agony. Currently, only units of third tier and above remained mobile. If they had biological structures, they were all bleeding from their ears and noses, with ruptured organs and charred skin. Some parts of the body are lifeless, controlled by the soul, lacking pain sensation, and are actually the least injured. The fourth-tier, shielded magic soldiers possess strong defenses, sustaining only burns, yet they still jump around in pain. As for the fifth-tier siege behemoth hit directly in the center of the explosion, it howls in anguish. Its chest armor glowing red-hot, large areas of flesh burned and charred by the high temperature, emitting a foul odor. Its massive body staggers, barely managing to stay upright. What a tremendous power! Lin Mo's eyelids twitched as he saw the lower-tier magic beings within 100 meters radius were clearly on the brink of death. Remembering what Long Zhan said, unless absolutely necessary, to prevent the elves and the holy race from becoming vigilant, only small personal cloud explosion bombs were allowed. Otherwise, a medium-sized cloud explosion bomb would likely obliterate the fifth-tier behemoth on the spot. The demon leader Vorus, holding onto the inner thigh of another giant beast, was also scorched by the terrifying heat wave. It was stunned and then revealed a fierce expression. Such a weapon's power was comparable to fifth-tier magic. But magic could be absorbed and defended against by a lich's shield. This, however, could not be. It couldn't fathom what kind of physical damage could reach such a level. Damn! It knew that if this continued, these 4 precious siege behemoths would surely be lost here. But at this point, success or failure hinged on this one move. Vora's blood-red eyes locked onto the towering beam of light behind the elven defenses, beyond those massive trants. That was the source. That was the threat. If the reinforcements coming out of that door were not dealt with, this battle would surely be lost. Moreover, it would become a major problem in the future. Block them. In the sky, Elder Mu Yu, who spotted the charging siege behemoths, shouted anxiously. Riding a griffin, he dove down, waving his staff as countless thick vines burst from the ground, wrapping around the behemoth's limbs. Meanwhile, the holy race mages riding celestial steeds also took action, with holy light spears slicing through the night sky, precisely targeting the behemoths. A dozen liches emitted sharp shrieks, their transparent dark shields glowing brightly, blocking most of the magical attacks. The siege behemoths completely ignored the vines in front of them, allowing them to wrap around their bodies, tighten, and then, using brute strength, they broke free. Oh heavens! Everyone get out of the way. Let the trance handle it. The elven shield soldiers nearby were terrified, unwilling to confront them, and quickly dodged their advance. They were indeed brave and fearless, but not foolish enough to be trampled into mush. The elven archers on the trance were lowered by the trance branches, then stepped forward with heavy strides. Roar! The 4 behemoths crashed into the trance. Boom! The entire ground trembled. The clash between both sides caused the earth beneath to crack and rise. Elder Mu Yu and the holy mages were also drawn to the giant creatures. Now's the time. Vorus, hidden among the siege behemoths, moved. At the moment the siege beast charged into the elven formation, it darted out from within. Without any hesitation, it didn't even glance at the elven soldiers ahead. Its gaze fixed solely on the distant pillar of light reaching the sky. It crouched slightly, its leg muscles exploding with power, and with a roar, the ground erupted into a shallow pit. The figure of Voras transformed into a black shadow, rushing toward the direction of the portal. It no longer concealed its strength. The terrifying speed of over 100 meters per second fully erupted. The elven soldiers along the way only felt a gust of wind pass by, and could only catch a glimpse of a shadow racing past. In an instant, it had already dashed several hundred meters, plunging into the rear position of the elven mages. Screams immediately arose as the elves in its path were thrown into chaos. Chapter 86. Urgent. Counter-invasion Plan B. Elder Mu Yu watched the scene in the air, his heart torn apart. Oh no. He looked down at the defensive line that was already on the verge of collapse due to the impact of the giant beast, and then glanced at the unstoppable black shadow, his teeth grinding together. Gritting his teeth, he turned the Griffin's direction and chased after Vorus. Thorny jungle. He pointed his staff forward, and the dwindling magical energy surged out wildly. As Vorus advanced, the ground suddenly cracked open, and countless dark green vines intertwined and rose up, forming a wall of vines hundreds of meters long and several dozen meters thick. However, get out of my way, Vorus roared, swinging the giant axe in his hand with a piercing scream that tore through the air, striking down fiercely. Boom! Wood chips and green juice flew everywhere. The thick wall made of resilient vines was forcefully cleaved open, creating a path. Vorus' figure passed through. The writhing vines attempted to entangle him, but were shattered by his brute strength. Whoosh! Several projectiles shot towards him, their tails spewing flames. He didn't blink. Slightly adjusting his footing, and in a terrifying burst of speed, he changed distance by several dozen meters. The projectiles missed their target, unstoppable. Elder Mu was horrified. He patted the griffin beneath him. Oh, old friend, keep up with him. Various spells were cast, but he could only watch helplessly as the black shadow moved further away. Lord Kyle, you must stop that guy. Under the light beam. At this moment, the portal had finally increased its opening speed after the initial challenges, and its diameter had now reached 3 meters. Being circular, 1/3 of the lower half of the portal was embedded in the ground, forming an archway, and was covered with metal plates to prevent accidental passage. Hurry, everyone run. Be careful not to touch the edges, shouted an officer at the door. Fully armed soldiers were continuously pouring out, swiftly transporting various supplies. Among them were tracked infantry fighting vehicles and assault vehicles that were over 2 meters wide and could pass through the portal. Around the light gate, hundreds of soldiers were constructing layers of defensive fortifications. Coordinates XXX. XXX fire. Bang, bang, bang. Not far away, soldiers from the artillery unit operated 5 cannons, providing continuous fire support to the front line. Some soldiers were marching in formation, quickly heading to the front lines to join the battle. Inside the command center of the portal, the atmosphere was tense. 10 large screens displayed real-time images flickering in and out. The frontline situation was relayed back via drones. Every explosion and every casualty tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Academician Qian Jinhua clasped his hands together, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Zhao Gang's brow furrowed into a shape, unable to suppress his thoughts. What do they want? Even under heavy fire and suffering such heavy losses, they still launch a fierce attack? The Demon Clan's fearless and reckless assault at this moment exceeded everyone's expectations. This was not a wise course of action. Long Zhan looked at the screen in contemplation, then turned to the communications soldier and said, "Order the guards to let Commander Lin head to the 3rd defense line. Safety is the priority." "Yes," the soldier replied. At that moment, a communications soldier responsible for intelligence gathering suddenly stood up and shouted, "Report. Dangerous target activity detected. The target has separated from the main force and is advancing towards us at high speed. It's too fast. Our artillery can't effectively stop it." Urgent reports echoed throughout the command center. Long Zhan's brows furrowed. What? It is still not giving up. Switch to the main screen. The image instantly changed. A blurry black silhouette traced a straight line across the chaotic battlefield. It ignored all the elves and demons in its path. Any creature obstructing it was instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist upon contact. The divine magic of the elves and the holy light of the human race could not halt its advance. Even more terrifying was that the guided shells fired by the artillery could not react in time to match its speed. Often, they would lock onto the target only to have it narrowly evade, resulting in explosions just a few meters away, with shockwaves and debris being completely disregarded. As for minor surface injuries, it would quickly recover. Zhao Gang's expression changed. "We can't let it come here." Long Zhan fixed his gaze on the approaching black shadow on the screen, his eyes flickering rapidly. With such terrifying defense and speed beyond human imagination, if this creature were to break through the portal and arrive on our planet, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would be another catastrophe on top of an already apocalyptic scenario. Long Zhan felt a chill run down his back and gritted his teeth, issuing commands. "Transmit my orders. All artillery cease fire on the front line. Redirect to prevent the dangerous target from approaching the portal and initiate indiscriminate fire coverage. At the same time, activate Plan B. Just 6 simple words plunged the entire command center into silence. Zhao Gang's pupils suddenly contracted. General Long, are you sure? Qian Jinhua trembled, unable to believe. B plan? You want it. Long Zhan ignored their shock and issued more specific orders. Immediately, send the nuclear warhead. Set it to a yield of 35 kilotons. With remote detonation mode. Yes. The communications soldier stood at attention and saluted, quickly executing the orders. This series of commands took less than 10 seconds. Decisive and resolute. Plan B was an emergency response for counter-invasion. Once the situation got out of control, this underground base would be locked down, and the outside forces would surround it heavily, using every method to seal it off. For instance, at any cost, filling the entire underground base with ultra-high-strength concrete of C-200 grade or above, encasing this level into a closed giant sphere. Additionally, a new blockade would be established outside, guarded year-round by heavy troops, ready to activate the nuclear warhead at any moment. This was the only way to ensure our planet remained safe from otherworldly invasions. Soon, several soldiers secured a cylindrical object about 1.2 meters long, dark green and marked with a prominent red skull warning sign, onto a specially designed small transport vehicle. It was a tactical nuclear warhead. Long Zhan, Zhao Gang rushed in front of him and, in a moment of desperation, even called his name directly. His voice trembled as he said, "Have you thought this through?" Academician Qian Jinhua also hurried to persuade him, saying, "There are still thousands of us outside. And Linimo, moreover, with the portal present, if it detonates. Over 20,000 of our soldiers here will also be buried with it. But I have no choice." Long Zhan suddenly shouted at the two. He raised his hand and pointed to the screen, where a black shadow had already breached the elf mage's defenses and was less than 4 kilometers from the portal. It was moving at over 100 meters per second. With its abnormal defense capable of withstanding 155 millimeters high explosive shells, even the cloudburst bombs likely wouldn't be effective against it. Even our armor-piercing shells would struggle to hit it accurately due to inertia and dispersion rates, circular probability errors. Once this thing reaches our side, who can stop it? Tell me. A city with a population of millions, how long can it hold out against it? I am trying to save billions of people. Chapter 87. Sacrificing everything for the greater good. As Long Zhan finished speaking, his chest heaved violently. It was clear that this decision was difficult for him as well. He paused and said in a deep voice, "All our warriors, from the moment we decided to set foot on that land, have been prepared for sacrifice, including my son." Zhao Gang, who wanted to say something, opened his mouth at the last sentence but couldn't utter a word. Long Zhan took a deep breath, and his tone became less intense. The explosion radius of this nuclear bomb is less than 5 kilometers. Lin Mo is 5 kilometers away, and with his second-tier physique and elven healing magic, he should survive. Even if he really dies. He still has another body far away in the elven capital. The Great Xia still has a chance to start over. We can afford to lose a frontline base, but we cannot afford to lose the entire Blue Star. His words left Zhao Gang and Qian Jinhua speechless. They looked at Long Zhan's face, filled with determination, their expressions complex. This man was a general, but also a madman. A madman who could instantly decide to sacrifice everything for the greater good. Buzz, the transport vehicle carrying the nuclear bomb, drove past, transporting that terrifying object capable of annihilating everything into a portal radiating blue light. On the main screen of the command center, the red dot representing the enemy was approaching with visible speed as the few argued. 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer. It broke through the last line of defense formed by countless firepower. This included soldiers marching on the road, drones in the sky, infantry fighting vehicles, armored vehicles, and mortar and artillery coverage, everything to prevent its advance. It stood on a hillside, gazing at this place. At this distance, if the enemy wished, they could dash over in less than 10 seconds. Outside the door were countless soldiers on high alert. At the portal, there was a nuclear bomb ready to destroy everything, including the portal itself. Long Zhan slowly raised his hand, his index finger hovering over a button covered by a red transparent shield on the control console. That was the button to detonate the nuclear bomb. The entire command center was filled with heavy breathing. There was one more thing Long Zhan hadn't said. He was also gambling. He had considered asking the powerful mage maintaining the magic circle to terminate the portal to prevent the crisis from spreading to the Blue Star. However, the cost of doing so was great. If that powerful mage could hold off the Demon Lord, Then abandoning the portal might mean that Lin Mo would never have another chance to establish a portal again. This place was very close to the Elven capital, which could likely be destroyed. Other races would not be willing to pay the exorbitant, even self-destructive price to let the Great Xia intervene. Even if Lin Mo could eventually secure a chance to rebuild the portal, it would most likely be years later. However, the time left for humanity on the Blue Star was running out. At this moment, Long Zhan was betting the lives of his 25,000 men, wagering that the powerful mage could hold off the Demon Lord. If he lost the bet, detonating the nuclear bomb meant that everyone would be finished together. However, winning the gamble could buy more time for the Empire, allowing those who couldn't fit into the underground city to be brought here to live, saving more lives. He believed that risking these 25,000 people was worth it. It was like a train approaching, with 10 people tied to one track and one person tied to another. Whichever track the train took, someone would die. Long Zhan's choice was cold and cruel. Outside the portal, the sound of artillery echoed. Voras ran through the dust, covered in dirt, broken leaves, and shrapnel, sticky with the black blood that poured out, only to be blown away by the fierce wind. It paid no mind. Its powerful self-healing ability worked on its skin, pushing out the sand and metal fragments embedded in its muscles, healing wounds in an instant. Boom! Another shell exploded in front of it. Voras dragged its giant axe, twisting its body at an impossible angle as the shell whizzed past its afterimage. The speed of the shell was 5 times that of Voras, but it always managed to dash out several meters in the last 0.1 seconds. In the sky, Elder Muyu's figure had already receded. He had exhausted the last bit of magical energy to cast a magical vine, which Voras easily broke and shattered. It needed to return for magical crystals to replenish its energy before coming back to support. Just over a minute later, Voras appeared on a small hillside. It stopped, squinting its crimson vertical pupils at the rising sun. In the distance, under a towering beam of light, an elder in a magnificent white robe was forming seals with both hands, chanting incantations. Just as suspected, Vora's lips curled into a cruel smile. Its guess was correct. Beside the portal, 2 holy human guards looked pale. One was a 4th-tier high mage, and the other was a 4th-tier high knight, in front of a 6th-tier demon lord. They were no different from ants. Archbishop Kale's lips moved rapidly, the incantation flowing continuously as he grimly locked eyes with Voras from the hillside. He glanced aside. The diameter of the portal had expanded to 3.2 meters, just a bit short of the final form of 3.5 meters. But there was no time left. Kale's hands quickly shifted the magic seals, and the speed of his incantation suddenly accelerated. The portal had to be solidified immediately. Roar! Voras let out a roar, transforming into a black lightning bolt, charging towards the portal. For the glory of the holy light. The 4th-tier knight let out a desperate roar. Knightly spirit and honor did not allow him to take a step back. He held his massive metal shield firmly in front of him, slightly bending his legs, pressing his entire weight forward. Golden holy power surged from the gaps in his armor, transforming him into a golden figure. Holy light, grant me strength. The other 4th-tier mage raised his staff high, unleashing a searing holy light spell that accurately struck Vora's back. Sizzle, black smoke rose, and a fist-sized charred mark appeared on Vora's back. Its form only staggered for a moment, its speed instead increasing. Facing the golden knight in front of it, Vora's eyes were filled with disdain as it raised its giant axe high. Find death. Boom. The giant axe collided head-on with the shield. The knight's knees buckled violently, sinking into the ground as dust erupted beneath his feet, his entire body glowing with a golden light. Unable to withstand the impact, the shield, inscribed with several permanent spells, cracked with a sound like a snap, spreading web-like fissures. The magical armor on his body shattered bit by bit. The knight let out a terrible scream, blood gushing forth, as his body arced through the air, crashing heavily over 100 meters away, falling silent. One strike. A 4th-tier knight, heavily injured and on the brink of death. This is the terror of a 6th-tier magic being. Voras charged forward relentlessly, closing in on Kale. Fire! A soldier shouted hoarsely. Rat-a-tat-tat. A torrent of bullets rained down upon Voras in an instant. That feels good. Voras wore an expression of enjoyment, remarking that this force reminded him of his subordinates, whose skills were nowhere near as strong as theirs. At that moment, several infantry fighting vehicles suddenly opened fire. Boom! The preloaded armor-piercing rounds tore through the air, erupting in a burst of flames. Chapter 88 for the Great Xia Voras sensed danger and quickly dodged to the side. The crimson vertical pupils locked onto the approaching infantry fighting vehicle. With a swift motion of its arm, the giant axe flew out like a spinning black shadow. Bang! A heavy metallic crash sounded as the infantry fighting vehicle was split in half, its body folding over, sparks flying from the broken edge. Annoying tin monster. Voras let out a low growl, its figure flickering as several other infantry fighting vehicles deformed and crumpled under the dull impact. It pulled the giant axe out of the scrap metal and charged towards Kyle again. Buzz! A layer of transparent magical shield appeared in front of Voras. It grinned, its white teeth glinting in the firelight, muscles bulging as it threw a punch. Boom! The shield trembled violently, ripples spreading outwards. Holy light judgment. The fourth-tier mage inside the shield completed the incantation, and a sword of holy light descended from above. Sizzle! Burning black smoke rose from Voras' back. But it ignored the pain and launched a furious assault on the shield. Boom, boom, boom. The light of the shield quickly dimmed. Another punch. Crack! Web-like cracks spread rapidly from the point of impact. The mage's pupils constricted, abandoning the attack to focus all efforts on maintaining the shield. His magical energy poured out like a burst dam, his face turning pale as paper. To Voras, his maintenance was merely an opportunity for a few more punches. Bang! The final punch landed, and the magical shield shattered into countless light particles. Puff! The fourth-tier mage spat blood and fell backward. Voras licked its lips and kicked aside the troublesome figure, ignoring the clattering bullets hitting its body. Its gaze fixed on the last barrier, the holy word barrier set by the Archbishop Kyle earlier. Inside the command center of the portal, Long Zhan, Zhao Gang, and others were already drenched in cold sweat. Qian Jinhua glanced at Long Zhan's finger hovering over the red button, his throat tightening. He feared that if Long Zhan's hand trembled, they would all be doomed. This was not about fear of death, in the face of life and death. Fear is an instinct etched in the genes of living beings. What to do? The shells can't stop it at all. The armored infantry fighting vehicles are all destroyed. Zhao Gang said anxiously, looking at Long Zhan. What about the missiles? Long Zhan refused. No, it's too close. If the enemy dodges, the missile will hit the shield, and that's it. Order all soldiers to do whatever it takes to stop the target. By time for the Great Xia, Zhao Gang was taken aback. What does Long Zhan want to do? The command spread through the communication channel, reaching every soldier's earpiece outside the door. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. How could they buy time when guns and cannons could not inflict any damage? The soldiers thought of the only answer. After a brief silence, a firm response followed. Understood. Received. In the next moment, over 100 warriors charged fearlessly towards the shadowy figure. As they ran, they pulled the pins from their high-explosive grenades, the earth beneath their military boots crushed to dust, their roars merging into a torrent of iron. For the great dynasty, they understood what they were facing. It was not a human, but a demon from mythology. Their shells could not tear through its skin. Their flesh and blood were more fragile than paper in its presence. Yet they still charged forward. The grenades in their hands were not meant to injure it, but to draw its attention. They aimed to exchange their lives for a turn of its attack, to gain even 0.1 seconds of time. The crimson vertical pupil of the creature did not reflect the charging figures. Just ants. Its gaze pierced through the distance, locking onto the old man in the white robe behind the shield. From that old being, it sensed a power so overwhelming and pure that it made its soul recoil in disgust. A low growl emanated from its throat as it swung its massive axe casually. The first squad, 12 warriors along with their gear, exploded into a mist of blood in an instant. It was an explosion. The unmatched power of the axe granted it terrifying kinetic energy, comparable to a fired shell. A mere brush would leave devastation. A direct hit would mean death. The creature glared at the Archbishop, its voice echoing as if from the depths of hell. Old man, is it you who sent these ants to me, causing me heavy losses? Very well, very well. Rage surged like venom, and suddenly a grenade rolled to its feet, exploding with a thunderous roar. Dirt and shrapnel splattered across its face. The creature paused momentarily, slowly turned its head, and wiped the filth from its visage. It looked expressionlessly at the soldiers who fell one after another. Annoying ants, get lost. With a roar, the massive axe swept through the air. A visible shockwave surged like a bulldozer, instantly sending all warriors who had come close flying, their bodies twisting in midair, bones shattering. Boom, boom, boom. The grenades they clutched tightly detonated in succession, like a series of meaningless blood-colored fireworks. Time was successfully delayed, 1 second. The creature turned, raising its axe high, its back muscles bulging like mountains, and aimed at the thin layer of the barrier of sacred words before it, bringing the axe down with force. Boom. The barrier of sacred words flashed brilliantly, unbreakable. It was clearly stronger than the barrier of the previous 4th-level mage by several grades. A flicker of brutality flashed in its eyes, and the attacks grew increasingly frenzied. One axe. Another axe. Boom. 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 The barrier trembled violently, cracks spreading rapidly like a spiderweb. Inside the shield, the Archbishop's robe fluttered without wind, his expression as grim as water. The portal solidification ritual had reached its final stage, just as the giant axe of Vola's was about to fall once more, completely shattering the barrier. Buzz! A portal beside Kale erupted with brilliant light, all the obscure runes illuminating to their utmost in an instant, before vanishing into the deep blue arch of light. It worked. A terrifying divine light erupted from the once murky old eyes of the Archbishop Kale. He spread his arms wide, new incantations flowing from his mouth, holy and majestic. Too late. Vola's figure flickered, closing in an instant, the giant axe slashing down with a howling sound that tore through the air. It seemed to envision the scene of this old man being cleaved in two, warm blood splattering across its face in delight. What of a 6th-tier archmage? In close quarters against it, there was only one path, death. However, beneath the axe blade, the scene of flesh and blood separating did not occur. A denser and more brilliant golden shield suddenly flared to life, the burst of holy light causing Vola's to feel a sharp, stinging pain. A flicker of astonishment flashed in its eyes. Another layer of shield? Damn! It had to kill the opponent before the spell was complete. A full-force strike from a 6th-tier archmage, especially one wielding holy magic that naturally countered it. Even if it didn't die, it would definitely be wounded. Bang! 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 The sounds of slashing were so rapid they melded into one. Each strike against the golden shield, known as the Holy Guardian, erupted in blinding brilliance, scorching its flesh fiercely. Chapter 89, Blood, Tears, and Sacrifice. Wolas, however, was indifferent to it all. The searing light only ignited its bloodthirsty ferocity, plunging it into madness. Monster die? A warrior finally caught up, grabbing onto the towering Wolas' thigh. Boom! Flames engulfed him. Another warrior, clutching 2 pulled grenades, shouted with all his might, "I curse you!" Boom! In the violent explosion, Wolas irritably turned and swung its axe, growling, "Annoying insects, buzz off!" Several charging warriors were engulfed in a mist of blood. Time delayed, 2 seconds. Wolas turned its head and continued to swing its massive axe against the shield. The magical crystals on the ground, serving as backup energy, transformed into flowing light, absorbed by the shield, sustaining this terrifying consumption. A young warrior, recklessly charging in with a youthful face, shouted, "Mom and Dad, I'm unfilial." Boom! Another one. "Tinger, don't think of Dad." Boom! "Wife, I'll marry you in the next life." Boom! "We don't have cowards in our family." Boom! Boom! In Wolas's eyes, they were no different from pesky mosquitoes. It didn't care about the gunfire. But when something buzzed in front of it and clung to its body, that was unacceptable. It had to periodically swat them away. Time delayed, 4 seconds. Inside the portal, the images on the large screen were suffocatingly tragic. The warriors' roars and the sounds of explosions echoed endlessly. Qian Jinhua and Lu Qing'an had already shed tears. Even Zhao Gang, a military man, had tears streaming down his face. Only Long Zhan stood tall like a pine, resembling an emotionless statue. But the slightly trembling lips and reddened, moist eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. He was the one suffering the most here. In his mind, the blood and flesh flying on the screen overlapped with another image from memory. A vast playground where tens of thousands of soldiers formed a steel square. He stood on the platform, addressing the crowd loudly. "This mission is urgent, far beyond the usual. Those who are married and have children, step forward." All the warriors took a step forward, their determined eyes fixed on him. Long Zhan frowned and continued, "And those who are only children, step forward." At that moment, the line remained unmoved. He fell silent. Finally, he shouted angrily, "Nonsense! All commanders, pull out their files. Those who are not married or have children, and those who are only children, are not allowed to participate in the operation. Report." A warrior shouted. "Speak." The warrior stepped forward. We've trained soldiers for 1,000 days to use them for a moment. Long John replied. And then? In the first battle, use me, and I will surely win. Long John was momentarily infuriated to the point of laughter. He raised his leg and kicked the warrior's backside. All right, you little rascal. You dare to lecture me with that line. He looked around the scene, seeing young faces filled with determination, flushed with resolve. The memories of past moments and the echoes of thunderous shouts were vivid before him. And now, he was personally ordering them to march towards certain death. These were his soldiers. They were also the sons of countless parents, the husbands of wives, the fathers of children. Yet under his cold command, they charged toward that insurmountable foe, seeking to grasp even a fleeting second of hope. He felt he had betrayed them. At this moment, the communication officers sitting in front of their screens were already in tears. They covered their mouths tightly, their shoulders shaking violently, afraid to let their cries escape. They feared that their tears would dishonor the brave heroes who had sacrificed themselves. At the portal, waves of soldiers, carrying explosive packs, surged forth resolutely toward the towering shadow of the enemy. It seemed that fate itself, moved by this tragic scene, stirred with compassion, allowing Kyle's incantation to reach its climax before his magical energy was completely drained by the sacred shield. He raised his staff high, his voice booming like thunder, resonating through the heavens and the earth. Oh, God of holy light, purify the heresy before us in your name. At the tip of the legendary staff, blessed personally by the Pope, a pure and concentrated column of white light erupted forth, engulfing the now pale Volaz. A chilling scream tore through the battlefield. The light beam pierced through Volaz, pinning it to the ground. Its spine bent uncontrollably, emitting the sound of breaking under immense weight. Its resilient skin, which could withstand high explosive shells, melted away like butter under the heat of the holy light. Muscle and sinew were purged inch by inch. Black, demonic energy evaporating wildly with a hissing sound. It struggled to rise, horrified to find that one of its arms had been reduced to mere bone. A massive cavity appeared in its chest, the white ribs and writhing innards visible. Around the wound, strands of white sacred flames clung to it, continuously burning its flesh and preventing its demonic body from healing. Heavy damage. In just one blow, this sixth-tier demon lord had suffered unprecedented injuries. Damn it. Volaz seethed with rage. If it weren't for those damned ants interfering, it could have broken through the shield and slain the mage. But there were no ifs. Archbishop Kyle's breathing was somewhat erratic. The astral teleportation circle, maintained throughout the night, had already greatly depleted his magical energy due to the need to uphold the attacked sacred shield. At this moment, forcibly unleashing such a powerful divine spell was an immense burden. Yet he still stood tall, his figure as straight as a pine tree. The mage said nothing, merely raising his staff. The sun rose behind him, casting a brilliant golden edge on his pure white robe, which fluttered in the morning breeze like a divine being. I will remember you. Seeing that his opponent was about to cast another spell, the injured Volaz retreated in hatred, leaving behind a voice full of resentment. In an instant, the figure transformed into a fleeting shadow 100 meters away, hurriedly retreating. On the front lines, the sound of gunfire echoed. The Gatling gun's barrel had turned red hot, with scorching shells pouring down like a waterfall. Linmo's shoulder felt numb from the recoil. A higher-tier army of magical creatures surged forward like a tide, falling in batches under the barrage of cannon fire and magical arrows, only to be replaced by more. Commander, General Long orders you to retreat. Guard Wu Suowei shouted in his ear, his voice somewhat distorted amid the explosions. Retreat? Lin Mo released the trigger, the barrel still emitting white smoke. We can still hold on. Soldiers from the rear continued to join the fight, and with the elves not needing to deal with the lower-tier creatures, they could focus on the higher-tier ones. Overall, although the pressure was great, they could still manage for now. There are too many advanced magical creatures. It's risky, Wu Suowei urged. General Long has ordered us to take you back to the mage's defensive line. He grabbed Lin Mo's arm, forcibly pulling him backward. Lin Mo glanced back. In the distance, several massive dark figures were breaking through the lines, with the soldiers' firepower barely leaving any marks on them. The pressure on the front lines was indeed overwhelming. It's better to be safe than sorry. He stopped arguing and followed the direction of the retreat. As they reached the defensive line formed by the elven mages, Wu Suowei took out an entrenching tool and said, Commander, we need to dig in immediately for cover. Lin Mo was taken aback. Digging in for cover right here? Chapter 90. The defeat of the demon army. Lin Mo gazed into the distance. 5 kilometers away was the direction of the portal. This command was too strange. Wasn't the retreat meant to allow him to avoid danger? But now that they were behind the defense line, why were they digging pits? What was the purpose? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Unless some indiscriminate large-scale attack was coming. A nuclear strike? Lin Mo's expression darkened. He couldn't understand the decision made by the commander. Even a low-yield nuclear weapon, like a hydrogen bomb, would pose a serious threat due to nuclear radiation. There were still so many soldiers and allied elves here. Lin Mo exhaled deeply, deciding to follow the orders for now and would ask General Long later about any concerns. He glanced at Wu Suwei, who, along with 3 other guards, had already taken out their entrenching tools to start digging. He frowned. Their speed was too slow. He turned and spotted a nearby earth elemental elf. After communicating, the elf readily agreed to help. The powerful firepower of the forces at the front was evident and had shocked everyone. Although many elves had not interacted with Lin Mo before, they were happy to lend a hand to their ally. Under the elf's magical control, the ground quickly sank and the soil surged, forming a simple tunnel large enough to accommodate hundreds of people in no time. This ensured that when the shockwave came, the soldiers and elves could quickly jump into the tunnel for cover. A few guards looked at the small pit they had just dug, then glanced at the tunnel ahead, silently putting away their tools. At that moment, a loud cheer erupted from the front line. "Oh, we won. The demon army is retreating." Lin Mo was taken aback. The demon army retreated? We won. Did we protect our portal? A wave of immense joy surged through him, and he excitedly hugged Wu Suwei. "We won, haha. The portal is safe. It's safe. Yes, yes. We won." Wu Suwei's laughter sounded a bit forced. "Let us go back and check the portal. The sun is out. It should be all right now." Lin Mo released him and waved his hand excitedly. However, Wu Suwei's smile looked somewhat strained. "What's wrong? Let us go?" Lin Mo urged. Wu Suwei's mouth moved slightly. "Commander, there was an accident at the portal." Lin Mo's smile instantly froze. An accident? He recalled the earlier command that seemed to indicate a nuclear strike and saw the flicker in Wu Suwei's eyes. A wave of intense unease washed over him. Could it be that the nuclear strike was not intended for the demon army behind, but rather for the danger at the portal? His expression changed, and he pressed on. What accident? Previously, Lin Mo had been distracted by the siege beasts and hadn't noticed the scene where Voras had broken through the defense line and charged towards the portal. The communication channel for the guards was different from his own. He was connected to a channel on the front line to prevent any misunderstandings in communication between the soldiers and the elves. The communication relay with the command center had always been handled by a certain individual, who therefore knew some things that Lin Mo was unaware of. Seeing the conflicted expression on this person's face, Lin Mo felt a sinking sensation in his heart and chose not to ask further. He abruptly dropped the Gatling gun and the heavy armor he was wearing, turning to sprint towards the teleportation portal 5 kilometers away. The wind howled past his ears as the scenery rapidly receded behind him. "Please let there be nothing wrong," he silently prayed. The closer he got, the more pungent the acrid smell of gunpowder became. The ground began to turn uneven, as if it had been plowed repeatedly by countless shells. Lin Mo's heart sank further with each step. When he rushed up a slope and caught sight of the scene around the teleportation portal, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Armored vehicle wrecks, reduced to mere skeletons, were smoking and immobilized on the ground. In the center, where one vehicle had nearly been severed in half, it was unimaginable what kind of blow it had taken. The land within nearly a kilometer radius of the portal was stained a dark red. Bodies lay scattered everywhere. Broken limbs, charred entrails, deformed weapon parts, and shattered equipment fragments were mixed in with the grass and dirt, creating a gruesome tableau that words could hardly describe. Hundreds of medics and soldiers were swiftly navigating through this muddy carnage. They trembled as they placed dismembered bodies into body bags or dragged out the wounded still clinging to life from the pile of corpses, quickly using stretchers to carry them into the portal. What happened? Why did it come to this? Had the demon race been here? Lin Mo's lips moved, but no sound came out. He forced his legs, which felt somewhat unresponsive, to take each step towards the portal. Passing by a heavily injured soldier lying in a pool of blood, he hurried over. One of the soldier's legs was missing, blood pooling around him, his eyes vacant. On the brink of unconsciousness, he immediately crouched down to lift the soldier. "Commander." The soldier's eyes focused weakly on Lin Mo's face, his voice barely a whisper. Lin Mo stared blankly at the soldier's pale, dirty face, his hands trembling. This soldier had clearly been full of vitality before departure, shouting without fear. But now, he lay broken, having sacrificed himself. Lin Mo wanted to offer some words of comfort, but tears were already welling in his eyes, choking him so that he couldn't utter a single word. Let us go. I'll take you home. Lin Mo fought back his sorrow, applying a tourniquet to stop the bleeding, and carried the soldier towards the portal. Commander, leave it to us. 2 soldiers rushed over with an empty stretcher and took the injured soldier from Lin Mo. He released his grip and looked around at the injured being temporarily treated on the ground, groaning in pain. Seeing those broken bodies stuffed into black bags left his mind blank. A wave of anger with no outlet and a deep sense of helplessness engulfed him. He saw the bodies tightly gripping grenades that had yet to be detonated. He saw the soldiers whose faces were unrecognizable from the explosions. He saw scattered bundles of explosives. He understood everything. A suicide attack. They used their own flesh and blood to block an insurmountable enemy. Several footsteps approached silently, and Lin Mo raised his gaze, fixing it on the newcomer, and hoarsely said, Long Jean. What the hell is going on? The suppressed calmness concealed boundless fury, making it daunting to behold. Zhao Gang hurriedly stepped forward and extended his hand. Calm down. Lin Mo shook off the other's hand and rushed in front of Long Jean, demanding, You tell me, what the hell is going on? Why did you let them carry out a suicide attack? Tell me, he shouted, his eyes reddening intensely. Chapter 91. Can you return my dad? In the early morning, the faces of those warriors were still fresh in memory. Now, just a few hours later, they were separated from the living in such a way. Lin Mo's parents had passed away early, leaving him with a profound impact and sensitivity towards death. He could even imagine a little girl extending her palm, blinking her tear-filled big eyes, and pitifully saying those innocent words, Uncle, I return the Medal of Honor to you. Can you return my dad? Thinking of this made Lin Mo feel like he was about to go insane. He raised his hand and pushed towards Long Jean with all his might. You speak. Answer me. Long Jean was pushed to the ground. His mouth moved slightly. But in the end, he said nothing, silently enduring Lin Mo's rage. Zhao Gang wanted to hold Lin Mo back, but Lin Mo's current strength was beyond his capacity to restrain. He could only call for the guards nearby, who were at a loss for what to do. To come help. An agitated Lin Mo was restrained by the crowd, but continued to roar at Long Jean. There are so many weapons, so many missiles. Why did you let the enemy break through? You should have thrown everything out. These are your soldiers. Don't you care? Speak. If it were normal combat casualties, he would feel upset, but could still understand. In war, there are always casualties. However, this kind of suicidal attack, the brutal scene of dismemberment, deeply impacted him, sending shivers through his soul. He couldn't imagine that with the current weapons, they still had to use such primitive methods to stop the enemy. In the end, it was Zhao Gang who explained everything that had happened at that time. After listening to Zhao Gang's explanation, Lin Mo's rapid breathing gradually calmed down. Seeing Lin Mo finally calm down, Zhao Gang patted his shoulder and said, General Long had already made the greatest effort, but the enemy was too powerful, and it was only out of desperation that such a tactic was employed. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's emotions finally settled. He realized that so much had happened during this time. It turned out that nuclear weapons were not meant to strike at the enemy's main force, but were the last line of defense when forced. It turned out that the powerful enemy commander had come here. It turned out that the situation at that time was so critical. Lin Mo suddenly looked up and questioned, What about the robotic dogs? The drones? Why didn't they take explosives? Zhao Gang replied in a deep voice. There was no time, and it wouldn't have worked. From the moment that being, suspected to be the enemy commander, broke through your defenses to reaching the portal, it took just over a minute. During that minute, all the drones were deployed, and artillery fire was fully covering. As for the robotic dogs, from deployment to carrying explosives, and then running through the portal, there was simply no time. Moreover, the enemy's defenses could ignore these attacks at that time. They were already bearing our damage while outputting to the shield. The only threat to it was the Grand Mage inside the shield. Therefore, we could only use living soldiers to annoy it, to distract it, in order to delay even a second. Fortunately, we succeeded. Lin Mo opened his mouth after hearing this, unable to retort. The anger on his face gradually faded, replaced by a blankness in his mind. It was truly perplexing that all the weapons that could be sent through the portal were still ineffective. In that critical moment, when every second counted, The only thing that could distract the superhuman being was the warriors around, who were alive. The body that had been held tightly by the guards finally stopped struggling. Lin Mo slowly lowered his head, his tightly clenched fists weakly loosening. The warriors who had finished cleaning the battlefield silently surrounded and watched everything, their eyes reddening. But no one spoke. They looked at Commander Lin, who was shouting for these soldiers, watching him break down and cry over the sacrifice of his warriors. A complicated emotion surging in their chests. It was probably that kind of feeling where a soldier dies for a comrade who understands them. Lin Mo slowly pushed away the guards around him and took steps toward Long Zhan, who was still sitting on the ground. He reached out his hand. Long Zhan looked up at the hand extended toward him. After a moment of silence, he grasped it and stood up with its support. "I'm sorry, General Long." Lin Mo's voice was hoarse. "I was impulsive earlier." Long Zhan shook his head, not caring about the dust on him. "It's good to vent." He turned to look at the surrounding soldiers, seeming to see the shadows of the sacrificed warriors in them. "I do feel guilty toward them." The silhouette of this iron-blooded general appeared somewhat desolate under the morning sun. On the front lines, a low horn echoed through the valley. The demon army, which had been fiercely attacking, retreated like a tide. Elder Mu Yu, riding a griffin, hovered in midair, looking astonished. His face was pale, with disheveled beard and white hair. Exhausted magic and drained vitality made him look extremely weak. He had used up all his strength to pursue Voras and could only return to the front line, relying on the magical crystal for emergency recovery. He just hoped that Kyle could hold on a little longer until he rushed back to support. But just as he regained some magic, he saw the frantic shadow of Voras fleeing on his way to the portal. That disheveled appearance was a far cry from his previous arrogance. Elder Mu Yu was worried that Voras would take action against the elven army. So he hurriedly glanced at the intact portal in the distance before immediately changing direction to chase after him. Then, he witnessed the scene of the entire demon army retreating. Did we win? Elder Mu Yu couldn't believe his judgment. It wasn't until he saw the demon army leaving behind countless bodies, retreating without looking back, that he finally confirmed it. This battle was truly won. The coalition of more than 20,000 people had withstood the frenzied attack of nearly 100,000 demon troops on a plain with no defenses. Such an achievement was an incredible miracle in the history of warfare on the continent. We have won. We have triumphed. Thank you for the blessing of the nature goddess. On the battlefield below, the surviving elves erupted in thunderous cheers. They dropped their weapons and embraced their comrades tightly, tears mingling with the bloodstains on their faces. The joy of surviving brought every elf to a state of overwhelming excitement. Elder Mu Yu steadied himself and commanded the griffin to land, joining General Adrian. "Elder, are you all right?" General Adrian approached, his armor also marked with numerous dents. "I'm fine." Elder Mu Yu waved his hand. "Let's have the brave warriors clean up the battlefield and assess the casualties." General Adrian nodded and had already given the orders. At that moment, 3 battered dragons descended from the sky. Chapter 92 Post-War Arrangements. The dragons bore numerous damaged scales and were still stained with dried golden blood. On the back of one dragon rested the massive skeleton of a bone dragon, one of the 2 skeletal dragons. Elder Mu Yu stepped forward and bowed solemnly to them. "Thank you for your assistance, my dragon friends." The leading dragon, Yades, lowered its head, its voice deep and seemingly lacking interest in conversation. "My kin have been enslaved by the Lich, and their souls can finally find peace. I must take them back and bury them in the land of eternal slumber." As it spoke, several water elementals were summoned by General Adrian to step forward, placing their hands on the dragons to cast healing magic. The magic's glow enveloped the dragon's wounds, slowly healing them. Elder Mu Yu slightly bent forward. "May the deceased rest in peace. Go now. I will speak of your bravery and selflessness before Her Majesty the Queen, and our people will forever remember the kindness and friendship of the dragon clan." The dragons nodded, saying no more, and with a powerful flap of their enormous wings, they soared into the distant sky, carrying the remains of their kin. Elder Mu Yu watched them depart before turning his gaze back. He scanned the battlefield but did not see Lin Mo's figure. He presumed Lin Mo had gone to the teleportation portal. Elder Mu Yu found General Adrian, who was directing the aftermath. "What are our losses?" General Adrian's expression darkened. "Elder, in this battle, 3,892 of our kin have returned to the embrace of the nature goddess, and the number of injured is countless. Even the elemental spirits responsible for maintaining the 3rd line of defense have suffered from magical exhaustion and have fallen into a coma, requiring a period of recovery. Elder Muyu tightened his grip on the staff, opening his mouth. Nearly 4,000 casualties. This was almost 1/5 of the elite elven army. These Silver Moon Guardians were among the last remaining forces of the elven race. Elder Muyu felt a pang of pain in his heart, but he knew it was not the time to grieve. General, I leave this to you for now. Princess Fendona is absent, and I need to communicate with our mysterious ally. Understood. After handing over responsibilities to General Adrian, Elder Muyu mounted his griffin once more and flew toward the teleportation portal 5 kilometers away. The thought of the miraculous powers displayed by the other faction eased his earlier sorrow. Such weapons that could unleash tremendous power without incantations or magical elements were unheard of. The strength shown by them gave him hope for the survival of the elven race. At the teleportation portal, the unconscious 4th-tier mage and the knight who had withstood Vora's full-force strike were treated by comrades returning from the front lines, though their faces still showed signs of weakness. Archbishop Kale leaned on his staff, one hand holding a magical crystal to restore his power, listening to his subordinates recount the events on the front lines. At that moment, he was by the portal, witnessing many individuals from the neighboring region rushing towards the front lines with various unusual equipment. After seeing the combat capabilities displayed at the portal, he couldn't help but feel curious about the situation at the front. Once the 5th-tier priest finished explaining, he sighed, saying, "Their power is truly astonishing, not magical at all." The surrounding tribesmen nodded in agreement, clearly in consensus. Kyle listened quietly throughout, deep in thought. Suddenly, he heard an excited voice from a distance, and he couldn't help but glance at a group of individuals from the neighboring region who seemed to be in conflict. He then said, "Let's go take a look at those remarkable individuals. They are not as weak as we initially thought." The stubborn conservative archbishop, at that moment, no longer wore the arrogance and scrutiny he had displayed upon their first meeting. Instead, his expression was complex and serious, reflecting equality. He witnessed the warriors charging forward with their flesh and blood, saw the lives that blossomed amidst the explosions. If it weren't for these brave warriors buying him time to chant his spells, the outcome might have been very different. Their fearless determination earned his respect. After calming down from his emotional outburst, Lin Mo saw Kyle approaching with a group of people and rubbed his face with both hands. As he eased the tension in his facial muscles, he pushed all his emotions back down. Lin Mo stepped forward and took the initiative to speak. "Your Excellency, Archbishop." "Your Excellency." Lin Mo. Kyle nodded slightly, using the formal address common among the nobility of the continent. "On behalf of the holy people, I extend the highest respect for the bravery of your noble warriors. May the light bless those valiant survivors and ease their pain. You are a race worthy of respect. Thank you for your blessings and recognition," Lin Mo replied. "I also want to thank you and your people for all your efforts in opening this portal." He glanced at the bloodstains and torn areas on the other party's attire and apologized. "I'm sorry, but I'm uncertain whether our food and goods might be harmful to you. For your safety and the friendship between our peoples, we cannot host you at this time. Once our scientists confirm that everything is safe, I will arrange a lavish banquet to properly host you all." Kyle shook his head slightly. "Your Excellency, you are considerate." There were no excessive pleasantries exchanged. The bond formed through life and death on the battlefield was far more substantial than any ornate words. Kyle got straight to the point. "According to the agreement, the portal has been fully stabilized at sunrise. From this moment on, it will be in use for a period of 10 days. During this time, we will remain here as a delegation to fulfill our monitoring duties." As soon as he finished speaking, a clear eagle's cry echoed in the sky. Several bloodstained griffins quickly flew in and landed nearby. Elder Muyu and 2 elves jumped off the back of the griffins and approached the crowd. He first glanced at Lin Mo, nodded in acknowledgement, and then turned his gaze to Kyle, bowing slightly and saying, "Lord Kyle, this battle has finally achieved a hard-won victory thanks to everyone's brave defense. On behalf of the elven race, I thank the nobility for their assistance. Her Majesty the Queen will remember your contributions." Kyle nodded, non-committal, and replied, "Elder Muyu, the victory in this battle is also thanks to these individuals from a certain region. They have been favored by the goddess of fortune. You arrived just in time. According to the agreement, the elven race also needs to send representatives to form a monitoring delegation with us to fulfill oversight duties." "Of course," Elder Muyu answered succinctly. Kyle said no more and turned to Lin Mo. "Lord Lin Mo, I know you have many matters to attend to next, so we won't disturb you further. However." Chapter 93, The Great Xia's Entrance Activation. Speaking of which, Kyle paused for a moment, his tone becoming serious. According to the contract, during this period we have the right to inspect all weapons, equipment, and facilities you have transported here. I hope your people will not make any unnecessary obstructions. This statement meant that everything related to the Great Xia had to be presented without reservation before the other party. In response, Lin Mo simply nodded calmly. All right. I will convey this. This had already been agreed upon in the contract. The inspection team was fulfilling its customs duties. Since the terms had been settled, there was no need for further debate. Elder Muyu, seeing that the two had finished their discussion, spoke up. Your Excellency Lin Mo. Our warriors will continue to guard you for a while to prevent any further attacks from the demon race. However, we have suffered heavy losses in this battle, and our defensive capabilities are severely lacking. The rest of the sentence was left unspoken, but Lin Mo understood. He then said, Thank you for your thoughtful arrangements and full protection. We will quickly use the portal to establish enough self-defense capabilities, allowing your warriors to return home and reunite with their families. Elder Muyu smiled and nodded. Lin Mo turned to Long Zhan and said, Be cautious of the demon army's return. We need to establish our own defensive forces as soon as possible. Understood, arrangements have already been made, and surveillance drones are monitoring the movements of the demon army, Long Zhan replied. Lin Mo acknowledged with a sound and, along with Long Zhan and the others, bid farewell to Kyle's group. As they approached the portal and were about to enter, Lin Mo suddenly thought of a question. He stopped and looked at Zhao Gang, saying, If we return this way, we will bring back microorganisms from this world, right? Could that cause a series of problems? Zhao Gang shook his head. Academician Lu Qingyan and the others have already considered this issue. The base at that level has been sealed and isolated from the outside world through a passage. Essentially, we are connected to the inside of the base, but the inside of the base is isolated from the external world. To reach the outside, disinfection is required. They will only establish a connection with the external world after confirming everything is fine. Lin Mo understood. Indeed, with these professionals around, he didn't need to worry unnecessarily. At that moment, at the portal, soldiers were continuously transporting various supplies, and armored vehicles and other equipment were streaming out like a long dragon. Wheeled armored vehicles, assault vehicles, 120 to 122 millimeters self-propelled howitzers, armored personnel carriers, air defense missile launchers, 122 millimeters multiple rocket launchers, armored repair vehicles, ambulances, command vehicles, vehicle-mounted laser weapons, and more. In short, everything that could pass through was visible. These powerful pieces of equipment gave Lin Mo a sense of security. However, the Great Xia's equipment was primarily designed for conventional targets. Would it still be effective against the unconventional targets posed by the demon race leaders? Lin Mo noticed a soldier accidentally touch the edge of the arched portal without any consequence, and out of curiosity, he walked forward and observed that the edge was enveloped in a layer of light. He then asked curiously, if someone accidentally touches this edge, won't they be cut by the space? Once the portal was ready, the scientists quickly confirmed its dimensions and safety, and everything was fine. Lin Mo tentatively reached out to touch it and nodded. Indeed, it felt smooth to the touch, as if there were a layer of spatial shield isolating it. The entire portal had a diameter of 3 meters and a thickness of about 10 centimeters, appearing slightly taller than a single floor, which made Lin Mo furrow his brow. Without the rounded part, it wasn't actually 3 meters wide. With this distance, wouldn't large equipment like airplanes be unable to pass through? Seemingly sensing Lin Mo's confusion, Long Zhan spoke up, due to the size of the portal. Some of our weapons and equipment can't be transported. For example, certain tanks, some vehicle-mounted weapons, as well as airplanes and rockets, etc. Some can only be partially disassembled and brought over for reassembly later. Currently, due to the 10-day usage limit, time is tight, and these oversized weapons are already being disassembled. They will be transported over in the following days. After hearing this, Lin Mo saw that arrangements were in place and didn't ask further, stepping into the portal. The soldiers at the entrance immediately cleared a path for the three of them to pass through. Behind the portal was an underground base on Blue Star. The base was bustling with activity. The engines of heavy transport vehicles rumbled deeply, and the metal tracks of armored vehicles screeched against the cement floor. Forklifts maneuvered skillfully, accurately stacking huge supply crates in place. Officers shouted orders into their walkie-talkies, their voices echoing in the spacious space, and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. The entire space resembled a high-speed operating war machine. As they walked, Long Zhan introduced, according to the plan, in the first 5 days. We will transport all core defensive structures, weapons, ammunition, and command systems needed for the forward base on Terra Continent. In the remaining 5 days, we will transport as much as possible to maintain various consumables for ongoing operations for half a year, including weapons and equipment that need to be disassembled for transport. Lin Mo nodded, then suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, can rockets be transported? It would be very inconvenient if there are no satellites on Terra Continent." Hearing Lin Mo's question about the rockets, Zhao Gang took over the conversation and smiled. "No problem. The dimensions of the Long March 11th can pass through. Whether for high-altitude information advantage or weapon guidance, it's crucial. We have already considered this, but the tricky part is that it requires special transport vehicles. And we also need to calculate the orbital height to adjust the rocket fuel." At that moment, a burst of excited shouting from a corner interrupted their conversation. "Wow, this is unscientific. The cell activity is off the charts." Lin Mo and the others turned to look. Academician Qian and Academician Lu were gathered with their team around a row of makeshift experimental tables. Academician Lu, with his disheveled hair, was shouting excitedly as he looked through a microscope. The tables were filled with samples brought back from Terra Continent. The remains of demon creatures, the blood-soaked soil, blood samples from different races, and even a few relatively intact demon corpses were present. Zhao Gang explained. "Currently, the transport capacity of the portal is very tight, and there's no time to move the research equipment over. Once the basic defensive construction of the forward base is completed, Academician Qian and the precision instruments will be sent in the second batch." Lin Mo approached the experimental table and curiously asked, "Academician Lu, have you discovered anything?" Lu Qingyin shifted his gaze from the microscope and, seeing Lin Mo, excitedly pointed at it. "Commander Lin, this is the cellular tissue of the suspected demon leader organism. Its cellular activity and division capability are astonishing. Based on combat performance and current research, its physical strength has reached an unimaginable level. It's important to note that it possesses the characteristics of carbon-based life, not silicon-based." Lin Mo, feeling a bit confused, replied, "All right, Academician Lu. You need to conduct research soon on whether the food outside is edible for the locals and if it might be toxic." Qian Jinhua, who had approached Lu Qingyin, brightened up and looked at Long Zhan, saying, "This is what Commander Lin said. You can't stop us from going out anymore." Long Zhan twitched his lips and waved his hand, indicating to follow Lin Mo's instructions. Just as Lu Qingyin hesitated with so many demon corpses waiting for his attention, a gust of wind blew by, and Qian Jinhua displayed surprising agility for his age, grabbing his experimental toolbox and running off, shouting, "You fool! Why hesitate? Research the living outside instead of the dead." Chapter 94. The Archbishop is electrified. Lu Qingyin suddenly realized, pointing at Qian Jinhua and shouting, "You old fool, just wait." He quickly packed up the experimental tools and yelled at his assistant, "Hurry up, what are you all dawdling for? Freeze these experimental samples. I'll go ahead, you all follow." In just a few seconds, 2 individuals over 100 years old had disappeared before Lin Mo and the others, leaving Lin Mo dumbfounded. Zhao Gang couldn't help but rub his forehead, while Long Zhan's lips twitched. The assistants, still trying to comprehend how their elderly mentor could move so swiftly, snapped back to reality and quickly took action. They arranged for all experimental subjects to be frozen and stored, planning to conduct further research when they had time. Then swiftly packed up the necessary experimental tools. Lin Mo's gaze drifted past the busy research team and landed on a brightly lit open area in the distance. His attention froze. In that open space, a row of black body bags were lined up neatly. Lin Mo walked over slowly, as the chaos of the base seemed to fade away at that moment. He stopped in front of the body bags, his voice calm, yet somewhat hoarse. "How many have sacrificed?" Long Zhan approached him. 215 soldiers killed in action, 57 seriously injured, 28 lightly injured. He paused and added, "Among them, 22 from the frontline combat units. The rest, all perished on this side of the portal." Lin Mo stood there in silence, motionless, quietly mourning for them in his heart. "What will happen to the remains of these soldiers?" he asked. "Cremation?" Long Zhan seemed to notice why Lin Mo was curious about this and said, "Commander Lin, do you have any suggestions?" Lin Mo nodded. "We don't know when the other side will completely stop operating, and when that happens, there will be continuous earthquakes and lava. They haven't even had a chance to properly see this new continent before sacrificing their lives. I think they should be buried here. On one hand, It allows them to see the new land for which they gave their lives, and on the other hand, it reminds us and future soldiers to remember the sacrifices and efforts made by these predecessors. As for their families, once things stabilize here, they can be brought over as well. Long John pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. This was indeed a good suggestion. Although there is a saying about returning to one's roots, in practical terms, these soldiers and their families would surely prefer to stay in a stable new homeland. After bowing in silent tribute for a long time, Lin Mo turned and walked towards the makeshift medical area nearby. Inside the medical area, the injured lay on folding beds, and the air was thick with the smell of disinfectant. Upon seeing Lin Mo and the other leaders enter, some of the more mobile injured struggled to salute, but were stopped by him with a gesture. The news of Lin Mo arguing with Long John had spread, earning him sincere recognition and gratitude from them. He went around visiting the injured, saying little, only patting their shoulders, feeling heavy-hearted. War is not a game. It requires blood and lives to be exchanged. At the same time, Lin Mo had an idea and said to Zhao Gang, "Let's see if we can cooperate with the races of the continent later. Perhaps having their mages help us treat the wounded." Zhao Gang nodded and took note. After exiting the medical area, Long John listened to the report in his earpiece and suddenly spoke up. "Commander Lin, there is a flag-raising ceremony being prepared outside. Do you want to go see it?" Lin Mo was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded immediately. "Let's go." This was the first time the flag of the Great Xia would be raised on the continent, and he had to be there for this ceremony. The three of them stepped out of the teleportation portal and returned to the continent. On the plain, a brand new metal flagpole stood tall. Lin Mo, Long John, and Zhao Gang stood under the flagpole. Two soldiers marched forward, their movements crisp and efficient, hanging a bright red flag with precision. A stirring melody began to play. All the engineering soldiers, equipment-setting warriors, and patrolling soldiers halted their busy tasks the moment the music started. They stood at attention, saluting in the direction of the flagpole. The bright red flag rose slowly under the morning sun of the continent, swaying gently in the foreign breeze. Lin Mo saluted and watched, feeling a bit emotional. He had heard this melody since childhood. At that moment, standing on this unfamiliar land and gazing at the familiar flag, he deeply understood the weight carried by this music and the indomitable will it represented. Just as Lin Mo let Long John and the others get busy while he walked around observing the warriors' progress to check for any shortcomings, Wu Sowei, who had been following him, suddenly said, "Commander, there has been an incident with the inspection team. The Archbishop of the Holy Human Race has been electrocuted." Time rewinds to when the two sides parted ways. Kyle watched Lin Mo and the others leave, while Elder Mu Yu took two elves to explore. He thought for a moment and then ordered a knight behind him. "You are to return to the Holy City immediately and report everything that has happened here to His Holiness the Pope in detail. Also, inform His Holiness that I will personally remain here to fulfill my supervisory duties." "Yes, Your Excellency Archbishop," the paladin replied, bowing before mounting his heavenly steed and soaring into the sky like a streak of light. Kyle turned around to look at the spatial portal, which now resembled an entrance to an ever-bustling anthill. Groups of fully armed soldiers jogged out in orderly fashion, quickly gathering in the designated area. A convoy of tracked engineering vehicles and transport trucks loaded with modular building materials followed closely behind, their engines roaring. The plane, recently soaked in blood, was being covered at a visible speed by an organized order and a torrent of steel. Elder Mu Yu stood on a high ground with several elven mages, watching intently. The scene on the front lines that subverted his understanding filled him with an insatiable curiosity about everything related to the Great Xia people. He saw enormous green iron boxes being violently pried open, revealing black pipes neatly stacked inside like works of art. The soldiers moved swiftly, rapidly assembling iron pipes, and strange metal frames rose from the ground. He then saw a square iron box being placed down, and after some operations, a long pole was erected. Soon after, several soldiers, with solemn expressions, reverently unfolded a large red flag. Accompanied by a stirring and unfamiliar tune, the flag slowly ascended. In an instant, all the soldiers busy on the plain, regardless of what they were doing, quickly stopped and stood at attention. The blood-red flag fluttered in the wind. They all raised their hands to their foreheads in unison, their gazes intense as they watched the flag rise to the top. The entire process was sacred and solemn. Although there was a language barrier and they could not understand, the elder from the Wood tribe watched with great interest. Chapter 95. Oh my! The power of lightning. At this moment, Kyle and his companions walked over slowly. Elder Muyu, the battle has just ceased. Aren't you going to handle the aftermath? Elder Muyu did not look back, his eyes gazing into the distance at a construction vehicle lifting a massive metal module. General Adrian will take care of everything. He is better at this than I am. He withdrew his gaze and countered, "What about you, Your Excellency the Archbishop? The demon race could invade the holy city at any time. As a 6th-tier archmage, aren't you planning to return and hold the fort?" Cal did not answer. His gaze was directed towards a distant armored vehicle that had just emerged from a portal. The menacing barrel and thick armor silently conveyed a power that was entirely different from magic. Elder Muyu followed his gaze and smiled slightly. "It seems we are thinking alike." The two exchanged glances, and everything was understood without words. "I plan to get a closer look. Would you like to join?" he invited. Cal nodded slightly. In the eyes of the surrounding soldiers, these long-eared elves were quite interesting in comparison to the people from the Western Church. These aliens, which closely resembled humans, were currently pointing at a construction vehicle and circling around a newly set-up cannon, their expressions akin to those seeing a beautiful person, touching everything with curiosity. They continuously uttered various exclamations. Although the soldiers couldn't understand the rapid chatter, they found it fascinating. "Your Excellency the Archbishop, look at this." Elder Muyu excitedly pointed at a freshly installed heavy machine gun, exclaiming, "This is the kind of iron tube that spits fire and metal on the front lines." He then pointed to the sky where a drone was conducting reconnaissance patrols, and those flying iron birds. They stabilized the precarious aerial defense. Kyle glanced at Elder Muyu, a hint of superiority on his face as he remarked, "I was right by the portal at that time." The implication being that he had already seen all of this. Elder Muyu was unfazed. He seemed like an eager apprentice, looking around, wanting to ask someone for more details about these weapons. However, Lin Mo was too busy to notice, and the surrounding soldiers were all tight-lipped, making it impossible to glean any information. This left him anxious and scratching his head. "What is that?" A young elven attendant suddenly pointed at a working forklift, looking thoroughly confused. The yellow machine emitted a low hum, effortlessly lifting a large object with its two massive forks and smoothly transporting it to the designated location. Elder Muyu frowned. It seems like some kind of alchemical puppet. Kal also took notice. He closed his eyes, his mental energy spreading out like mercury, sensing carefully. After a moment, he opened his eyes and shook his head. No magic core, no elemental circuits, and no engraved runes. It's just a pile of mundane iron. Mundane iron? The surrounding subordinates gasped in disbelief. In their understanding, to lift and move such a heavy object, it would require either powerful warriors and mages or rune machines infused with divine power by the dwarves. But the thing in front of them was merely a pile of mundane iron? What made it move? Elder Muyu quickly stepped forward to observe closely, only to be stopped by two serious-looking soldiers. "Hello, the forklift is in operation. There are blind spots. Approaching could be dangerous. Please keep your distance." Elder Muyu. He watched as the soldiers communicated in a flurry of words and gestures. He tried to explain a few things, but neither side could understand, so he had to retreat reluctantly. "They don't understand our language. Communication is impossible." Sigh. Elder Muyu sighed, his eyes filled with a yearning for knowledge of the unknown. From a certain perspective, mages are all scholars, and high-level mages are top scholars, with a thirst for knowledge that rivals that of scientists. Unfortunately, without the ability to communicate, it felt like a eunuch in a brothel. They could only continue moving forward, soon drawn to another object. The weapon list provided by Lin Mo initially had many images, and for those weapons whose power he had witnessed, Cal could understand. However, the dazzling array of logistics equipment that kept the devices running completely exceeded his comprehension. He felt it necessary to document these items and wait for Lin Mo to explain their uses when he had time. If it had been before, with Kyle's personality, he would have immediately sent someone to find Lin Mo to explain on the spot. However, after witnessing the charge initiated by the soldiers with their lives, this stubborn archbishop now appeared much more reasonable. The Empire had earned his respect. The group approached, and there was a huge metal cabinet emitting a continuous rumbling sound, releasing smoke with a peculiar odor. This made Elder Muyu frown. He did not like this air-polluting contraption. Several thick black cables extended from inside, connecting to towering lampstands. Blinding white light emanated from the top of the lampstands, then was turned off. It was daytime, and this was a lighting system set up to continue work at night. "Light magic?" A knight instinctively spoke up. "No, there is no magical fluctuation in this light." Cal tried again to probe with his mental energy. This time, he sensed a violent, chaotic force surging within that metal cabinet, then flowing into the vines. That power felt somewhat familiar to him. He frowned in thought, suddenly widening his eyes. This is... Elder Muyu looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Kyle, looking astonished, pointed to the cable connected to the electrical box and said, I sense the power of lightning in these vines. What? Elder Muyu was shocked and hurriedly crouched down to observe closely. He indeed felt a similar force to that generated by thunder on the continent of Terra. By the goddess of nature, incredible, truly incredible. How did the people of Dachau manage to tame lightning for their use? His strong thirst for knowledge made him eager to learn all about it. Next to him, Elder Kyle had crouched down, following the vine to see where it led, wondering if lightning would appear at the end. Eventually, he moved to a socket. Next to the socket was a plug that hadn't been inserted yet. He felt no power of lightning within the unplugged cable, only from the socket itself. He understood something, picked up the unplugged plug, and curiously inserted it. Sure enough, he sensed a familiar power within the vine. He looked at the socket's hole, took a metal pendant from his body that fit perfectly, and inserted it. Bang! A strong flash of electricity surged, and Kyle. His entire body instantly stood on end, twitching before being thrown back, emitting a burst of steam. Sir! The knight beside him was startled and rushed over to support him. The busy soldiers around, seeing a few individuals from another realm crouched there studying something, felt a sense of amusement, as if watching country bumpkins. At that moment, they noticed the commotion, shouting and running over to check the situation. Upon seeing the charred socket on the ground, they guessed it was a case of electric shock, and their expressions changed drastically, immediately reporting the situation upwards. This could very well lead to a significant diplomatic incident. Chapter 96. Are you addicted to electricity? Hearing that Kyle and his group had an incident, Lin Mo rushed to the scene. When he arrived, he saw Archbishop Kyle and Elder Muyu crouched on the ground, muttering to themselves, surrounded by a group of servants who were bending over to watch. What happened? Lin Mo asked a nearby soldier. Report, sir. They were studying the three-phase power socket when an electric shock occurred, the soldier replied truthfully. Lin Mo. The soldier continued with a strange expression. But after getting shocked, this person seems completely fine. Sir, do you want to arrange for a doctor to check him? Lin Mo waved his hand. No need. They have healing magic, which is more effective than ours. All right, you can go back to your duties. He turned to Kyle, who was still fiddling with the socket on the ground, and bent down to ask, Your Excellency Kyle, are you all right? Upon hearing the voice, Kyle turned his head. Startling Lin Mo, Kyle's once white beard and hair were now singed and frizzled, and his face was smudged with soot. He looked nothing like the nobleman he used to be. Seeing it was Lin Mo, Kyle grabbed him and pointed at the socket, asking, I'm fine, this can't hurt me. May I ask if the power inside this is similar to that of natural lightning? Elder Muyu, seeing that Lin Mo could communicate, looked at him with eager anticipation, waiting for an answer. Lin Mo was secretly astonished. Someone who could touch three-phase power without any issues was indeed a big shot. He replied, What we have here is called three-phase power, which is somewhat similar to lightning, but its power is much weaker. Kyle and Elder Muyu exclaimed in surprise. By the grace of the god of light, it truly is the power of lightning. Incredible. This is the authority of the goddess of nature. How did you manage to bind it for your use? Is it your technology? Lin Mo nodded. Yes, this is technology. It's quite complex to explain. Just like I can't understand your advanced magic. Kyle suddenly interjected. I can teach you magic. Can you tell me how to produce lightning? It's three-phase power. And I can't produce lightning either, Lin Mo said, amused. Kyle waved his hand. Just this three-phase power will do. Its strength has some similarities. Lin Mo thought for a moment, and an idea struck him. Previously, when he learned from Funduona, her talent was magic. Talent is innate, like superpowers. He couldn't learn it. But what about learning from the holy people? They couldn't possibly be born with magic. They must have started as apprentices. Now that a big shot said he could teach, hesitating would be disrespectful to the wondrous magic. So he immediately said, No problem, Your Excellency Archbishop, it's a deal. Kyle waved his hand, indicating it was a small matter, then pointed to the somewhat charred socket on the ground. Now, Your Excellency Lin Mo. I would like to experience the power of three-phase power again. But why is there no power in it now? Lin Mo? No. Are you addicted to electricity? Lin Mo looked puzzled. It must have tripped. This is very dangerous. I advise you not to continue. Kyle frowned. Do you have any misunderstanding about the power of the Grand Sorcerer? Elder Muyu nodded seriously in agreement. Yes, We do not accept your advice. This is the power of divine lightning. It has a restraining effect on all dark creatures. Our elven race lacks the restraining power like that of holy magic against the demon race. If we can research and create lightning magic, we will have targeted spells against them. Linimo couldn't help but chuckle. Both of them were high-ranking archbishops and elders, yet now they had become like the scholarly madmen. Academician Qian and Academician Liu. It was quite a contrast and fascinating. Well then, I won't be responsible if you get electrocuted, he said. He turned to the nearby guard Wu Sui and instructed, go, get someone to run a dedicated power line for them to play with. They're strong enough not to get electrocuted. Upon hearing Lin Mo's agreement, Kyle and Elder Mu Yu were overjoyed. Thank you for your generosity. The power of lightning is what we lack. If we can develop lightning magic, your name will be known in every corner of the Terra continent. A guard set up an independent circuit to avoid short-circuiting and affecting the generator's cables. At that moment, the two prominent figures, Archbishop Kyle and Elder Mu Yu, who could shake the very ground of the Terra continent, were alternatingly touching the power line. Each time the current flowed through, they would tremble, their singed hair and beards standing on end, and their faces darkened even more. Yet, instead of pain, they expressed an uncontrollable excitement, feeling this pure, violent power. It was more refined than the lightning of nature, blessed by holy light. How was this achieved? Behind them, the paladins and elven guards were also excitedly watching. They hoped their leaders could harness the power of lightning, which would not only bring them honor, but also reduce casualties in the future. Lin Mo facepalmed, unable to control the twitching of his mouth as he watched the bizarre scene unfold. At that moment, Academician Qian Jinhua, carrying his toolbox, was collecting various samples and information from this world. When he arrived and saw the bustling crowd, he immediately noticed the two singed figures sparking with electricity. He was stunned. What nonsense! Qian Jinhua shouted as he rushed over. That's three-phase industrial electricity. Put it down. It could kill someone. He approached to stop them. Lin Mo reached out to stop him. Academician Qian, don't mind them. Don't mind? What if something happens to them? Qian Jinhua pointed at the two. Lin Mo explained with a strange expression, they won't die. Their physical quality is good, and there's nothing that a healing spell can't solve. Qian Jinhua. He stood there, carefully observing Kyle and Mu Yu. Although these two indigenous individuals looked quite miserable, their spirits were high, and their eyes were sparkling. They were nothing like victims of electric shocks. Instead, they resembled scientists who had discovered a new continent. Qian Jinhua's expression shifted from surprise to confusion and finally transformed into an uncontrollable enthusiasm. It was the curiosity of a scientist. Self-healing experimental subjects. This was simply excellent research material presented right at their doorstep. Commander Lin, Qian Jinhua's voice trembled with excitement. They really are fine? Lin Mo nodded and then conveyed the thoughts of Kyle and Elder Mu Yu. They wanted to experience electricity, understand it, and use it to create lightning magic. Such a wonderful opportunity. Qian Jinhua exclaimed in excitement, rubbing his hands together. What are we waiting for? Quickly help me translate. I can assist them with their research. Chapter 97. This is too intense. Lin Mo only felt a slight chill on his back. Indeed, scientists are all mad. I hope Academician Qian doesn't slice Kai Air and the others. With things having come to this point, he helplessly said to Kai Air and the others, Your Excellency Kai Air, Elder Mu Yu, this is our physics expert. He has a deep understanding of the forces you're studying. His knowledge should be equivalent to your 6th level mage level, but he is physically quite fragile. So please be cautious. Kai Air, Elder Mu Yu. Upon hearing this, the two immediately stopped their mutual electric therapy and looked at Qian Jinhua with eyes bright as lamps, like believers encountering a deity. Kai Air, with a dark expression, excitedly asked, Master, can he control lightning? Lin Mo shook his head, no? But he can explain the principles of three-phase electricity and understands how to create devices that generate three-phase power through science. Thank you so much, Lord Lin Mo. Let him begin right away. I can't wait. Seeing the other party's agreement, Lin Mo turned to Qian Jinhua and said, All right, you can start now. After saying this, he felt something was off and added worriedly, Be mindful of the degree. Their status is noble, so try not to cause conflicts or do anything excessive. He couldn't tell if Qian Jinhua was paying attention. Once given the go-ahead, Qian Jinhua immediately squatted down and opened his toolbox. He took out a multimeter and various clips and probes, then reached out to hold Kai Air, signaling him not to move. Carefully, He clipped the probes of the multimeter onto Kai Air's fingers. Just thinking about the experiment he was about to conduct made his expression uncontrollably excited. Resembling an evil doctor, Kai Air remained motionless, allowing him to proceed, even with a hint of sanctity. Once Qian Jinhua was ready, he pointed at the cable in Elder Mu Yu's hand. The meaning was clear. Seeing this, Elder Mu Yu abruptly pressed the cable against Kai Air's lower back. An electric arc flashed, and Kai Air's body twitched again. He uttered incomprehensible words, his whole body shaking like a sieve, yet his eyes shone brightly. It seemed he was enjoying it, as if feeling that power. Lin Mo. He instinctively touched his own lower back. Moreover, he felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. Could this old man be a McDonald's? Bang! Kai Air was jolted away due to a short circuit. And Elder Mu Yu wanted to continue pressing. That's enough, Qian Jinhua said, staring at the multimeter's needle, quickly reporting a series of numbers. Peak voltage 382 volts. Instantaneous current 75 milliamps. My goodness, his body surface resistance is so high. This is unscientific. He recorded the data and asked Lin Mo. Could you please ask how the body feels? How long does the numbness last? Does he feel the current flowing through his body? Lin Mo translated everything one by one. Kyle closed his eyes and recalled carefully. I felt it impacting my holy light power, yet somehow resonating with my body, leaving me out of control. This magical energy circuit surged within me. How wonderful. Qian Jinhua listened to Lin Mo's translation, although he didn't understand what a magical energy circuit or holy light power was. Seeing that the other party was truly unharmed excited him even more. Great. So great. He turned to the assistant who had followed him and said, Quick, bring over the relevant instruments for the human examination. If the large ones are too big, use the smaller ones instead. Don't forget the syringe for drawing blood. After giving the instructions, he turned to Kyle and said, I have a bold idea. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, sensing an ominous premonition. Then he saw Qian, the academician, take out a pair of thick copper clamps from the toolbox and directly clip them onto the live wire and neutral wire of the cable. Crack. Zing. The two copper clamps touched, producing an astonishing electric spark that illuminated his face as well as Kyle's and Elder Mu's faces. The three faces were filled with a terrifying excitement. Lin Mo. Elder Mu and Kyle, truly a master of electricity, able to summon lightning in hand. Qian Jinhua, truly a master of magic. Since electricity can't die, let's electrify to the fullest. Come on, extend your hand. Qian Jinhua, through Lin Mo, issued a mad invitation. Kyle reverently extended his hand, as if welcoming a miracle. Then, as the Archbishop Kyle's hand made contact with Elder Mu while electrified, a brilliant arc of electricity was created. Scholars from two different worlds and civilizations looked at the dancing electric light and let out a shared, obsessive laughter. At that moment, Qian Jinhua, the physical scientist, resembled a big bad wolf luring a little bunny, excitedly teaching them how to get electrified more thoroughly and efficiently. He constantly adjusted the way of contact, the posture, and the duration, even pouring water on the others and crazily recording various data after they were electrified. He couldn't help but exclaim, these natives are truly treasures. What could be more enjoyable than live experiments without responsibility? This is just too thrilling and perfect. Meanwhile, Kyle and Elder Mu, after quickly casting a healing spell, continued to look forward with full cooperation. In their eyes, this lightning master from a distant land was using his wisdom to help them better comprehend the power of lightning in various ways. He was simply a great person. Thus, one was pursuing scientific data, and the other was seeking magical truth. Despite the language barrier and differing goals, they achieved a strange harmony at that moment. Thanks to Lin Mo as the translator and various gestures, three elderly individuals, whose ages combined exceeded 200 years, mingled together and established a profound friendship that transcended species and worldviews. In the distance, academician Lu Chengyan approached, holding precious samples of various plants and insects. Looking around while mumbling, this world is so amazing. Truly a new world. The species are completely different. Speaking of those beings from another realm and the long-eared elves. Where are they? Suddenly, he spotted a group of people in the distance and immediately recognized the figure of Qian Jinhua in a white coat, muttering, "What the heck is this guy doing here?" His complaints came to an abrupt halt. Behind that group, he saw the mounts being led by the Holy Knight and the Elf. Majestic and extraordinary, a snow-white Pegasus. Imposing, with the head of an eagle and the body of a lion, a griffin. These creatures, which only existed in myths and legends, were now vividly present before his eyes. At that moment, everything else, including Qian Jinhua, faded away into oblivion. As a leading figure in the field of biology, Lu Qingyan's eyes were filled only with these brand new research subjects. He ignored the three elderly men who were engrossed in their video games and walked towards the griffin, appreciating it like a work of art. His steps were light, fearing to disturb the biological marvel in front of him. Chapter 98. Urine? Let's taste the flavor. A knight cautiously blocked his way, saying, "You from the great Xiao, what do you want?" Lu Qingyan gestured and displayed what he believed was a friendly smile, saying, "I just want to take a look, no ill intentions." The knight sized him up, confirming that the other party was merely a frail, eccentric old man and posed no threat. Considering the current relationship with Great Xia, he ultimately decided to let him pass, turning to the griffin and instructing it not to harm this person before returning to watch Kyle and his group. What could be more important than witnessing the birth of lightning magic life? Seeing this, Lu Qingyan expressed his thanks, his eyes fixed on the creature before him. He approached, captivated by the griffin, murmuring to himself, a perfect blend of evolutionary features, combining the lightweight bones of birds with the explosive muscles of felines. Incredible. Two species that are clearly distinct on blue stars somehow evolved together. Coincidentally, one griffin lazily shot a stream of liquid towards the ground. Splashing everywhere, Lu Qingyan's eyes instantly lit up. He cautiously approached, squatting down in front of the griffin, which looked at him with curiosity. Urine. A fresh sample. The waste of birds is uric acid with a foul smell, while lions excrete urea with a strong ammonia odor. What kind of nitrogen waste metabolism does this hybrid have? Is it urea cycling or purine degradation? I need to taste it to make a preliminary judgment. Thus, he reached out his hand, intending to obtain this first-hand research data in the most primitive way. Whoa, Lu Academician, what are you doing? Lin Mo had somehow appeared beside him, grabbing his hand that was about to taste the liquid. Hey, don't stop me. Lu Qingyan exclaimed anxiously, Commander Lin. It's fine, urine is sterile. Lin Mo looked at him with a deadpan expression, unsure of what to say. The image was too shocking for him to even contemplate. Left speechless, he could only continue to hold on to Lu Qingyan tightly, saying, Academician Lu, stop messing around. This isn't appropriate. What is inappropriate about it? I told you it's sterile. Lu Qingyan argued back. Lin Mo felt his head throbbing. He dragged the still reluctant Lu Qingyan away, calling out to the research assistants rushing over with supplies. Keep an eye on your professor and make sure he doesn't do anything reckless. Afterward, he turned to Lu Qingyan, saying, I know this world is amazing, but if you keep acting so absurdly, I might just rescind the order that allowed you to come out. Sure enough, that statement hit home, and Lu Qingyan immediately calmed down. For a scientist who was just beginning to glimpse this wondrous world, to be sent back now would be more painful than death. Lin Mo let out a long sigh, feeling utterly drained. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted Elder Mu Yu, who had been tricked by Academician Qian into taking off his clothes and was now left with a skeleton-like appearance from the electric shock. Lin Mo. His heart felt even heavier. He rubbed his aching temples. He suddenly felt that compared to this group of crazy scientists, the demon army didn't seem so terrifying after all. Qian Jinhua and his team were making a racket, and Lin Mo couldn't stand the overwhelming scene any longer, so he turned and slipped away quietly. Behind him were the excited shouts of Qian Jinhua, the strange groans of Kale and Mu Yu when they were shocked, and the faint smell of ozone in the air. The scene was inexplicably bizarre. In the distance, the construction of the temporary base was rapidly advancing amidst the roaring sounds of steel. The tracked engineering vehicles let out deep rumbles, and the enormous mechanical arms effortlessly lifted steel beams into place with precision. Dozens of massive foundation pits had already been excavated, representing the heart of the future semi-permanent fortress. The soldiers worked with clear division of labor, operating machinery that the locals had never seen before, achieving efficiency that would make any craftsman feel ashamed. Lin Mo took a look around, curious to see that the construction was all on track, which put his mind at ease. He couldn't help but click his tongue. He had long known about the loud reputation of the construction prowess in this region, but compared to the industrial strength of this army, it still seemed somewhat lacking. Time quickly passed to noon. Various field cooking teams spread out across the plain, setting up giant cooking pots, with roaring flames shooting up like blue tongues of fire. The sizzling sound of scallions, ginger, and garlic being tossed into the pot filled the air with a rich aroma. The vegetables and meats were fresh from the local area. Everyone knew that once the portal closed, it would be a pure luxury to have a hot meal like this again. After that, they would only have individual rations and prepackaged meals to accompany them. The unique smell of the food became the most invigorating stimulant for the soldiers after a tiring morning. On the other side, the electric shock experiments had temporarily come to a halt. Kale and Elder Muyu sat on a large stone each. Their bodies were returning to normal under the cleansing magic, their faces no longer blackened, but they were completely bald. They held a pristine white feather quill, writing furiously on a roll of parchment. The two were focused, occasionally pausing to ponder, or swiftly documenting every detail of their insights into the power of lightning from the morning. Qian Jinhua was also busy, quickly filling pages of data and charts in a hardshell notebook with a ballpoint pen. 3 elderly men from different worlds, unable to communicate verbally, were resonating through their shared thirst for knowledge at this moment. They occasionally leaned over to curiously examine each other's notes. Kale couldn't understand the square characters and numbers, while Qian Jinhua was baffled by the twisted and winding script. Determined, Qian Jinhua resolved to find Lin Mo later to try and implement some work on learning and translating the foreign language. Once the recording was complete, Elder Muyu's gaze was firmly fixed on the ballpoint pen in Qian Jinhua's hand. That little tube that could write smoothly without dipping into ink seemed like a miracle to him. Noticing his gaze, Qian Jinhua smiled broadly, handed the pen over, and gestured as if to say, "This is for you." Elder Muyu was taken aback for a moment, then solemnly accepted it with both hands, as if receiving a sacred object. He held his breath and gently scratched the corner of the parchment. A clear blue line suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The elder's wrinkled face broke into a joyful smile. Just then, a strong aroma forcefully invaded their nostrils. The braised pork was ready. Kyle's nose twitched twice, and a clear swallowing sound came from his throat. Following the scent, he looked over and saw a group of soldiers nearby squatting around a large pot. Each of their plates was piled high with glistening, trembling pieces of meat. Paired with snowy white rice, they were eating with greasy mouths, their faces beaming with happiness. Gurgle, Kyle, and the elders' stomachs, in unison, protested. Chapter 99. Unreliable academics. The knight took out the supplies carried by the Pegasus, consisting of hard holy wheat bread and bottles of murky oat wine. Kyle shared some with the elves, and, noticing Qian Jinhua's curious gaze, he smiled and handed a portion to him as well. In his eyes, this master who assisted him in researching lightning was quite agreeable and a good friend. It was only right to share food with friends. Qian Jinhua thanked him, took the bread that could serve as a brick, and opened the wine bottle to take a whiff. A mixed scent of straw and astringent alcohol hit him. After a moment's thought, he figured that since the other party had healing magic and could cure electric shock injuries, he probably wouldn't die from eating it. Thus, the daring Qian Jinhua, dedicated to science, mustered his courage and bit into the bread. An indescribable roughness and a faint earthy taste spread in his mouth, tasting like chewing wax. He took a sip of the wine. The sour and spicy liquid slid down his throat, causing his face to scrunch up immediately. He felt like vomiting, but seeing Kyle's eager eyes, he could only stiffen his neck and swallow it down. As a top scientist, Qian Jinhua's diet, while not extravagant, was certainly refined under the influence of a culinary culture. Looking at the hard-to-swallow rations in his hand, and then glancing at the mouth-watering braised meat in the bowls of nearby soldiers, a thought struck him. He stood up, quickly scanning the area until he spotted Lu Qingyan. He approached him, pulling at Lu, who was sneakily circling around a griffin, pondering how to discreetly pluck a feather for a sample. "Old Lu, what are you sneaking around for?" Qian Jinhua asked, lowering his voice. Startled by the sudden interruption, Lu Qingyan frowned. "What? Don't bother me." Qian Jinhua continued in a hushed tone. "Isn't Commander Lin asking us to see if these people can eat our food?" He nodded toward Kyle. "Look at them. Their physical condition is remarkable. After being hit by 3-phase electricity for a while, 1 healing spell, and they're fine. What better test subjects could we have?" Lu Qingyan's eyes lit up instantly. "Right. They are living beings with physical data far superior to humans from our world. Testing food compatibility on them would be more convincing than mere data. And even if something goes wrong, with their miraculous healing magic, they probably won't die. The risks are manageable, and the potential benefits are huge." Lu Qingyan immediately abandoned his obsession with griffin feathers, a passionate smile spreading across his face as he quickly walked over to Kyle. He pointed at the soldiers eating in the distance, mimicking the action of eating with his hands, and made sounds to convey his intentions, finally pointing at Kyle with an inquiring expression. Kyle understood his meaning, glanced at the bread in his hand, but was instead reminded of the enticing aroma and tempting images of food from his own culture. Yes, don't be shy. Give it a try. Qian Jinhua opened his mouth and gestured to extend an invitation. Faced with the invitation from this scholar who matched his temperament, he finally nodded lightly. Qian and Lu were overjoyed. They led a group of people to the nearby kitchen. When the soldiers saw the several academicians and guests from another realm, they curiously forgot about serving their meals. A rich aroma of dishes wafted over, and the knights of the divine human race looked at the soldiers' bowls filled with braised pork, mapo tofu, tomato scrambled eggs, pork stewed with vermicelli, stir-fried sauerkraut with meat, and more, unable to resist swallowing their saliva. Although they had never tasted such food, the smell was enough to ignite their imagination. They usually ate sacred wheat bread and roasted lamb chops, which were nutritious, but the seasonings and cooking methods were relatively monotonous. They had never encountered such a complex and enticing fragrance. However, the elder of the elf clan, Elder Mu Yu, and his guards frowned upon seeing the dishes. Kai understood the situation and exchanged glances with Qian Jinhua. Although Qian Jinhua couldn't comprehend it, he could sense something was wrong. He quickly called over a guard who understood sign language and figured out the situation in a few gestures. Oh, the elves are vegetarians. Qian Jinhua realized this and immediately stated that it was no problem. He waved to the head of the kitchen, saying, "Chef, please prepare a special meal. I want to treat these guests from another realm." He then added to prepare 2 separate pots using peanut oil for the dishes. As these elven friends could only eat vegetarian food, and he asked the chef to arrange the specifics. "By the way, do we have any drinks? Beer or liquor will do." He added, "The food must be delicious. Let them taste our culinary skills." The head of the kitchen, a strong young man in his 20s, thumped his chest upon hearing this. "I guarantee to complete the task." He grinned, showing his white teeth, and turned to shout to his comrades, "Get energized. Show them our best skills. Let these aliens experience what real food is. If this meal is messed up, you all will face serious consequences." The soldiers responded with a roar, each rubbing their fists with excitement in their eyes. This was no longer just cooking. It was about the pride of their nation. There were 20 divine humans, 3 elves, and with Qian Jinhua and Lu Qingyin, precisely 25 people in total. The soldiers in the kitchen wielded their large spoons, and the iron pots clashed with the flames, producing a roaring sound. The intense fire stir-fried, and the aroma of soy sauce, spices, and fats aggressively spread, instantly enveloping the entire camp. The divine humans usually consumed sacred wheat bread, roasted lamb chops, blessed fruit puree, and creamy vegetable soup. The elves, on the other hand, primarily ate fruits, mushroom soup, and leafy vegetables. At this moment, these 2 completely different culinary cultures were thoroughly penetrated by the strong fragrance. Soon, 6 meat dishes, 6 vegetarian dishes, and a soup were all served together. There was braised pork, mapo tofu, tomato scrambled eggs, pork stewed with vermicelli, stir-fried sauerkraut with meat, and spicy chicken cubes. The vegetarian dishes included the 3 fresh vegetables, garlic stir-fried lettuce, stir-fried broccoli, dry-fried green beans, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and cold cucumber salad. The soup was seaweed and egg drop soup, with fried noodles and rice as the staple food. These are very ordinary meals, but they are definitely the specialties of the kitchen staff and the most delicious. They don't have luxurious ingredients, but when it comes to taste, they are absolutely confident. At the early stage of the camp's establishment, conditions were rudimentary, with no tables or chairs. The soldiers used stainless steel plates to serve their meals and squatted in small groups on the ground to eat. Qian Jinhua waved his hand and rejected the soldiers' suggestion to transport tables and chairs through the portal. "We need to save the portal's capacity. We won't engage in formalism. Let's eat while squatting." Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. The Archbishop Kyle, dressed in a white robe with a sacred demeanor, and the imposing knight in golden armor, along with the elegant elven Elder Mu Yu and 2 other elves, stood in line with stainless steel plates, looking utterly bewildered as they imitated the soldiers of the Great Xia, waiting to get their meals. The kitchen staff, previously criticized by the soldiers, no longer trembled and served everyone a full plate. Chapter 100 Upcoming target plans. A group of people held their meals, surrounding a few makeshift low tables made from ammunition boxes, on which chilled beer was placed. They seemed a bit at a loss. Kyle looked around at the bold warriors squatting nearby, then at his own long robe. After hesitating for a moment, he also squatted down to mimic them. Genhua opened a beer and handed it to Kyle, saying, "Here, try our beer. The taste of yours is quite terrible." Since the others couldn't understand, he openly disdained the taste of their beer. Lu Qingyin skillfully opened over 20 bottles of chilled beer, handing one to each of the sacred human race and elves. Elder Mu Yu was already impatiently shoveling a mouthful of fried noodles into his mouth and quickly freed one hand to grab a beer. Kyle took it, the green glass bottle bubbling at the mouth, ice-cold droplets running down his hand. A faint, familiar malty aroma made him swallow involuntarily. He felt an intense desire to tilt his head back and drink heartily. God knows how hard it was for his stomach to endure, from smelling the aroma of food, to witnessing the wonderful cooking by the soldiers, to the mouth-watering flavor, and now finally about to eat. He never expected there would also be drinks. At that moment, he hated his noble upbringing, wishing he could be like Elder Mu Yu next to him, following nature and eating freely. "Thank you for your generosity," he managed to say with difficulty, his throat rolling. "Come, thank you for guarding the portal for us." Genhua picked up a bottle of beer, gently clinked it with Kyle and Elder Mu Yu's bottles, blew on the mouth, and said, "Cheers." Kyle and Mu Yu, feeling parched from holding their beers, followed suit and blew on their bottles. The result was, the two, inexperienced with beer, thought it was like their usual drinks. But little did they know there was carbonation in the beer. Kyle was fine. He just choked a bit, managing to hold back from spitting it out, only coughing into his hand. However, Elder Mu Yu wasn't so lucky, with a mouthful of noodles, when he choked. Although he turned his head to spit it on the ground, he didn't let his plate suffer, but when he turned back, a noodle was sticking out of his nostril. This scene completely broke Kyle, who had been holding back laughter, and he sprayed beer all over Elder Mu Yu's face. Lu Qingyin, Genhua. Everyone. Cough, cough. Sorry, Kyle hurriedly said, coughing. The image of Elder Mu Yu with a noodle coming out of his nose would probably be unmatched across the entire continent. "Oh, holy light, this is too funny. I can't hold it in." Kyle wanted to laugh, but it was clearly inappropriate, so he just held it in tightly. On the other side, Lin Mo, Long Zhan, Zhao Gang, and several combat advisors were in the prefabricated steel conference room, having a meeting. A staff officer stood beside the sand table and said, "According to the drone calculations, the surrounding terrain has been clarified. The demonic army has retreated along the eastern route and finally reached a world tree." He pointed to a small tree on the sand table. Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, "This direction is likely the city of verdant leaves, which is the place we need to reclaim in our trade with the elves." The operations officer nodded. "The demonic leader has sustained significant injuries and is now quite far from us. I propose we take advantage of this weakness to eliminate him. Back then, we couldn't fully deploy at the portal, but now we have brought thermal pressure bombs and missiles. We can launch thermal pressure bombs to clear the area and greatly reduce the demonic army's living forces. They are currently gathered around this world tree, making it a perfect opportunity to capture them all." Long Zhan spoke in a deep voice. "Commander Lin, what do you think?" Lin Mo shook his head. "The world tree is very important to the elves. If we launch high-yield thermal pressure bombs, the world tree and the ecosystem will definitely be destroyed. The elves have paid such a high price for us to reclaim it, and facing a flattened city of verdant leaves, they would definitely be unable to accept it. To put it simply, if humans were to reclaim a city but end up turning it into ruins through bombardment, it would be better not to reclaim it at all." He emphasized, the elves' requirement is to reclaim the city of verdant leaves, not to eliminate the demonic forces. "This is very important." "I understand," Long Zhan said solemnly. "So our priority is to develop ourselves first and establish a defense system. Once everyone is here, we can launch an attack. But there is a problem." Lin Mo looked at him. "What do you mean?" "Our nuclear weapons, including thermal pressure bombs, cannot be used during the attack because of the world tree. Based on today's battle performance from the enemy, we do not have effective means to counter high-level combat power. If the demonic leader goes berserk and charges into our lines, there will be no force to contain it." After Long Zhan finished speaking, everyone fell into silence. The demonic leader's extraordinary power could hardly be described as human. All human weapons are developed for combat against people and fortifications. Aside from weapons of mass destruction like nuclear arms, we really have no way to deal with them. However, once such weapons are used, it would be a case of inflicting significant damage on ourselves while harming the enemy. It's not feasible to use a nuclear bomb just because a high-level demon appears, right? What would happen to the continent of Terra after that? Long Zhan looked around at everyone and said, "It was Archbishop Kyle who forced the demonic leader to retreat after being seriously injured. We can request the elves to deploy high-level combat strength to deal with this target. This would make our task much easier. As for the future, I have 3 plans. Linimo asked, what are the 3? Long Jean raised a finger. First, we can hire. We can enlist high-level combat forces from the continent of Terra to help us or defend against attacks. Second, we should start developing related weapons. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Having our own capabilities is the key. Third, we can also train ourselves. Previously, Commander Lin mentioned that we are unable to learn the corresponding magic from the elves. But we can try with the holy human race to see if we can trade for systematic magic learning materials. Moreover, the knights of the holy human race performed excellently on the front lines in this battle, and if we can also cultivate, it would undoubtedly be a solution. Lin Imo said, I have already discussed the 3rd point with Archbishop Kyle and asked him to teach me magic. I will obtain first-hand learning materials as soon as possible. As for the subsequent attack on the city of Emerald Leaves, we can proceed according to the 1st point and have the elf race deploy their high-level forces. I believe they will agree. After this, everyone nodded in unanimous agreement, solidifying the main action objectives moving forward. The rest of the meeting focused on some minor details. Zhao Gang said to Lin Mo, we need to learn the common language of the Terra continent as soon as possible, and this requires you, Commander Lin, to communicate. We need to obtain the other party's books for translation so that we can arrange for dedicated personnel to organize them into learning materials and form a diplomatic team. Lin Mo agreed, stating that he would mention this to the elves and ask them to send the relevant books.